Good Thursday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And boy, do we have a lot to talk about, especially baseball-wise. Sweeping the Rangers. I don't know in this series, in this rivalry, that there was a much better series for the Astros. They went and destroyed them. Was it last year or the year before? They scored like 26 runs in Arlington.
Yeah.
And just kicked the snot out of them. Right? And that was awesome. But this one had much more meaning. This one, if you lose this series, all of a sudden you're not in the playoffs. Now, not only are you in the playoffs, but you moved into first place by a half game. Seattle's got a game tonight. So Seattle will come here either a game down or even, tied for the AL West lead. And you virtually knocked them out of the playoffs and won the Silver Series. Not only are you 5 games up, but you won the Silver Boot. And now you're basically 6 games up on them, which means they're done.
I mean, literally vanquished the Rangers.
Yes.
They don't. That mean they can't come back from this. They have to win every game for the rest of the year. Their playoff percentage chances are 3.5. The Astros are now 93.4% playoffs after dipping into the 70s before the series started. Interestingly enough, Seattle's actually 97.3. Houston's 93.4. But Rangers are 3.5 now. Rangers are basically dead in the water. The team you got to look for is the Cleveland Guardians. They won 6 in a row. They continue to win. They're at 16.5%. So you're in a position now where 500 ball gets you in. That's the reality. You just don't want to lose them all to Seattle. But even if you did, you're still going to win enough, more than likely win enough to get in. I mean, unless Cleveland just keeps winning, but I don't know. They played 100. They've got 11 games to go. Yep. Cleveland's got 11 games to go. I got to look at who their run differential is minus 25. It's not like they're killing it. Houston's 84 and 69. They're 80 and 71. I think you're in good shape. This was a huge series. It was a huge series. You needed to go at least 4-2 in this series with these two teams. And you're off to a 3-0 start.
Yep.
So,
it was just a beautiful series. You had clutch hitting. You knocked in runners in scoring position, 2 outs. Yainer has been fantastic. Yainer I talked about his road trip yesterday, I believe, or the day before. He has been just fantastic. He had a hit last night and a hit in the game before. But he had 11 hits in 8 road games that they just came off that road trip in Atlanta, Toronto, and Texas. 9-game road trip. He played in 8 of them, and he had 11 hits, 2, 4, 5, 6, 9 RBIs on that road trip. He's just been awesome, coming up with huge hit after huge hit. His OPS on the season, over 700, but he was struggling mightily for a while. He's got it back where he's not chasing that horrible slider that just looks just so bad sometimes at the plate. He has been much better with his pitch selection and coming through. I mean, the ball coming off of his bat in clutch situations, he has been just awesome. I don't know that we give Yainer enough love. And, boy, is he throwing now to second base.
Yeah. I never thought he was bad. I didn't think he was bad. I thought he was okay in the past. Machete was better, and then, until he wasn't. Mm-hmm. But this is really, it's really picked up. Pop time is, I guess they say pop time's faster also for him. In the last, I'm looking at the last 20 game stats in terms of the last 20 games. Really, it's hard to find it in the last 20 games. I have to go to the Astros. But Yainer Diaz has 7 doubles in his last 20 games. He's up there in the leaders for the in the American League. that's one of the. It's just an example of him starting to put the ball into the gap, starting to be able to. That's one of the reasons his OPS has come up. He's been below, like you say, he's been below 700 the entire season.
Yep.
And it is weird that that's now a marker for us when it used to be 900.
Yeah.
But that was a different time.
Yep.
So,
and
800, realistically, 800 is a good OPS.
Speaking of 800, Jeremy Pena has been setting the table, not only setting the table, but driving the baseball, his slugging, his going the other way, getting on base, stealing bases, playing a really good shortstop. Not he's had a couple, but last night he ended the game with a beautiful diving play, and then and one hopped it to first and get to call game. He has been great. Carlos, the Pena Correa combination in this series, getting on in the first inning, both of them getting on in the first inning was just fantastic. Jose Altuve looks like he's back. He drove the ball. How about the homer?
Is he back? That was a
DeGrom?
nice home run. That looked good.
Well, you know what? He hits a homer off DeGrom. I'm saying he's back.
Yeah.
Okay? You beat
DeGrom. Listen, you beat DeGrom and Christian Javier. It didn't start great. It was like 3 1/3. He was 3 innings, 4 hits, 2 earned runs. Like, this is about what I thought. And then, but from there, settled in. Nothing else happened.
6 innings, 2 earned runs, 1
Absolutely.
walk, 4 strikeouts. You'll take that.
Yeah, a good quality start too.
Yeah,
not the 3-run 6 innings. He had the 2-run 6 inning. So he locked in after that. He is just a slow starter, man.
Yeah,
that's just what he does, is start slowly. But we have seen him pull out of it in a couple of different. I think this is the third game where we've seen him start slow and then lock in and settle in after that. So good performance by him. Great. Love seeing Jose Altuve with the home run. Jeremy Pena, as you mentioned, a couple more hits. You had some clutch hits when you needed them, and you got on top of you got on top of DeGrom, which was the key also now.
Oh my God, 35 pitch first inning with Pena and Correa get on. Altuve and Walker strike out. Caratini walks, and then Yiner comes up with the big 2-out hit. And DeGrom couldn't have been more pissed off. The Caratini looked like it could have been strike 3, but he got away with it. The ump called it a ball, and then Yiner makes him pay with the 2-out, 2-run single. That was huge. Getting to DeGrom in the first, making him throw 35 pitches. After the inning, he goes in the dugout. He throws his glove, pissed off. They come back, tie the game, but then Altuve and then Pena homer, and this thing is over. The Astros take care of it and win the Silver Boot. I don't know that there's a bigger award in sports. I mean, you can have your Super Bowls, you can have your World Series rings and all of this, but the Silver Boot, to me, is where you live and die. You live and die with the Silver Boot.
Pretty big to win the boot.
No,
the boot is staying home. We have it right.
I don't know if we won it last year.
See, it's
no
a
one
mystery.
knows. It's impossible.
A lot of people didn't know what the deal was on that one, so we're just going to hope that we have it here and we just keep it here.
Yeah.
Because the transportation is expensive. I don't want Jim to have to pay for that. Because you got to armed guards have to pay for armed security it's a lot like when the U.S. had all that enriched uranium that we got bought from the Russians. I just finished the Cold War documentary. Truth About the Turning Point. So that's fresh on my mind after 9 episodes at an hour apiece. Good Lord, but it was really good. But they had to sneak it out in the cover of night so the bad guys didn't get it. That's kind of what I think of with Silver Boot. I don't need the Angels or A's trying to send chaos agents to come steal our Golden Boot or Silver Boot.
Yeah. So much better to watch 9 hours than just to read a book. That's terrible.
Yeah, can you imagine how long that would have taken?
Oh my God.
Books
blow.
Yeah, books are the worst.
Yeah,
down with books.
Kids, just watch. You're on your way to school. Just watch documentaries.
Don't worry, my
movies.
daughter,
you learn a lot from movies.
You can learn, and you can see it too. You want a visual history.
Yeah.
My daughter, I went to her open house, and one of the teachers in English, they're about to read a book, and he said, well, it's on Canvas, which is an online thing, and we've got an audio book in there, so if some kids learn better through auditory learning is easier for them. And I was like, man, they make it so easy for kids now. I would have listened to books Had I had that, I would have listened instead of read books. You think an ADD person, it's easy for us to read books? I have to go back and reread pages because I'm like, wait, what happened? What just happened? I was thinking about John Jefferson. I was thinking about Earl Campbell running over somebody.
Yeah.
I couldn't concentrate.
No, that happened all the time. Yeah, where I go, I don't know even who this person is in this book. Where did they mention him?
What? Now, what? I still do that with actual shows. I got to go back and watch new episodes. Like, wait, what happened here?
Yeah.
How about this? I'm looking up these numbers. Holy crap. How about this? 26, 29. The combination, the law firm of King, Bluebow, and Murray, over the last Astros, I've got a site that gives you the last 20 games. Obviously, Murray hasn't pitched in 20 games, but the law firm of King, Bluebow, and Murray over the last 20 games that the Astros have played have pitched 29 innings, given up 13 hits, 5 walks, and 29 strikeouts.
Wow.
No earned runs. Zero. Boop, 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 boop.
Nothing.
0 earned runs during that time.
How? Is that the greatest? Are they the greatest combination?
This might be the best.
Is that
Maddox, three-headed dragon that we needed.
Tom Glavine.
Tom Galvin, yep.
Yeah, well, I had a buddy in college named Timmy Glavine.
And if we had Nick Hernandez and J.P. France,
it
only gets better.
Oh, my God.
It turns into 31 innings.
That's what I said about Brian King. You weren't listening to me. Brian King went through a lull, and Brian King is a guy now that you can count on.
He's pitched better. He's got 4 holds in this time frame.
Yeah.
He's pitched much better. Also, Logan Vanway. Do you remember Logan Vanway?
Yeah, but he's no longer with us.
Yeah, no, but he had an inning and no hits. Look at all these zeros. J.P. France, Nick Hernandez, Brian King, A.J. Blueball, Jaden Murray, and Logan Vanway. There's one guy in there who you had ever heard of before the season started, right. J.P. France.
Well, Logan Vanway was on the team before.
Was he?
Yeah, he was on last year. Yeah.
I don't even remember Logan Vanway. I have to go back and read that page of the book.
His name has a capital letter in the middle.
Yeah, well, that's different. Well, what's he doing?
Well, he's one of them Nordic countries or something like that.
Out.
You know, where just a lot of white people are doing stuff with their name.
Look at the bottom of this list. McCullers, Abreu.
Well, yeah, Abreu. Where's Abreu on that list?
771. No, I'm sorry, 8. He has an 8 ERA in the last 20 games. He's the worst. 9 innings, 16 hits, 8 runs, 6 walks, 14 strikeouts.
That's our closer, bro.
Yeah, I know. Caleb Ort, 4 2/3, 4 hits, 4 runs. Lance McCullers, 4 innings, 6 hits, 5 runs. Okert, 8 innings, 9 hits, 5 runs. Colton Gordon, 11 1/3, 10 hits, 7 runs.
Okert seems like he's been
better.
And
Framber, 23 innings, 22 hits, and 14 earned runs.
That's not good.
Awful.
Not good, bro. Nope. Well, that's the last 20 games. What about the last 3 games?
Last 3
all we do is kick ass.
Well, because the Astros are only 11-9 in their last 20, but the 3-game series, Astros win the 3-game series against the Rangers, and the Rangers are crippled now. Their fans can just go ahead and turn their attention to the illustrious Dallas Cowboys.
Well, I mean, if you got to do that, why would you do that?
1-1.
Yeah,
but that one win was an incredible win against the Giants, where they needed a 64-yard field goal to send it to overtime.
So the Astros are back to 15 games over 500. Their high water mark was 20 on the season. And so they're only, and they're back in first place by a half a game, despite the fact, I mean, listen, Cleveland is going to cool off. It's Seattle. I love that Seattle burst their bubble and won 10 straight games before anything matters. They're not going to, win. Oh, Seattle went on a 20-win jag. No, they're not going to do that. They lost last night, probably lose tonight. The Astros get them now down. They I don't want to say shot their wad, but they, they definitely
it's a boxing term that for whatever reason made it into mainstream.
Right. They and here we go. So you got a day off now. You got Hunter Brown.
Yep.
Framber, who's been awesome lately. You just heard it. 14 earned runs in his last 20 games. That's great. And our hero,
Yep.
Jason Alexander.
Yep.
That's what you got. And you couldn't set up better. It could
All
not
night
set
games,
up better.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and the Sunday is an ESPN game on television. So just so you know, it starts at 6 o'clock. So you can watch your Texans light up the scoreboard offensively, and then on Sunday afternoon, and then watch the –
Let's light up the scoreboard,
Well,
to you.
17, 20.
So a couple touchdowns.
Well, two touchdowns is a
maybe
nice day.
Touchdown and 4 field goals.
So you
Maybe
don't need-
19.
Okay.
Well, they scored 19.
After watching all 22 yesterday, and I watched with some of the listeners, I came away realizing the cornerbacks were just too fast and too athletic for the Texans, and then they wwere outcoached. We can talk about it on the other side. But
let's do that on the other side. There's a lot of stats.
Yeah.
There's that come out with. There's all kinds of stats that they've come out with that we will break down and decipher when we come back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But how about them Astros? And how about Chastang Ford? How about Chastang Ford just doing it for the people right now? Listen, if you're looking for the best way to get into that vehicle, you got it at Chastang Ford. Chastang Ford, not only are they giving you an unbelievable deal, but they are teaming up with the Houston Food Bank for a local food drive happening right now through the 25th of September. They're collecting non-perishable items right at the dealership, 610 Loop East at Homestead, not Hempstead. They want to give back to the community. So if you're in the neighborhood, you drive by there, bring some food over there for the Houston Food Bank. Even if you're not buying a vehicle, that's okay. You want to peruse, you can do that as well. Peruse is a great word when you're looking for a vehicle. Listen, Chastang Ford is going to do it right. They got 0.9% APR financing on select 2025 F-150 XLT models, or you can lease it for $388 a month. Obviously, you've got to have approved credit. Terms and conditions apply. See dealer for full details. But Chastang Ford is the best place to buy your vehicle for a couple of reasons. No dealer add-ons, no hidden fees. It's how truck buying should be. The #1 Google-rated Ford dealer in Houston. Why? Because they do it right every single time. You're going to get, there's transparent, you're going to get exactly honest, straightforward deal when you buy your truck or your SUV from Chastang Ford. I love them. I buy all my vehicles there. I hope you do too. ChastangFord.com at 610 in Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown. Chastang Ford.
Hey, where are you going to have your Christmas party? Do you know where you're going to have that holiday party? You know where you're going to have that wedding reception? Maybe you got a wedding reception. You're saying, man, we got to find a place. We still don't have a place. I want to recommend St. Arnold, and I recommended after we had our listener party there. They've got 2 different private rooms. One is the beer hall, which can host up to 300 people, so it's going to be, for larger events. But the other one, the Investors Pub, you can go like 20 up to 100, and it still feels cozy. It still feels the way that you are going to want it to. They have, they do have audio and video equipment, audio visual equipment. So you'll have a microphone when you need that. You will have, if you need, you can have a setup where you can play your PowerPoint for your business meeting. If that's what you want to have it, you want to have it there with some delicious beer and cider and great food. Or, you could also, a lot of people will use that for rehearsal dinners or wedding receptions to play some fun stuff in the background as well, some old pictures, things like that. So they've got you covered. They take all the heavy lifting out of your hands, allow you to have fun. So when it comes to your private event, your private party, have it at St. Arnold. Just go to starnold.com, click private event, and they've got you covered on drinks, they got you covered on food, and they got you covered on fun. starnold.com, click private events to set up your event today.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I've never seen this amount of information coming out after just a couple of weeks. So there's all kinds of stuff. CJ is a middle-of-the-pack quarterback right now, according to a lot of statistics that are coming out. Mm-hmm. Tight window accuracy, time to throw, and depth of target. He is actually not a middle of the pack. He's below average on.
What's his average depth of target?
Average depth of time to throw, he is above average, actually, which is a little bit surprising. Below average on average depth of target. Mm-hmm. He's at 6. He's at about 6+ yards. He's right around where Jaden Daniels is, Cam Ward is, Joe Burrow. He's in that neighborhood. Mm-hmm. Guys that are doing really well. With time, Jordan Love is doing fantastic. Average depth of target is way up there. Guys who are doing actually pretty well. Average depth of target, Jake Browning with no time to throw. He's doing. He's actually doing pretty damn well. Dak Prescott, Russell Wilson is actually doing pretty well. There's also play calling statistics. The offense and defense right now ranked 21st combined play calling. Yeah, play calling by 21st. Nick Caley struggling a little bit. Mm-hmm.
You know what he did a lot of in this last game, John? He used a lot of reduced formations where he had wide receivers tight to the line. I couldn't believe when I rewatched it how many times the Texans had 10 men and sometimes 11 men in my screen on the end zone angle of the play. And what they're doing is bringing everybody in for Tampa. And a lot of times why you do that, you just think, well, why are you doing that? Well, the thought for some is if you're able to block it and pop it, you can hit big plays. You can hit big run plays. But I just thought the way Tampa's linebackers were flying downhill, I don't think it was very smart. I think Nick Caley, if he had it to do all over again, would not do it. Then when I turn around and watch the Texans and their alignment, their defensive ends are very wide. Their defensive tackles are spread out. It's not – their alignment is super wide, and then they have 2 linebackers who got caught by blocks way too much. Like, it was night and day. And so my thought with Nick, bringing it back to Nick Caley for a second is, number one, I think D'Amico needs to consider tightening his splits up defensively a little bit because it was just the holes were just it was too easy for Tampa to block. It was way too easy. But for Nick Caley, he tried to create. He clearly had a game plan in mind, and I don't think it was the right game plan. I think Christian Kirk, who is back at practice, could end up making a big difference this week. But I think this idea about, hey, we're going to get our big bodies over here on the line of scrimmage, our wide receivers, and see if we can pop something by getting our big wide receivers to make some blocks on their little corners. It didn't work, man. It just didn't work, and it was too much trouble for the offensive line. Actually, they hung in there as a run blocking unit, but the linebackers and the safeties, as add-on safeties and linebackers, they were blowing everything up. So Nick's going to have to look at what has worked and what hasn't worked, and he's got to get to something new. This week he's got to get to something new.
Well, play caller ratings compared to easy button usage. Easy buttons include RPOs, play action, and screens.
Oh, Nick is going to be at the bottom.
It's the worst. Engstrand from the Jets is the worst.
I haven't seen him. Okay, screens. They ran 2 screens in the last game. One was big, successful. The other one failed miserably because there was just an extra defender there that was
by comparison, the best in the league is Shane Steichen, Sean Payton, Liam Cohen, LaFleur, McVay.
All the top names.
Reed.
Where are the RPOs? I haven't seen one RPO this year.
No, and play action is like non-existent. Caley at 10, he's a negative. He's in the lower left quadrant. And he's by himself in pretty much, other than the Jets, Engstrand. And listen, Kubiak's not, Canales is not, McDaniel. They're all down here, not doing a good job, not being creative, not calling plays that are going to be able to pick up big chunks. None of that. Yeah. None of that. No. Trying to fool the deep. No play action. No RPO, trying to get, something that the defense won't be able to read, screens, none of that.
Yeah, it hasn't been very creative, and I always cringe a little bit when I hear people talk about play calling because sometimes it's just a default. When you don't like what's happening, you just say it's the play calling. But to me, play calling is about philosophy. It's how much do you have the other team guessing about what's going to happen. Are they playing forward because they don't fear you? Those corners were sitting on all the routes underneath. Like it got, Tampa didn't play as much too high safety as I thought they were going to. They really didn't. You could have taken, it might have been worth it I hate to just say throw it up, but and look, they knew where Nico was at all times on there. It might have been worth it to give Jaden Higgins a shot to just say, look, just go vertical, and we're going to have you one-on-one, and we're going to give you a chance to win the ball up in the air over these smaller corners. Mm-hmm. It might have been worth that, but, we haven't seen it. So I don't know.
So this is, who is it? One guy's analytics worst, and you know what? It kind of makes some sense. Worst play calling, best play calling in the league, Todd Monken. Kevin Patullo from the Eagles, Shane Steichen, Zach Taylor, Greg Roman, Joe Brady, Andy Reid, Liam Cohen, the usual suspects. Mm-hmm. Well, and they got pretty good quarterbacks. This, Tanner Engstrand from the Jets is considered the worst. Dave Canales from the Panthers, Mike McDaniel doing a really poor job. Clint, I wonder though how much of this is you got a really bad quarterback and maybe limited. Clint Kubiak, Kellen Moore. You got Spencer Rattler. What are you going to do? Kevin O'Connell with the Vikings, Ben Johnson, and then Nick Caley. Those are the worst in the league. So Nick Caley, like 8th from the bottom. So and maybe he has the best quarterback that's down on the bottom, which is a problem. That's a problem. Look at the other guys. Callahan. He's got rookie. Stefanski's got Joe Flacco. Arthur Smith has Aaron Rodgers. But, it's a lot to do with the quarterback and how limited you are, I guess. But Caley's not limited. He's got a quarterback. And yet the play calling, I think this is pretty obvious, though, right? I mean, this is what we've seen is very little creativity out of this offense.
Yeah, and look, I think that for any coach, any player, and any play caller, he's a rookie. There's just no way around it. He's not going to come in guns a-blazing. He's got to learn some different things. And I think after watching these all-22s, he's got a lot to learn, but it does take time. And this is a decision D'Amico made, so we just have to roll with it. They decided to go with a young guy who didn't have any experience as an NFL play caller, and now you're going to suffer some of the consequences of that. That's the reality. Now, it doesn't mean he can't become a good play caller in time. It doesn't mean he's not learning. It doesn't mean he's not going to make adjustments and change, but he doesn't know what he doesn't know. So it's impossible for him to, come out and just be someone who looks like a wily play caller. But make no mistake, they're 0-2. He better figure it out quick. Cleveland's got a good defense. They got a good defensive front, and this isn't going to be easy. And so Nick Caley's going to have to create. He's going to Jacksonville. They've got a good defensive front, and they're a team that will run, and they're not as fast at linebacker as they once were, but they are going to give you some looks. I think that's a well-coached team, Jacksonville, actually. I don't think this is a walk in the park at all against Jacksonville. You could end up 0-3 out of this, and Caley is going to have to figure out the best way. You know what? Best players play. Marks has got to be on the field. It's got to be just Marks and Chubb. That's it.
Yeah.
No more Dare. There's no reason for Dare. And Christian Kirk's got to be out there. Xavier Hutchinson, I like that he blocks in the run game. That's great. But you got to get you guys have to get open.
Yeah. And you might be saying, well, he's got a crap offensive line and blah, blah, blah. Well, as far as that goes, right now, according to these stats and the analytics of it, left tackle, the average allowed pressure in dropbacks, only 8.7% out of Ursery. For the most part, Ursery. 8.7%. Left guard is the worst. 26.1%.
Yeah, it wasn't good this last game.
No. 8.7 out of center, 17.4 out of right guard, another 26.1 out of right tackle, but that's about average-ish in the league with how bad, like Baker Mayfield, well, they lost a guard too, Mock. I mean, they lost their right tackle, left tackle, and a guard.
Guard for the year.
Although Mock finished the game against the Texans, their right tackle has given up 43% of pressure on dropbacks. That's awful. They also rate CJ, and CJ's actually been pretty good with just 8.7%. Okay. I guess maybe I don't know. I don't know what their analytics are on that, but it seems like sometimes CJ's holding the ball maybe too long, and even D'Amico has said that CJ's got to be better as well. It's not holding the ball too long and getting rid of it instead of taking sacks or letting the pressure get to him. So those are just some of the stats that are coming. I mean, it's unbelievable the amount of numbers now, the analytics on football. That used to be just baseball. Now football, you can see all of these numbers. The problem with it is who's grading these things, right? Mm-hmm. So, but your human eye can tell you, CJ, it's just he's been meh. He's just been meh, and so is this offense. All right, let's break. 713-780-3776. If you've got any thoughts on any of this, you're more than welcome to get in. 713-780-3776. Let's talk a little Underdog.
Yeah, let's talk about Underdog because Underdog says, look, what are your opinions on the game? Let's take those opinions. Let's put them into action. Let's make them actionable. Let's go download the Underdog app. Use promo code Lance. When you use promo code Lance, you're going to be able to get a $50 bonus credit when you spend your first $5. That's when you make your first deposit. Use promo code Lance. And then the Pick'em challenge, right? On the Pick'em, you are just picking who is going to go higher or lower than the statistics they have listed. And you got it for baseball. You got it for college football. You got it for WNBA. You've got it for NFL football. I mean, there's a lot to choose from. They do golf, UFC. If you're a sport, they've got it in there. But if you want to just really lock in on a couple games that you feel like you know what's going to go on, do that. Lock in on that. There's a really cool feature called Streaks where you start with 2 picks, and if you win those 2, then the next one's available to you. You want to win that one, and then from there you can cash out anytime you want, and you can start as low as $5 if you want. But the more you win, the higher your payout gets. So you may say, you know what, I'm gonna press again. It's like watching a game show from the '80s. I'm gonna higher. I'm gonna. Are you going to freeze it here? No, I'm going to keep going. Yeah. Win more money. That's the way you can do it. That's with Underdog Fantasy. Real money, real fun, frankly, and you can play along with the games that you're watching at Underdog Fantasy. Download the app today. It's Underdog Fantasy, and use promo code Lance.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Here's a little something that might make you feel good about yourself this Sunday. NFL teams that are 0-2 and are dogs in Week 3 have gone 37-17 against the spread.
Wow.
A 32%
Over what
return on
time
investment.
frame?
Pardon me?
Over what? From when to when?
It's since 2017.
Wow.
Here's the system matches this week. There are 9. The Dolphins, which, Dell, you said they play them tough up there, right?
Yeah, 3 out of the last 4 times they've played Buffalo up there. It's been a close game. So, but you're talking about against the spread, so that's time to make some money. But as far as a fan, what do they have the straight up numbers?
Well, I don't care about if the Dolphins win or lose.
I'm not talking about the Dolphins.
Oh, okay.
The Texans are in that situation too, right?
Right.
So who cares if they cover, if they lose, if you're a fan?
No, you make money on your team.
No, I'm asking, but the fan wants to go 1-2, not 0-3.
Well, listen, there's one team this century that went 0-3 and made the playoffs, and that's our Houston Texans.
Is Bill O'Brien the coach of the team?
Yeah.
The coach of this team, that's the only one I trust to dig them out of the hole.
Yeah, that's it. There's only one guy you can trust.
So while your numbers are great for the gamblers out there, what about underdogs who go on the road and win when they're 0-2?
No one cares about that.
Well, I do. I want the Texans to win.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, they're going to cover. I mean, this is what's the spread? 2.5. What's the Texan spread?
I don't have that in front of me.
I'm looking right now.
Dolphins. Okay, tonight. It's all the crappy teams. The Jets.
Well, they're 0-2.
Texans are 2. Yeah, 2-point dogs.
2-point dogs. Jets, Texans, Bears, Giants, Saints, Browns, Panthers, and Titans. You know, it's a little bit surprising because usually if you're 0-2, now there are some exceptions like the Bengals when they were 0-2, you know, they were thought to be a much better team. But if you're 0-2, you're probably a pretty crappy team.
Mm-hmm.
So yet they're covering 20 over 500, 37-17 against the spread.
Well, it's your last chance to really save your season. Desperation certainly probably
and
plays
I will
a part.
say this, like the Dolphins tonight, you know, they're a bunch of really good athletes out there. They're prideful. They're not going to go there and just lay down. Now they may not be very good, but they're not going to just go
not
and
this
lay
early
down.
in the season. They won't lay down.
No, I mean the Giants should have won last week. Could and should have won last week. The Saints have actually. The Browns have a great defense. The Browns' defense is playing great. And the Texans are better than this. So they're a dog at it. 2-0-2 teams going at it. I mean, that's great. That's just good football.
This is good football. This is what people want.
This is what people want. They're clamoring. I'm surprised this isn't the Sunday night game.
But the Jags have a win, don't they?
It's a clamor.
Oh, did they win?
Week 1, right?
Yeah, the Jags won.
They won week 1.
Yeah, they won the first week against Ragamuffin squad, the Panthers.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, they beat up the Panthers.
Yeah,
no one saw that game, so it was impossible to know since no one saw that.
No, I didn't really. Yeah,
I knew. I just told you. I knew.
No one really knew.
No, I knew.
You just guessed. You couldn't even remember who they beat.
I know they won. I know they weren't 0-2.
Well, no one
because
knows.
you don't pay the respect you should to
Duval.
Barbequeso. You heard that right, Barbequeso. You get it at Damaris Barbecue, and you'll thank me later.
I won't know unless he brings some up.
How
That's
about
when
that?
we'll know
Have
it's
you
a
had
fact.
that, though?
We'll
Have
know
you
it's
had
a
the
fact if he
Barbequeso?
brings some up here.
It's melted cheese with brisket in it, and they got those thick chips. You get that at Damaris Barbecue on 18th Street.
all theory to us until we see it in our
right.
in
In
front
theory,
of us.
he has
Yeah,
it.
in theory, it's good.
Well, in reality, it does, but you have to go there to get it.
Oh well.
So we gotta make sure we don't get away from the Astros too much. This was as good. This was as clutch. I mean, it looked like they were back to themselves, right? They'd been so crappy at home. They've been disappointing so much over the last couple of years at home in big series. Going back to Washington winning every game in the World Series in Minute Maid at the time. The last couple of years, I mean, the Rangers beating them in Minute Maid in the playoffs, losing 2 to Detroit. They have been so disappointing at home in big series that this was just this was maybe they flipped that switch. Maybe they flipped it over, and now they're back to being what we were used to over all those years, over this last decade. That was so good to see him jump out. So good to see how clutch they were. They only left 3 guys on base last night. 3 left on base. That was it. And with runners in scoring position, they were 2 for 5. And they had the big 2-out RBIs from Yiner in the first. That was huge. Just huge. So while the pitching is still very much suspect because of all the injuries, it looks like the bats are back.
Well, you
I don't
took
know.
the best bat out of the lineup for the rest of the year.
It's what we do.
But it's kind of what we do.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, Carlos should help. Jeremy Pena's having a great year, period. But Altuve, it's pretty much non-negotiable at this point. With Jordan out, Altuve must hit well, not get back to hitting 250 baseball. He's got to be a really good player. They just don't have enough. Like, it's just we can't fade all the injuries and Altuve playing poorly. It just can't happen. Boy, it was good to see him put good wood on that pitch yesterday and sting it for the home run.
Yep, especially against DeGrom. So there's an outside chance Paredes, Isak comes back.
Yeah, that would be nice. I mean, if he can, it's been a long, rusty sit for him.
I would imagine you're taking ground balls at second base, but I would imagine you got to DH him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, defensively, I mean, Carlos, you got Gold Glovers there. I mean, it's not. Yeah, I would think DH.
He was hitting second
or pinch runner.
He was hitting second. I don't think you take Carlos out of
Not
that
pinch
two-hole
runner.
right now.
No.
Pena-Carlos combination has been awesome. Altuve third. Maybe fourth. Christian Walker so up and down.
I know Altuve's hitting third. We were just talking about pushing him down the lineup, and he can't. Really? One game, and now Altuve should lock in?
Well, listen, Joe ain't doing that. Joe ain't putting him sixth. I mean, he hasn't batted lower than fourth all year.
Well, you got to ride or die with him. Look, if Jose Altuve doesn't hit well, you have no chance anyway. Yeah. So you might as well ride or die with him. He's your guy. He's the greatest Astro of all time.
Yeah.
So you might as well stick him in there. I don't, 3 is not considered as big a spot as 1 or 2 for the Astros anymore. It doesn't feel like from an analytics standpoint. But, I might. He's not hitting a lot, but if you're going to have him up there, I might rather have him in a 2 spot. But that's fine. Who cares?
No, Carlos
just
bad
get
too.
hits.
How about we're facing it's Hunter Brown against Woo.
Mm-hmm.
Woo on Friday night. Hunter Brown has a 2.27. Scooble 2.26. Crochet 2.63.
Yeah,
Hunter Brown.
Scooble got beat up the last start.
He's got 2 more starts. He could be the ERA leader. I think Scooble's probably the Cy Young Award winner, but
Woo is a really good pitcher.
Woo is good, but you know what? We're going to kick his ass. We just beat DeGrom, and he's over 3 now. Okay? So I ain't worried about, Hunter Brown. You're scared with Hunter Brown on the mound? Mm-hmm. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, I mean, people say dumb stuff.
People do say
Brian Woo versus the Astros. No, they don't have it yet. They don't have it. They got him against the Royals. We need to find him. Here, let me find him against Houston Astros. Against the Houston Astros, Brian Woo. Jose Altuve is 2 for 9 career.
Well, he's pitched twice against the Astros this year. He gave up 4 earned in a 11-3 defeat. The Astros got
Jordan
him
had a home
July
run against him.
20th, and then in a 2-1 loss for the Mariners against the Astros, he went 6, gave up 10 hits, but only gave up 2 runs. So they've gotten to him as far as putting good at bats. They didn't convert in the first start, and then they got to him pretty well in his second start against them this year.
So Yiner's 0 for 7. Dubon is 4 for 11. Jeremy Pena is 2 for 8 with 4 strikeouts. The rookie Cam Smith is 2 for 6. Christian Walker's hit him well, 4 for 8, at least, for the career, I guess. I mean, it's only been this year. 4 for 8 with a home run for Christian Walker. 2 RBIs, only 1 strikeout. And then Carlos Correa, 2 for 9. Victor Caratini, 2 for 5. So, I mean, it's not – you've got some guys that can hit a little bit.
Yeah. Now do Hunter Brown against the Mariners.
Well, Hunter versus the Mariners.
Hunter against everybody.
Hunter against the world. The Mariners have seen Hunter Brown plenty. Let me see. Bat pitch. Here we go. Mariners. So against the Mariners, Hunter Brown is he's got obviously more. There's more at bats against him. Cal Raleigh is 3 for 17.
He sucks.
No home runs and 6 strikeouts.
He's terrible.
Luke Raley is 0 for 11. Julio Rodriguez is 7 of 21, but no home runs. The guys, the best players against him are of the position. You know, he's actually had success. Victor Robles is 3 for 4, but against them in general, they've got a 647 OPS against him with a 226 batting average and a 299 on base percentage based on the guy Randy Rosarino. So here's what you need to know: Rosarino 1 of 13 with 5 strikeouts. Cal Raleigh 3 of 17 with 6 strikeouts. Against the big boppers, J.P. Crawford 3 of 17, 8 strikeouts. I mean.
They got no shot.
You know what? I'm a numbers guy.
Sure.
And the numbers tell me that the Mariners are in a lot of trouble.
Well,
Trouble.
His most recent start in an 11-3 win over Seattle, he only got through 4, gave up 3 runs in
They're
4
arresting
innings.
him.
Maybe. I'm just giving you what happened most recently. And then his first start against the Mariners back in April, it was what we know Hunter Brown to be. 6 runs, no runs given up, no earned runs. Struck out he only struck out 3. Somehow the Astros, after Hunter Brown goes 6 innings, gives up no runs, they lost 7-6.
Oh, that sounds like the Astros. Yeah. Okay. Listen, that's tomorrow night. Can't wait. Boom! Big series. The biggest series we've seen this year after the biggest series we just saw this year. That's awesome. The biggest and best powder coater is Houston Powder Coaters. It's not even arguable. 5-star Google reviews. You can go there. Now, you don't even have to walk out of your house. They will come, whatever it is that you need powder coater, Houston Powder Coaters will come, pick it all up, bring it to the facility, do all the prep work, do all the powder coating, let it set, let it dry, let it be ready, perfectly ready, bring it back to you, okay? And especially if you've got and we've seen this, if you've got a public pool, now is the time. Now is the time to make sure that Robin gets it. You had the summer, all the kids, they're going to be back in the spring. Get it done now, okay? If you're going to have a big Christmas party, Thanksgiving, Christmas, get it done now because you want to have it all done. Let the Houston Powder Coaters take their time and make sure that everything is done perfectly. There's a turnaround time. So make sure that you give them plenty of leeway. Of course, they can rush stuff too, but no, you don't want to do that. Do it now. Do it now when you can, and they got time, and you got time. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. They're the best. It's not even arguable. Free pickup and delivery. And Robin, you'll love dealing with Robin because she's awesome. HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. Just nonstop quarterback and offensive and play calling efficiency stats. Adjusted quarterback efficiency versus actual. Adjustments are for expected EPA on yards after catch, drops, interceptions, DPIs, fumbles. Best in the league, Lamar Jackson, Purdy, Goff, Love, Prescott, Herbert, Allen, the usual suspects. At the bottom, Tua is the worst in the league. Charlie Ward. Cam Ward, Aaron Rodgers, Smith, McCarthy, Stroud. At the bottom.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
Matches up. There's some anticipate. Look, something I saw with CJ on tape that really concerned me is there were some opportunities for him to sit down and deliver a ball and potentially take a hit, but deliver a ball in the middle of the field to an open player running to two or three different times, two for sure. I saw one was where he had a window throw to make and an anticipatory window between two linebackers in the middle of the field, which would have been a good first down throw. And he sensed some pressure in the middle, but it wasn't enough not to just sit down and throw the football. And his feet started to go pat, tap, 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 and he started to back up. That was a bad sign. There was another one where he just started to scramble the pocket and missed a wide-open Dare Ogunbowale, which would have been a huge play. It was a 3rd and long, like 3rd and 12, and it would have been a first down. And he just didn't see him because he just was looking at Nico Collins. Like, it's clear he is Nico crazy when it comes to – I know Nico's going to be one of the first reads a lot of times, but he's missing some things on the field, it seems like, because he is so dialed in on Nico Collins. I think it's going to be incumbent upon Nick Caley to find ways to, like, bunch sets, things where CJ can make an easy read on one player. Todd Bowles is not an easy defense to go up against. He's not. He's tricky. But Nick Caley's going to have to find some ways where he can allow CJ to make an easy read based on how a defense aligns or what the route combination may be. You go stress a cornerback or a safety and you just make one read and throw it. That's the great Joe Brady offense that worked for Joe Burrow, is he found ways to stress one player and you basically had to read one safety or one corner on combination high-low routes, things like that. He's going to have to do that. Nick Caley's got to find ways to make it easy for CJ to make a single read and deliver the ball. Because this wait until the third read stuff, CJ can do it, but it's inconsistent, and sometimes the protection isn't going to hold that long.
Yeah. We got a call.
Fix it. So do something, Nick. If that's going to be, you don't just say, well, just can't do that, I guess. No. You got to find a way.
Who's on the line, Del?
Chris.
Chris is on the line?
Yeah.
All right, let's get him in here. Hey, Chris.
Hey, what's up, guys? Love the show, Lance. I'm glad you flipped back to the Texans. I had a question. When you're breaking down the film and you're watching the offensive line, we watch it kind of just with our raw eyes on TV, and we see a stack is up. When you're breaking down the film, you said something just a second ago that said maybe there's not time for the third read. When does it become not a bad grade for the O-lineman, and how long do you, as an evaluator, expect them to hold the block for CJ? Is it second read, third read? Should he have time, or should the what's his name, Haley? Should he know, like, hey, we don't have time to get to the fourth read, so if that's who we're expecting to get to, it's just not going to happen because of the defense. So I guess my question is, how do you grade an O-lineman, and when do we know, like, okay, that wasn't on the right tackle? That's was fair. CJ that rolled out the pocket he should have been.
Yeah, that's a fair question. Like 2.5, 2.6 seconds is typically 2.5, 2.6 seconds. You can kind of see it. And some of the things that were counted as pressures, it wasn't really a dire pressure. When you look at it from behind and you can see the spacing, CJ just had to slide up and some of those, CJ wasn't sacked. He just slid and moved out of the pocket, and that's counted as a pressure. But there were times CJ could have actually stayed in the pocket and delivered the ball. He's just not doing it. There are times he's not doing it, and he's voiding the pocket or he's backing up.
Yeah.
But that's, I thought for the most part, look, 75. Lakin Tomlinson didn't have a great game. Ed Ingram played way better than I expected. So shout out to Ed Ingram on as a pass blocker and run blocker. I was hard on Ed Ingram before, based on his reputation out of Minnesota. All I can tell you is I thought he played well yesterday. I thought Ursery hung in there pretty well. Titus Howard. There was one play where Jarrett Patterson clearly got beat up by Greg Gaines, threw him to the ground and got a sack. But for the most part, other than your left guard, they played okay in pass protection. They really did. They weren't terrible. You just mentioned CJ has a certain amount of time to pass, which some of it is when he buys time, but that's all quarterbacks can buy time.
And listen, and it's not enough. We're not putting enough on the wide receivers either. No, you mentioned the lack of separation. Justin Watson is done now. He's on IR. Christian Kirk returns. We'll hear from CJ on the other side about Christian Kirk's return and how little he's using the young guys and the reason why. On the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, we got Josh Pate coming up. We're going to hear from John Schill about what's the trends this week in betting. Yeah. We'll look at the stuff that we were talking about, whether or not what the trends are, and whether or not to bet those.
And guess
we
what?
got all that coming up.
At 8:15, I'm going to give you a chance. 8:16, I'm going to give you a chance to win a $50 gift card to Tucker Race Around Us.
And still ahead, we're going to pick someone to play Beat the Warehouse Live Guy. Beat the Warehouse Live Guy today. We'll do that in a little bit too, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But right now we're talking about HR&P. HR&P is your business partner, okay? You need a business partner. You need somebody. Obviously, they're in business, right? They get paid for what they do. They get paid for their technology. I mean, just like every company is. Are you using AI, or are you using what manufacturer are you buying your product? Whatever it is, sure, absolutely. But what kind of service are you getting? What's the technology that you're getting? HR&P is at the top of the food chain in technology for payroll, and then their HR is flawless. Their tax, the way that they go about the tax season is unbelievable. Experts in the Affordable Care Act. You, my friends, are spending, I don't know how much you're spending or how poorly you're doing your payroll, but I do know, and it's not what you do. Use the expertise that they have at HR&P to bring you your payroll, bring you your HR, get your taxes done. You don't do this for a living. Let the people who do this do it for you and be your business partner. They want to see you succeed. And you're going to be better when you do it, all these things better, and not try to do it yourself because you don't know. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Christian Kirk is going to make a difference. Okay? Christian Kirk going back to, I mean, he probably was eyeing this game as where he wanted to get back, right? Christian Kirk is going to bring you, I hope, what we think, if he can stay healthy, is a guy in the slot that is going to be able to maybe, get open a little bit. That would be great. It'd be great if there were wide receivers that are running free. I think that would be fun. It's just me, but I think that would be fun.
It would be fun, yeah.
Yeah. Braxton Berrios as well. He's coming back. But so you got a couple of little guys, and CJ thinks Christian Kirk's return is going to be a big deal. Here he is explaining why the young guys, the Knowles and the Higgins, are not getting the ball nearly as much as you want them to.
He's done a good job of having a good attitude and, getting the plays that, that he gets and doing as best he can. And, him and Hig, they're still learning. Still got some things that we're figuring out together just as a whole. So I think, definitely right then again, see Kirk will help those guys, as he's in the room and, on game day they can see him and how he works and the type of route distribution he has. And not to say they're not doing their job, but just, like that veteran feeling that he'll bring to the room. But Jay No is doing a great job, and Higgins as well. So they're still growing and learning, and they'll be great players.
How about I just don't even look at CJ as like a veteran quarterback, right?
What do you mean?
Well, I just look at him as a young guy, still learning his way in the league. But he's been around now. And he says, "Oh, these young guys, they don't know what they're doing yet."
Oh, you mean him calling somebody else? Well, he big brothered after just, 17 starts in the league or 18 starts in the league. He big brothered Caleb Williams last year.
Yep.
Well, he's kind of a veteran. He said, "Hey, little guy, listen here, little bro. Things are going to get better for you. Don't listen to the haters. Everything's going to be good.
Don't take so many hits.
Don't take so many hits, man. It's going to be good."
I take it from one of the top 5 quarterbacks in the league. Because at that time, remember, he thought of himself. At that time,
we were like, is CJ top 5?
No,
yes.
Well, CJ had himself 3rd in the league.
Is he tier 1?
He had no Josh Allen in there.
I know. Well, but we were talking about it. Is CJ tier 1 or is he just outside of tier 1? More tier 2? Okay, but tier 2 is a really good tier.
Yeah.
He's definitely ahead of Jalen Hurts, right? Yeah. Okay. Well, just made sure we're all on the same page here.
Yeah. And I don't want to denigrate or bring – I mean, I think – and listen.
No, I'm just saying that the perception, CJ's got to get that back.
Oh, absolutely. Well, I think that's why he took the offseason off.
And, man, has that worked out for him.
Well, it's 2 games. He's going to now the good plays are going to start coming in.
Yeah, well, to your point about the perception, I don't think the perception has changed that much. There's an article on Yahoo. The Texans are failing C.J. Stroud, not the other way around. So the perception still remains that, hey, I know what he did as a rookie. He was great. We're still leaning into that.
Why do we, this is like all of society every time. It can only be this or it is this. Either CJ's failing the Texans or the Texans are failing CJ. It's stupid. It's just a stupid narrative. Both sides need to be better. You got to have CJ has to play better. He's got to sit down on throws and make some throws and not get rattled by, perceived interior pressure where it's not hot enough not to sit down and throw. If you have to take one in the face, then you take one, you take a shot. Sometimes you have to sit in and take a shot to deliver a pass. One of the things I look for in draft stuff is quarterbacks who are willing to take a hit to deliver a football, because that can be the difference between a 3rd down conversion that ends up being a touchdown or you're punting a ball. It's that simple. And that's not something CJ likes to do at all. That's something he can get better at. By the same token, it hasn't been good enough around CJ. I would argue the wide receiver play in general over the first 2 years was good enough. And then, some injuries. He had some injuries and things like that. The running game wasn't good year 1. Running game was good in year 2 with Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon was a one-man wrecking crew. The pass protection was terrible last year. The coaching needs to be better around him. So, yeah, it's actually both. It's actually both. But we got to, just this rush to make a narrative. Is it CJ's fault, or is it what can we do to protect CJ so people can't say it's his fault? Can we find some stats that prove our point? Can we data dredge? What can we do to show that it is CJ? Dude, he's got to be better, and the Texans have to be better. I don't know why it has to be this narrative creation all the time. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, it's just not good enough. We're watching it. It's not good enough, period.
Another thing that I don't know that we talk about enough is, Joe Mixon not being there.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm looking at stuff percentage, less than 4 yards on first down, less than 3 yards on other downs, and it does not result in a first down, versus explosive runs, 15-plus yards. Who do you think is the best in explosive runs?
In football?
In football. It's pretty easy.
It's pretty easy. Bijan?
Derrick Henry.
Oh, yeah. He didn't have a good – this is over what time frame?
This is the first 2 weeks.
Okay, because he didn't have a good game in game 2.
No.
At all.
No. So he's number one in explosive runs and number one in stuff percentage.
Oh, wow. That's rare.
Yeah.
That's rare.
He's up way top left of this graphic.
Chart, yeah.
Up top right.
All explosive in week 1, all stuff in week 2.
Top right, surprisingly, is Kenneth Walker.
Well, he didn't have it in week 1, and in week 2 he had some explosive runs in week 2. James Cook's about to get there, by the way, against Dell's Dolphins, because they can't stop a cold.
Well, he has very few explosive runs.
Well,
but
get ready.
He doesn't get stuffed though.
By the way, did you guys hear the big news? We're back to Bijan Robinson, by the way. So don't call him Bijan anymore.
Oh, really?
He said, "Yeah, it's Bijan. I'm going by Bijan."
He just said it was Bijan.
No, he came back and they had a big thing on Sunday night about it, where they played him saying his name multiple times. It's Bijan.
Okay. Bijan is up there. Alvin Kamara, Javonte Williams, Travis Etienne, Jonathan Taylor, Tyler Algier, Breece Hall. They're all in the good quadrant. Nick Chubb, he's got one explosive run, and his stuff percentage is way too high, 50%.
He's got one explosive run, and when the Bucs media got to Todd Bowles about it, when they asked him, "Hey, did you let that happen?" He goes, "Doesn't matter. We won the game." And then they asked him again, "Hey, man, I'm not going to tell you."
Well, there's two ways to look at that. One, we're not going to say that our defense sucked. Two, we just let him score. You know what? We just let him score. So I'm still not sure. I think it would be dumb because you stop the Texans and you kick a field goal. You only have to kick a field goal.
Yeah, well, that's true. But also, how much time do you have? You don't have
time?
Timeouts. And if they get a first down, you're
guess
cooked.
what, though?
They're kicking a field goal to beat you.
Guess what, though? You get to the 40-yard line and don't score a touchdown when you could have kicked a field goal to win the game, then how much do you regret that?
Right, but if the Texans get one first down, they eat all the clock and kick a field goal to win the game.
Right.
So I can see why you'd let it, but I've never seen anyone score from that far out where you let them score. I've never seen that, a 21-yard run.
Yeah,
that's
20,
I've never seen that. And when
25.
I watched it was 25. And when I watched it, the linebackers scrape hard into the hole. So it's like they weren't playing like a team that was trying to get blocked. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
See, it's Dell is just
that's how you trick them.
Running this tinfoil conspiracy.
Because if you're so obvious about it,
but you don't get fined for
Nick
it.
Chubb is like, "Oh,
why do you have to trick? Oh, you're saying trick them so the Texans
wait a minute. What's going on here? Let me fall down." And they asked the DB, you know the guy that made Dare famous because he got run over, Tyke Smith. Mm-hmm. They asked him about it. He goes, "Yeah, that was a good call for the front we were in." And then they pushed him again. He was like, "Nah, I'm not gonna talk about it." So the Bucs are not. Maybe you're right, John. They don't want to make it look like they gave up an explosive, but the Bucs aren't helping. They're helping my narrative.
The Bucs hadn't allowed one the entire game.
That's what I'm saying.
If you wanted a conspiracy theory of this.
Don't they look better if they say they gave up the touchdown?
No, because that looks kind of weak. Like, that's not what Todd Bowles would do. That's not his
He
personality.
wouldn't sell that.
And he also wouldn't tell you if he didn't either. See, Todd Bowles' personality is nothing is your business.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
So he's not going to tell you.
Oh,
one way
yeah,
or
well,
another.
they didn't score on us. We just let them. I mean, so I have no idea. I don't think you would in that situation. If I'm a coach, I ain't doing that.
I will say, it's the only time you had a run of 20-plus.
Yep.
For the entire game.
Yep. All right.
I think it's the only time you had a run of 15-plus, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, did CJ get 15?
On a scramble,
He might have got like 16 or something.
Yeah.
That
He
might
may
have been the
have,
case.
Yeah. Time to talk. But a design run, they don't. And that's a problem, bro. I mean, we talk about the offensive line, the wide receiver, CJ. How about a running game? Yeah,
until Joe Mixon gets back, you're only going to your offense is not going to run at full efficiency. Joe Mixon and Christian Kirk being back, it will be a different team. Kirk is back. How long can he stay healthy? We'll find out. But the other thing is, when can Joe Mixon come? When are we allowed to start asking questions about Joe Mixon?
In a couple weeks.
You don't
Are we
care
allowed-
about him.
Adele, I don't even know if I'm allowed to ask in 2
You
weeks.
don't care about him.
They said they put him in on that list where he can't come back for 4 weeks. So if he's not coming back to practice,
Do they have a time for when we're allowed to ask?
I think you should be allowed if that Monday after week 4, you can ask then. Is Joe going to practice this week?
Okay.
And y'all ain't even asking.
Do you
him.
actually care about him
Hey,
as a
I care-
person or only a
Well,
You don't care.
Well,
You
you,
don't care.
You do have to couch it with,
You're
hey,
just trying to get views.
Hold on.
We know that
well,
about you.
We've heard that. Hey, I know Joe loves football, and it's a big part of his life. Is he going to be able to return the football this week so he can be fulfilled in life? That's how you position it because
Yeah.
you care about how he
fulfilled
feels.
in life. I
'Cause you-
like that.
There you go. And then D'Amico can go, yes or no.
Yeah.
Fulfilled in life was not something they were expecting you to hit him with.
Well, don't hit me with I don't care about
Well,
Joe Mixon.
Right,
I do care.
I love Joe Mixon. I want him to be happy.
I hadn't really thought about him being fulfilled in life.
I know he
Well,
loves
D'Amico,
football. Is he going to be able to fill that void in his life by playing football?
He loves football. I want him to be happy. All right. I want you to be happy. I want you to win $25,000 in cash, and there's $25,000 out there in the big cash giveaway at GimmeTheVin.com. All right? GimmeTheVin.com is giving away $25,000 in cash every month. There are 2 ways to win. Get 250 chances to win with your mail-in entry or 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. It's already the best place to sell your car. Now it's even better. They want to buy your car, whether it's your daily driver, your pickup truck, SUV, minivan, supercar, or exotic. Woo, the exotics. He loves you. John Clay Wolf loves the exotics, and he is going to pay for it, okay? Say goodbye to dealing with dealerships and private sale tire kickers and get a true buy offer for your car. Put your car right on the money at GimmeTheVin.com, providing you with a hassle-free online option. You enter your VIN number or your license plate, and you're off and running. You'll get an offer on your car in minutes that is always well above the dealer quote, guaranteed to beat a CarMax offer, or they'll send you $100. You can go to one of their pickup locations, or they'll come to you. It's easy. It's fast. GiveMeTheVin.com, America's best car buyer, giving away $25,000 in cash every month. You don't even have to buy. All you have to do is go to GiveMeTheVin.com. All right, time to talk about East River 9. Love me some East River 9. We love going there. We do our live shows there. It's so much fun. We are big East River 9 people. It's 9 holes. It's night golf, day golf, whatever the case may be. It's par 3s. You just need to bring a couple of – it's so much fun. We see so many people that are beginners out there. You bring your girl. It's just an hour and a half. You know, there's a lot of people that can't take 4 hours to play golf. You get on out there and enjoy it. Enjoy the food. Enjoy the bar. Enjoy the games, the televisions. Enjoy the music on the weekends. Enjoy pickleball. Enjoy the driving range. I mean, it's just really, really cool. You can get a corporate membership there where you can have your employees go. They can bring clients, or you can have events there with your people. I mean, it's just a great place. We love it. You will love it too. You're looking for a place to go and play, or just watch games, or just meet people. It's all at East River 9, the number 9, East River, the number 9.com, eastriver9.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, John, let's get to some calls. We got a couple calls holding right now, 713-780-3776. Who's up first, Del?
Booger
Booger
or Reginald?
Let's get Booger.
Booger, what's going on, Booger?
He said I was second. Yeah, I was been listening to y'all talk about C.J. Stroud, and I think Lance alluded to it while I was on hold. It makes me think of No Country for Old Men. You know, it's never just the one thing. It's always, you know, a plethora of stuff. You know, it's the line. He's got shell shock from, you know, being behind a bad line for so long. Not his best running back in there. Offensive coordinator, you know, 2.5 years. It's never just the one thing. It's probably a ton of things. Playing good teams, you know.
It'd be nice if you're considered one of them. So it's not one. And look, the Texans have won some games last 2 years. Let's not rewrite history. They haven't been terrible this whole time. They're 0-2, and we're frustrated. And the offense doesn't look good. You got a new play caller. It's not ideal because your best running back, arguably your second-best player, is out. Second-best offensive player. By the way, I think – no, I'm not going to say it. That's not true. I'm trying to think if Will Anderson needs to have a bigger impact on games. Have you heard his name enough? Am I being too?
If we've done a lot of numbers talk, and he was second in pass rush win rate this week, and you know, and he handled Charlie Heck. And of course he got a sack, so a tackle for loss, so he made impactful plays, and of course we see him out there and how much he affects ball games. But I know what you're saying. Maybe add a sack, maybe force a fumble, but he's been impactful. You watch him play, and you know.
Yeah, it is. I'm just trying to, it's true. I don't know what I want, a strip sack. I don't know. I'm not sure what I'm looking for. I'll take anything.
I mean,
where's the takeaways?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, someone called in to my show yesterday and said, "Where Daniil Hunter? Daniil Hunter had, or maybe it was this show, and he had Daniil Hunter had 2 sacks, but people don't remember, I guess, because you wound up losing and they weren't impactful in the final drive."
Yeah, you know. I don't know. Daniil Hunter grades out great every game, and I'm at, where is he?
He had 2 sacks, John.
I know he had 2 sacks, but then but he's got 2 sacks. He's got 2 plays out of the 60-some plays. There's a lot more
plays, yeah.
And then you don't see him again.
Yeah, I think that's a fair question.
No, we're talking if those 2 sacks were projected over an entire season, he'd be setting records. We're talking 34 sacks.
Oh, here we go.
And you're going to criticize a man who could have...
baseball on pace guy.
Well, you did it yesterday.
Yeah, that's my business.
Okay, it's your business. That's
my
right.
mouth, my business.
He's in numbers.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Oh,
my mouth, my business?
My mouth, my business.
What is that mouth doing?
Don't worry about it. My mouth, my business.
Okay. Don't police your mouth?
My mouth, my choice about what I want to say.
I don't know if that's the case anymore.
Well... I'm saying what I'm saying. We'll just let the haters come for me if y'all want to. What are we even talking about? I forgot.
Oh, Daniil Hunter and his impact. Yeah.
You know, he's not an impactful run defender. So something I watch, like I talked about, is the Texans' defensive front is spread so wide the blocking schemes have easy angles to make blocks. It's easy to get on top of the defensive tackles at angles that you need to. Like they got to reduce that more. You cannot have the ends all the time because it was second down on 2nd and 7, 2nd and 8, 2nd and 10. Tampa just knew we're just going to run the ball. Their linebackers sit back and catch blocks because they're not getting downhill and blowing up the blocking scheme like Tampa's does. It's just true. Like Azeez Al-Shaair is he and Toto have very average instincts at best. But the thing is, you got to go attack blocking schemes so they don't have a chance to climb up to you and get you. And Tampa, they made it too easy for Tampa's offensive line. They made it way too easy. And some of that's on D'Amico. He's going to have to tighten up the splits between defensive tackles and ends because it is a massive space up front, and you've only got 2 linebackers in the box. You're facing light boxes the whole time. It's just there's some work for D'Amico on the defense to do too. You know, we talk about the offense a lot, but what they did against Bucky Irving and Rachaad White for at least one series where Rachaad White just ran roughshod over him, that was just no good, man. You only had 49 offensive plays because the Bucs were able to just keep you on the field because they ran the ball exceptionally well for most of the game. The defense did a better job in the second half, without question. And the pass rush was much better in the second half. But, John, this is a team that lived on takeaways, and we don't have takeaways now.
No. Derek Stingley said we were going to lead the league by like 15 or something.
Interceptions, right?
Not over yet.
Yeah.
Do they have
Not
an
over yet.
interception this year?
They don't.
Guys.
They recovered a fumble, the Azeez Al-Shaair play against the Rams.
Yeah.
Did they?
No,
Did
they
they?
didn't have
No
a
picks,
pick.
right?
They didn't have a pick.
Guys, give it time.
Oh, really?
Well, yeah.
Give it time.
Daniil
Let's
Hunter,
give-
2
let's-
sacks, recovered a fumble, or forced a fumble on Monday. No impact. You guys are haters.
Yep.
Who's next?
Reginald. Let's get Reginald in. He's having an impact.
Hey, John and Lance, how's it going, my friends? I've been rolling with you guys since day one of y'all coming on the radio.
Oh, appreciate
I
it,
remember
Reginald.
the day the lady broke down on the freeway and the listener helped her because he was listening to the same station. I still remember that. To
Yeah.
this day.
Awesome.
That's old 16
Hey,
days.
John, yes, Lance, I have a question about to ask you. First of all, I don't know if you guys were aware that one of your callers, Texas Tech Kev, passed away over the summer. If you haven't heard him on the radio.
Yeah, it was like 3 weeks ago. Really
Yep.
sad. He and his brother both passed away, who used
Red
to
Raider
both
Kevin?
listen and
Yeah.
call the show.
Yeah.
Red Raider Kevin, I grew up with him, high school, and played ball with
Oh,
him. But
sorry for
Lance,
your loss.
you
Sorry to
just
hear
made
that,
a
man.
very good point because that's why the Texans are missing so many tackles. And help me understand how a team is going to be able to have a running offense with a rotating offensive line as the Texans has had for so many years. And as we can remember, in 2023, they also started out on 2 and they made the playoffs. So my prediction this year was already 11-6. And my question is to you, Lance, is that what would your dad say? I kind of remember a lot of things you always say your dad said about the offensive line that's always rotating in and out players. The difference with me with the Texans is they just not getting that team chemistry like the Eagles. All the successful teams all have that chemistry on the O-line to protect. They know where to go. Like you just said, Lance, when the defense is coming down from such a wide stance, the receiver or the running back will always have the advantage. And the Texans just don't have that tight end that could help out as well. Now hang up and listen to you guys.
He would just tell you that this has been the 3rd year in a row so far. There's only been 2 games, but they obviously had to make a bunch of changes from game 1 to game 2 because Ed Ingram came back. But I'm wrong. Ed Ingram, it appears after 1 game that Ed Ingram gives him a better chance than Cam Robinson does. And when I say Cam, just being in the lineup and you move the pieces around, but you just get your 5 best on the field. For 1 game, Ed Ingram was better than Cam Robinson, without question. So this is what it's going to look like moving forward. But, Jake Andrews is out. So you have to go to a second string center. You got a brand new guard in here because he wasn't there the first game. Year 1 was a revolving door of offensive linemen due to injuries. Year 2 was because of ineffectiveness, some injuries and ineffectiveness. And so what my dad always talked about was especially for the run game, but also pass pro. It is about continuity, playing together, because you and the guy next to you, and Eric Winston told me this one time. I asked him about, why are you better when you're with Mike Bryzel, like, all the time? What makes you better? He goes, well, because when you see stuff in the meeting, you turn to him and you say, okay, if they show us this, I'm going to just go ahead and I'm just going to give a little tap and I'm going to get up to the linebacker as quick as I can. And so it's conversations that you're having in the meeting rooms, out on the practice field, because he's your teammate. Like the right tackle's teammate is the right guard. The center's teammates are the left guard and the right guard, based on double teams, things like that, pass protection. And so you have little teammates inside that one unit, and if you know what they're going to do, if you know how they respond, if you trust them, it makes it easier. And the Texans haven't had that. They also haven't had good enough players, but they haven't had that. And the only way you can get that is it just takes time. It takes time. Even if you're not the most talented unit, if you play well together and play smart together, it'll work. I showed Dell a play yesterday where 4 blockers, the center, the right guard, the right tackle, and the tight end, created a wall, and they moved the defensive line 3 yards off the spot. And Lakin Tomlinson blew his block. The left tackle made his block. Lakin blew his block, and the play went for -1 yards. It should have gone minimum 4 or 5 yard gain, and it just took one guy to screw up, and it went down. Substitution for continuity, and the only way you get there is playing a lot of games together. So hopefully this is the unit moving forward, and no one else gets hurt. I'll tell you, though, Jake Andrews was pretty good in game 1.
Jake Andrews is coming back.
Is he back this week?
Yep, he's back this week.
Good.
So is Kirk. So is Berrios. I think it's going to make a difference. Texans win. I predicted 37-7 the other night. 45-8 this week.
Whoa!
Yep.
What a blowout in Jayville?
Yep. Well, you always beat them in Jayville.
Well, that's true.
And
remember that
the
huge
return,
game CJ had? Oh, no. That was in Pittsburgh.
And Azeez Al-Shaair returned to the scene of the crime. We'll hear from him on that. The other side.
I didn't think about the forearm shiver.
No. We got a full board of people who want to talk Texans.
Man, we got a full board. We'll do that.
Dan.
We'll do that instead. We'll hear from Azeez later.
Yeah.
Right now, we got Walmart.
Yeah, Walmart is a chance for you to go get your groceries at the same price you're expecting to buy them at. And a lot of other places out there, a lot of grocery stores, pretty much all of them, your delivery price is going to be different than your price when you buy it in the store. And that's just kind of normal. They do that for pizza. They do it for, you see a lot of companies do that. Grocery stores do it as well. Walmart doesn't. Walmart says, you know what? We're going to give you the same prices you could get in store on your delivery. They also have a huge selection. They're selling, I bought a mattress from Walmart previously online, but they've got groceries too. So they got 500 million items that you can buy online, pretty much everything. And so I don't care if you're getting groceries for the week, if you're getting food for a big tailgate or a party that you're throwing, or you just need to get some items delivered to you that aren't even groceries, you can do that as fast as an hour with that delivery. Fees and terms apply. Use that express delivery and get all the eligible items you need from Walmart, from groceries to home goods to prescriptions, all subject to availability. Learn more at walmart.com.
The football weekend is here, and it's time for Coors Lights. I mean, sure, last night was baseball. It was time for Coors Lights. Look, I don't know that there's a bad time for Coors Lights. I really don't think like that. And I just want you to know, but it's more than that. It's more than just, imbibing and taking, having cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. It's you being a good person. You're a good person if you have Coors Lights waiting for your friends. Like, I know, I'm pretty sure if I go to Dell's house, he's a bad person. He won't have Coors Lights waiting for me, okay? That's a bad person. You want to be a good person? Have Coors Lights waiting for your friends when they come over. 6-pack, 12-pack, a couple cases. You know what? Be ready. Be ready. Be a great friend. Not a good friend, a great friend, and have cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing waiting for your friends. Don't be a bad person. Be a great person. And have Coors Lights on hand whenever someone comes over, or if you just want one while you're watching whatever game it is. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Climb on, brother.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, we're way behind. We got Josh Pate, top of the hour, to talk college football. So we're going to run through calls. We're not going to be able to elaborate nearly as much. We got a full board. Let's get to it. Elliot is first up here. What up, Elliot?
Hey, good morning, guys. Good to hear you. I wanted to get y'all's feedback on what you thought of Baker's performance on Monday. You probably already touched on it, but that was the first time I've actually watched him like a full game in a long time, and that looks like a completely different player from Cleveland to the guy in Tampa. I mean, he looked tough in the pocket, making throws, bouncing around, and kind of carved up on certain drives. And I'm just curious, like, how do you improve like that significantly? Is it just as simple as, hey, he left Cleveland and went to Tampa? Is it coaching? Is it development? I'd like to hear y'all's thoughts on that.
Well, he did a nice job when he went to the Rams, too. I think getting out of Cleveland was a big help.
He did some of that in Cleveland also.
Yeah.
He did some of that when
he's
he
a
first
different
started.
guy now. He's a different guy.
He's played longer, and he has gotten better because he's played in the league. And, improvement is a pretty normal element for most quarterbacks. The more you play, the better you're going to get for the most part, unless you're just not a good player. And Baker's a good player.
He absolutely was. He won a Heisman, so
we
good.
didn't. Well, Tebow did too. He wasn't a good player. But
no, right. I mean, so it's not. I don't think it's average that you're just become a good player. I think you got to be in the right spot. He's got great receivers. I mean, his offensive line was all banged up, and yet he was still able to drive down the field and win the game. Mm-hmm. He's turned into a listen. Since 2023, Baker Mayfield, it's been almost as good as anybody in the league. He's been a top 5 quarterback.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he's good. No,
I don't know
Baker
what to
is
tell
a
you.
really good quarterback.
Baker's a gamer who is finally finding himself. This is the player that Cleveland thought they were getting, and that's who he is right now.
And maybe part of it is his face,
Sam
too.
Darnold is a better player also, by the way. Sam Darnold was with the Jets and was terrible and all this stuff. Sam played longer football. He got better.
Well, not only that, but he got into places that were better for him than the Jets.
Right. And there's a long history of players who get better the longer in their league, and Baker's one of them.
Right. Or get into really good situations, which he did with Kevin O'Connell. So, I mean, that's a big part. Ask Brady. Brady said, okay, we rank quarterbacks 1 through 32. Let's rank offensive coordinators.
Hey, not so fast.
Yeah. All right, who's next, Del? Nick is next. Hey, Nick.
Hey, guys, what's going on? Hey, I got 2 things. Astros, what a great win last night. And the Mariners lost, so first place. Mariners coming to town. I think we need a pump-up session to go for tomorrow. Texans. Don't know if you guys saw it, but on the last play, it should have been the last play, the fourth down on the last drive, Daniil Hunter comes around the right side edge, gets held like crazy above the neck, and then Petrie's splits it on the left side. Toa has a free shot. Baker, all he does is one quick little tuck, and somehow Toa completely whiffs. That would have ended the game. Not sure if you guys talked about that, but I want to hear your thoughts.
Well, and Aziz Al-Shaair said, we got to play under control. And I think he was asked about that play. And Toa was out of control. That's how Jalen Petrie usually blitzes, like out of control. He has missed so many tackles behind the line of scrimmage because he's out of control. Toa was out of control, trying to get up and make a sack to finish the game, as opposed to just breaking down and make sure you make the tackle.
All you are is you're the safety at that point. You're just trying to keep anything from leaking out because it's fourth down. That's all it is.
That's it.
And it's like, what a devastating play. That's a win if he doesn't do that.
Yep. All right, who's next, Al?
Booger. Did we get the Booger?
Yeah, we already got
We already had Booger on.
We already got Booger. So what I'm going to do now is really quickly, the next segment, $50 gift card for the fourth caller. You don't win the gift card. You don't get the gift card. You have to win. So you pick the Thursday night game, Buffalo versus Miami. I'm going to give you the point spread and the over-under. If you hit it right, you get a $50 gift card from Taquerias Arandas. If you lose, you get nothing.
Nothing.
But the guy last week won, so he got his $50 gift card. So
all right, that's
fourth
gonna be
caller.
That's going to be on the other side.
On
this side, we're talking about Air Team. We're talking about love this. Love. A family owned and operated business. I've got a few of them that I talk about. It's my favorite thing. Family owned and operated, in business for generations, and that's happening at Air Team. They've been around 30-plus years. They got employees that have been there. That tells you something. It really does. When employees stay with a company for 3 decades, that tells you something about the company. First of all, they love the people there. They want to stay there. They're successful. They feel and I'm telling you, this is about integrity too, but it's also, how knowledgeable are you if you've been doing this for 3 decades? You've seen everything. We talk about that with coordinators or rookies and how you got to see stuff. Well, they've seen everything at Air Team. And the young people that are working there go and ask the vets, hey, what about this? What about this? What about this? And guess what? And do the job right and do a great job. They've got financing available if you need a new air conditioner. It's 365 days a year, 7 days a week, 365, 24 hours a day. If you've got an emergency, Air Team will be there for you. But don't have an emergency. Get them to check out your system so that it doesn't break down. They come out for a low price, and they'll make sure that your stuff is running right. But you got any air conditioning needs, airteamltd.com, airteamltd.com.
All right, let's talk about green light offer. And the green light offer means green is go, right? Green means go. Well, that's what they're doing. They're giving you a go when it's time to sell your home. And you basically You sell it to them. They're going to give you a very fair offer, and you do nothing else. You don't have to get anything ready in the house. You don't have to redo the kitchen or redo the bathroom. Maybe you've got a rental house, and you're like, oh, my gosh, I don't want to have to. Selling this is going to be such a pain. I've still got renters in there. I want out of this, or I need money right now. Whatever the case may be. Greenlight offer says, look, we can close in as little as 3 days. We're going to give you cash. We're going to make that offer a fair offer for you, unlike the other guys out there. You can call and ask for Sean directly when I give you the phone number. He's the guy you hear on the commercials. But this is a 100% local office right here in the Galleria area, and they take all the hassle out of your hands. If you're looking to sell your home and sell your home fast, Greenlight is your option. It's hassle-free. They really specialize a lot of times in people who just inherited a home through a will, and they can help you sell that home because you're not looking to move into it or anything like that. They can turn it into money for you quickly. It's greenlightoffer.com or call 832-819-5000 and ask for Sean.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, time for winner chicken taquito.
A little
dinner.
Cajun.
No, that's Tejano.
What's wrong with you?
What is wrong with you?
It sounds like Cajun to me.
Calling Tejano Cajun.
Terrible.
You can't tell the difference between a Tejano and
listen,
Cajun?
if it's got an accordion, it's Cajun.
I could see you'd be full, but you didn't hear the guy going.
No, I didn't hear that. No.
Playing a washboard.
Well, and then I heard, Oye, mija, ¿cómo está?
That's not Cajun. So winner, chicken taquito dinner. It's a $50 gift card is on the line right now for Taquerias Arandas. You can use it at any one of the locations. It's a $50 gift card if Booger can get, and I decided to make an executive call. He called in previous, but I didn't want to prevent him from having a shot to win this contest. So he just happened to be the fourth caller. So Booger, we got to make it quick. Here is your point spread, and here is your over/under. If you want, you can make the pick, and it rests all on your shoulders. If you win $50 gift card. If you lose, you get nothing. Or you could pass along to me, and I'll make the pick, and you can try to fade me and hope I lose. Now, the Buffalo Bills are an 11.5-point favorite against the Miami Dolphins. The over/under is 50. Which way are we going, Booger?
Where are they playing?
In Buffalo.
Where are they playing? Oh, they're in Buffalo?
Yep.
I'll take the Bills, man.
All right.
Dolphins stink. And I got no players on my fantasy team. The Dolphins.
There we go.
Yep, the Bills.
Okay, so there's a play here. Something is in play here. The Bills are 0-8 against the spread as double-digit favorites of 11 or worse. 0-8.
Woo.
However, against the spread, Thursday Night Football double digits favorites with a total under 54 is 21-0.
Against the spread or straight up?
21-0 against the spread.
Here, we'll put Booger. You made your pick. We're gonna put you on hold. Get your information. Against the spread, 21-0.
If they're double-digit favorites and the under
On
over
Thursday
is
Night Football.
under 54.
How have we even had that many games where that hit that mark?
I don't know.
That's crazy, and that's against the spread. It's not straight up.
I guess there's a lot of crappy games on Thursday.
Well,
Night
there
Football.
has been historically. It's been a pretty terrible
But
game.
here's the deal: is I guess if you're a double-digit favorite and the total is under 50,
54,
54, it is saying that.
This.
Yeah, this isn't going to be a high-scoring game. One team is not going to score much.
Right.
Right?
That's the thought. Now, Booger is – Miami has the ability to score. Their defense is bad.
Jalen Waddle out, right, though?
No, questionable. They expect him to play.
They expect him to play?
Yeah.
A-Chain?
Good to go. They'll get their backup running back, Jalen Wright, full practice. He'll be back. The problem won't be the skill guys.
Do you still have the same offensive line and the same defense?
I was going to say – well, we're talking about
Tua still your quarterback?
Your tackles suck.
Well, Paul's been fine.
Paul's been okay, except for penalties.
He had, I think, a false start in the game. But they're on their, you would probably say their third right tackle in Larry Borum because other guys who didn't make it out of training camp healthy are unavailable, and the starter can't play. The starting guard can't play, so they're on like a third-string guard and a third-string tackle, all on the same side, right side. Fortunately for them, there's no Ed Oliver. He won't be playing. Neither will Matt Milano for the Bills.
Ooh.
Could be an over.
Could be an over.
Imagine the weather's fine.
Ooh,
So-
At this time of the year, it'll be fine.
Mhm. Well,
I
that's
got
the train.
Josh Allen going tonight. Keon Coleman.
We're going to eat. I got James Cook. We're going to eat tonight.
We're going to eat.
I've watched the Dolphins twice, and they are suckers on
They
defense.
suck.
Anthony Weaver's defense stinks. So, James Cook, eat. Eat, Cook, eat. Ray Edwards is going to eat. The backup running back's going to eat. Keon will probably
Jonathan
get his.
Taylor didn't eat in week 1, did he?
Yeah,
Running the football?
I think so. Didn't he?
I had him in my fantasy.
Oh, well, you would know better
And
than I would.
I
then.
don't remember him having a big day as far as what you might think he would have against a bad Dolphins defense.
Yeah, you're right. 18 for 71, no touchdowns.
Yeah.
That's not
I mean,
3.9.
yeah,
That's
he
not.
didn't
That's
eat.
nothing.
Like Ramondre had a pretty good day in week 2, but yeah, Jonathan Taylor didn't eat very much. So
No.
we'll see. We'll see.
Don't worry, I'm eating.
Well, we're going to be eating, but we can't mention that. We'll make fun of John at 9:30.
Oh, at 9:30, something great is happening in this building.
I don't even want to talk to you two.
Let's cage it.
Don't worry about it. Lance won't be talking, or if he does talk, it'll be with food
No,
in his
you'll
mouth.
be handling that segment.
You'll handle the John Chill
Yeah.
segment. Like
No, was John
it's
Chill at
9:30.
9:30?
He is at 9:30.
Oh, what a blessing for us. 8:54. We still got a little bit of time. Your Astros won yesterday. Anything else we want to get to on Astros? Have you thought about the fact that JP France is back? I know he's pitched one inning, but I'm kind of curious to see if they can get him cranked up. I mean, we don't have a lot of time now. There's not a lot of games left. You got 9 games left. That's not even enough for JP France to even be, in consideration. Is he in consideration for playoff roster? Number one, he won't be regardless, even if he's eligible.
You got a couple weeks left still, so
Even
you know.
well,
he'll
but there's
he'll have time to ramp it up. Listen, who is in there? Who's in that bullpen? You can't get rid of.
well,
right
how's
now?
he going to ramp it up in 9 games? I mean, he might get in 3. That's not that much time to ramp.
Yeah, he's got plenty of time to ramp. What are you talking about?
Enough after missing over 500 days of baseball. He didn't pitch for over 500 days.
Well, don't forget you can throw in the side.
And he's thrown
stuff.
1 inning.
Yeah,
that's not that much.
You always worry about guys.
Well,
JP
I don't
France
really
is
think he's not going to be a. He's not
a
going to be
great American.
He's not a playoff guy though.
Well, we know what Art calls him.
J6.
JP6.
JP6.
All
right, let's break. Josh Pate on the other side. Get a little college football for you next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John Daspit right now.
John Daspit, big college football fan, big Josh Pate fan. As a matter of fact, he wanted to sponsor him a couple years ago because he likes the intel. He listens to the show every day, watches sports. Is a two degrees from University of Texas, law degree from University of Houston. Has been involved with both of those schools' NIL programs. Is a big, went to high school here, was an athlete here locally, still friends with guys who played locally and played at University of Texas, basketball, football. He loves sports, but the thing he loves even more is beating the big guy. Loves representing the underdog, which is you, unfortunately, because when you're injured, if you try to handle it by yourself, let's just say you get in an accident on the roadway, you get banged up pretty good, have to go to the hospital or have to go to the doctor's office, get x-rays, MRIs, things like that. The thing is the insurance company is going to get to you as quickly as possible and try to cut you a check. And what they're trying to do is prevent you from talking to John Daspit, really, if you really want to know the truth. Because John Daspit understands your rights. He understands that not only do you should your hospital bills be all paid for, and that's probably what the insurance company is going to do. Your time missed from work has to be accounted for too. Your time missed, and they want to get to you as quickly as possible, get you a check in a week. In a week. You know why? Because if you're still hurt, and you're not getting money from your job and you can't pay your bills, oh, well, too bad, so sad. You already signed off and you got the check. Too bad. That's how they'll treat you, the insurance company. John Daspit is the guy who understands how they operate and how they move, and he's going to fight for you, passionately pursuing justice for the injured. That would be you. It's John Daspit. 713-CALL-NOW is the phone number, 713-CALL-NOW, or just go to the website if you are looking to start the conversation and have them review your case at daspitlaw.com.
All right, welcome back. Time for Josh Pate, one of our favorite segments of the week, the Josh Pate College Football Show on YouTube. Josh Pate on ESPN 975 is brought to you by Walmart. The Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? Josh Pate, welcome back to the show, man. We got another week of college football, a lot of big games. Saw your power rankings. Let's talk about that in a minute. But I want to know who you think, who has the best resume so far through 3 weeks. A&M went to Notre Dame and won. Georgia went to Tennessee and won. Florida State beat Alabama. LSU went to Clemson and won. Ohio State beat Texas. Ole Miss beat Arkansas and Kentucky. The U looks really good. They beat Notre Dame as well. OU beat Michigan. Vanderbilt over South Carolina. Georgia Tech. Who in your mind has the best resume so far?
Probably Miami. Now that you lay them all out, I'm glad you laid them out. I would never have remembered all that. I would think probably Miami. There's going to be this tendency. There's going to be this tendency to discount Miami because either you're going to say, well, yeah, Notre Dame lost another game. Well, okay, you're also discounting A&M if you say that, and then they're also going to say, yeah, but South Florida, that was kind of fool's gold. Okay, the only thing that's exposed to South Florida is playing Miami. They are the reason there's that gigantic blemish there. So I don't know. We're 3 weeks in. We're a quarter of the way in. I'd say Miami. I'm just interested with them, since we're talking about Miami, to watch them this weekend. This is a spot, Lance, you know from your gambling days, this would be like a massive do-down spot for them. It would be a huge desperation do-up spot for Florida, much less the fact they're coming off a -4 turnover game, too. So all of that stuff tends to rubber band back the other direction in college football more violently than the pros even. And so history, just generic college football history, tells me you could turn on that game Saturday night, and there's this dogfight, or maybe even Florida has the lead, and it doesn't really make sense to you type of result. I'm interested to see if Miami can turn that on its ear and just win a game 33-16 or something like that.
If they do that, I think we're talking about Miami as one of the top 3 teams in the nation for sure. And, I mean, Florida, you know, we're going to find out a lot about Florida in this game. You would think they're going to show up. I mean, this is a battle in the state. There's no way the players – that it doesn't matter to the players. There's enough players on that roster from Florida. It's absolutely going to matter. So it's not like, okay, well, to win, though, this is really interesting because it's a battle of 2 quarterbacks. And before the year, I thought Lagway is the guy who – I know he's not draft eligible. Lagway is the guy I'm keeping an eye on as the best quarterback in college football. He should get better. And Carson Beck is a reclamation project. He's got talent, but, you know, what's he going to do here? Carson Beck's been – very good. He had a couple of turnovers. He had a couple of interceptions last week. But Beck has been good. Lagway has been not good up to this point. And Florida can't beat Miami if Lagway doesn't play to his potential.
Look, you just mentioned something. I pause only so I can answer respectfully and responsibly. I went into the season, did a little exercise I don't normally do, because it's high risk, low reward, but I did it anyway in the name of content. I put out my preseason quarterback rankings for the SEC. Now, you remember a lot of folks were hyping up Arch Manning.
Yep.
I didn't hype him up, but even I expected that he'd play pretty good. I thought at his best, like he could be one of the top 3, top 4 kind of kids in the conference. That's not crazy to me, but I had Lagway number 1. This is in terms of expectation, not proven production at that point. Mm-hmm. I expected Lagway 1. I had Arch 2. I had Lenore Sellers number 3. We get to last week. Coming out of last week, I'm sitting in my studio on Tuesday afternoon. I say to my producer, we need to update that already. And so we start redoing our top 10. And we get to number 10. And that's the only spot we have left open. And I look at which names are still on the board. Lagway's still on the board. Arch is still on the board. Lenore Sellers is still on the board. And there wasn't even an immediate right answer as to which of those guys should take number 10. I think we eventually slotted Sellers because he won a 3-way coin flip or something like that. It's really been mind-blowing to me. I mean, you can talk all you want to about how guys were overrated, overhyped. You'd be hard-pressed to find anyone who didn't think DJ Lagway would at least be a top 10 quarterback in his league. I doubt you find that. Carson Beck, on the other hand, I remember talking to you guys before the season. I had been down at Miami, and everyone outside of Miami was circling quarterback as their big question. And Miami was just adamant, but kind of in a matter-of-fact sort of way, that quarterback was going to be fine for them. They had no question that they hit on Carson Beck. They had no question about his health. They had no question about his ability to pick up the system. They didn't care that he had missed spring because he's like a 19-year veteran. They were fine with that. Like, they were looking at some other things. And lo and behold, they knew their team. So far, so good. And I doubt we're going to learn things about Carson Beck. We already know who he is as a player. But I think the big revelation down there has been they were replacing their top 6 pass catchers, and early in the season, they looked better. Like, it looked like a net upgrade at that position. And the other thing this weekend that you got to start finding out is Florida's thrown the ball 57% of the time this year. I don't know why, because their tailback is averaging 6 yards per carry, but they just refuse to run the ball. So if they throw the ball again, I want to see Miami's secondary continue to get tested, because that's the one area so far so good, but they've faced very limited passing attacks. That's the thing I want to see. That's one of those boxes I'm waiting to check fully on Miami.
I'd be interested to hear your SEC quarterback ratings right now.
It's on its ear. So what did we do? Let me pull it up right here. So I put material number 1. That one wasn't all that difficult to me. The difficult part is where you put Kalen Green. There are a lot of people who think he's the best player in the conference right now, best quarterback in the conference. I put him 2. Joey Aguilar, to me, has done things no one should have been able to do this quick. You can take whoever you think is the best in the country, and you pluck him away from somewhere that he already had just transferred to, and it's after spring, and he's tearing it up. Prabula has looked much better in Eli's system than Drew Aller has looked at Penn State, and they're up there in their bye week, and the fan base's number one topic of conversation is, did we let the wrong quarterback walk away? I got Gunnar Stockton 5, Marcel's right there, Diego's right there. Ty Simpson, I want to see him do it on the road, but I think he warrants top 10 consideration. And then I put Nussmeier and Sellers in there, but they both have injuries that they're dealing with right now, so it's kind of a data is incomplete thing. But I can't put Arch top 10. I can't put Lagway. There's nowhere to put Lagway top 10. That dude had more picks thrown in one night last week than 121 teams have thrown all year.
Oh, my gosh. That's unbelievable. And Arch was truly atrocious, like to the point that he couldn't make a throw that was 12 feet away. He couldn't. You know, I've got to believe – here's the scary thing. They're saying it's not an injury. And everyone talks about, well, look at his release is so low. It's got to be a shoulder. I thought for sure they've got to be hiding something. He's got to be hurt. He cannot be this bad. But the fact is – Arch, because, you know, I know he doesn't throw with great anticipatory timing, and that's something that is a big thing if you want to be a quarterback on the next level. He doesn't throw with very good anticipation, and the accuracy, even in his game, the previous game, the touchdown throws, they were all way off target. Now, they were either off target or way off target, and they still became touchdowns. If you really get right to it, Josh, and John and I have done this previously, you look at the high school stuff, doesn't look like super. And my brother played high school football in Louisiana at John Curtis at a football factory, so I'm familiar with how football works there. Newman doesn't play the biggest opponents.
Oh my God!
At all. then he has his first spring game, and we're all watching with bated breath, like, let's see what Arch looks like, because it looked a little like not super impressive when we saw some of the highlights of who he was playing. Let's see the spring game. Terrible in the spring game at Texas. Then last year he got in, started a couple games when Quinn was hurt. Then Quinn was bad at Oklahoma when he came back, and Arch never got in that game, and then Quinn kind of turned it around in that Oklahoma game. Arch couldn't get in against Ohio State when Quinn was bad. And so we're like, well, we saw him against two lesser opponents last year as a starter. I'm trying to think of when we've been really impressed with Arch Manning. I'm trying to think of the entire trip, the entire journey from high school on, where we go, man, you see the flashes. Woo! You see it right there. Even if it's not consistent, you can see it. I don't know that there's ever been a sustained period where I could say, man, I can really see it with Arch Manning. And until I see it, I'm just going to think his name Manning is why we've done all this talking.
It's all been forward-facing. It's all been predictive. It's all been down the road, around the corner type stuff. You're looking at your investment account, and it's flat, but your guy keeps telling you it's coming, it's coming. Just wait, just trust me, it's coming. Well, that's kind of been the vibe with Arch. But I will say this now, and this starts to matter more and more to me as the games and weeks go on. Remember what his personal tone has been. Remember what his vibe has been. His vibe this whole time has been to deflect any of the praise, deflecting all of the hype, and not bought into a single bit of it. They've turned down some NIL stuff. Now, they've partially done that because they're already wealthy beyond 10 lifetimes worth of money, but I just keep reminding myself, the hype is 100% the fault of media, fans, whatnot. They didn't really participate in any of it, and the more and more we get into this, the more and more the possibility starts to present itself that maybe he didn't lean into it because he knows himself, and that coaching staff knows himself, but really the guy who looks at you in the mirror in the morning, that's who really knows you better than anyone. And I don't know if anyone listening or anyone in that studio or me, if you've ever gotten a ton of praise that you know you really don't deserve, it embarrasses you a little bit. And
Not John. John loves it.
That's what I knew. I knew it was coming. Not all of us can relate. But somebody somewhere is driving around Houston right now, and they've gotten some praise before they didn't deserve. It has this effect on you. Now, I wasn't thinking that at the time, but the more context we get through his play, the more I start looking back and saying, could that be a possibility?
Well, and, Dell made a good point, too, because Dell keeps up with the recruiting and stuff like that. Our producer, Dell, who's a big Miami fan, so he liked what you had to say earlier. Arch didn't participate in 7-on-7 stuff either. Like, there's never been a grand unveiling of Arch Manning until this year.
Yeah, he didn't do Elite 11. I think he was never on that stage. Again, this is just it's not things I ever thought of, because I did believe in my mind that even though I wasn't hyping him like apparently most of the world was, I did believe the floor was pretty high for him. And that was just kind of blind assumption. Certainly, like you're documenting there, we didn't have a whole lot to go on. And You could talk about the level of competition he played in high school. Lance, I'd be lying to you if I said I had watched a ton of his high school tape. I watched highlights. I mean, I watched clips where he could run around for 37 seconds and thought to myself, okay, yeah, that's nothing. But he's a Manning. Everyone's recruiting him. All these coaches can't be wrong, blah, 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 the usual talking points. So I'm surprised by it, man.
All right, let's move on to your poll. Are you just trolling people here? And how much do you get? How much response do you get on your power ratings, not rankings? You got Ohio State 1, Oregon 2. By the way, Oregon, Dante Moore, and this Sadiq tight end, holy crap. Yep. I watched him again. It was Northwestern, but I watched most of that game. And, man, oh, man, that dude is a man. Georgia 3, Alabama 4, who's lost. You got Florida State 19 when they beat Alabama. You got Penn State 5, the U 6. You got Notre Dame 7. How much are you just trolling people on this thing?
0. If I want to troll them, I'll do it tonight, because tonight's when I just released my own personal rankings. The biggest bits of pushback I got on that this week, and to make sure I answered your question, there's no trolling with that. The only trolling is self-trolling when people don't read the context. And at that point, it's out of my hands, John. At that point, it's on them if they want to put themselves through the torment. A lot of people have had their eyes open at Alabama number 4. How is that possible? How is Florida State at 19? Well, as I've told you guys many times, that's simply a product of neutral field favorability. So I'm not judging you on merit. You don't earn anything. It's not wins and losses. It's just who would be favored against who. I even went to the degree of hitting up FanDuel last week, and I asked them, because I have this kind of relationship with them where they'll give me the hypotheticals. I said, FSU, Bama, neutral field, if it happens again, what's the line? They said Bama minus 8.5. So that's not debatable. It's just fact that Bama would be ahead of them. But if anyone needs comparative evidence of that, if anyone really needs to know where Alabama stands in the marketplace, you know that Bama-Georgia line's already available for next week. They play in Athens, by the way. Georgia minus 3.5, which is essentially the home field value that Athens will have for that game. Mm-hmm. That's an odds maker telling you those are even teams. Now, you saw Bama get skull-drug in week 1. Mm-hmm. You just saw Georgia go up to Tennessee and get that win. And yet they're still sitting there. Not only are they telling you they view them as even teams, they're letting you bet on it if you disagree. So that opinion's in the marketplace already. And I got a lot of pushback on Notre Dame as well. I think I had them 7 or 8. I can deliver the information, and people can disagree with it, and you're free to bet on it. I'm just telling you there are not many teams that would be favored over Notre Dame right now. They've lost 2 tight games against 2 top 10 teams themselves. That's the way football works.
And I recognize the fact that you're making this is more power rating / gambling is because it's always, obviously an 0-2 Notre Dame team is not, for them to even be in the top 20, with I guess 21 in the AP poll, it really bothers a lot of people, and I totally get it. But also, I come from the world a little bit of thinking about, well, Vegas would be the best to create, the BCS college football playoff system because they get the best teams in there based on power ratings at the end of the year. Talking about Notre Dame for a second, Notre Dame, I like the Carr quarterback. He just does some really historically stupid stuff at times with the football. But he's a rookie. He's a freshman. But he's got some guts. He's got some moxie. I think it's going to benefit them later in the year. I would be extremely concerned, though, that secondary got gutted the way that they did by Texas A&M's wide receivers. That would really bother me. And they're good wide receivers, but they're supposed to have some talent in that secondary.
It's the thing I couldn't believe the most. The win or the loss, it's 2 good teams playing. Someone's got to lose. That didn't bother me. I'm with you. I looked at a lot of their stat comparisons last year to this year. And, are you really telling me Al Golden walking out the door mattered that much? Losing a few players mattered that much? I'll tell you this, if it did, then I was wrong about the status of their program. Like, I watched their offensive line last year, for example, and they kept having guys injured, and the standard remained the same. I think of Notre Dame football that way. You're going to have guys rotate in and out defensively. You're going to have coaches come and go defensively, but I just think there's a baseline standard that I expect them to play to, and I didn't see it last week. And you're right about that. That you want to get into a toxic environment. Go to a Notre Dame message board right now and look at what they're saying about Chris Ash, that defensive coordinator. that's a tough spot.
We got Josh Pate with us, brought to you by Walmart right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I mean, I'm a big LSU guy. How did you turn this defense? They're defensively, and by the way, Brian Kelly had to apologize for his rant on the one guy that asked him the question about offense. Their offense sucks but look at the way that they're playing defense, Josh, this year. That's going to win as opposed to the last couple of years. Holy crap, that's a good defensive unit.
Yeah, I have been calling Blake Baker an American hero. Every time I mention his name, I say American hero behind it because he basically righted a great wrong in this country, and that is LSU not being able to play defense. If LSU can't do anything, they should be able to play defense. The fact that they had Jaden Daniels and lost 3 games is mind-boggling. It's as mind-boggling as Miami losing with Cam Ward last year by not being able to play defense. And it's not like you're playing in Spokane, Washington, where your excuse is, well, we just can't get players to come up here. Players actively had to leave your backyard for you to look that bad because you're in Louisiana and Miami, respectively. So, yeah, it's been a really, really big turnaround. And also think about this. Now that the news has sort of come out that Nussmeier's been injured, maybe he gets right later in the year, and we look back at his first 3 weeks and we praise Blake Baker even more for buying them time because they went to Clemson and won with a hurt quarterback. They beat Florida last week with a hurt quarterback, and you can talk about 5 turnovers or whatnot all you want to. Well, they had to force them. I didn't see Florida turn it over 5 times and probably won't against anyone else. So they had something to say about that. I think it's one of the big stories in college football right now, and if they do anything of note, SEC, postseason, college football playoff, the name Blake Baker will be a lot more prominent than it is right now.
Absolutely. All right. That Georgia-Tennessee game was unbelievable. So good. Where's the best game this week? Where are you going?
Well, I'm going to Michigan, Nebraska, and I've never been up there, and I'm looking forward to that one this weekend. That one is the opportunity, and they've had several of them, but this is the opportunity for Matt Rule and for Nebraska to kind of announce their arrival. I was one of the brave and the few that thought they may be a fringe playoff team because their schedule's manageable if they could get one of these games. And I think this weekend's the game that they get. And I'm going to go up there, and either I will experience jubilation or utter, complete heartbreak, devastation. Either way, it's entertaining to me. You know that's what I'm in it for. I just want to be entertained. I'm very much a me-first guy when I go on these trips.
Tell Dana that you're on this show with us, and he'll go, oh, what are you doing on that show? I guarantee you.
Look, you think I don't already get that day to day? You're crazy. I get that every single day.
Well, we're not going to. We unfortunately we don't have time. We got to let you get off the show here, but there is a new transfer portal window a transfer portal window that was eliminated. Next week we'll talk about that a little bit because I think that's good for college football and for the programs. But we'll see. We'll get your thoughts next week, or I'm assuming we can hear it in your show coming up.
Yeah, I'm ecstatic about it. Those are my thoughts. I have balloons outside my door. People think it's my birthday. No, it's just the elimination of the second portal window.
So, Josh is a freak.
That is
Football
Josh Pate, brought to you by Walmart every week right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Find him on the Josh Pate College Football Show on YouTube. Josh, as always, man, we appreciate it. Thanks for joining us, and we'll talk to you again next week. Tell Dana we said hi.
I appreciate it, guys.
All right. And now let's talk a little more Walmart.
Let's talk about Walmart. They sponsor the Josh Pate Hour. And as you heard, Walmart.com is where you can go to get your groceries, really get anything. They got 500 million items online. And you can have your groceries, your prescriptions filled over there for less. You can get whatever items you need around household items. You can get it all delivered within an hour for the same price that you would if you went into the store and bought it. The prices of the items do not change. How about that? What an incredible opportunity for you. When these other grocery stores are charging you more on delivery, you can get all your groceries for that week or for a party you have coming up or for whatever the occasion is. Get it all and pay the same price as if you were to get in your car and drive out there and pick it up. That's what Walmart can do for you. It's the Walmart you knew is new. Who knew? For more information or to just start your first order, go to walmart.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Tell you what, at exactly 9:30, you're going to call in at 713-780-3776. And caller number 3 is going to play Beat the Limo Guy tomorrow at, what time does he play?
It's the home of double bangers.
9 o'clock.
9:30.
9:30.
9:30. Yeah, he's at 9:30.
So they call in to be the contestant for tomorrow.
Yeah,
right.
True enough.
And you got to be able to be here at 9:30 tomorrow. If you can't be here tomorrow morning at 9:30, don't call. And you got to beat the limo guy.
9:30 is a special time.
Special.
We're giving away a chance to play the game. The game is tomorrow, and food is coming in at 9:30 today.
Oh, I wish John were here.
I don't. I'm actually. The food's going to taste better because he's not here.
It does make food taste better when John's not here.
Yeah, it does make it taste a lot better.
Because if he had food and we weren't there, he'd be, look at this.
He's
and he'd be
done that.
rubbing it on his face.
Yeah. Rubbing a nipple
I
or
don't care
something.
about food. I don't care about food because
Yeah.
I went to the store last night, bought some 7-grain bread, and I'm gonna make some.
7-grain
yeah,
bread.
nice egg and a ham and egg sandwich.
Yeah, from your home stove.
Yeah,
Food
that's
doesn't
right.
taste
I'm the
as
best
good.
cook you
Hey,
get.
from your home stove.
Yep.
Oh, I'd give a rat's ass about Twitter.
As opposed to Twitter, your home stove.
Oh, stop.
Same sentiment.
I'll give a
Coming
rat's
from
ass
you.
about your home stove.
Ain't gonna have that restaurant taste.
Yeah, right,
you and your
right.
7-grain bread. Sounds like cardboard
Oh,
to
I'm
me.
sorry. Did you buy some cracklins while you were also
Yeah.
there in L.A.? See, we're getting cracklins from L.A. via Katie.
Yeah.
You're getting L.A.
You
as
mean
in Los
Louisiana.
Angeles. Yeah, Louisiana,
Cracklin.
L.A. cracklins. You're getting L.A. food, 7-grain. I'm surprised they haven't put 16 grains in there by now, and some chia seed or some not chia. What am I looking for? It is that.
Well, you eating 7 ancient grains like Raheel used to do? Is that what you're doing
Yes,
out there?
the ancient grains.
Ancient grains. These are all brand new.
I don't know.
Okay.
7-grain bread.
No, you got to be kidding.
I don't know. That don't sound like a good sweet roll to me.
7 grains.
That's right. Not 6, not 5, 7, bia. That's right. That's right. 7-grain bread.
7 grains.
And with the eggs and the ham.
Yeah,
What?
still coming from that home stove. It don't taste as good when it comes
tastes
from
good when you have to make
when
it
you have
yourself.
to make it yourself. I don't know
You
if they
ever
do
notice-
at the restaurant.
If my
the
wife
best.
makes me a sandwich, it tastes better than if I make it. And I know you're going to make a sandwich joke about women making sandwiches, John. But I know you got one queued up, so I'll let you get it off
Nah,
if
you
you
cut
want.
them off at the knees.
I know, but it just tastes when somebody else makes a sandwich. I'm like, it's better than when I make it.
Yeah.
It's the same stuff. I don't know why.
And
It's because I didn't have to do anything.
And it's much better when the restaurant makes it and brings it to us.
Yeah,
Hand
I like-
delivers it to us,
They
actually.
need
What
to pick up the
restaurant
pace,
is it?
though. We'll tell you whenever they get here.
Yeah,
Oh.
we'll mention them when they get here.
Oh, you don't want to. Oh.
Well, they better get here.
Yeah,
You
we're
gotta
not
get here.
We're not giving away mentions.
Yeah. Let's see when it pops off. We'll let you know. Hey, did you see what Orange Bloods put out there? They did a graphic of Arch Manning's first 3 games and Joe Burrow's first 3 games in 2018.
I saw that.
And how similar they were. And Joe went on to win the Heisman and the national championship. Well, A, he won it the next year. And B, Joe was his first year at LSU with the new playbook and a new offense and all that stuff. Arch has been at Texas for 3 years. Are you sure you want to do this? Joe, knowing what you know about Joe Burrow, the first pick of the draft, Heisman Award winner, one of the greatest seasons we've ever seen in college football for a quarterback. And somebody made the point, this is the point everyone's making, you dumbasses. This is somebody else saying this. This is the type of pressure that Arch has on him, and now you're doubling down with saying, what about Joe Burrow? He did it too. Arch Manning, there's almost no way for him to live up to this hype. There's almost no way. Because A, he's not good enough. His talent doesn't match the hype. And then B, the expectations are going to continue to be so sky high. If it's mental, then how's it never going to be mental? He just looks shook. If he's not hurt, then I don't know what in the hell's going on with that throwing with his Uncle Rico that he's got going on. I don't know.
Well,
I'm almost done talking.
Glad you mentioned Louisiana and LSU because we just got our guy from Louisiana calling in, John Schill. So we got to go to break.
Oh, John Schill's joining us. We got some stuff that we got to present to him. That's going to be awesome. But first, I got to present you with an alternative to your sluggish lifestyle. You're getting older. You're losing testosterone. You don't feel as good. You can't do nearly as much as you used to do. Chances are you need some testosterone. Chances are your testosterone is low. You're not feeling as good. You're not bouncing back as much. You're not focusing as much. Sexually, you're not as good. All of those things and more reason that you need to check out your testosterone. How about get a free, why not get a free evaluation of what's going on with your body? All right, they'll let you know. Well, they let me know. Oh, your testosterone is fine. Okay, what's the deal? What do we need to do? And then we got some peptides that'll help you out. Okay? That's happening at Game Day Men's Health every single day. Free evaluation of what's going on. Labs right there to find out where you're at. Now, in other places, they got we'll send it in, come back in a week. And, by the way, they're going to charge you $150 just to find out whether or not you're a client. That's ridiculous. All right? Game Day Men's Health is just different. I feel like it's better. I feel like you get more attention. I feel like they're not there just to, and you're a number and just to grab as much money as they can. They care about you. They care about what you're doing. They care about your health. It's called Game Day Men's Health. Go to GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Find the location nearest you, GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
Hey, I want to talk about a great car event coming up October 3rd and 4th, and this has been going on to 8th annual, their car show, but they're calling it Carchella in the Cornfield. It's a 2-day extravaganza, so they've expanded it from just Saturday to now Friday and Saturday. On Friday, October the 3rd, there's a free concert from 6 to 9. You want to go see some live music? Do that, featuring country and blues singer Terry Rogers. So that's going to be on Friday out in Angleton. And then on Saturday, October the 4th, the biggest classic car show that Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC has ever had is going to be rolling. You can enjoy all the cars that are out there. You can ask questions to the owners of the cars. You can get up close and personal, take a look at all of them. Plus, there's going to be food trucks. There's activities for young people, and there's lots of fun. Come enjoy both of those events. Perfect for the whole family. Bring them out for the free concert. You're looking for something to do Friday, head out to Angleton, get that free concert 6 to 9, whatever time you want to do that, and then come back out for the big car show the next day, which starts at 10 in the morning. You're going to absolutely love it. It's right off Highway 288 in Angleton. It's Carchella in the Cornfield at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. Well, we got John Schill right now. So I'm sorry, but you can't call in because John Schill from the Golden Nugget is joining us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And we got a lot to talk about. How was the sports book last week for the games?
It was probably as busy or busier than the Super Bowl. It was insane. I think the timing of UFC, boxing is still alive. You had the college games, you had A&M Notre Dame, you had the LSU game on. It was it got to a point we couldn't even let people in around 11 o'clock. That's how busy we were. And then we had the mariachi band outside, so it was insanity. We're still recovering from that, but it was definitely a good day in the book, and as far as people, and we saw some good wins as well. Through that week, so it's been a good week. And like I said, we never had where we reached capacity, but boxing's still alive, and it was nice to see. But it was a good time. It was a good time last Saturday.
That's great. That is great to hear.
Yep.
A lot of really good. That Georgia-Tennessee game came down to the end. A lot of great games. LSU looked like crap, but they still won the game because DJ Lagway really sucked. What about in the NFL? A bunch of unders, but last week a bunch of overs, right?
Yeah, we talked about it. The overreaction. With the unders, and then it went 10-3. I think the first 13 games was 10-3 on the over. So yeah, definitely one way. The first week was unders, and week 2 was the over, and then Monday night kind of evened it out a little bit. But so definitely maybe we'll see 50-50. Everybody get back to normal here, but definitely one-sided in the first 2 weeks on the over-under plays.
Is that mostly
NFL?
Mostly, I mean, I guess the offenses get going. The defense is ahead of the offense in the first week, and then they learn something.
Yeah, I think it's and I think it's a little bit of an overreaction to what was the scoring in week 1, and then you can see they're adjusting the numbers a little bit. You're seeing less in the 30s and more in the 40s this week. So you take tonight 49.5. I still like the over in tonight's game, even though it's 49.5. I think Miami showed, I think their little team meeting, they can still score. Buffalo can score. So, but you're definitely seeing the over-unders being more in the 40s than we saw. I think 3 or 4 games in the 30s in week 1. So they're adjusting as the offenses are getting better in week 1 or 2. Sharpening the pencil, John Lance. So I was using my little counting. So here's a little stat for you. 0-2 teams going against 1-1 teams are 70% against the spread. So I believe the Texans are in there. Carolina getting 3.5 versus Atlanta. New Orleans playing Seattle getting 7.5, and Chicago's minus 3.5 versus Dallas. So if an 0-2 team is playing a 1-1 team, the 0-2 team is 70% winners against the spread. So little week 3 trend that I was looking at. So
that is
a little bit interesting.
Yep. Tonight, Miami Miami is a play, but then also there are different plays on this one on Thursday Night Football. It's different, but the Texans are a big play this week. There's a lot of heavy money going on favorites right now. Where's the heaviest money this week?
The Falcons are close to 80% against Carolina. The other big ones, the Jets over Tampa Bay. I think that's part of that is probably the Monday night hangover and the trends you see on Monday night games. And the Chargers, they're close to high 80s right now as far as handle. I've been on the Charger bandwagon, got a bunch of futures, so playing the Broncos minus 2.5 at home. But a lot of people are starting to love the Chargers here, and to see what it's interesting with them too. To still get them at 16-1 as far as winning the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl, they're climbing up there, but they're at 16-1. Bills Ravens are close to 4-1, 5-1 in there. Packers at 6-1. Eagles about 7, and the drop off goes to the Lions at 14-1. But to go back, that's where the big handle is. We're seeing some Cowboys too. They're creeping on the upper 70%. And I was just looking now, Chiefs went over 80%. Can the Chiefs go 0-3? that's one of my teaser plays of the week. Take the Chiefs and Texans. You get Texans at 8.5 versus Jacksonville, and you get Chiefs at a pick. I mean, it'll be. I just can't see the Chiefs going 0-3. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there on that game Sunday night. But
Ben Fox put this out at DraftKings. 87% of the bets are on the Cowboys. 80% on the Colts. 79 on the Falcons. 79 on the Bills. 79 on the Chargers. 74 on the Chiefs. 70 on the Packers. If there's 87% of the bets on one team, go the other way.
Go the other way. If it's over 80, go the other way. That's
go the other way.
Because more chances are not that the other side's going to cover. And I see dogs hitting this week. I think I do. I see that at week 3 you kind of you start getting into the first quarter of the season. You kind of see what's going on. But I'm with you. Here's interesting too. Bengals. They got a backup quarterback and they're stealing 75% of the handle. I mean the Vikings got a hurt quarterback too, but. It's to see that much on that much handle go one-sided with 2 second-string quarterbacks is interesting. For that game as well.
No question. What else? What about college football? Anything sticking out to you?
Speaking of handle, we're seeing huge handle on Miami minus 7.5 against Florida. That's close to 90% there. Nebraska's seeing a lot more love at 2.5 at home. Right? Kind of leaning that way to see what Nebraska. This is their chance to get back on the map, and we're seeing some Nebraska. Notre Dame starting to see some handle as well. I think being 0-2, but they played some good games in the first 2 weeks, and playing a Purdue team, so we're seeing that as well. I kind of like Oklahoma minus 6.5. I think their defense is way better than everybody thought this year, and I think their offense will come around. And I think Oklahoma's a very solid team this year. So a lot of people are on Oklahoma as well this week. So so definitely be a good weekend. Not a big marquee matchup Saturday, but you're seeing some different bets going across the board.
All right, that's John Schill every week. DraftKings Sportsbook. Make your reservation, because if you don't have a reservation, chances are you ain't getting in, because it is packed on the weekends. Get on over there and see John and watch your games at just the best damn place to watch games. We got the book right there. Everything you could possibly want, all right there at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles DraftKings Sportsbook. John, as always, man, we appreciate it. We'll talk to you again next week.
All right. Thank you, guys. Talk to you
all right. There is John Schill every week right here, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Here's a couple that the DraftKings Sportsbook don't have, guys. Will the Tush Push be banned for 2026? Yes is minus 150.
Oh, sorry, your co-host has exited the building, or at least the room.
Oh, you know why? There's food there.
Well, I'm aware. I see what's going on. You don't have to tell me. I can see why. I know. He's out there waiting for Sam to get her social media pictures, and he's going to dig in.
That is embarrassing.
It is consistent, even if it is embarrassing.
While he's working, he can't hold
off.
And do his job before he eats.
No.
Okay.
He left 5 minutes ago.
That is incredible. All right, we'll tell you what. We'll do them on the other side.
It's news of the weird time on the other side.
Well, I know. These are weird.
You think it's weird what we're about to talk about? Okay.
Well, yeah. I mean, what color is Caleb Williams' middle nail going to be?
Oh, boy.
Okay.
It's weird.
If that ain't weird, I don't know weird.
If you're a Bears fan, you really wish that wasn't something people could bet on.
Oh, you really hate it if you're a Bears fan. But you love it if you're a Golden Nugget fan. You love that it's just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. I mean, maybe it's a little further for people in Katy, whatevs. Then move, okay? Move closer. Move to Baytown so you're closer, okay? All you people in Katy. Just move over there, actually. That would be much easier for you to get to the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. It's basically a 2-hour or whatever ride, and you're there. It's just gas money. You don't have to take a plane, all right? You don't have to pay for that. You don't have to take 7 hours to get to Vegas or wherever you're going. I mean, it can't be better. You got a beautiful hotel, clean, wonderful. Like, the rooms are all new. I mean, honestly, it looks like it's still brand new, as opposed to the other rundown hotels that are in Lake Charles. I'm telling you, it's just the best. The DraftKings Sportsbook, if you haven't been there, got to go see it. Okay, got to watch your games there. The sensory is unbelievable how many games you're watching. It's just so hard. It's just wonderful, but it's hard to keep track of all of the games because you're just watching every one of them. It's awesome. But you got the casino, you got the pool, you got the restaurants, you got the golf course, you got poker, you got nightclubs, you got everything you could possibly need. And it's just a couple hours down the road at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. I love it. If you haven't been, you need to go. It's just, you could go for a day trip. Go in the morning, come back that night. That's how easy it is. You're looking for the best way to get your gamble on. Golden Nugget Lake Charles, goldennuggetlc.com. All right. Welcome back. All right, here are some weird prop bets. What quarter will the Colts have their first punt in Week 3? First is the favorite. Then first, second, and then third, fourth. It goes. A no punt is 9-1. Do you think the Colts will punt this week?
Yes.
Who will win a game first this year, Caleb Williams or Cam Ward?
Caleb Williams.
Caleb Williams. What color will Caleb Williams' middle nail right hand? What color will it be?
Black.
2-1.
I feel like I'm playing like you're Steve Harvey and I'm playing Family Feud.
Right. Over under.
Name a part of the body where you don't want to get something stuck.
Who will have more interceptions in Week 3? Jake Browning or Carson Wentz?
Oh, man. I'm going to say Jake Browning.
Jake Browning had 3 last week. Mm-hmm. Who will have more TD passes?
Greg Browning.
Okay, don't eat while you're
I'm doing
this.
the whole show like this now.
Oh, my God.
The whole show.
Yep.
What is it? What are you eating?
It's got bacon, a fried egg, and a boudin ball that's smashed.
Oh, my God.
I've already had smoked boudin with a little kick in it, and we got a chicken sandwich. Oh, my gosh.
Would you tell the people where the food is from?
The best stop, Cajun Market. It's in Katy. And I'm telling you, this is legit. Like, Wendy would give it her seal of approval 100%. This is legit.
Legit Cajun?
Uh-huh.
You're the worst people ever.
Ooh, it's got a little kick. I love it. The best Cajun Market. Oh, it's the best stop, Cajun Market, Katy, Texas. And it is located at 806 Katy Fort Bend Road.
They couldn't wait till I got there?
No one's thinking about you.
You know what? I'm going to take something. I'm going to save it for you. When are you here? In 2 weeks?
Yeah.
I'm going to wrap it up in a napkin and put it on my desk. And in 2 weeks, you can grab one.
Speaking of which, did you guys see the girl who's gone viral? She stopped the line at Popeyes late night to order a Baconator.
And at Popeyes?
Only thing is, right, John? What's
the problem,
John?
Only problem is the Baconator is at Wendy's.
Yep.
Staying in that line of thinking, a person at an In-N-Out, I don't know where, they skipped the line. They cut in front of people. The In-N-Out employees noticed it.
Yeah.
And they tell the person to wait. Hey, we'll get your food. Just wait. They made them wait 40 minutes to get their food because they saw them cut the line. Apparently.
Oh, you mean they let them, pull up? Like they do the old pull up?
Yeah, and they say pull out because it's going to take a little while. And they had them wait 40 minutes to, I think, represent the amount of time because it's an In-N-Out line, so it's very long. To represent the amount of time they would have had to wait anyway. So they have, I forgot what it's called, but they have a note that they send to inside the facility. Hey, this person cut. We're going to make them wait. So if you cut a line in In-N-Out and the employees see you, they could very well make you wait 40 minutes out of spite.
Wow.
I love that. Down with line cutters.
That's just that. No line cutting. Did you guys see that cheating has scandaled the Rock World Stone Skimming Championships? The Stone Skimming Championship has been rocked.
How can you cheat?
You smooth out the rocks.
Oh, I didn't think about that.
Using a measure, the ring. Apparently, there's a suspicious circular shape to them, and they bounce on water. And apparently, it's a huge, huge deal in the stone skimming world.
People just can't compete regularly.
No, right.
Except Cal Raleigh. That's the only guy that's doing it legit.
Oh, except all your field goal kickers that are now messing with the balls. Yeah, that's right.
Messing with the balls was Jetter Bean's nickname in high school.
Wow, Jetter. Did you hear that? Was that your nickname? Apparently, a middle school student was busted in a sextortion scheme.
A middle school what?
A middle school student with hundreds of potential victims. Apparently, he got other students to send him explicit images of themselves and then force them to either send more pictures or retail gift cards to keep the images from being made public. He did this to hundreds of people. Do you just think that he's industrious?
No, he's a bad kid. What do you mean industrious?
Well, he is kind of industrious.
Did he? Of course, you learned this someplace. And there's so many docs about this. In fact, one came out on Netflix, or ESPN did a story about it. Someone like this attacking athletes, but it was an adult. He didn't just learn this on his own. He had to have watched something and say, you know what, I can do this too. And he's a middle school kid.
A middle school kid.
Awful.
I feel like he's going to make some money in his life. I mean, in middle school, you got yourself...
Make some money in his life?
What, you mean when he's not in prison?
An extortionist?
Yeah. I mean, I just think he's industrious. That's all. I mean, I
Stop
wouldn't even...
saying industrious, considering the topic and what he was up to.
What is wrong with you?
Don't get me wrong. It's not good.
It's awful. It's not just not good. It's terrible.
It is. No, it's terrible. Don't get me wrong. But I just feel like I would have been like, I don't feel like doing all that.
Yeah, you don't feel like extorting and blackmailing your classmates because of images they sent you? Good for you, John.
Exactly. Because I'm too lazy. Right?
No, you're too good of a person. That's what you say.
That's what I meant. That's what I meant. No, I just feel...
Wait, yeah.
Wait. I just feel like, the kid is at least he's out there trying. Maybe it was ill intention and
he's making an effort. I
but
guess.
if he straigens himself out with that kind of effort, he's going to do well in life.
That's fair. That's a fair point.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, you got. That's why.
Why are you finding the silver lining in this?
No,
well,
because
I just
you know
feel
what?
like
He's right. Who does the CIA or the FBI or whatever? Who do they hire? The Department of Defense. Who do they hire to go fight our cybersecurity war?
The worst
Former hackers.
Yeah.
Hackers. They turn it around.
I just want you guys to focus on the content of the crime. And kids were involved.
That's not great.
Well, but he's a kid too.
It's all terrible.
That's all regrettable, Dell. That part.
Thanks.
What's even more regrettable
allowing for
is you
that.
telling everyone the storyline of that documentary that was out there.
What?
Did you just? It was actually an adult.
Did I give you the? No, it was an ESPN story. I got the doc part wrong. ESPN did a story about someone blackmailing high school athletes and using their potential gain when they get older and their fame to make them do things. So, because they're afraid of what might happen to their future.
Yeah, I don't want to watch that. I just hate when people get catfished. You feel so bad for them.
I don't really feel any kind of way. I'm just
you
watching.
don't. You didn't feel bad.
With Manti Te'o, did you care?
Yeah, I felt bad for him.
Well, he did come off. He's a nice guy.
He's
I
a
felt
nice
like,
guy.
Come on, Manti, how did you not know this?
Yeah.
Not know it, but like you never met or saw or anything, and you were boyfriend, girlfriend for this long, and they wouldn't even FaceTime you?
Yeah. I mean, you didn't really see it coming, Manti, really?
You didn't think, ugh, I hope this, I know she's only sent pictures, but I wonder, why won't she ever answer my FaceTime?
Right.
He was a naive 20-something-year-old future NFL linebacker. He didn't know any better.
He might have.
No, clearly he didn't. He didn't know any better.
Apparently not. We're done. Mopey and Mapes are next. Best stop. Next time, bring it when I'm in studio.
You don't have to consider John, honestly. If he's
here
look
or
at!
I see Mapes back there with a plate. Yeah. I mean, this is terrible.
We eating at the station. We all eating. We're like James Cook against the Dolphins' run defense. We eat.
You must have a bet because that's like the third time you've mentioned that. John,
I got fantasy.
This is the give and take. You get to work from home. We get free food. The give and take.
You know how difficult my commute is?
Walking from the bedroom you sleep in to
Dell's
the
is a
guest
little
room.
longer than yours.
His commute is walking from his bedroom to his guest bedroom.
Right. But get this. Well, I have to walk outside because it's above the garage. And it was raining this morning. The first time in, I don't know, maybe 7, 8, 9 months that it's rained here.
That's really true that it literally never rains?
Never rains.
How do you survive with that? I've always wondered, how do they...
The marine layer. Every morning there's dew over everything.
And there's enough to water a yard?
To keep it green here,
really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Sometimes I like rain.
It's what?
Sometimes I like rain. I don't know why, but sometimes I like a little rain.
Yeah, I don't know. I was supposed to play golf today. So, I mean, this is like the whole city's going to shut down because it actually rained or drizzled last night. So, I mean, they don't know how to act. They don't know what to do. We're done. Mopey and Mapes next. Lance, you, my friend, need to talk a little Underdog.
Well, good. I'll tell you about Underdog. We got Thursday Night Football going on. Now might be the time that you want to start taking a look at what you're going to do for your picks on higher or lower on the Underdog app. You download the Underdog app, you use promo code Lance, and on your first deposit, use that promo code Lance. When you play your first $5, they are going to put $50 of bonus cash into your account. Use it however you see fit. Maybe you say, I'm going to take this $50 and break it up, and I'm going to play $10 streaks. And what the streak is you pick 2 picks higher or lower on statistics, and if you hit them both, you move to the next one. You hit that one, you move to the next one. And if you want to cash out, you cash out. If you want to keep it going and try to hit big, win as many as 11 in a row, you got a huge payoff coming your way. So that's just one of the fun ways and one of the things you can do. And you can do small little plays here and there just to make it fun to watch. The games are on. Why don't you play along with the games you're watching? Use your sports knowledge and take a look at the different statistics they have on so many different players to choose from in sports across the spectrum. It's Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code Lance.
I realized something, and it should be something I came to realize about myself earlier. I am not more happy that the Rangers' hopes are crushed than the Astros pretty much guaranteed themselves a playoff spot. The fact that you could put down that Ranger nuisance in your building when they had all the hopes of maybe surpassing you, being really in the division race, and certainly solidifying their playoff spot, and you sweep them, the joy of them being crushed supersedes the joy of the Astros taking over first place. That's where I am. I want the Rangers nuisance put down for the year, and I think the Astros did that. So that's why I'm thrilled about what happened over the last 3 days. The sweep of the hated. I don't even hate the Rangers because hate would suggest I can take them seriously. I just wanted that pest swatted aside so we can move on with the realness of the rest of the season, which starts on Friday with the Mariners in town. And the Mariners get to play today to see if they can even up the division race. And then we'll have the biggest series of the season, Mariners, Astros, starting on Friday. But let's go back to last night. You get a home run from Altuve. Christian Javier started off slow, but he fought his way through 6 innings, got his quality start in, only gave up the 2 runs through 6 innings, and the bullpen only gave up 1 hit the rest of the way in the final 3 innings. So Kurt was the one who gave the hit, but certainly no runs. A couple of walks for Kurt. Got a little shaky, and Brian King came in and did what Abreu did last night. Tuesday night. Come in and get an out in the 8th and then finish it off with less fanfare. There wasn't a lot of mystery when Brian King was out there. Didn't allow guys on. Didn't make it a nervous 9th, unlike Abreu the night before. So you take the series, you sweep it 5-2, and all of a sudden, because the Mariners finally had to lose a game, I mean, it wasn't so insightful, but we said throughout the week, they're eventually going to lose a game. So the question is, for some, did they peak, and now they're going to have a downturn, which is just in time for the series against the Astros? We'll see. But they do lose to the Royals last night. They got, as I said, 1 more game with them today. We'll see if they can tie the series. The division race. But with the Astros winning 3 in a row, they do take back the division lead. And shout out to Kimbrel, Kurt, and King for shutting it down, because the Astros over the first 2 games of the series were more than willing to kind of toss away the early start from their pitching staffs and then let the Rangers back in it. But it wasn't the case last night. So it was good to see Altuve hit a home run. In fact, it was the game-winning home run. The score was tied at 2. They got off to a good start. That's always good. Javier got through the first inning, and then they tacked on 2 thanks to Jaden Daniels, who continues to swing a hot bat. So all good all around. And now you just sit back and, it'd be great if the Mariners lose another one. But even if they don't, you're going to start that series with at least a tie in the division thanks to your work against the Rangers. And you got Hunter Brown on the mound. Who better than to have him on the mound, your best pitcher, to start the biggest series of the season? So 5 to the final. Pena made a nice play to close it out. And that's the type of baseball you want. I didn't put a lot of real emotion into the Rangers series. Taking 2 out of 3 was the biggest part of it, and you got that done. Even if you had lost the series, yes, the Rangers are back in it, but you still have more ample opportunity to win the division because of your series against the Mariners and certainly make the playoffs. But it's not even about the Rangers, because for the most part, the team itself is anonymous to me. I don't find there's not a lot of hateful guys outside of Garcia because of what he did in the playoffs in 2023. Not a lot of guys I dislike, but watching Ranger fans slink away and really be done with them for the rest of the year. Of course, they will continue to reference 2023 because the only thing they can, but get them out of here. Enough of you. It was nice of you to decide to try to make it interesting over the last half a month or so, but now with your playoff chances really in the tank, you can focus on whatever. Maybe you're an SMU fan. Maybe you're a TCU fan. Maybe you're a Baylor fan. I don't know the college football demographics of that area when it comes to Ranger fans. I don't know what the Venn diagram is, but focus on that. Your season's over now. Sure, you got games to play, but it's over. And you had DeGrom on the mound, and the Astros did enough to get the win. So that's great. Bye-bye Texas Rangers baseball for another year. Now we get to the real stuff. And the Mariners are kind of in that classification, but they're like a step above the Rangers because the Mariners have been really the team we've been focused on throughout the year. Now it's your time to put them away, or at least put them away as far as the division is concerned. They still have a really good shot to make the playoffs. Certainly, you would hurt their chances if you could sweep them. And we've been looking behind, or for at least the last day, looking up at the Mariners, but kind of looking behind throughout the year. Now you can start to look up and see what you can do over the course of the last week and a half or so, and see if you can help your standings in the playoffs. Can you avoid playing in the wild card round? You look at where they stand right now after the sweep. The 2 seeds up for grabs. They are not out of it. Of course, they have to play good baseball, but they did themselves a lot of favors taking that Ranger series and doing it in the sweep. So if you look at where the Astros stand after the 3 against the Rangers, they are only a game and a half behind Detroit. Detroit's lost a couple in a row. That has helped tighten it up. The Yankees are in that same spot, a game and a half up on the Astros. So, of course, it's going to take good baseball, but play good baseball. I'd love to see you continue to play good baseball, and it's a series at home, which has been a bit of a bugaboo, but they've been pretty good at home this year. Certainly, the last 3 help. I think they're 5th or 6th, maybe even 5th as far as best home record in the AL. I didn't really look at the National League because it's the National League. It's not of my concern right now. It's National League baseball. We barely pay attention until the playoffs. Look, there's a hate for the Dodgers. Okay. But do I really care that Mets fans have been freaking out because of how bad they've been over the last 2.5 weeks? No. It's National League baseball. So right now at 84-69, the Mariners are 83-69. So are the Red Sox. So they jumped over the Red Sox, and now you got a chance, as they say, to make some hay. And a day of rest, and you're in name best 3 pitchers coming up. I say in name because Framber's mixed up in there. Like in name, Framber, Hunter Brown, and Jason Alexander have been your 3 best starters. In actuality, you've got your 2 best starters in this series, and now you just hope and pray Framber finds his form. Give me a game, Framber. Look, it's over for you here, I imagine. I'm not expecting you to go out there and go 7 strong. I love it. But if give me 6, 2 runs earned, kind of feeling your way back, I'll take it. I'm not asking for much.
Yeah. There's a chance that this is his last home start.
It's true.
Depending on how the wild card series goes, and depending how this series goes, they might not be a division winner, so they'd be going on the road for the wild card series, and from there, who knows?
Yeah, he's been around quite a bit. We're getting to the end. Like, we are in the middle of it, so we're not going to do a retrospective on Framber right now. We've got a potential division to win, and certainly how it's going to go in the playoffs. But yeah, you make a point. If things don't go the way they want it to, Framber may be making his last start at home.
So Framber, leave it all out there. Leave it all out on the field.
Well, I don't
leave it all on Salazar's chest plate.
See, the problem is I don't want Framber to pitch with emotion. Feels like that's going to go poorly for us. I like him to go out there, be calm, cool, and collected, and don't leave it all out there.
Oh, okay.
Because if he leaves it all out there, I don't foresee it going well.
It might unravel.
Yeah. I want him to hold plenty back.
Just cruise.
Yeah, just cruise. I would love Framber to cruise because when there's some volatility, we got problems. Cruise.
Okay.
Calm, cool, collected Framber tonight. Not tonight. In a couple nights when he gets his start, and then maybe we feel good about you as you leave the Astros. He can make up for a lot of ill will he's created by just being solid. I'm not even looking for great, just solid out there. Give your team a chance to win outing after outing the rest of the way.
Just have one solid month plus of baseball left.
Well, yes. In the dream scenario he is pitching in big games.
It would help a lot if they end up winning the World Series.
It would help him a lot.
It would help a lot.
If he proves himself to be over the last, hopefully, month or so of his Astros tenure, that he's a clutch pitcher in clutch moments, that would help him maybe wash away. Like your last impression, it'll wash away what has been pretty much a disaster for him in the last 2 months.
So Framber, go out there and make yourself some money.
Think of it that way. I'm not quite sure that helps. That might get him to a brain space where he doesn't perform. But I don't know his psychology, to be honest. I don't know Framber's psychology. All I'm looking for, I don't want to know his psychology, actually, because I'm not a therapist. I just want him to go out there and be the Framber that you were from April to July.
Yes.
That's what I'm looking for.
Really from like 2022 to July.
Yeah,
2025.
there has been a long track record of him being a really good pitcher.
I mean, I felt like this is a very big backslide that we already moved past them. We worked through these issues. Now,
we thought we did.
Yeah, now they're back again.
We had that sports psychologist thing. Remember the sports psychologist fixed them, and we
had like 30 straight quality starts.
The days of, oh my gosh, he misplayed a ground ball. Now he's gonna unravel. We thought all of that stuff was out of here. It wasn't. It was lurking under the surface.
Just like once or twice a season, like something weird. You know, he'll throw at the Texas Rangers.
Yeah, I'm like, wow, where's that coming from? Yeah. Then he would get himself right. You know what it was like is you're at a lagoon and it seems calm on the surface, but you tap the water and then the gator comes out. That's what the Framber unraveling has been. Like, it was always there. There was just an inciting incident and it popped back up and now it's running rampant. So I don't know. Maybe he talked to somebody since the last time he went out there and pitched, and he'll hopefully be okay. We're going to need him no matter what for the next month, hopefully.
Yeah. You're going to need him at least on Saturday. Right?
So it's a question certainly for the future, deeper into hopefully a deep playoff run, and certainly we hope that playoff run starts at home. Framber will be granted or given the number 2 because of reputation, we assume, right? They're not just going to go, well, you've been terrible for 2 months. We're going to hand it to Alexander, because that's how baseball works. Like if a quarterback is terrible for 2 months, generally your team's not going to win. So it's it's different. But let's say a shooting guard is terrible for 2 months, and it's noticeably terrible. You get benched unless you are a star. So it's Framber at that point, particularly with how baseball treats established players, where we probably be better off with Jason Alexander being our number 2. But we can't take that away from Framber. Has he done enough to make that a question mark?
I think it's a combination of Framber's done enough and also Jason Alexander.
Has not done anything in the playoffs ever.
Yeah, and I think it would be one thing if Jason Alexander was a top 100 prospect who's done this. You know, like it's the same thing with the quarterback scenario of like, well, we have a first-round pick on the bench. Let's go to Jackson Dart at some point. You know, I think the fact that he is kind of a journeyman who has found a spot here where he's pitching really well for the last couple months. I think that also plays a factor into it, that he's 32 years old and has pitched for 3 seasons in baseball. If it was a 22-year-old who, you know, they drafted in the first round, maybe it's a little different.
He's our 2023 Joe Flacco, except without the past success of Joe Flacco, so he doesn't even have that.
No,
to back him.
Yeah. He's like,
because the Browns, and rightfully so.
It's like Case Keenum, and if Case Keenum had played really well in 2013,
maybe there's not really a good comp for Jason Alexander because there's not a lot of stories like him, honestly.
Kurt Warner, is he our Kurt Warner?
Well, Trent Green got hurt.
Yeah,
and Kurt Warner came in, much like all the Astros pitchers. In that case, they should start him. It's not like the Rams are like, you know what?
Greatest show on turf, Jason Alexander.
We're still not sure about Kurt Warner's as we enter the playoffs. We can't play him. Yeah, there's no real comp. It just doesn't work.
Tom Brady.
Well, Bledsoe did come back in that season.
Yeah, AFC Championship.
Yeah, and he threw a touchdown pass in the AFC title game. Yeah, and when for some reason I don't remember why they did it.
Brady got like
for a play, right?
Yeah.
And then they kept Bledsoe in for the drive, and he threw a touchdown. They brought Brady back. Yeah, there's not a real like for like comp for the Framber Jason Alexander thing. It's just baseball will. If we go by history, they're gonna make Framber your number 2, even though what has happened on the field would suggest they shouldn't.
The only reason I can see it is if you're in a wild card, game 3 is like the do or die game. And would you want Jason Alex? It would almost work in his benefit that it's like, well, it is a do or die game. But do you want to put that on Jason Alexander?
So you make him the game 2 starter?
Yeah. Same thing with making the first road start in like the ALDS, where it's like, well, in game 3, say they win the division and are in the ALDS. It's like, well, game 3 they'd be going on the road. Do you really want his first postseason start to be at wherever, Boston, wherever they'd hypothetically be going?
Yeah. There are things in play that would certainly, if we're talking about the intangibles as opposed to what he is as an actual pitcher, could determine it. But it feels,
as far as just play on the field, like he should be the 2.
Yeah, but there's a lot to go into it. It's just how we talk about sometimes where should Altuve be as high up in the lineup as he is, but of course they're never going to demote him past a certain point. Alexander's the opposite. I don't know if they ever will promote him past a certain point, at least this year.
Yeah.
He would have to really show out in the playoffs for that to change next year. But hey, that's a long time away. We got a rest day, an off day, and then we'll see how that series goes. Mariners, Astros, big series. It's good to have one. It's going to be exciting. And you got, in theory, your best 3 going. That's a good spot to be in against a Mariners team who just lost their first game after out of their last 11. They had won 10 in a row. They lost last night. We'll see if they can win today and even up the division. All right, we'll go to break. We will hear from the Texans because we got a game and it's apparently make or break. Just if we go by NFL history, if they don't win this game, you can probably pack up the Texans season as far as any real accomplishments to be had. We're already there. So we'll hear from those guys. While they can't think that way, I'm allowed to think that way because I'm not involved. But we'll hear from them. We'll hear from some guys returning. Like Braxton Berrios is back. And apparently a guy who we thought was training camp fodder may be a real piece as the Texans try to find their way on offense. We'll also hear from C.J. Stroud on the return of Christian Kirk and also the status of their young receiver. So we'll get to that. We're just getting going here. If you want to join us, the number is 713-780-3776. Sean and I till noon. We will be back.
You're listening to the Del Olalea Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olalea.
We'll get to the Texans here in a bit. But, Sean, I want you and everyone else to picture something in their mind right now. You don't even have to be a giant soccer fan. I'm not even asking you to know a position. But you have seen at some point a game. You've seen a goal being scored, even if it's strictly related to the World Cup, because that's the only time you're going to tune in. You have seen a goal being scored. You have seen the celebration that followed. I want you to picture in your mind the celebration you would do if you scored a goal. Just hold it, keep it there, because we're going to have a discussion about what's appropriate. Because a goal was scored in, I guess it's a U.S. Open Cup semifinal. I'm not sure. I'll have to look at the video again. But a goal was scored, and, hey, it was in the 120th minute of extra time. Big goal, won the game. We don't have golden goals anymore, but it could have been that. It was the last kick of the match, as they say. He won it. And then the guy did a celebration. But I can't agree with it because of a certain scenario. We'll talk about that later. But, Sean, just think of it.
Okay.
Like maybe you do the Ronaldo thing where he does the Sue, where he jumps up in the air, twirls around, and then the whole crowd goes Sue, whatever.
Yeah, I'm not biting anyone's style.
All right, you're not sliding?
No.
All right.
That looks like it hurt.
On a slick field?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll talk about that later because I mean, it's a pretty traditional celebration, but in the circumstance, I'm not sure you should do it. You don't want to be remembered after scoring that big of a goal. Relatively speaking, U.S. Open Cup, whatever. I wouldn't want that image to be the one people remember of me scoring. We'll talk about it. All right, Texans. Problem scoring. They certainly do. They have not reached 20 in any game they played so far. It's been ugly. At least they scored a couple touchdowns in their last game. They only kicked field goals in game one. So they are missing weapons. Christian Kirk is back. Braxton Berrios is back. C.J. Stroud has had guys like Justin Watson to throw to. Doesn't have him anymore. He's going on IR. Nico Collins and the young guys along with Hutchinson. Here's C.J. Stroud on how Noel and Higgins have played and what the return of Christian Kirk will mean.
He's done a good job of having a good attitude and, getting the plays that, that he gets and doing as best he can. And, him and Hig, they're still learning. Still got some things that we're figuring out together just as a whole. So I think, definitely right then again, see Kirk will help those guys, as he's in the room and, on game day they can see him and how he works and the type of route distribution he has. And not to say they're not doing their job, but just, like that veteran feeling that he'll bring to the room. But Jay No is doing a great job, and Higgins as well. So they're still growing and learning, and they'll be great players.
So I don't know what the plan was for Christian Kirk coming in. How big of a influence he would have been on offense. Some systems really need a slot receiver to go. Don't know that Nick Kelly's system is one of them. We don't know much about Nick Kelly's system other than it's been unproductive through 2 weeks. So whatever the plan for Christian Kirk is, maybe he's an integral part in turning this offense from a, let's just say, below average one to an explosive one. I don't see that. That has not been Christian Kirk's trajectory over his career. You don't just insert Christian Kirk into an offense and it becomes great. He's not that type of player. He doesn't have that type of impact. But we're looking for incremental improvements. And if Christian Kirk is a guy who can get open quickly to impact what we thought was going to be a quick-hitting passing game, cool. Whether it be option routes, maybe whether it be crossers, mesh concept stuff that Christian Kirk possibly can thrive in, some over routes, whatever it is. We'll see that in his impact against the Jags in his return to Jacksonville. We know Aziz Al-Shaair was a big storyline, and I believe he got asked questions about that yesterday. We're not going to play those. There is something I want to get to, though, in a little bit here. We talked about him and the Texans and their willingness. I think it was even brought on by a caller. Their willingness to try to blow guys up because it feels like that's the intention and the direction that DeMeco Ryans wants for his defense. They want to be physical. They want to be intimidators. They want to set a certain standard that when you play the Texans, you're going to feel it. That's all well and good, but the other guys are pretty damn good athletes too, and if you don't come with the fundamentals, it's going to cost you. We saw that when Toto was out of control, and it led to Baker Mayfield picking up a big fourth down. We saw the Bucs break plenty of tackles and lead to explosive runs, or even just runs that go from 3 yards to 6 yards to 7 yards because you can't wrap up. It certainly was prevalent on the last drive. Beyond the toe-to-toe miss, you had toe-to-toe and Algier get run through at the goal line for the winning score. So the linebackers haven't been great. They're not great. They may just be average. But certainly you can be a better player if you combine physicality with fundamentals. And Azeez Al-Shaair talked about it here. He acknowledges, and I appreciate the self-awareness, that the physicality, if it isn't matched with doing the basics, can hurt your team.
I think just kind of like that same mentality. I think sometimes you be aggressive and you're taking your shots, but there's different things and different situations where you can get those kind of big hits versus just making the routine tackle. So I just think when you have that mentality like how we do, where we're swarming to the ball, everybody's flying around. That's a great mentality. You don't want to change that, but at the same time, you still got to be able to run and play your technique. Because you run into the ball and you're being physical, but you want to make sure that you're running your feet, keeping your head up, putting your body on the guy. So I think kind of the finer details within, that physicality is what it's about.
I've made fun of swarm because it's actually swerm. I need a new acronym, but it won't spell out a word because I just made it up. GGOTG. GGOTG. And what does that mean? Get guys on the ground. I don't care how I do care how you do it because the blow-up stuff hasn't been working. D'Amico Ryans, I don't know if you need to put up a new sign someplace because, you gotta get someone to work on that. And it doesn't roll off the tongue as good as Swarm does. GGOTG, get guys on the ground. That should be the focus. Whether you want to take your shot after your teammate has wrapped them up, I'm cool. But I don't want to see Tootin and Etienne. I don't want to see those two turning 4-yard gains or less into 9 because you won't do what you need to do. It's simple. Your defense, who's going to be called on to shut teams down, probably in an unfair way because your offense isn't where it needs to be right now. You're a defense-led team. You don't have a large margin for error, particularly when I throw in the penalties you're likely to commit on both sides of the ball. We cannot be giving up what they would say and call hidden yardage because you missed a tackle at the line of scrimmage. 3rd and 8, much better for your pass rushers than dealing with 3rd and 4 because you simply didn't get a guy on the ground. So get them on the ground this week. That's my hope for the defense. They'll be fine in other places. They'll get their aggressive penalties, hopefully a little less than they did against the Bucs. I expect the penalties to continue because that's the D'Amico Ryans team. I don't think that's going anywhere over the course of a 17-game season. It's not who they are. It's not who his teams have been. Tackle better. That's all. I don't know the numbers for yards after contact. It just seemed like a lot. It seemed like they had shots throughout that game to limit ball carriers to 2 yards, and instead they turned into 5 and then 6 and then 7. And, of course, on the last drive, multiple times they could have got a guy on the ground to at least make the job harder on the Bucs, and they couldn't get it done. So let's see. Let's see if the words Al-Shaair used are going to be implemented on the field on Sunday. Because when Brian Thomas isn't, ducking contact because he's afraid of what Trevor Lawrence is trying to run him into, he's a pretty good player, and he's a big enough guy that if you aren't on it tackling, he'll make a play. There'll be yards after the catch. Travis Hunter, a little small fella as far as wide receivers are concerned. But in college, at least, he made guys miss. That has not really been the case on the NFL level, so I'm not going to give him that. But I know Tootin and Etienne are dudes who'll make you pay if you don't wrap up. So let's see if it's Christian Harris, if it's some EJ Speed, Al-Shaair, toe-to-toe. If those guys turn what was kind of embarrassing on Monday into a strength on Sunday, because they'll be needed. I don't know what they're going to need to hold the Jags to win this game. I don't like the matchup of Walker, and I'm just going to call him Josh Allen Hines or Josh Hines Allen. I'll just go back and forth. The White Allen, as we talked about yesterday, plays today. But Josh Allen, he's still Josh Allen to me. The Jaguars defensive end. I don't like him against the tackles. I don't like Travon Walker against the tackles. You're seeing you're seeing a better edge group than you saw on Monday. So, how many points are the Texans scoring? Do they get to the 20 points? Can they break the 20-point barrier?
I think they can get to like 23.
You think so, huh?
Yeah. That's like 5 field goals too, but yeah.
You think a touchdown, a 2-pointer, and 5 field goals? No, I'm doing the math. Yeah, well, that's 8 plus 5 field goals, 15, 23. You think it goes that way?
Maybe not 8.
How do they get to 23 if 5 field goals?
I don't know. I just kind of picked a number out of
Yeah, then I started doing math. That's on me for doing math. 23, I think, is hopeful until proven otherwise. I appreciate you having
I'm also baking in that that is a worse defense than the Bucks and the Rams.
It's true. But it's a road game. Not that Jacksonville's so intimidating.
Trevor Bank Field? Don't think that's
that name's gonna seem really dumb. Trevor Bankfield, because he had like one game there. Like, they're not a dominant home team. Why would you give that to him?
Because they saw the Bengals having fun with Burrowhead, and they're like,
yeah, but you say that about the road environment. The thing that made the Bengals thing at least not annoying to anyone who isn't a Chiefs fan.
They actually won games over there.
Yeah, they win games there. That's why you call it Burrowhead. Being mediocre at home shouldn't have your quarterback naming your home stadium. What was it? Trevor Bank Field?
Trevor Bank.
It should be
Everbank.
Yeah, I understand that. It should be understood because your quarterback is supposed to be good, and he dominates at home. You don't need to give it a nickname. I don't know why I'm explaining this. That's just stupid what the Jags are doing. You don't need to incorporate
Gardner Johnson Field.
No. He's only played one game there, and he lost. You can't give that to him. Like, if CJ was dominant someplace else, you could change the name of that stadium to Stroud, whatever. Whatever. If he's great in Jacksonville, I don't know his numbers. Stroud Bank Field, because he never loses there, something like that. Trevor Bank Field.
Coleridge Fieldhouse.
Was he playing the Indiana Pacers?
I don't. Tough game in Kansas that he won.
I guess. All right, we'll go to break with that. Hopefully, we are thinking of nicknames for Everbank Field, Texans related, because we go out there and get a win. I don't care how it happens.
Chubberbank Field.
It's not great. Chubberbank Field's not great for multiple reasons. We'll figure out something if they win. If they don't, I guess we'll have a different conversation, a much different one. All right, we'll go to break. If you want to join us, 713-780-3776. We'll hear more from the Texans because a couple guys came back. We mentioned Christian Kirk is back, Braxton Berrios is back, and your starting center is back. And Jake Andrews, he practiced. It wasn't a full intensity practice. They got a shorter week, but he looks to be on pace to come back. Only missing the one game. Looked bad when he left the field. We'll hear from him. And Justin, it appears, will go to another combination of the offensive line, because remember, Ed Ingram didn't play in week 1. So this will be if Jake Andrews plays, this will be the third different combination in 3 games. That's also not a way to build continuity, which could lead to success, but that's where we are. So we'll hear from him. We will certainly talk some college football, because it's actually a pretty good weekend of games this week. And there's that question of the rule bump in year 3. They got their first real test against Michigan. So we'll get to some college football as we continue. We will be back.
This is the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olalea.
Kyler Murray has apologized. You might ask why. Why would the quarterback for the 2-0 Arizona Cardinals have to apologize for anything? Well, self-inflicted wound. These are some things are easy to avoid. I don't know who's on his PR team. I'm not sure how this came about. But if you missed it earlier in the week, very, very early in the week, Kyler Murray, how you celebrate getting to 2-0, beating another diminutive he beat another diminutive quarterback in a game. I don't know if people have done this research, but were those the two shortest quarterbacks to ever start a game against each other?
Ooh.
Like Tua has played Kyler. Tua's like 6-something. So it would hurt in this game we're playing. Who else could it be? Did Doug Flutie ever start against a really short guy?
I was thinking,
at quarterback?
do we get a Drew Brees versus Doug Flutie back in the day? That's the only, and that's a lot of Doug Flutie dragging.
Yeah, even Drew Brees as being small for quarterback is 6 plus, whatever he is.
Big bros, these two.
Yeah, but it may have been, unless we go in modern football history. I don't know what's going on in 1945. I don't know. But beyond that, beyond going to 2-0, winning that game, Cardinals off to a good start, Kyler decided for some reason to pose in a Virginia Tech vintage Michael Vick jersey. You're like, you know what? Look, he is honoring one of the greatest dual quarterbacks in modern history. He's a dual threat quarterback. Maybe he's paying homage. That would be cool.
Yeah.
And, Michael Vick's in the news for being a head coach at Norfolk State.
Yep.
Apparently, he had to say, I'm not interested or I'm not a candidate for the Virginia Tech job. He had to do that this week.
Maybe Kyler Murray is throwing his hat in the ring.
All that would be cool until I add the other breathing being in the picture, a pit bull. Why would that be something that people take notice of? Plenty of athletes have dogs. Plenty of athletes take pictures with their dogs, and some, in fact, many athletes have pit bulls. Well, it's that whole dog fighting thing that Michael Vick was involved in that may get people to question what the hell Kyler Murray's doing. I don't know why he has issued an apology, but someone next to him goes, "Hey, Kyler, yeah, Michael Vick's rebuilt his reputation. He's a head coach at a university. He certainly came back to the NFL. He has been an analyst before. But what the hell are you doing? Why? This is one of these things where it's an unforced error, and you're like, what's the point? What'd you do it for?
It is his dog.
Yes.
So it's him wearing a jersey with his dog.
Uh-huh. A Michael Vick jersey of all things.
Oh,
Did he think it'd be funny for people to draw conclusions and remember back? Do you think Michael Vick, as he's moved on with his life, wanted this to be a thing again?
Thanks, dude.
Like, if you want to honor me, thank you for wearing my jersey, but keep your family pet out of it, particularly when it's a pit bull. Like, if it was a collie, fine. Although people still, hey, dog Michael Vick, but at least it wouldn't be a pit bull. If I'm Michael Vick, never honor me and have a dog in the picture. I don't care if it's Kurt Herbstreit's dog. Keep the dog out of the picture when you're mentioning me because I've moved on. In fact, when Michael Vick's coaching at, I think, Norfolk State, I don't think of him as the guy who did the dog fighting. Not that I don't remember now, but at the time, like, oh, look, Michael Vick's coaching. That's cool.
Yeah, it's not like when you think of Michael Vick, it's not the first thing that comes to your mind.
It's amazing because it was a pro quarterback who went to jail, and I don't think of it. When I saw him as a coach again, I thought, oh, I remember as a kid that guy was one of the most special athletes I ever saw play football. That's what I thought of him. But then Kyler's like, you know what? Let's think of him in a different way. Let's think of him as
that other
guy.
thing.
Remember that other thing he's famous for?
I can actually believe that Kyler Murray just
didn't know.
He was like, I'm gonna take a picture with my dog, which so happens to be a pit bull, and I'm gonna wear a cool throwback jersey. That's Michael.
Because Michael Vick was one of the coolest athletes ever.
Yes, I can believe that he actually was just like, whoops, bad combo. He did talk about it at his weekly press conference. Do you want to know what he says?
Sure.
It's not entertaining in any way. It's in no way, shape, or form do I condone animal cruelty or dogfighting. They both talk
or
about
whatever it is. No, it's dogfighting.
cruelty or dogfighting.
Yeah, it's both actually. Honestly,
He said about his dogs, they both get treated like kings. So it's not like in no way, shape, or form am I condoning that. But yes, I saw how it affected people and decided to take it down.
No, I didn't draw the conclusion that you treated your dogs poorly.
Just in case you're thinking I'm dogfighting. No, that's just Michael Vick.
Yeah, it's not me. I would never do it. It's him. I didn't think
20 years ago.
I didn't think Kyler Murray treated his dog poorly. I thought, what the hell are you doing? What are you doing? Why? And he said, as far as what did he explain why he wore the jersey?
I didn't.
For me
see that.
personally, y'all saw me wear the Michael Vick jersey, a player I admired very much growing up. Okay, that's fine. Since you admired him growing up, you probably know his story. Keep the dogs out of it.
How old is Kyler Murray? I mean, he's old enough to know.
He's old enough to know. I don't. He's young, so Michael Vick at his peak at Virginia Tech, he may have seen, like, Kyler Murray was very young. He was like 3 years old when Michael Vick graduated.
Yeah, he was born in 1997, so he was 10 years old when Michael Vick got thrown in prison.
Well, the dogfighting thing, but even Virginia Tech, he wouldn't have seen him play. He would only had to see highlights of him playing, but he would have known.
I'm saying, as someone who's very close in age to Kyler Murray,
you knew about the dogfighting thing. Everyone did. It was Michael Vick. He was the starting quarterback of an NFL team who went to jail.
Imagine if you're however old you were when you're 10 years old, that one of the best and most like electrifying quarterbacks in the NFL and in pro sports at the time got thrown in prison for 2 years. I think that's how I learned about dogfighting. Was Michael Vick. I just didn't occur to me that dogfights were a real thing.
Like, I was aware of dogfighting. I just didn't know anyone of Michael Vick's status would be involved in it.
Would partake.
Yeah. Yes. He's apologized. But look, this probably is proof that he doesn't consult with a team when he posts stuff on social media. But it is a photo shoot. It isn't just some random candid.
It's a nice picture.
Yeah. The lighting's great. Everyone looks great.
It looks like
the dog looks great. The jersey's pristine.
Those very stylized Instagram photos.
Yeah, it looks like he had a team behind him to take the picture. I just apparently no one on his team thought to themselves, yeah, you know what? Excuse me. Would you can wear any other quarterback's jersey. Find another quarterback
or
don't have the dog in it.
Yeah. How about we post it from your car instead?
Yeah, but
another cool thing.
But maybe you want to show how much you really love your dogs, and as
Swoosh and Trunks.
Trunks and Swoosh, fine names for dogs. Better than Spot, I would say.
Yeah, at least you're doing something.
Yeah, you're doing
Swoosh, is he a Nike athlete?
You would imagine. I think if he wasn't, Adidas would have a giant problem with it. Hey, it's
maybe stripes.
We're paying you. It's not checks over stripes for you. We're paying you for it to be stripes over checks. He might be an Adidas athlete. I have no idea what. I think he's a Nike guy, though, honestly. But either way, Kyler Murray has apologized. Michael Vick's going to be okay. We're all going to be okay. I mean, who's going to really be broken up about it? But the naivete, the ignorance, I don't want to say stupidity, just not to be aware that we can't do this. Michael Vick doesn't want it. You don't want it. And you've taken down the pictures. Kyler Murray, the quarterback of the Arizona Cardinals.
I'll say, if I was a Cardinals fan,
I would just drop my head.
I'd be a little bit. I think my trust in Kyler Murray would erode.
If it hasn't eroded enough, when you signed into a deal, you had to put the "don't play so many video games" clause in his contract.
That would have been tough.
Yeah,
but I think by now, like, you've kind of gotten over it.
Yeah,
and then it's like, so the defense is that he forgot about the dogfighting thing with Michael Vick, which, again, when you're 10 years old and one of the best players in the league gets thrown in prison, you're like, oh, yeah.
My brain believes that he was fully aware, and that's why he did it.
He was like, let's get the people going. Get them talking about something.
I am of the opinion that he wore that jersey and had the pit bull in it for that reason.
Do you think he was like, if you know, you know? And then everyone was like, we know.
All, yeah. I don't know if he tried to like sneak one in, and then everyone's
like
a
real subtle joke.
Yeah, and then
no, not subtle, dude.
Yeah, everyone knows what that is about. That's what I feel like. He goes, you know what? I'm gonna sneak this in.
Yeah,
This happened.
yeah.
This
Get the
happened
internet going nuts.
almost 20 years ago. I'm gonna do it. The real ones know. In this case, everyone's a real one. Everyone
Everyone's
knows
aware.
what that's about.
Everyone can do the math on that.
And now you've had to apologize and say, "Hey, I swear, what he was on, not me." Thank you, Kyler Murray, for that. All right.
Do you think the ATF was like, do we have to swing by?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't think they did because the
Okay.
dog looked great. The
It
dog
did
looked
look
fine.
healthy, you know.
Dog looked healthy. Coat was pristine. Everything in that shot was looking great. There is no real government organization to question the stupidity of people when they post stuff. That organization would have been involved in this, not the
busy.
ATF.
They'd be so busy.
Yeah. Hey, we got a couple questions. Why do you think this would be okay? Kyler Murray, everything's fine. You're 2-0. It's not a big deal. It, as Sean said, if you did believe in him, even slightly, it just takes
like
a little bit off.
5% less.
Yeah, it just takes a little bit off the top of how much you believe in your quarterback to get it done when he didn't know this was going to be a problem. We'll go to break with that. All right, if you want to join us, 713-780-3776. I mean, hell, we're 0-2, but our quarterback would never do that. We'll take that. Actually, you know what?
I'd rather be 2-0.
Here's the question. Yeah, would you rather be 2-0 with the dumb post or 2 without the dumb post?
I also thought about that. I'd rather be 2-0 with the dog post.
Yeah, because nothing's going to happen to him. So to your point, yes, it's dumb. There are jokes to be made, but you'd rather be 2-0, and that's where the Cardinals are. The Texans have Sunday to try to avoid going 0-3. All right, we'll get more Texans stuff in the second hour. Also, we'll talk more Astros as well. We'll hear from CJ about what he can do to be better. They're going to need him to be better because they're in a real tough spot very early in the year. We'll talk about that when we come back. So there is a internet beef going on between two small guards. One currently employed, the other isn't. And it all started because of a random basketball account had a video of some NBA players going hard in an open gym against, just guys, not even other professionals, just guys who happen to be there. And they were going hard. I think Tim Hardaway Jr. was in it, some others in it as well. So the account asked, and I'll be specific since this started a beef between Trey Young and Pat Beverly. Honest question. Why do NBA players play so hard in random open gyms in the summer, but give no effort in the All-Star game with millions watching? Well, Adam Silver will tell you, we're a highlight league. That's why. But Pat Beverly saw this video and this caption and said, because All-Stars take the game for granted, not one All-Star on the court, good bump. And as I look at the video, he is right. I don't see an All-Star in there. I see a Tim Hardaway Jr., that's really the only real recognizable player from what I can tell in the video. I'm sure there are others, but that's the one I can tell. I can tell by the haircut and how he played. Trey Young responded. Like, Trey Young is an all-star, but he's one of those guys where it feels like you make the all-star team when other people don't. Not because you were so great.
Also, like, Eastern Conference all-star is normally pretty easier to get into.
So your point is correct, but he is a 4-time all-star.
Yeah, he makes it a lot.
He makes it quite a bit. I think he made it this year because of an injury. I don't think he was in the initial voting.
That makes sense because when you're perennially like the 7, 8, 9
the
seed,
play-in,
they're not exactly rushing to put you in the game.
I believe he finished, I don't know how the voting went, but I think Tyler Hero made it as a initial all-star, and that was his big competition for that final spot, and then he made it later because of injury. So he is an all-star, 4-time all-star, and Trey Young responded to Patrick Beverly with, relax, let us speak for ourselves. And that led to Patrick Beverly going on his platform and telling the world that he knows people in Atlanta and other players around the league and say they don't want to go there because Trey Young is there. And, of course, Trey Young would not let that slander lie. And he sat down, set up a camera. I don't know if he had the same people who do Kyler Murray's promo did his. He sat down, did a 12-minute video about why Patrick Beverly shouldn't be talking about this because Patrick Beverly, in his eyes, he would say scrub or not as important as Trey Young. It led to a sit-down 12-minute response. You mentioned how if you're a Cardinal fan, you feel less confident in your guy.
Yeah, no.
If you're a Hawk fan and your star guard is spending 12 minutes going after Patrick Beverly of all people, you're like, you know what? Yeah. You know what? I don't care what Patrick Beverly said. He's right about you. He's right. Why are you spending 12 minutes talking to Patrick Beverly? All of this based off him quote tweeting something from a random basketball account about All-Stars. And you know what? The gist of it is the account is right. All-Stars don't play hard in the All-Star game. That's why we have all these different machinations that Adam Silver wants to get done. At its core, the video and the caption are right. They don't play hard. That's why the All-Star game has lost any luster that it had. But let us speak for ourselves.
Yeah.
Your play speaks for yourself. You don't need to speak. Every time we watch you guys go out there, and I'm not even a big hate the NBA, the product. In fact, I'm nowhere near that. But if we're having a discussion about the All-Star game, it's terrible.
Yeah.
Trey Young, you guys don't play hard. And it's fine. You know what? I'm fine with you not playing hard because I don't care about the All-Star game. Other people would like that to matter more. For those people, I get why you might be upset. For me, it's the All-Star game. I don't care to talk about it the next day. There's something on HBO I can watch. That's fine. Sunday night, right during prestige TV time for HBO, I'm watching something else. I'm good. My weekend at that point, I've watched, there's probably not a lot of sports on at that time anyway, but whatever had happened between...
4 Nations, hockey?
Possibly. Whatever had happened up until about 7 p.m. Sunday night, I'm good on sports during that time of the year. I'll just go do something else. It's fine. I can watch anything at that point. I don't need to watch the All-Star game. So that's me. But for other people who want to tune in and watch it, the account is right, Trey. Play harder. And don't get in verbal fights with Patrick Beverly. That's why you are the Hawks.
I think I could go for 3 minutes.
12.
12 is
He sat down at a
lot.
table for 12 minutes and talked about why Patrick Beverly. He pretty much all he did was aggregate everything people have said about Patrick Beverly and put it in a 12-minute video.
ChatGPT,
Yeah.
mean things.
Yeah,
to
mean
say
things to
to-
say about Patrick Beverly. Look, Kevin Durant's petty. He's had issues with Patrick Beverly in the past, certainly. But I don't think he's filmed a 12-minute takedown of Patrick Beverly.
Yeah, no. His tweets are 2 sentences, you know?
Yeah.
Keeps it moving.
Yeah. He'll laugh at you. He'll say something very insulting.
Yeah.
And I'll move on. A YouTube video, 11 minutes and 56 seconds of Trey Young
I like-
responding to
I
Patrick
like that
Beverly.
it's he uploaded it to YouTube at he's a YouTuber apologizing for something he's done.
Like they did in a previous video, and people were upset about it.
Allow me
Yeah.
to clear the air.
Yeah. And yet, we're getting close to training camp too. I'm not one who says shut up and dribble, but if I'm a Hawk fan, get in the gym. Get in the gym. We are supposed to be pretty good this year. We made a lot of acquisitions that people think are going to lead us to being pretty good. The East is weak this year. Work, not on your jump shot. Maybe get in a stance. I don't need you to be Patrick Beverly, but perhaps get in a stance. So our point of attack defense isn't a complete embarrassment. That's all. Ooh. I don't know that I have ever had 12 minutes to respond to anyone at any time. I don't know if I've had the free time for it.
No.
But Trey Young,
12 uninterrupted minutes of talk.
yeah, I don't know that they're edits. I just think he sat down and said, I got something to say. And there it is. You can find Trey Young talking about Patrick Beverly on his YouTube channel. Apparently it's at From the Point TY.
Oh, because he does have a
Twitter
podcast.
Okay, he has a podcast.
So he has the infrastructure to
to do it.
Turn my mic on. I got something to say.
Yeah.
For 11 minutes.
You want to watch Trey Young take down Patrick Beverly? Go to Trey Young's YouTube channel. It's just called Trey Young.
1.5 times speed, maybe.
You treat it like a podcast you need to get through.
Yeah, while I'm eating dinner. All right, cool. Got it.
And he's got his glasses on.
Professorial.
Yeah, professorial Trey Young. Oh, okay. We'll move on. Let's actually hear from someone that matters. At least on Sunday. Trey Young's got time before his presence matters
Watch
at any
out.
point.
You might get a YouTube video coming your way.
I mean, it's mid-September. He doesn't really matter right now. In October, he'll start to matter more.
Yeah.
CJ Stroud matters now and certainly on Sunday. He has not had a great start to a season. He's acknowledged it, but he was asked a question, how do you get better? What you need to get better in or at? And this is what CJ Stroud had to say. I caught Sean. That's on me.
I don't know, everything. I can always be better. I told D'Amico the other day, if anything he sees or anybody sees I can be better in, let me know. I think my process has really been good lately. I see the field well, putting the ball where it's supposed to be, with the coverages and whatnot. And some things it's just I didn't really get a ton of reps with some of the guys we're getting in the game at receiver. So that's a little bit of a challenge. But I think that's one of my biggest things, just being the coach on the field, and taking that step. And it takes time. It's not overnight. So that's an area I think I can grow.
It feels like.
Sorry, I heard him, but I was watching the video identifying players. I think Tyler Kolek's in that video. And Malik Beasley.
Okay.
I mean, cleared of an investigation, trying to let
NBA
everyone know he's
players.
ready to go. Yeah, I knew they were NBA players. I was just trying to identify who they were. I think that's the great Tyler Kolek and Malik Beasley in that video. Not all stars, so Pat Bev's right on that. As far as CJ is concerned, yeah, everything can get better. Like, we played sound yesterday from Mina Kimes talking about the Texans and their infrastructure on offense and what things can be done. And she pointed to a lot of things. CJ was among them. There's no quick fix for this team on offense. There is no one thing you can do. Nick Caley isn't where he needs to be. Their O-line isn't where they need to be. And their quarterback isn't where they need to be. Thankfully, they're getting healthier at wide receiver, and we hope that helps. They bring in 2, they say goodbye to 1. So that's a net positive, I guess. Justin Watson out. He's on IR. Berrios and Kirk are back. didn't think we'd have a conversation about the Texans possibly being 0-3, even though we can acknowledge that starting the season with the Rams and the Bucs is tough. They're two playoff teams at your same level, so the margin of error is small. The games could go either way. You can look at the point spread and kind of deduce that. I thought they would at least get a split. I can't. 0-3 with the loss of the Jags.
That's
tough to imagine.
That means like everyone was wrong about this team.
Yeah.
Like where it's like I said yesterday, it's less even about being 0-3. It's the fact that your season depends on you beating the Jags, and you don't do it.
Look, I know there'll be 14 games to go.
Yeah.
But the season is effectively over.
It is a funny thing where
if you lose to the Jags.
Where like if you start even like 0-2, like even if you get back to 2-2, that's somehow worse for your chances than going 1-1 to 2-2. Like it's a weird thing where and there's a little bit of the Chiefs are also 0-2.
And the Bengals have lost their starting quarterback for 3 months, even though they're 2-0. So it's a little different 0-2 in the way that, okay, two teams we expected to be real contenders for the playoffs are either right there with you in the Chiefs or have lost their starter.
Yeah.
So there feels like there's certainly an opportunity to bounce back. 0-3, I don't see a path.
And there's like some. If there's going to be an 0-2 team to bounce back, it's going to be those guys.
And also,
it's going to be the guys with Patrick Mahomes.
Also, inherently, if you go to 0-3 to start the year, you're probably not a good football team. So how are you going to bounce back and win enough games?
And there is a lot of that dragging down the 0-2 stat.
Of course.
Like,
how many good teams go to 0-2? I guess the question would be
the Detroit Lions in 2008 also were 0-2. They all then finished 0-16.
Yeah, the real stat, and we ain't got the research for that, is to look into teams who were 0-2 but were expected to be good.
Yeah, like whose
before the season started.
Win total was over 9.
Yeah, and how many of those teams bounced back to make the playoffs? Because we know the percentage is really low at strictly 0-2. The Texans were expected to win their division, so when we talk about that could be a different story as far of teams bouncing back. Yeah. We know in their somewhat recent history, this organization went 0-3 and made the playoffs. But I don't know if you've heard, Bill O'Brien ain't walking through them doors.
No.
So,
God help us.
Or thank God, however you want to put it.
So there's 10 teams that are 0-2.
Yeah.
And of them, I would say like it might actually just be all but the Texans and Chiefs.
Yeah.
You're ready to like throw dirt on or are just wholly unsurprised by it.
Yeah. I'm trying to think.
Saints, Jets.
Yeah. And I was thinking,
Dolphins,
Panthers.
Panthers.
Trying to think because the Dolphins are likely falling to 0-3 tonight. Their win total was it 7.5? I don't know, 8.5. I don't remember. So I was trying to see if they would fall in line with one of those teams who had a win total that might put them in a spot.
Maybe no, I don't think the Bears were 9.5 wins.
No, not in that division where you had 3 potential.
I think they were like
teams.
7.5.
Yeah, so the Texans are an outlier in that regard, along with the Chiefs. 0-2, but with a win total and a prediction of winning the division.
Gosh.
So let's buck the trend. Go. But the 0-3 thing, I don't know the percentages there, but it feels
like much worse.
Yeah, it feels like we are talking about DOA when they get back to Houston if they are 0-3.
Especially because Colts go to Nashville to play the Titans. Chance Colts run away with this thing at 3-0.
Have a 3-game lead 3 weeks in?
Yeah. And then they play the Rams. And then Raiders. Cardinals.
Like the Daniel Jones thing, he may be better than we thought he was going to be coming in, but they're never going to punt thing, I'm going to say that's not sustainable. I'm going to guess. So there will be a time, I think, where the Colts come back to the pack as far as their efficiency on offense, and hell, maybe they're just the 2024 Saints.
Yeah.
That's something you can hope for.
There's a chance of that. I think I'll take the more on punts, on half a punt.
You're going to go over?
Yeah, I think they get one punt out.
Is that something you can – it's not Prize Pick time, but is that something you can do in Prize Pick?
I doubt it.
Okay.
Maybe punt yards.
Possibly. All right. Sean will talk about Prize Picks later. I'm talking about Monument Chevrolet now. It's pretty simple. You want a great vehicle at a great price, Monument Chevrolet is a place for you. And I say great vehicle because you hear the name Chevy, and of course, their new inventory, Chevys. But if you're looking for something pre-owned, got great vehicles there too. So if you're looking for a great vehicle, truck, car, EV, whatever it is, check it out at Monument Chevrolet. Go to the website, monumentchevrolet.com, and see what they have to offer. They've got good deals on trucks. In fact, I would say great deals, because for them, September is truck month. They have the 2.9% APR for 72 months on that 2025 Silverado 1500. Of course, you've heard me talk about the EV vehicles in the past. They've got the EV Blazer there as well. You can take a look at, and a great deal attached to that as well. So no matter what you're looking for, electric vehicle, a Silverado, a Blazer, a Trax, whatever is for you, Monument Chevrolet is going to have it. So check the website out, monumentchevrolet.com. Find your vehicle, pick it out, find the right price, and then head on out there to Pasadena for Beltway 8 and 225. You're going to meet the great people there. I've been out there a couple times to find out about who they are, and certainly shoot some commercials as well. I can back it up. Great people, and that's when they're not trying to sell me a car. So you know they're much nicer when they want you to get into a vehicle. They're going to put you in the perfect vehicle for you. They're not going to rush you. They'll go at your pace and make sure whatever you want is what you're going to love. All right, website one more time, monumentchevrolet.com. Head on out there. They're in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. Beltway 8 and 225. And remember this, Chevrolet, together let's drive.
The Del Olalea Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olalea.
We won't bore you with what we were discussing, because I got offered a fantasy football trade in the ESPN 97.5 Fantasy Football League, where I have started off poorly thanks to Joe Burrow. Appreciate it, Joe. Thanks for your efforts. Even when you're healthy, you weren't good. And now, of course, you're out for the next 3 months. So
Jake Browning time.
Did I bring him on as my waiver quarterback? I don't remember. But it'll be Michael Penix's time, at least for now. We'll see how he does there. So, yeah. So trade I'm probably going to turn down, because I got the best player in the trade, Tucker Kraft. Ain't nobody taking my tight end away. Not after what he did on Thursday night. All right, we'll get away from that. So we'll try to get back on time here, but we have some college football stuff to get to. Games themselves, but there's something that the coaches wanted and the coaches got. The spring window, the spring portal is closed. No, and it'll be no more. The NCAA
removes the spring transfer portal window simply means a lot of guys would take advantage of that portal window after they found out their status after spring practice to get out. All right, this isn't going well for me. I'm not going to be able to play here. I'm going to go leave. Of course, the coaches are done recruiting. They thought they had their roster intact because high school recruiting is over. They had added their portal additions in the previous window. The spring window has been for guys who look at their state in the program and go, not for me. I want to go play someplace else. I'm out. So the NCAA has voted to get rid of that. They are now in discussions about how long the winter window will be open and when it will start, because some of it conflicts with playoff teams. So should they be managing portal stuff when they have to play playoff games and trying to win a national title? So that is something they're still working on. I will say this, the portal isn't real. We found that out last year when Xavier Lucas, after not being allowed to enter the portal, at least Wisconsin wouldn't enter his name into the portal, he still transferred to Miami, which set off Wisconsin suing Miami for what they deem as tampering, and also they believe they had Xavier Lucas under an NIL type deal. I forget the exact wording, but they feel like he couldn't go anywhere, or at least they owned his NIL rights, and Miami couldn't be involved because he had signed a deal with them. It's very complicated because now the schools can be involved in NIL deals, where in the past, while it was never actually the case, it was set up to be where the schools were separate from any NIL deal that could be signed by a player. That was never the real thing. The schools were always involved. It's just that they had to tell people they weren't involved. Now they can be involved. They have their collectives, all that stuff. It's a lot of jargon. It's a lot of stuff that doesn't really entertain me, because for the most part, all I do is care about the games. But this is about player movement. And no matter what you do until the NCAA says you can't transfer, even if you're not in the portal, players can just go. It's a little bit more difficult because you have to certainly transfer to a school and already know that they want you, because the portal is more database where they could, or a team, at least what they said it was. The portal is for teams to look into the database and go, hey, that player's available. We'd like to have him. When we all know these players were contacting teams and back and forth, and that's why they would enter the portal, because they know they had a deal in place and they know they had a spot to go to. Now, we'll see how the removal of the spring window affects player movement, but I got a feeling it'll be more like the Xavier Lucas model, where sure, there'll be no portal, but as long as you can enroll at another school,
yeah,
you'll just go there, and the kid will be out of one school one day, and he'll show up on campus in 2 days, and the first time you hear about it is when it's announced, as opposed to, oh, he's in the window. Is he going to take visits? He's going to go here or there. That might still happen, but I think going forward, kids who know where they're going to go, they know they got a spot, they'll just leave campus one day. They'll leave Bloomington one day, wind up in Happy Valley the next day, playing on the Nittany Lion roster, playing for Penn State.
Yeah, I think it's either that, or what you're going to see is this is a window to enter the portal. It's not a window to exit the portal.
Yeah.
So you can even, and this is probably not like the preferred thing to do, but you could take all the time in the world. You could take until after spring to make up your mind and to play the portal game. And all right, if it's in March, okay, I'll be going to whatever, Texas Tech this year. Boom. There you go. Because it's only a 10-day or 2-week window in January to enter the portal.
Yeah, you can stay in there as long as you want.
Yeah, it doesn't mean business has to be done in those 2 weeks.
Yeah, but as I said, even in January, the window's closed, so my team that I was on, my school won't officially enter me into the portal anymore.
Yeah.
Who cares? I can unenroll here,
withdraw from classes,
and then go enroll someplace else, and I will be just fine. It'll just be less of the Twitter accounts going such and such here enters the portal.
Ooh,
yeah,
tough for Hayes Fawcett.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be tough.
Oh,
the
man.
graphics, the decommitment graphics might lessen a little bit as far as
feel bad for
college players leaving and going in someplace else, but
pour one out.
It's allegedly supposed to make the coaches'
job easier. If the players want to take it a different way, it doesn't make it any easier. Less paperwork for the schools.
Yeah.
But a player can just go.
It makes it a little bit easier for coaches, but it's still that point where from November to January for 85 teams, it is like just absolute hell on wheels of coaching carousel, spring or December high school recruiting, January portal, and then you might even be playing in playoff games or bowl games, and then you have February recruiting, which isn't actually that big of a deal anymore. And you're not exactly easing up on the amount of work they have to do in that 2-month span.
Yes, and this is
that is still going to be hectic.
And this is one of the reasons that coaches who coach playoff teams want some change in that January window, because they feel like, why am I trying to win a national title?
They should just
and then having to deal with potential departures and actually, still building my team for next year as well, because I got to be on it, because I know I have graduating seniors. I got to take into account guys who I know won't be around, so I still got to make moves to get ready for next year while I'm trying to go win a national title.
And I think last year the national championship game was on Monday, and then the NFL early decision day was on Wednesday. The schedule is still very condensed. I've actually, and this is just off the top of my head, maybe there's reasons they can't do this, that if you're going to do one portal window, why wouldn't you do it after spring?
I think it has to do with when they talk about building a roster.
They just want more certainty earlier?
Yeah, they want more time to adjust, because draft decisions have to be made, and guys sometimes take that down to the wire. I think they would like things to happen further
sooner
away from the next season.
Yeah.
So they can kind of figure out who they are and not have to continue to worry about that in spring and into the summer. I think they just want more certainty about who their team's going to be.
Yeah.
And we're talking about it. There was a prime example last year where the current starting quarterback for Missouri was the backup quarterback at Penn State while they were going through their playoff run.
Just left.
Yeah, and he left.
Same thing. SMU with Preston Stone had the same thing, where Kevin Jennings was throwing the ball all over the place in the first half against Penn State, and you're like, whoa, why aren't they going to Preston Stone? At least give him a chance, see what he's got. And it's the next day he announced that he was going to Northwestern, and you're like, oh, that's probably why he didn't play, is because he was going to Northwestern the next day. So yeah, you're still gonna have that weirdness of the backup quarterbacks for playoff teams just leaving in the middle of the playoffs.
Yeah, particularly when they know the current starter is going to be back.
Yeah,
and Prabula wanted to be around the Missouri coaches as early as he can, because he was situated to be in a quarterback battle, which he did win. Rashid, we see you. You want to talk Texans? Hold on. We're going to break. We'll get to you when we come back. Anyone else want to join us, you are certainly welcome to talk about whatever you want to get to before we wrap it up. The number is 713-780-3776. Just a couple segments to go before we head on out. We'll be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olalea.
All right, let's get to Rashid. Rashid wants to talk some Texans. What's up? Rashid.
Are you there?
Yeah, go ahead, Rashid.
Hey, how you doing? I was listening to the tail end of the previous conversation, so I don't know if you already mentioned this, but, you know, the Giants, when they made their playoff run, they started off 0-2, and they weren't favored to win any game all the way up to the Super Bowl, but they grinded it out and came home with the ring. I was just wondering, how do you think they compare to the Texans? I'll hang up and listen.
Are you talking about the second Eli title? Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
What was that? How long ago was that?
2011.
2011. I got to admit, I don't remember a lot about the 2011 Giants. They were more established. Their head coach, their quarterback had already won a Super Bowl. Their coach had already won a Super Bowl. They had been there and done that for a while. So I get what you're saying. It's just I don't know how comparable they are, considering that Giant team was very veteran. They had done it before, and most importantly, their coach and quarterback had done it before. But it's tough. I just don't remember the composition of that team as a whole. I know they were a good pass rushing team, that's how those Giant teams were built. So that's very comparable to the Texans are as far as their pass rushers are concerned. Who was on that team? Was Bradshaw on that team as a running back?
Yeah, it was Ahmad Bradshaw, Mario Manningham.
Yeah, he had his own catch down the sideline.
I forgot. It would have been Amani Toomer.
No, that's back in Kerry Collins days. Was Victor Cruz on that team?
He might have been.
Rashid, it's a long time ago. And that's a long way down the road. I would like to start with being 1-2. And if they want to grind it out, and the difference is, I think, unless the Texans are a complete failure with the first month, there will be opportunities for them to be favored. Despite the 0-2 start, they're going to be favored in games as long as they're not like 0-4 and 0-5, and it feels like they've quit on themselves. So can they get there? I didn't think they're a Super Bowl team to start. So I think their offensive line is too big of an issue for them to get there. But if we're talking about making it back to the playoffs, I don't think that's out of bounds. I don't think the Colts are, I won't say as good as they've appeared because you got to give them credit. I just don't think the Colts are this juggernaut who's going to run away and hide.
It's a little bit like the flip side of the Texans, where the Colts probably aren't as good as they've looked. The Texans aren't as bad as they look.
And to be fair to the Texans, they've been in two really competitive ball games. One where they had a chance to win the game, ball in their hands inside the opponent's 35-yard line.
Yeah.
And in the other one, they had the Bucs at a 4th and 10, and if they have their linebacker who had a free shot, the quarterback simply get him on the ground, they win that game. So they're not that far away from us having an entirely different feel about the projection of the season. They would still have some of the same problems on offense, but they would have been able to overcome those issues to get to 2-0. So this isn't about the Texans and whether the season is completely over. I think a lot of circumstances are in their favor to get back in it. It just is looking at the past. And if you're going to go 0-3, it just gets even that much harder to crawl your way out. And as we talked about, you said you heard the tail end of the conversation. As we talked about, when you're 0-2, it's generally because you're not a good football team. The Giants, clearly, as you pointed out, were not bad, and they found a way to scrap and win. So I don't think the Texans are bad. I think in a different situation where the schedule laid out differently, they could very easily be 2-0 if those Rams and Bucs games are later in the year and they had what you would consider easier games. So it's just 2 games on the schedule. If that happened at different times, we'd be talking about them differently. They just happen to be at the front of the schedule, and it sets them up where things are really tough. You go 1-2 with the win over the Jags on Sunday, you feel like you're really in it going forward. It's just dropping 0-3.
Yeah.
It feels like
the mountain may be too
Leading receivers,
large to climb.
Leading receivers for the 2011 Giants: Victor Cruz with 1,500 yards and 9 touchdowns. Hakeem Nicks, 1,107. And then, Bradshaw and Jacobs were the running backs.
So that Giants team offensively, good,
and then
good weapons on that team.
Manningham was the third receiver. Jake Ballard. Now I'm just remembering some
tight
guys.
ends. Yeah. I don't know how they
Chris
were
Canty,
composed of. Yeah, we hear them every morning on defense. You're looking at their depth chart right now, I imagine.
Yeah, or just the what's it called? Sports Reference.
Oh, their stats.
Antrell Roll.
Yeah, they had a good team. I think
Matthias Kiwanuka.
If we go man for man, since we're making comps to a team from 14 years ago, I mean, Eli was more accomplished because he had won a Super Bowl before, but we're just talking about talent-wise. I don't know that the Giants – well, I think the Giants were more talented offensively. You haven't mentioned the offensive line, which I imagine is better than the one we have here. I would guess.
Yeah, it would just be me remembering how they were thought of at the time.
Like that Sean O'Hara, David Deal, Chris Snead, Kareem McKenzie. You would imagine that that unit was better than the one we have because the one we have isn't very good. So the comp is tough to make, but it is a team who showed themselves to be able to overcome a slow start. It's happened before.
And they showed that you can do those.
Yeah, we know it's not impossible. It's just difficult. Gary, you want to talk about something Dan Orlovsky said? We'll get to that when we come back. I imagine something to do with a quarterback because they only go to Dan Orlovsky for things like that for the most part, being the ex-quarterback that he is. So, Gary, we'll get to you when we come back. If you want to follow him, more than welcome. 713-780-3776. Thanks for the call, Rashid. But first, before we do all that, Sean's going to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. And unlike Dan Orlovsky, who only wants to talk about quarterbacks, I want to talk about running backs in tonight's Dolphins-Bills game. I think that Devon Achane for the Miami Dolphins, I think he finds the end zone. I think he gets more than half a rushing or receiving touchdown. He's done that in 4 of his last 5 games, including the first 2 games of this season. It's been a disappointing season for the Miami Dolphins. Hasn't been disappointing for Devon Achane finding the end zone both times he's taken the field this season. And let's go James Cook, another running back, this time for the Buffalo Bills. Go more than 86.5 rushing and receiving yards. Bills are going to be big favorites. They're a good chance that they are up in this game, and they're trying to bleed clock, and they're going to bleed clock by handing it to James Cook, who's going to rush for, close to, 70 yards is what I need, and then a couple dump-off passes from Josh Allen to get him over 86.5 rushing and receiving yards. Then to add a little cherry on top, you got a max discount right now for Patrick Mahomes to throw for more than half a yard in Sunday Night Football against the Giants. So you put those in a little three-pick power play, boom, you're going to win 5.5 times your money right there. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, it's good to be right.
You're listening to the Del Olaleya Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleya.
So Gary hung up. He had a question about something Arlovsky said. Gary, if you want to ask us, get back in. But at an early point in the show, I mentioned this. I said, Sean, have what you would consider a good goal celebration in your head. What you would do if you scored a big goal in a match. So this is from the U.S. Open Cup semifinal between Austin and Minnesota. It's in Minnesota. Austin is the team who wins. They score a goal to get to the U.S. Open Cup final. If you don't know what that is, it is something that is a U.S./Canada competition where the MLS competes. That's the highest level of North American soccer. And then you have like the USL. So it's kind of how you might compare. I always like to give the comp of Hoosiers, like where everyone can win the same thing, even if you're a lower division. Now, Indiana basketball's changed that since where they do divide it by divisions, but it's top division, lower division, lower division. They all compete for the same thing. Even I think semi-pro teams can qualify and win it. So that's what it is. It's aside from the regular MLS Cup playoffs and championship going on in the country. So he scores at the very end. Of course, you're going to do a celebration. It's the game winner, maybe the last kick of the match. Sean's going to play the sound. He's going to be able to watch the video. And Sean, tell me, would you do the celebration this guy did considering what he's wearing?
Started, but it's a good ball for Gallagher. Final chance. Lifted into that area. Uzuni's header. Save from St. Clair. Fondre volleys in. There's your unlikely hero. C.J. Fondre with his second career goal, and it sends Austin FC to the Open Cup final.
Okay. Sean, C.J. Fondre scored the goal. He is born and raised in San Jose. I don't know if he's raised there, but born in San Jose, California. So an American scored that big goal. Austin to the U.S. Open Cup final. Would you like to tell the people how he celebrated his goal?
Yeah, he celebrated by running off to the side, ripping off his jersey.
Which is pretty normal in soccer.
Yeah.
They take their jerseys off all the time.
Yep.
Well, now you can't. You get a yellow card. But for big goals, you take it off, you celebrate.
Yep.
You're overcome with emotion. Swing it around. Celebrate.
Wave around your head.
Okay, that's normal. I saw you laugh in there.
Yeah.
And why did you laugh?
Because it reminds me a lot of a very famous World Cup goal.
Sure.
What was it?
1999.
1999.
Brandy Chastain.
Brandy Chastain, because like Brandy Chastain,
C.J. Fondre.
C.J. Fondre is wearing an undergarment
Yes.
on his upper half.
And what does it look like, Sean?
It looks like a sports bra.
It is a catapult, which measures your speed and all that stuff.
Heart rate.
Yeah, heart
I've
rate.
seen the catapults before.
Yeah, we know what it is,
but it looks
like a bra,
It looks
a sports
like
bra.
he's wearing a sports bra.
So, C.J. Fondre, Fodrey, probably the biggest moment in his young career. He's only 21 years old, was drafted in 2023. It's probably the biggest moment in his career. I had never heard his name. I'm not watching Austin FC soccer. Never heard of him before this moment. So, when it's your kind of introduction to a lot of the world not a lot of the world, but whoever cares about the U.S. Open Cup semifinal.
People on Paramount Plus.
Sure. When that's your introduction and you know you've got the catapult bra on, are you ripping off your shirt to celebrate, Sean, or you find another way to show how happy you are?
Yeah, I'm not ripping off the jersey to celebrate. I mean, honestly, even without the catapult bra, because I'm a team guy, don't want to get the yellow card, you know?
Yeah, because
I
who
know,
knows?
And I know the way I play, those can add up quick.
But as a goal scorer type, maybe you would have a different way of playing.
Yeah.
So you don't pick up as many.
Yeah, but I wouldn't go with the Brandy Chastain.
I just don't want my first introduction to an idiot like me in Houston talking about it to be, oh, that's the guy who's wearing the catapult and looks like a sports bra. I know what they're for. They're very functional. A lot of guys wear them. It's just I'm not ripping off the shirt if the first time I get introduced to a lot of people, it's me wearing a bra. I'm sure Austin FC has that moment
on a lot of their social media accounts, Instagram, Twitter, whatever, TikTok. It's everywhere for them. It's a big moment in that young franchise's history. They get to go to a U.S. Open Cup final.
Listos.
Yeah.
That's what they say.
I'm keeping my shirt on. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, as of right now, it's the biggest moment of this guy's career. You know, there's a chance that it's up there as far as moments of his career.
I just don't want to be seen running around in something that looks like a sports bra. That's
probably something that's going to get replayed a lot.
Yeah.
I'd prefer not to have to explain,
I point to the back of my jersey. Look.
Where it says catapult?
No. Where it says Fodre.
Not a sports bra. Not Lululemon.
You don't have that problem. You just keep your jersey on. Just point to Fodre. It's me. I did it.
Fodre,
then you
right
pound the badge on the chest.
Maybe go for the kiss.
Yeah, you do all the things. You say my name, and then you kiss the badge to say all about Austin FC.
Yeah.
I ain't gotta point the catapult to let people know. I swear, I'm not wearing a bra. I'm wearing a thing that tracks how fast I run and my endurance and my heart rate. Credit to Fodre for scoring that goal. It was a big goal. I'm sure big goal for him. Keep the shirt on. Because it's a moment for you. That's all.
And I guess he doesn't notice that he's wearing, because it's 120 minutes into this match. Like, it probably is just like whatever. He's not feeling that he's wearing it. And so it's just so overcome with emotion. Although that is weird. So overcome with emotion, you just rip off your jersey.
Well, it happened to Brady Chastain.
Yeah, no, it happens in soccer a lot. It is a weird scenario.
At this point, it's just, hey, I've seen it happen before.
Michael Jordan didn't rip off his shirt after he hit the shot against Utah.
He did some fist bumps in the past.
I think I would just do the fist bump. I'd do a fist bump and walk over to the supporter section and
celebrate with them. Kiss.
Oh, I was imagining it on the road and
you taunt. Oh, you want to taunt the other supporters? Yeah, okay, gotcha. I think I would be
maybe slap the corner kick.
Some guys
flag.
like to kick it.
Yeah, I like that. That would probably, to answer your question, be my move is to do the little flying kick on
the corner flag.
Yeah,
I like that. It can't be attributed to any one person, so it can't be said you're copying. I don't know if I go with the knee slide. There's always a chance that you screw that up.
I don't like
mess
the knee
up.
slide.
So I might do some shadow boxing with the flag and then punch it, stuff like that.
Good.
Yeah, or kiss the badge, celebrate with the home supporters.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't get the compulsion to rip off your shirt.
Do the finger
slime?
under the nose.
I don't know if
do they yellow card that?
I don't know.
Or is that just an NFL thing?
I don't know if I've ever seen a soccer player do the slime celebration. I don't know. I don't think I've seen it. It's now something to look out for.
I'd bring some of the NFL to the U.S. Open.
Do you do the Jameson Williams?
Oh, I think that plays.
You want to do the Jameson Williams?
I thought you were going to say the Dylan Stewart on the goalie.
No, I'm not going to let off a clip in the goalie after I score. That is one moment. It's always how I'm going to remember Dylan Stewart.
Dylan Stewart, I mean, he's probably going to be a very high pick. He's a great player.
Yeah.
I think for you and I'm
never forgetting
we're
that.
always going to think of him.
And it wasn't
three
just
shots.
And it wasn't even just a handgun. It was a shotgun into the chest of Jackson Dart, future starting quarterback for the Giants. Yes, he did get penalized for it.
He did get very much penalized.
And then it led to rule changes where I don't know if they're going to throw you out of the game.
You can't do gun stuff.
You can't do gun stuff. I don't know if it leads to an ejection. It was already punishable by unsportsmanlike like conduct penalty. I don't know if they've taken I don't know if they've taken it to another level. They probably have. Probably don't air it out.
Yeah, I guess you can't
on the field.
Rip off your jersey if you're a football player because it just pads underneath.
Yeah, it's tough. So they have to find other ways. I would advise soccer players to find other ways. The jersey thing, the ripping off of the jersey never made sense to me. But there it is.
Big Petey Pablo fans.
Whatever you want to do to celebrate a game-winning goal, more power to you. But just know, we always got our eye out. And I will now.
Best moment of your young career.
Well, credit to him. I will always remember C.J. Fodre in some ways. Oh, you're the dude who did that thing.
I can't guarantee that I'll know C.J. Fodre, but I'll remember that guy who scored a goal for Austin FC.
Yeah, true. I probably won't remember his name.
Well, not exactly Brady Chastain. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's the U.S. Open Cup final, or semifinal.
Yeah,
it's not the World Cup final.
Do it in the final.
Yeah, whoever you're playing. Do it in the final.
Yeah.
We'll see We'll see.
Do it against Montreal.
Is that who they're playing?
I have no idea.
Same here. I'll find out later when the next guy scores. All right, we're done. Rich Eisen's up next. And then Jeremy and Joe follow him. But since we're done for the day, Sean, what does that mean?
Do you want my dead mom's clothes?
Maybe put one of his mom's blouses on, CJ. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck.
You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is the Rich Eisen Show.
What's happening in the baseball world? I think we take it for granted.
From the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
Gone! Number 51 on the season for Shohei Ohtani.
Today's guests, SEC Network analyst and Heisman Trophy winner Tim Tebow. Fox Sports Rules analyst Team Blandino. Actor Tyreek Withers. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
On Disney Plus, the ESPN app everywhere, ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance, Sirius XM Channel 80. We say hello to everybody out there who's listening to us through our podcast, all 3 hours available, however you get them. And certainly thanks to our partnership with the ESPN Pod Center. We're up there, we're out there, and hopefully you're in there. And hopefully you're also checking us out on our YouTube channel in any way, shape, or form that you can. YouTube.com/Rich Eisen Show. And every single follower counts. Certainly my youngest son is counting it. Cooper this morning when I was seeing him says, "Dad, you're over 985,000." Oh, which is words that my 14-year-old's never said to me before. So I'm very, very proud of what we're building here on our program. Good to see you over there, Christopher. How are you?
Rich, I'm great. Battled the drizzle this morning to get here.
For those out there nationally who are listening to us, we greatly appreciate being on your local station here. If you're on the ESPN radio network, we're also appreciative of being heard nationally on Sirius XM. Light a candle because it's raining here in Los Angeles, which means people around here don't know how to drive. It's something. But we're here and nice and safely. Is that why Del Tufo's not here? Is he on the side of the road?
I don't know. Perhaps.
Good to see you, Jason Feller. How are you?
Too. Hey, how's the weather out there?
It's not sunny right now. Candle's lit. Is the candle lit, TJ?
Lighting the candle for all those out on the freeway right now.
Did I say light a candle? I didn't even mean to say that sort of thing, but good to see you.
You too, Rich. How you doing?
I'm good. You're going to Indianapolis this weekend, are you not?
It's starting to hit me. I'm not going to lie to you guys a little. My stomach kind of went a little bit yesterday.
Oh, is that right?
I was filling out a bunch of ESPN paperwork to make it official.
Look at you. You're signing paperwork with ESPN to host, along with O'Shea Jackson Jr.
So cool.
No Contest Wrestling is hosting the... Have you been informed it's no longer an hour, it's 2 hours? Am I breaking the news to you? Welcome to ESPN, by the way.
The news got broken, and we'll talk later, when I read the official press release in Variety, and it said 2 hours. I was like, oh!
Variety broke I guess I should have broken the news to you. It was a couple of days ago, like, we'd like them to do 2. And I'm like, man, you and O'Shea Jackson Jr. would do 24 days in a row talking about it. Are you kidding?
Yeah.
So it's the first PLE on this ESPN app and Disney Plus of the WWE and No Contest Wrestling. Check it out on the ESPN YouTube and Facebook pages on Saturday. Very excited for that sort of expansion of our world. So cool. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. We keep talking about the firsts this year, right? First week of the season, first barn burner of the season. That was a Sunday night football game, to say the least, between the Ravens and the Bills. It's the last time we saw the Bills at home. And in between that game and tonight's Bills' next home game, which is a standalone everybody watches contest on Prime Video. Before those two games, we've seen a lot of other firsts, which is the first team to have to start their backup quarterback, San Francisco 49ers.
Yes, sir.
Soon this weekend, we're going to see the first game between two teams now having to start their backup quarterbacks against one another. It's the Vikings now in Carson Wentz taking on the Cincinnati Bengals and Jake Browning. Wow. The Bengals are the first team in the NFL to potentially lose their quarterback to injury for the entire year. 3 months is what we're hearing about for Joe Burrow. When you hear something that's 3 months, that could easily become 4 and maybe not coming back at all.
Shut it down.
You're also seeing a first that we didn't see but heard about, and that's the first team to hold a players-only meeting. And that happened after just one loss by the Miami Dolphins, 2 days after getting spanked by the Indianapolis Colts and Danny Diamonds. They held a players-only meeting. And so we have now reached another first. Tonight, the Miami Dolphins are the first team to take the field to potentially play for their coach's job. And it's getting real fast for friend of the program, Mike McDaniel, in Miami. And it's a far cry from the Dolphins making the playoffs in McDaniel's tenure. And it's a far cry from, if you recall, the massive points-a-palooza they put on Sean Payton. If you remember that, in Payton's first year there, where the Dolphins had a chance to damn near put up 80 on Denver. And this was a team that came out of nowhere and put a whole bunch of points on the Ravens defense earlier in the first month of Mike McDaniel's tenure.
Oh, yeah, crazy
in Miami.
Yeah.
And we were talking about how this guy is perfect for Tua, and Tyreek Hill's coming and talking about how Tua's thrown, a better ball than Mahomes, and we've come a long way from all of that.
Yeah.
Because now we're wondering if McDaniel is right for Tua, or Tua is right for the contract that he's gotten based on some of the McDaniel's right for Tua moments. And this team is not only 0-2, they are a hard 0-2, a blowout loss on the road, uncompetitive performance in week one, players-only meeting 2 days after, 5 days after the players-only meeting, a home date with the New England Patriots in front of a lot of empty seats in Hard Rock, but that, might be because it's 1 billion degrees out in Miami and everybody's out doing other things, but not a packed house in Hard Rock. One of the people in their seats is Stephen Ross, the owner, and he watches the Patriots take care of business against Miami. And when you lose a division game at home to go 0-2 after a blowout loss that caused you to have a players-only meeting 2 days after that, 5 days after that, the dreaded home division loss, if you have that, you're a hard 0-2. Hard 0-2. 0-2 in conference, 0-1 in division, 0-1 at home in division, 1-for-1 in terms of week one losses and players-only meetings. And there's somebody who's hiring a message to fire everybody on a plane above the stadium. Mike McDaniel spoke this week about his job status and how he's approaching his everyday status himself.
I think if I worry about my job security, I won't be doing my job. And I think that inherently is against all things that I believe in. I've never felt entitled to any sort of I've never felt entitled to this position, and it's very important for me to spend all of my waking hours worrying about exactly how to do my job and all the residual effects of that there's a lot of people affected. So yeah, I won't spend one moment thinking about all the things that people whatever people want me to think about, I'm thinking about this team and the Buffalo Bills here after I get done with this podium.
That was post-game on Sunday, and then he shows up on Monday, and he's asked about control of the locker room. Again, in the NFL, we look at head coaches like Dan Campbell, right? We're biting kneecap off. We're gonna come at you. We're gonna bark. We're gonna hit you. Big, imposing former tight end in this league, and then you see a guy who says the word inherently, and you think he can't coach in the NFL. I mean, did Rex Ryan call him nerd boy on Get Up? I mean, if he's got glasses. By the way, hey, Rex, am I a nerd boy? For ESPN Radio and Sirius XM and our podcast listeners, I just put on my glasses. Don't answer that, Rex.
I was about to say, is that rhetorical? Or?
But it's it's always the case, right? In how visuals do matter, right? Joe Torre, perfect example. When he doesn't show any emotion. He never did, right? He used to sit there and
He
never
looked like he was half asleep.
Right. And half the time, he and Don Zimmer were probably talking about the ponies that they had just bet on earlier in the day. I don't know.
Where they're eating
but,
later.
if you're losing, it's just like, can you show pulse? Do you remember Kevin McReynolds of the Mets?
Oh, yeah.
Right? And he was struggling, but he never showed any emotion. And I heard from Met fans, my brother, other friends of mine, who would be just like, can he take a bat to the Gatorade jug just once so he shows us that it means a lot?
Yeah, did Kevin Mack hit 3 home runs? Did he strike out 3 times? You don't know.
You don't know. So when you're winning, it's just like, boy, this guy shows no pulse, and it's just like everybody's just following, staying calm, and winning. But when you're losing, it's just like, can you show some emotion, please? And for McDaniel, it's like when you're winning, it's like, boy, this guy's a genius. He's thinking next level stuff. Remember we had Andrew Hawkins here, remembers how he was with the Browns on the staff, and he was talking about footwork and where to place your feet as a wide receiver, and it unlocked him, and it unlocked a bunch of people. Guy's a genius. Damn near puts up 80 points on the Denver Broncos. He comes back on the Ravens. Tua's playing well. I mean, the guy's a genius. Now you start losing, and it's just like, are you a molder of men, or are you not? You can give me a terrific synonym for the word mold, but how about actually molding this team? Can you, I mean, Tyreek Hill is even like, why are we running behind a fullback? And McDaniel goes to the podium and goes, his name's Alec Ingold. We have one. So when you lose, you get questions like this the day after you're talking about your job status.
I think if there was anything that would lend me to believe that messages weren't being received, then you address those things. That, to me, I think I've seen a team that is trying to do everything they can to win, and coming up short and pressing forward and trying to change that result.
And again, it's part and parcel. It's just, that's the way he talks. He's very methodical in choosing his words. He has a large vocabulary. He's a smart guy. And I'm sure people in Miami are like, so when you were asked about control of the locker room, can you just say, I've got it. Next question. Yeah, I've got control of the locker room. Just watch the way we're going to play this weekend. I was talking to the guys the other day. You ask them. Tonight's the rubber meeting the road. I mean, if they get smoked, if it's like a Brandon Staley type blowout, and again, I bring that up again because Brandon Staley lost his gig when he was on the road in division, when everyone's wondering, do you have control of the locker room? Do you know what you are doing around here? And he goes to Vegas and damn near, winds up getting hit by everything from the kitchen sink the Raiders threw him to Carrot Top. Carrot Top might have come in here and just started hitting him.
That game felt like 70-0.
What was the final score?
I'm gonna look
and Al Michaels is just like, shut your mouth, Rich, because I had to call that game, and I don't want to fly all the way to Western New York on Air Al to call another one. Because everybody's thinking that, and the recent history ain't good.
It was 63-21.
The Miami Dolphins have lost to the Bills in 13 of the last 14 meetings. The only win is a September 2022 nail-biter in a very hot and humid day in Miami. 21-19 was the final. The Bills have won the last past 9 at home. And the Dolphins' most recent win was in Orchard Park, a 34-31 overtime game on Christmas Eve, which led to the Bills firing their head coach at the time. And he's the guy that called Mike McDaniel Nerd Boy. That was his last day as a head coach in the NFL. So the way through is this. Tua, hold on to the ball. Tua, make your connections. Tua, don't turn it over. And I understand I'm laying a lot at the feet of the quarterback, but it's a quarterback-driven league. Just look at the other guy tonight who was playing the position. See what he does. They came up with a 20-point win in New York just 5 days ago.
He didn't do anything.
And he didn't score. he didn't account for a single touchdown. Yeah. James Cook did for 2. And that's the way through as well. Devin Achane, that's the guy. Achane scored the only touchdown for the Dolphins in week 1.
Yeah, he's looked good.
He scored again in week 2 on a 29-yard pass from Tua. He almost scored a second time. If he didn't step out of bounds, then everything else that happened after that, where the Patriots put a sack-a-palooza on Tua to end the game, it would have been Drake May trying to win it.
Yep.
Achane's the way through, especially when the guys right up the middle, Ed Oliver and Matt Milano, are out. That's the way through the tackles. Can they hit people in the mouth? And can you win the game for your coach? Do you believe in him or not? Because if you go to 0-3 and you get blown out and you don't have another non-compete game in front of the whole country, I don't know what Stephen Ross is going to do. Tua is 0-2 for the first time in his career. We're in the land of the unknown for the Dolphins. Because they'd be 0-3 and a hard 0-3 because now you're 0-2 in division, and the team that's roosted atop your division has just beaten you. I know it's kind of unfair to lay all the eggs in this basket when it's a short week game in division in a very tough place to play, as we saw for the Ravens in week 1, and we'll see for every other team that walks into this building in the last year of this building. People are looking at every single game as a last here and a first there. It's a big one tonight. On Thursday Night Football. I think I've set the stage for the stakes. We got a fun show in store. Dean Blandino, the former head of NFL officiating, now a rules analyst for Fox, I called him in person to the studio. I texted him.
Oh, okay.
But he's coming here.
Nice.
He said he's done with the tush push. Done with it. That's what he said during the broadcast. I'm done with this. So we're going to talk with him about the first 2 weeks of the season. Then in hour number 3, the one of the stars of the new movie Him, Tariq Withers, who plays the quarterback in question, he's in studio hour 3. Apparently he has as many different teams that he roots for as you do, TJ.
So we spread the love around.
Including Florida State. You share a lot.
I know he played.
He played there. But first up, Tim Tebow. Let's talk college football. Let's talk Tebow time. Let's just go down memory lane with the highly popular T-Squared here on the Rich Eisen Show, 844-204-RICH, to have a chat with us.
The John Deere Gator XUV lets you cut, pack, drive, scout, weld, stack, feed, pull, load, tow, spray, and haul, all in a single day. Because with the highest cargo box volume in its class, customizable features, and a towing capacity of up to 4,000 pounds, it gets the job done. You just have to get in the seat. Learn more at your John Deere dealer or visit johndeere.com/GatorXUV.
Whoa! Jason Kelsey just found out that NFL Sunday Ticket now lets you subscribe month to month.
Yeah!
He just realized you can join and cancel anytime.
Ha-ha! Now that's what I'm talking about.
Now he just found $1 in the sofa.
Yeah!
And he just saw a great parking spot open up. Look, just because Jason's easily excited doesn't make NFL Sunday Ticket month to month any less great. Right, Jason?
Yeah.
Get NFL Sunday Ticket month to month and cancel anytime. Sign up at NFLSundayTicket.com. Renews every month during the 2025 regular season. Cancel anytime. Terms and embargoes apply. No refunds. Commercial use excluded.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195.
Priority Tax Relief. I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Thinking about going electric? Now's the time. Get up to a $7,500 federal tax credit when you buy an EV. But hurry, it ends September 30th. EV Blazers are in stock now at Monument Chevrolet off Beltway 8 and 225. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Friday Night Lights means one thing, high school football. And with football comes the homecoming game and the homecoming dance. Make sure you look sharp with Giorgio Dante suit separates at Suit Mart. Jackets start at just $89.99, vests from $29.99, and pants from $39.99. Choose from black, midnight navy, or charcoal gray. Then finish the look with a marquee slim fit dress shirt starting at only $22.99. Be ready for the big night with homecoming style from Suit Mart.
Time to huddle up with Crawfish Cafe and Carbach Brewery for Bites and Brews Tailgate Classics. Feast on Crawfish Cafe's Game Day Pack. Spicy wings, Cajun fries, corn, potatoes, savory sausage, and a boiled egg. Wash it down with $10 Carbach lager buckets or grab a cold one for just $2. Big games on TV, bold flavors on your plate, and ice-cold brews in your hand. Head to any Crawfish Cafe in Greater Houston. Visit crawfishcafe.com or follow on socials at Crawfish Cafe. Crawfish Cafe, where game day is legendary.
Lowe's knows how to help make your home holiday ready for less. Get Select Style Selections vinyl flooring for just $1.99 per square foot and have it installed before the festivities begin. Our team can help you every step of the way. See a Lowe's Red Vest associate or visit Lowe's.com/holiday install to get started. Lowe's, we help, you save. Basic install only. Date restrictions apply. Subject to availability. Installed by independent contractors. See associate for details. Contiguous U.S. only.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates. Northbrook, Illinois.
If your business is growing and looking for working capital, funds to acquire a business or purchase equipment, Veritex Community Bank's lending team is standing by to help you navigate through the loan process. Visit veritexbank.com for more details. That's VERITEX bank.com. Member FDIC, subject to credit approval.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. You know I'm a numbers guy, and I like the numbers that Daspit Law Firm is putting up for their clients. The super team at Daspit Law handles a full range of personal injury cases, and they are getting results from their clients in big numbers. Car accidents, truck accidents, industrial accidents, construction accidents, maritime accidents, offshore accidents. These are all areas where if it's you or someone you know, I encourage you to get a free case review from John Daspit with the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, everybody. Here on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. It's been a very long time since I've chatted with. Is this the first time he's joined our program? I think it is.
I gotta think so.
I think so. We're turning 11 next month, ladies and gentlemen. Courtesy of Allstate, ESPN, and so much more. Tim Tebow, everybody. Good to see you.
Thanks so much for having me. Come on, it's been way too long since I've talked to you, so it's good to connect, man.
Well, Tim, I think pop it up on the screen. I just heard. I just been surprised by my own team. We have a photograph. Look at us. Look at the baby faces on the screen right there.
Wow.
Tim. Look at that.
Gosh, I wish I got to see it. Come on.
That's it right there. That's it. That's we're little babies in 2012. February. This is a Super Bowl in 2012. Back in the day, man. And look at you now. You're fine wine. Look at I don't know what's happened to me. You know what I mean? I've fallen apart.
All I know is the run, Rich, run, man. Your form's getting better every year. I love it. I mean, most of us just decline in our athleticism, and you just continue to grow and adapt and improve. I love it.
I appreciate that, Tim. It's good to see you. So let's talk a little ball first before we get into the matter at hand about what's going on. I'll just jump in and give you the floor on what's happening at your alma mater and your 2 cents on what's happening there. Tim, what do you think?
Well, I actually think that there's a lot. It's people won't fully understand this, but there's a lot to actually be encouraged about. If you actually watch the All 22 and the coaches tape, you go to Death Valley at night against one of the top teams in the country, and for a lot of areas, you match them stride for stride, and in some areas you outperform them. But you're just not going to win with 5 turnovers. I don't care what level, when you lose 5 turnovers to, I believe, 1, like you're not going to win. When your defense really shuts them to 10 points, but your offense gives them another 10, like it's too hard to win, especially in the SEC at night. And so I think when you really look at it, there's a lot to be encouraged, but you have to win in situational football. And there's a reason why those always get talked about as the fundamentals: turnovers, scoring in the red zone, penalties, third downs. There's just certain things that are always the basics. And you have a team that in areas of playing really well, but in some of the fundamentals, the penalties, the turnovers, scoring in the red zone, when you lose all of those, it makes it almost impossible to win the game. And so that's just areas. The situational football is where we have to improve.
Which is the best team in the SEC through the first almost month of the season then, would you say, Tim?
I think the first team came to my head was probably Oklahoma. When you look at their violent, aggressive defense, when John Mateer as a quarterback, he's fun to watch. He's twitchy. He's a twitchy dude. I think he's probably kind of has a little bit of that Johnny Manziel twitch in the pocket, ability to get it out really fast, super accurate. Their receivers, underrated, can make a lot of plays, can take the top off. I'm excited to see when they get more of these backs going, Jaden Ott and some of these other guys going. I think they can improve their running game. But that Michigan team was a good team. That the game was closer. The score was closer than I think it really was. Like, they really dominated a lot of that. Michigan had the one big play to start the second half and made it feel closer, but that was a really good performance by Oklahoma. But I also think you cannot take Auburn lightly this weekend because they're much improved. Jackson Arnold be a good storyline coming back to Norman, but they're getting better. And Auburn's receivers are pretty darn athletic, and they can take the top off and make big plays, and their defense is improved. So I'm excited. We actually will fly to Norman here in a couple of hours to be a part of that for SEC Nation, so it'll be fun.
Yeah, I can understand why you'd think Mateer is fun to watch, but, I did go to the University of Michigan. That was not fun to watch, and I can confirm to you, Tim, that the scoreboard difference felt much larger watching. That it felt as if this thing was over. And obviously I was hoping that there would be some form of a Tebow time-like comeback, with a few minutes to go. But that did not materialize, Tim.
You have to be encouraged by Bryce Underwood.
Oh, my God. I've never seen Tim, I'll say to you what I've said here. I have, I went to school starting there in 1986. So from Harbaugh to the present day, I've seen Michigan quarterbacks, including Brady, including name it. Chad Henne had a big arm. Joe Milton, while he had a cup of coffee there, obviously had a big arm. I've never seen an arm like this attached to a body like that in one human being playing quarterback for Michigan. Ever.
It's so crazy. So we flew to Pasadena for the cover shoot for the EA Sports game. And so there's all these different players, Ryan Williams and Jeremiah Smith and everyone. And Bryce Underwood is there, and he's right beside me as we're taking some of the photos. And I'm standing beside Coach Day and some of the other coaches, and we're talking. And I'm looking, and I'm it's my first time to see him. I've seen some of his tape, but it's my first time to see him up close and personal. And I'm holy cow. This is crazy. It's what a lot of people think the first time they see Cam Newton is whoa, it's just different. It's just I'm not saying other guys aren't athletic or gifted at all. You're just saying, like, wow. Like, when God made him, he just made him bigger, stronger, faster. Like, he's just gifted. Like, it's just different. And you're like, he like, his size and his length and the physicality, he looks like he's 24. And it's so gifted. And I'm really excited to see. And everybody's like, well, week 1, week 2, and you're like, no, he's still a baby, and he's got to give time to develop and learn. And just because you're that talented, it doesn't mean everything's going to come easy. And I actually think that he's handled the pressure really well. I'm excited to see, what he's going to become, because his gifts are just off the charts.
Yeah, we had him here in studio in the summertime, and my oldest son is 17, and I kept looking at Bryce Underwood, and I'm like, they're the same age, and I'm like, it's wow. And what you said about Cam too, Tim, that Super Bowl where I met you, that photograph of us is from the Super Bowl where I met Cam for the first time. It's the one in Indianapolis where Eli dropped that ball to Mario Manningham on the sideline for a touchdown to beat, or a big play to lead to the eventual game winner against the Patriots. I met Cam there for the first time and had the same reaction. And then I just saw Cam again in Brazil because he's part of the YouTube broadcast of Chiefs and Chargers. And I still had the same reaction of just like, I cannot believe you played quarterback in the National Football League. It's just monstrously large person, incredibly talented as well. Before we move on, what advice would you give Arch Manning right now, Tim Tebow?
That's a good question.
Thank you, sir.
I'd encourage him. Like, man, you're a gifted player. You're a really good player. You just need to be encouraged. Remember it for the love of the game. He's at a location right now with great coaches, great players around him, but there's just a lot of pressure. And pressure, the pressure is real. And it's hard to sometimes explain that to people. And one of the easier examples I would try to use is look at the PGA Tour or Live Golf, right? When they show up on Thursday and they've had practice rounds, look at the scores, but then look at the scores on the same course on Sunday. What's the difference? You've played it more. The only difference is it's Sunday pressure, right? And that just gives an example how pressure is real. And so I just encourage him, remember the love of the game and play for it. And you don't have to make every play. You don't have to be perfect. I have really appreciated the way he's carried himself. For 3 years now, I appreciated the way that he's handled it as a teammate with Quinn. And when he took over, the way he's handled even some of the disappointments. I think he's a great example of someone that has handled hype and criticism. He hasn't pointed fingers. He's just handled it really well. So I just say, one, I'm proud of it, proud of the way he's handled it, but also, like, try to block that out and remember how much you love the game. And yeah, people will keep talking. There'll be praise and there'll be criticism. A lot of time, maybe the praise is, sometimes, off the charts, and this criticism is too. And it's usually somewhere in between, and just try to block it out. Love the game, love your teammates, enjoy it. It was probably advice I needed a lot, especially in my senior year, because we weren't just playing against the team we played. We were also playing against what we had done in the past and the hype or the criticism of it. And, I needed to be reminded, and I should have done a better job of trying to keep that in perspective and just handle it. And remember how much I love this game and my teammates, and how much I dislike the rivals, and just remember the love of the game that I grew up running into the yard and couldn't wait to go throw. And every commercial break, I would run and go dive and score a touchdown, and before I'd run back in. Like, remember that. And I think that is just so important, especially when, he can't go walk anywhere, get outside of it. Like, that's different. And it's hard sometimes for people to just understand, like, if you can't walk anywhere, you can't really talk to anybody about it, because, it's hard. Who do you trust? Who do you have? And how he has this awesome family, but it's just different. And so I think I just try to understand it and have, I think, just a level of understanding and a level of compassion for where he's at.
Well, my follow-up to that is, did you ever have to have that conversation with yourself as a pro when you were in the NFL?
Yes.
When?
Yes.
When in particular?
Several times in training camps where you would just be getting, crushed, with criticism, and I needed to be remembered. I needed to remember and be reminded that I can play this game. And you need that encouragement. And I remember a few times having to go back and being so discouraged that I would have to go back and I needed to go put on a highlight video or go watch or be encouraged. Man, I can go do this, and remember that love of the game to truly try to block out the noise and remember the love of the game, because I think the, perfect love casts out fear. Remember why you're doing it. Love it. Fall in love with it again. Try to get rid of the noise, and then remember the relationships with your teammates. And those were the best ways for me to kind of get through it and kind of rebuild confidence.
Well, I mean, I've seen you in person play as a professional on NFL Network, and the whole Tebow time conversation with you, Tim, where it would be darn near 56 minutes of struggle. And the last 4 minutes, I'm serious, man. I've seen it. It was real. I saw it on a Thursday night against the Jets where Tim Tebow time hit, and it looked like a different player. Did you feel something different? Because it was real to me, and I'm wondering how real it was to you that it's Tebow time in the NFL.
Rick,
I've seen it.
Sometimes I just wish I could have been better in the first three quarters. I
know.
Remember, I even had one, maybe two, Coach Bear. I remember one conversation. He was like, "Hey, man, the end of the game. That was awesome. How can we do that in the first half?" And I was like, "I don't know. It's not that it's a lack of effort or focus. I don't know. I just, it's the more you get into the game and the rivalry and the heat of it, or those moments. I don't know. I just always have loved it. It doesn't matter the sport or the age of it. I loved those moments, and I felt like it was just, for some reason, I would play better. Now, I should have just really learned how to just play better in the first three quarters and
right.
have a different conversation.
Well, I mean, and last one, and then we'll get to what we were going to discuss with Allstate. The first ever NFL playoff game with the new overtime rules, where a touchdown wins it. Field goal doesn't, but a touchdown does. Jim Nantz on CBS was barely halfway through describing what the new overtime rules were when you hit Demaryius Thomas to beat the Steelers. What was that moment like for you, from overtime conversation to huddle to snap, play call, all of that, if you don't mind walking me through that? Tim.
Yeah, it was surreal, the celebration. But one of the fascinating things, Rich, about that play is we had been in that formation. Goodness, remember off the top of my head, on first down, maybe 20-something times in the game. And getting ready for the overtime, we had been running a lot of zone read because their ends were so gifted that why would we not just read them instead of block them when they're somewhat unblockable?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, especially a James Harrison. So we were like, let's just read them. So we had run that quite a few times in the game. And so we were on the sidelines, and we had that pass concept we ended up using, but we had never done it out of that formation. I think we had only ever done it out of under center as a play action. So Coach McCoy, we were sitting down. We think, what can we do this off of the gun? So we literally, although we've done that play action and we've done the route concept, we've never done it all together. And so that was a first time we had ever done that in overtime. And when I when I walk up to the line and we're calling the protection, I'm like, there's no way. Like, are they really playing zero right now? And honestly, it's because of the run, and they wanted both of those safeties to be able to come in and fill and gap contain. And so I'm just like, no way. And so I get the snap and the play action. I'm thinking, is this safety not going to get back? And they didn't. So now you see both of them that are dropping down, and Demaryius gets behind him and throw it, and then Demaryius does the rest and the stiff arm and running down the sideline. And one of my favorite moments about that is when you watch the coach's copy, or maybe even I think it's on CBS, the CBS copy, you can see as Demarius is running down the sideline, Champ Bailey, a Hall of Fame cornerback that is an amazing leader, an awesome friend, and awesome guy, is how much a veteran like that cares. He's sprinting down the sideline almost as fast as DT is, and DT is really fast. And that just shows like the relationships and that brotherhood on that team, that you have one of the best players at his position ever, maybe, and Champ cares that much that he is on the sideline and he is sprinting full speed right beside DT. And it's just one of my favorite things to show the belief and the family and the friendship that team really had.
What was the moment like when you saw Elway after that, Tim?
It's just surreal. I mean, all of the coaches, all of the staff, all of the front office, right. It was I think one of my favorite things about it was watching all of my teammates be celebrated by the stands that didn't leave. Like, they stayed there for like what felt like forever. They just stayed, and people stayed and celebrated, and it's just such a special moment. It really was, and it's a moment that I just think was really special in the way that it was celebrated by so many, and I wish I could keep celebrating it with DT, and you'll miss it a lot.
Well said. Well put, Tim. Let's talk about the All-State AFC Good Works team. What is it? What should people know about it, and maybe get involved in any way, shape, or form?
Well, what they should know about it is this is an incredible award for what these young men are doing, not on the field, but off the field. Because, Rich, there's so many amazing awards for how they perform on the field, but this is for who they are and the impact they're making off of the field. And that's why I'm so grateful for All-State and the AFC Good Works team of celebrating these young men, because it is so important that young people have role models, not just for what they do on a field or a court or in a sport, but what they do and who they are off of it and the impact they're making. And we look at what these young men are doing, like Adam Randall at Clemson, and the difference he's making in South Carolina and South Africa, or Coach Venables and the difference he's making as the honoree coach, or Josh Gaddis, a tight end for Kentucky, or Richie Leonard and the offensive lineman for FSU. And he's making an amazing job. If I'm going to highlight an FSU player as a Gator, all of these players and the difference that they're making, and truly the impact that they're having. And I've been able to see it firsthand. I've been able to see it through stories. I've been able to see it through lives and communities. And it's just so special. Like take Michael Taft, the safety at Texas, that's an incredible player. And, every time he gets a tackle, it's Taft's tackles in fighting fentanyl awareness. And so I just love it. Like there's such when so many people, especially now in college, are making it about them, they're making it about so many others in their communities, especially those that are suffering. And so I'm so grateful. And I'd love to ask your listeners to go to ESPN.com/Allstate and go vote for who you believe should be the team captain, who will also receive the Allstate Werfel Trophy. Danny was a hero to me, and so it's awesome that we get to celebrate that. And there's so many amazing stories, so go vote for who you believe should be the team captain.
Yeah, man. You were the 2008 Allstate Werfel Trophy recipient and a 2009 Good Works team member, so obviously this has been around a while, and fans can vote through November 10th who should win the 2025 Allstate Werfel Trophy recipient. Great to see you, Tim. Let's do this more often, man. This is a lot of fun. Sure, great memory lane stuff. Great memory lane stuff. And I believe, again, the day that I met you for the first time was on the NFL Network, NFL Total Access Super Bowl set in Indianapolis, where Madonna showed up as well. I don't know if you crossed paths with Madonna on that day, Tim, but
I don't think I did. At least not on that show.
Yeah,
but
it was. Yeah,
I love it. What a great, awesome memory. I love it. Let's do it again soon, brother. Thank you.
That's Tim Tebow. Obviously, you could check him out on the SEC Network through ESPN and right here on the Rich Eisen Show. Yeah, I mean, he doesn't remember why I remember that Madonna was there that day. And I mean, I know. If Del Tufo was here, he'd know too, because she came to the set, and I handed him my BlackBerry and said, "Take pictures, will you please?" And he goes, "I got it." They were the blurriest, worst pictures of all time.
And it looked like she was a little dot because it was so far away.
It's when I first began to learn, don't trust him with anything really important.
Yeah, I'll speak for him. Right.
I don't have everything ready.
Except the audio of the program is very important. We'll take a break. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial to have a chat with us here on this edition of The Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, listen to this.
All it needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed. From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
We are back, and we are looking at a pretty lopsided matchup, Jim.
That's right, Ron. I mean, in one corner, we've got a 175-pound guy, and in the other, a 6,000-ton heavyweight train.
Jim, this guy has no idea what he's getting himself into.
It's no contest. Every day, people tempt fate and die trespassing on railroad tracks. See tracks? Think train.
McGrath Pest Control kills pests so you don't have to. Right now, their vigilance is directed at termites and mosquitoes. It's termite swarming season. These little fellows can cause big problems. Let McGrath bring their wrath to would-be termites around your home, especially if you're buying or selling a home. And when it comes to mosquitoes, their mosquito murdering system keeps your outdoor living space skeeter-free. It's completely safe for you, but not for mosquitoes. Rest in peace. Keep your home pest-free. Get started. McGrathPestControl.com. Tell them you heard it right here.
Huge savings on Dell AI PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors are here, and they're newly designed to help you do more faster. They can generate code, edit images, multitask without lag, draft emails, summarize documents, create live translations, and even extend your battery life. That's the power of Dell AI with Intel inside. Upgrade today by visiting Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing a schedule, and responding to Jim's long emails. Leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-692-7009. 800-692-7009. That's 800-692-7009.
When it comes to accidental injury cases in Harris County, there's one law firm that files nearly 3 times as many cases than any other firm, and that's Daspit Law Firm. Why? Because they're the best at what they do, getting their clients the compensation they deserve for injuries they've wrongfully suffered in an accident. Lance Zerline here, and if you suffered an injury in an accident and you would like a free case review, call John Daspit now, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or visit DaspitLaw.com.
It's midnight in Houston, and Bob just can't sleep. The AC is broken, and he can't count the sheep. Don't worry, big man. You don't need to scream. We can fix your AC with the help of Air Team. They'll come to your place, fix it up without a trace. Trust the ultimate fan with the paint on his face.
Is your air conditioner not performing at a pro level? Call Air Team, H-Town's HVAC team. The best heating and air conditioning installation services. 713-936-5346 or visit airteamltd.com.
Hey, why do people always put off minor plumbing problems? Are they afraid a dishonest company is going to try to rip them off? Don't be scared. We all done this. So work with Aqueduct Plumbing. They're straight shooters and take care of the 97.5 listeners. Listen, plumbing problems usually start out small and get bigger and then more expensive. So have Aqueduct Plumbing come out to your home at the first sign of an issue. Check them out at aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Here on the Rich Eisen Show, ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance, Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. Great fun stuff with Tim Tebow. You like his advice for Arch? Just go back to when you started loving football.
Yeah, I do like that.
You know.
Didn't we all do that as kids, man? Watching football, commercials, get up, have a catch, go.
There's a lot of stuff being written and said about Arch right now.
Which is?
That is probably not going to age well.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I mean, he is struggling to put up numbers worthy of being a Heisman Trophy candidate.
He had 5 touchdowns last game.
And how about, I mean, I understand that. But I'm just saying.
I know.
It is unfair. He wasn't coming out saying, I'm a Heisman Trophy candidate.
Well, no, we just saw the name, and he
plays
plays for Texas, and they're number 1 preseason, and so we myself included, they just kind of anointed him.
Yeah. And then it's human nature to want to tear somebody down because they're doing well, or you don't want to see them do well, which, we see every day.
I guess it just comes down to it. What's going to happen towards the end of the year when Texas does make the college football playoff? Don't you think they'll make the college football playoff? Don't you think they're going to be one of the 12
I'd be
teams?
Shocked if they didn't make it,
right?
But, stranger things have happened.
And that's when the rubber will meet the road for just year one for Arch. And that game against Florida is coming up, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So
Florida not off to a great start, but they did play really good defense against LSU.
As he said, it was everything except, giving the ball away to LSU multiple times.
Don't have 5 interceptions.
Right. And just don't ask Brian Kelly why he can't run the football. He did say that he needed to do better next time he's asked a question like that.
At least he knew.
Yeah, he did.
Or knows.
Right. 844-204-RICH. Again, the number to dial. Top of the next hour, there's an update on Jaden Daniels.
Oh, please be good. I'm so torn here, Rich. I got real life and I got fantasy football. I don't know what I'm saying.
Well, I mean, again, at least you didn't spend a third of your Guillotine League funds on a guy that isn't going to play this week.
It doesn't matter. He'll play next week.
Okay.
You might be out.
He's not going to sit the whole year, you jerks. All
I'm
right?
saying you might lose this week.
I ain't losing this week.
There's a Joe Burrow update. Ben Johnson was asked about, hey, man, Tom Brady's calling your game, what's going on?
What's up with that?
What are you going to say to him? He's calling Bears Cowboys, and he's been around the league a little bit.
And then you put
the headset on.
You play the Raiders.
Yeah, right. Then you play the Raiders. What's up? So Ben Johnson's the first coach to be asked about Tom Brady's conflicts.
I like it.
That's coming up. And Dean Blandino is about to join.
Hey.
He says he's done with the tush push. You know who also is? If you saw Inside the NFL?
Chris Jones.
Chris Jones is very much done with it.
Chris Jones is very much done.
Everything that you thought about him crashing out about the tush push was confirmed by Inside the NFL Films microphone setups.
He's not happy.
Oh, he's done with it.
Yeah, he's not happy.
I'm sick and tired. If somebody keeps on shoving you over and over again, when you want to push back,
stop it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
He should stop it.
Very good. As I mentioned, Dean Blandino, and then we've got Tyreek Withers of the new film Him, which is a psychological horror football movie.
Gosh.
That's a Mad Lib for you if I've ever heard one.
I thought that was watching the Cowboys each week.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. Is it the driver behind the wheel? What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid, so much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. That's 562-314-4603.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, we have seen Houston Powder Coaters work all over the city. The Ferris Wheel, Westside Tennis Club, the Waterway in the Woodlands. Now we're going to see it at NRG?
Yes, they have removable stadium seating that we are coating right now. So when you go there for your football games, for your concerts, for your monster jams, look for those seats and you see our work.
It's going to be beautiful, right?
It's going to be amazing.
So if I'm on the floor, I'm probably going to sit in a Houston Powder Coaters seat.
Yeah, so you will see our work up close and personal.
This will tell you something. If businesses all over this city are using Houston Powder Coaters, why shouldn't you? So if you want your patio furniture Houston Powder Coated, you need to do it now.
Yes, because it is a standard 4 to 5 week turnaround time, but if you need it expedited, we can do that for you as well.
We got parties coming up, holidays coming up. You want your patio furniture out there when the weather gets really hot.
Yes, don't delay. Call me today.
Hurry, hurry, hurry. Call Robin, 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Houston, have you tried Portillo's yet? Portillo's brings authentic Chicago-style flavor with their slow-roasted Italian beef, Chicago-style hot dogs, char-broiled burgers, and crinkle-cut fries with cheese sauce. Save room for their famous chocolate cake and cake shake. Eat in, drive-thru, or order online. Now with 5 Houston locations. Find yours at Portillos.com. That's Portillos.com.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195.
Priority Tax Relief.
Hey, it's John Granado. If you've been waiting for the right time to buy a truck, this is it. Right now at Chastang Ford, get 0.9% APR financing on select 2025 F-150 XLT models or lease from just $397 a month. No dealer add-ons, just great deals and transparent pricing. How truck buying should be. Visit them on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. Chastang Ford, your Ford truck experts.
Offers available with approved credit. Terms and conditions apply. See dealer for full details.
For premier recreation, dining, and entertainment, head to East River 9, located 1 mile from downtown Houston. East River 9 is the only 9-hole par 3 golf course, driving range, and pickleball facility in town that features night golf under its LED stadium lights. The venue boasts a tremendous view of the Houston skyline, which is perfect for sunset gazing while enjoying your favorite cocktail or River House restaurant menu item. Go to eastriver9.com to book a tee time, pickleball court, or sign up for our annual membership. You'll be glad you did.
The annual Katy Rice Harvest Festival is happening October 11th and 12th in Katy Historic Town Square. Check out country music artists like Sawyer Brown, Kylie Fry, and more performing free outdoor concerts. Plus, the carnival is back. Get all day or weekend unlimited ride carnival passes now. For the adults, visit the Sports Zone and enjoy adult bevs while you watch the big rivalry game between Texas and Oklahoma on Saturday. Get advance tickets and carnival passes now at KatyRiceHarvestFestival.com. That's KatyRiceHarvestFestival.com.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal Media station.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is The Rich Eisen Show.
What's happening in the baseball world? I think we take it for granted.
From The Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
Gone! Number 51 on the season for Shohei Ohtani.
Earlier on the show, SEC Network analyst and Heisman Trophy winner Tim Tebow. Coming up, Fox Sports rules analyst Dean Blandino. Actor Tyreek Withers. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Number 2 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. We're live here in Los Angeles, California. Dean Blandino, the former head of NFL refs and chief rules analyst, along with Mike Pereira for Fox, is making his way to our studio. We're going to ask him what's up with the tush push and all that sort of business. Is a assessment of officiating 2 weeks in. I despise targeting in college football with every fiber of my being because it's inconsistently applied. And in kids, due to the inconsistent application, miss halves of football and get kicked out of games that they don't belong to be kicked out of. It's every week, man. There's something going on with targeting, and it's just like, well, I mean, the helmet's connected, and it's just like, it drives me nuts. So I'll hold Dean fully and personally responsible. That's coming up shortly in about 20 minutes' time. We're live here on Disney Plus, the ESPN app everywhere, and ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. We've got our new Thursday staple, Higher Register, where we have to go into the higher register of our voices to say a declarative statement about what's going to happen in week number 3 of the NFL season, but we got to go in the higher register in order to believe what we're saying. It's a fun segment. And it's always fun to have fun. Coming up in crazy and mixed up world we live in right now. Chris Brockman and Jay Felly where they are. TJ Jefferson, the candle is lit where he is. The latest on Jaden Daniels. We've got it. Got it. From the offensive coordinator of the Washington Commanders, the former head coach himself, so he understands how to term things when it comes to injuries, which is say very little. And leave you to glean information. See if you can catch what Cliff Kingsbury has to say on the subject matter while praising Marcus Mariota, the backup, once upon a time, second overall selection in the draft, out of Oregon, a Heisman Trophy winner. Spent some time in Tennessee and some other spots, cups of coffee around the league. He might be playing a pretty damn big game, as you'd like to term it yesterday, revenge game, because he used to play for a hot minute for the Raiders.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Pete Carroll had nothing to do with whether he was there or not.
Nope.
Okay. At any rate, is he going to play this week, Marcus Mariota? If so, Cliff Kingsbury is confident.
Yeah, last year, just being around him for a year, when we signed him back, we felt like we have 2 starters in the building, which is rare in this league. So anytime he was asked to play or practice or even on scout team, he's been phenomenal. So he treats like a pro, as a leader on the team, despite not being the starter, which is hard to do, and can't say enough good things about him. So if he has to go, I'm sure he'll be ready.
Can you provide any update on where Jaden is today?
No, he's just preparing mentally. Marcus is getting the reps physically. Jaden preparing mentally, and we'll take it from there.
Okay, 2 things. First of all, preparing mentally is the name of a racehorse somewhere. Okay. If I owned a racehorse, I've already told you, it would be called room tone, which is what, whenever you're shooting something or whatever, they make you pause so the folks who have the boom operators want to take some just sound of what the room sounds like.
Yeah.
So it can match it up if they need it later on.
But why a horse?
I don't know. Here comes room tone. Down the stretch comes room tone.
You don't want nobody cheering for your horse when it's coming down?
Preparing mentally against room tone against preparing mentally sounds like a great horse name. Not the name you also, that's item number 2, what you want to term your all-world starting quarterback on a Thursday before a game. Preparing mentally is earbud territory, clipboard back in the day territory. I will be stunned if this guy plays on Sunday.
Me too.
And what a damn shame that would be. Either way, something's up. And the first month of this, we're going to find out just how superhuman Jaden Daniels is. Because if you just remember last year, how we're already looking last year at Jordan Love. Well, he got banged up in week 1, and he just wasn't the same the rest of the year, and it's part and parcel of why the Packers still made the playoffs, but they got one and done. Is that how we're going to talk about Jaden Daniels here? Well, in week 2 in Green Bay, towards the end of that game, something happened, and we didn't know it at the time, and he said he was okay, and then all of a sudden we find out he's not okay, and he misses the Raiders game, and does he come back and look like last year? Don't forget, that's now another week in which he and Terry McLaurin aren't getting on the same page. In the first 2 weeks, they were not on the same page. They were in the same book, it seemed. I'm hopeful that Marcus Mariota, who's looked phenomenal in practice, shows up that way against Max Crosby and the rest of the Raiders defense that wants to, take Mariota out and find out who the third string quarterback is there. That's for damn sure. Don't forget, this is a Raiders team that, with Herbert taking the top of the defense off and also finding Keenan Allen and also looking as good as he did, I only scored 20 points. So I'd be concerned. And also then rooting for the Rams, who are taking on the Eagles this weekend. And then there's your Cowboys against the Bears. What a big game this is. Bears backs against the wall. 0-2, needing to come up with this win, man. Your Cowboys, thanks to Brandon Aubrey, kicking it from all points of the Lone Star State.
Houston.
Taking care of business at 1-1. Almost taking care of the Eagles in week 1. Then showing up in week 2 and taking out the Giants, who throw 450 yards at Russell Wilson. And part and parcel of what's going on in Chicago, they get a 50-burger thrown on them, and you got people like Andrew Santino, the comedian, here yesterday, and our call screener, Adam Chudwin, saying Tyson Bagent should be right around the corner if they keep struggling. And maybe he is. We're on in Chicago. I'd love to hear from anybody in Chicago who wants to chime in on this subject matter. But we're already hearing from Bears fans that if Caleb doesn't start turning it around, that sounds like a higher register. Maybe we should go to Tyson Bagent.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
Bears are favored in this game.
Well, because they looked really good in week 1 in Soldier Field, Chris, and that maybe, just maybe,
for 3 quarters,
that Caleb Williams can take the top of the defense off in the way Russell Wilson did. Hey, he and Rome Odunze are connecting. It's just him and everyone else that's not. And, and is Jadeveon Clowney going to come off the bench, the couch, and the bench and start providing pressure that the Cowboys lost when, what's the name of that guy they traded to Green Bay? Man, I can't remember what that guy's name is. I think we can find out what his name is.
It's on the tip of my tongue here.
Oh, my gosh.
Maca.
There it is.
Maca.
There you go.
Maca.
There's no idea where Mike Del Tufo's hitting the drops. We 100% need to fix this whole situation.
Can I just tell you not to worry, DJ Moore fantasy fans, because I'm just predicting he's going to have his get-right game on Sunday, unfortunately.
But the one thing everybody's talking about out of the Ben Johnson press conference that he held on Wednesday is the fact of who's calling the game and his comments about it. As we saw, Tom Brady was in the coach's box, very nattily clad. He spent his Monday night off from one of his day jobs on Sundays of Fox, calling games, up in the coach's booth with a headset on. And is he listening to the play calls? What's happening there? Is he talking to Chip Kelly? Listen, bottom line is you're seeing an owner of the Indianapolis Colts on the sideline with a headset on the sideline with a headset on, and basically marking down plays and taking notes. We'll get into that in a second. But Ben Johnson was asked, hey, Tom Brady's calling your game on Fox, and then you're taking on the Raiders next week. Do you have any concerns about anything on that front?
Like I said, I'm really not worried about it. I mean, we change week to week in terms of what we do. Schematically, he's going to be able to turn on the tape and see what everyone else in the world's seeing right now. Personnel-wise, really the same thing. It's not like I'm going to sit down with him and tell, hey, don't do this to Caleb Williams or you might get it. Like, I'm not going to – there's not going to be any trade secrets that are going to be exchanged. But I really don't think it's that big of a deal, to be honest with you.
Again, Brady is not allowed in their building. Brady is allowed to Zoom and have conversations with members of teams that he's broadcasting. And I've been in these broadcast meetings. Some coaches share, others do not. Others will just shut it down and tell you nothing. Others will, depending on who, I've been in broadcast meetings that obviously Kurt Warner is there, and quarterbacks share with other quarterbacks in things. And sometimes we'll say this is off the record, but I'm just telling you this anyway. Now, clearly, we know what the difference between off the record is and not. And sometimes coaches are comfortable sharing stuff with Michael Irvin or Mooch. I've been in these things, right? And there is information you can glean in these broadcast meetings, even off the record, that you can then turn around and tell the team that you own, if you want. I don't know if any of that is happening. Why would you tell Tom Brady anything if you're going to be playing his team next week and you've seen him in a coach's booth with a headset on? And Tom can separate church and state, I'm sure. Here's where I'm going with this one, okay? When you see, again, the owner of the Colts on the sidelines taking notes, listening in on play calls, as Carly Ursay-Gordon is currently doing right now, I don't think anybody's thinking that the Colts are getting an extra advantage because she hasn't played quarterback in the National Football League to be known as the greatest to ever do it. So there is some neck up and ability that Tom Brady is bringing to the equation as a quarterback when he is potentially talking. And I don't know who knows more football than Tom Brady. When you hear him break it down, he's awesome at it. And you hear him on other podcasts or on other shows, he's saying things that absolutely make you smarter because he's been there and he's done that. And it makes complete sense for the Raiders to pick his brain. As Pete Carroll said earlier this week, they in fact do. He does have conversations with Brady, and so does Chip Kelly. Wouldn't that make sense? If you have an owner to do that sort of thing?
You should definitely take advantage.
Right? And Pete said they do. So, and it's not like he's a Michigan guy who's taking photographs of your sidelines to steal your signs, right? He's doing his job on Fox, and then he's also trying to beat you when he's not on Fox, which just creates a weird dynamic. I'm not going to lie. It's just weird. It's weird. He's calling your game, and then next week, he wants your team to beat your team. So why would you tell him a damn thing? That's on you. Now, Brady did respond to what Ben Johnson had to say, where he says, much ado about nothing. He said it on social media, essentially like, thank you for some common sense. Finally, a smart coach speaks up. Because, again, Tom is probably like, I've got enough knowledge to help my team. I don't need to know your team as well. But he is getting eyes on the Bears. And for somebody that brilliant at it, to get eyes on the team, that's a hell of an advanced scout. Yeah. Hell of an advanced scout. And the thing that I'm stunned about all this is that NFL owners are fine with it. Because in my 20-some-odd years of being around the NFL and hearing stories about NFL owners when I wasn't with the NFL, prior to my 20-plus years with NFL Network, they are some of the most paranoid competitors I've ever been around. I mean, somebody... I don't know, ask Mark Davis what his dad would think of if the shoe was on the other foot. And Al was one of the most paranoid guys out there. He'd probably be looking at the skies, looking for drones over practice fields. I don't know if it's just a different era now. I have no idea. Yeah. But NFL owners are always freak out about, are you stealing this? Are you getting an advantage there? Are you looking at our practices? You're doing this? I mean, ask anybody who was part of the Rams organization if they thought the Patriots were sneaking in their practices. You know? To this day, there's conspiracy theories around it. But NFL owners are fine with it. And, you know, and if you're the Raiders and you have Tom Brady as a resource, of course you're going to use him. You're going to find, is this the right quarterback? Is this the right draft strategy? Is this the right... Why wouldn't you? That makes sense. And if you're Fox and you can hire Tom Brady and get his insight, why wouldn't you do it? But if you're an NFL, like... Are the McCaskies all cool? The family? I mean, are they all cool with, oh, he's calling our game, and then we just saw him with a headset on in a booth. So he's clearly locked in on what the Raiders are doing. And now he's going to see the Bears, and he sees one thing with his incredible, keen, advanced scout eyes, and he's not going to pass that along to the team. I guess he could pick it up watching it at home on television, too. I don't know.
Seems a little unfair.
I don't know. But on its face, it does. In practice, it may not be. That's why Brady's just like, yeah, well, you're making much ado about nothing. But, hey, if you're going to try and do both, this is the sort of stuff you're going to hear. You know, and from Fox, too. They're going to hear about it, too. The thing is, I just like NFL owners. Okay. I've met NFL owners that wouldn't allow fans of other teams in their suite to watch a game. They want to see all that stuff.
That happened to me once, Rich, actually. Ashton and I, we got a chance to go watch the San Diego Chargers and sit in the Spanos box. And one thing we were told, because they knew I was a Cowboys fan, is like, you cannot cheer for the Cowboys. So I had to sit there and just keep my thoughts to myself, which was understandable. You're in, they own the team,
right?
That's their sweet.
I guess that may be different from what I'm also describing as well as a competitive advantage. It's just I'm just saying that there's a lot of not thinking straight. Just surprised that they're cool with it.
I think there's so much money being floated around, they don't care anymore.
Well, anyway, that game's on Fox this weekend. With a ton at stake, man. Massive amounts at stake.
Who do you like in that game right now?
Great question. I think the Cowboys, the way they played on the road, should win it. The way that they played in Philadelphia, that team shows up in Chicago, they'll win the football game.
Definitely has shootout potential. It's the highest total of the week, over 50.
Well, that would be fun. Yeah. I'll take it. Yeah. 8-4, and so would Fox. So would Brady.
Yeah.
And Burkhardt, I'm sure. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial right here on the program. Dean Blandino of Fox Sports. Now that I've talked about his bosses, he'll come on out here and break down what's going on in officiating. He says he's done with the tush push.
Oh, man.
Let's hear it.
Coach Saban here. On the field or on your walls, coverage matters. That's why I go with Behr Marquee Interior Paint and Primer from the Home Depot.
Exceptional hide, advanced stain blocking, and over 1,000 colors to choose from. Behr Marquee delivers one-coat coverage that stands up to real life. One-coat coverage, no overtime. Behr Marquee, only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Valid only when tinted to colors from the Behr Marquee Interior One-Coat Hide Collection.
This college football moment is brought to you by Serve Pro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on October 2nd, 1993, when the University of California faced a 30-0 halftime deficit to Oregon. Cal went on a remarkable 42-11 run in the second half to capture a 42-41 victory, one of the largest comebacks in college football history.
Serve Pro, like it never even happened.
John Granado here for Game Day Health. Are you feeling lethargic, having issues in the bedroom? How about weight gain, muscle loss, even brain fog? you may have low testosterone. Game Day Men's Health are the experts in testosterone replacement therapy, ED, and weight management strategies. They can help you get back to feeling and performing better. With 5 locations, 15 more on the way, book a free testosterone test today at GameDayMen'sHealth.com. That's GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code COOL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. You know I'm a numbers guy, and I like the numbers that Daspit Law Firm is putting up for their clients. The super team at Daspit Law handles a full range of personal injury cases, and they are getting results from their clients in big numbers. Car accidents, truck accidents, industrial accidents, construction accidents, maritime accidents, offshore accidents. These are all areas where if it's you or someone you know, I encourage you to get a free case review from John Daspit with the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-692-7009. 800-692-7009. That's 800-692-7009.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. I'm with Giovanni Marquez, undefeated fighter right here in Houston. You got a big fight coming up on September 20th. After you win, what is going to be your first order at Taqueria Sarandas?
My first order is going to be 5 taquitos with a large horchata.
Everyone loves horchata. What do you love about Taqueria Sarandas? A lot of locations in Houston. What do you love?
I love the great flavors and the excellent service.
And after your meal, make sure you satisfy that sweet tooth like I do by going to Aranda's Bakery. There's 6 locations in Houston. Find the nearest one at arandasbakery.com.
Hey, Texans fans, Sean Mapes here. You know every game counts, so don't miss a moment of the action this season on Prize Picks. Make your picks on your favorite Houston Stars and Battle Red all season long. Prize Picks is the best way to win cash this football season. You've been waiting all offseason preparing for this moment. Which players are going to go off? Which ones aren't? Make your picks, and in less than 60 seconds, you can turn your takes into cash all season long. Prize Picks is simple to play. All you have to do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections. If you get your picks right, you can cash in. And don't worry about injuries because Prize Picks also offers injury reboots. If one of your players leaves the game in the first half and doesn't return, Prize Picks won't count it as a loss. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Every Friday at 4, tune in to Jeremy and Joe as they're joined by the TV voice of your Houston Astros, Todd Callis.
Deep to left field. You've got to be kidding me.
Todd breaks down the latest with the Stros and gives his unique insight on the team.
6-run, bottom half of the night.
Jeremy and Joe with Todd Callis, Fridays at 4 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Presented by Houston Powder Coaters and Pipe Fitters Local 211.
On the Rich Eisen Show, back here on the ESPN Radio Network, presented by Progressive Insurance. Former head of NFL refs and current NFL rules analyst for Fox Sports. Excellent at his job on a great broadcast team with Kevin Burkhardt, Tom Brady, and the rest of the crew. Good to see you, Dean Blandino. Thank you for coming here in person. I really appreciate that, man.
Always great to see you.
Yeah, you know why I one of the reasons why I texted you. You said I'm done with the tush push when you were part of the crew in Kansas City, seeing it for the umpteenth time. And, man, you know, it helps to be part of a crew with great professionals and 90 cameras, I think. And that shot that they had right down the line of scrimmage, when you could clearly see the Eagles were false starting and it wasn't called. Yeah. Was that the play that caused you to say you were done with the tush push?
Well, I think it was a combination of things. I think there were 6 in the game, but there were really 3 that stood out. Well, 4. There was the 3rd and goal play where they ruled Hurts short and it looked like he scored. And we got to spend 2 minutes reviewing it and looking for the football and all these bodies. Then on the 4th and goal play, they false start that doesn't get called. They false start again later in the game. And then the last one where I made the comment was Eagles are trying to get the first down to run out the clock. They run the tush push. It's a big pile. The Chiefs come out with the football. They're waving. They have the football. The officials don't do anything. And I've got Brady and Burkhardt looking at me in the booth like, what's going on? Right. And it was just a visceral reaction where I was like, you know what? I am done with this play. I'm proud of myself that I didn't say I'm effing done with this play, because that's where I was in that moment. Sure. And it kind of took on a life of its own.
So why are you done? Like, what?
I was thinking about this on the way here. I'm gonna present my argument 3 different ways.
Please.
Okay, 3 different ways. First, we'll start with health and safety. Now, I don't think there's no hard data that says this play is any more dangerous than other plays in the game or short yardage plays, correct, right? So I don't think that's necessarily a strong argument that, we have all these injuries.
Yes.
But the league has in the past, I think about low blocks and some of the chop blocks and some of the things they've outlawed. There wasn't a ton of injuries, but the league said this is putting our players in a position of unnecessary risk. Let's be proactive versus reactive. Mm-hmm. So let's not wait for somebody to get hurt on a play like this. Let's say, okay, this is unnecessary. We don't allow the defense to push in field goal formations because the league felt it was dangerous, right? We're pushing these teammates, the down linemen, into the offensive formation. So I think from a health and safety perspective, being proactive versus being reactive. The second argument I have is that it's a competitively unfair play. It is. When you think about the defense, if the defense hits the running back at the line of scrimmage, stacks him up, and drives him 10 yards back, the offense isn't going to lose 10 yards, right? You got forward progress right there. But we allow the offense to push and now gain an advantage in that instance. And it's also a hard play to officiate consistently. It just really is. And it's never been legal in the history of the NFL. You go back, I was talking to Joel Busser yesterday, longtime head of player personnel, yes, at the league office, liaison to the NFL competition committee, and a historian of the game, and he was reading to me from the 1938 rule book, as one does on a random Wednesday. And the language in that book about aiding the runner was almost verbatim to where it was in 2005 before it came out. So it's never been legal in the NFL until 2006. And so because the people that created this game and made the rules, they wanted to kind of separate it from rugby, right? This is more rugby play. It's not a modern football play. Mm-hmm. And so they wanted to separate it from that. And that's where I think, it's never been legal. Why do we allow it? And the third thing is, just as a fan, it's not a fun play to watch. I mean, think about the Eagles. Saquon Barkley last year has one of the most incredible, he's hurdling people backward, right? Mm-hmm. Wouldn't we rather watch Saquon Barkley try to get a first down, or some other than this, just all of these bodies and pushing? I just don't love it from an aesthetic standpoint. You want to excite me about NFL football? Let's watch the fourth quarter of the Giants-Dallas game. Let's watch that. This tush push thing again. That's where I'm at on it. But obviously, look, it's legal. Eagles do it better than anybody. Good for them. Mm-hmm. League's got to get 24 votes. They couldn't. And it's here for at least this year.
So, but I don't think they would be, like, if the tush push was banned, we would now just see Saquon behind a fullback. We might see there are still quarterback sneaks, which are going to still be happening. They've always happened. They're just, I'd imagine, just as difficult to officiate. Maybe this one makes it more difficult to officiate because there's sometimes maybe three people piling on top of the quarterback because that's the way the momentum takes them when they're pushing him.
That's exactly right. These challenges aren't unique to this play. Like you said, short yardage plays are tough to officiate.
Right.
And I think if we get rid of this play, the Eagles come up with a quarterback sneak, I think they're going to be just as successful. I really do. It's just this idea of pushing the ball carrier, which has never been legal in the history of the NFL. It was never officiated that way, so they took the language out. And in hindsight, that really was a mistake because if that language had stayed in the book, even if you don't officiate it, this play never comes into existence.
Do you know why they took it out?
Because it just wasn't being officiated, and they felt like, okay, if we're not calling this, why is it in the book? And right, the tush push didn't exist back in 2005, 2006.
I know, yeah.
So, but again, taking that language out allowed, however many years later, for this play to be born, and here we are watching it. Again, I don't think when you talk about NFL football and what it means and why people love it, it's not that play.
So knowing the competition committee and the way it works and knowing membership and the way they vote and knowing the meetings in which these all come together as well as you do, 22-10 last year being brought up, and it's 2 votes shy of being voted out. Do you think that this is the last year we do see the tush push? What do you think?
I think it's going to depend on what happens the rest of the way, right? This is week 2, short-term memory. If nothing happens, there's no controversy.
They're going to run it multiple times. And the Eagles are on national television 100%. Or on standalone games on Fox
100%.
Nonstop.
I mean, it's going to happen. The chances that something's going to come up later in the season are pretty high. I really believe that of those, right, there were 10 teams that voted to keep it, 9, not the Eagles and 9 other teams. Of those 9 teams, I know there were several that felt like the Eagles won the Super Bowl. We're not going to take the easy route. We're going to be, the ego, and we're going to stop it, and we're not going to be seen as we couldn't stop them. They won the Super Bowl. I know for a fact that there were some clubs that had that in the back of their minds and might have been a factor in voting to keep it.
Sort of like the defense and the tush push. We're going to be the ones to finally stop it. We're going to be the ones that are going to stop it, and the competition, not competition committee.
Correct. And look, the Eagles they're better than anybody at it.
They sure are.
And part of my frustration at the game was that the Eagles normally don't false start. They usually line up correctly. And it was like, okay, now if you're going to have this play that nobody else can do, and now if you're going to gain an advantage and the officials aren't going to call it, it just added to the frustration in the moment.
Dean Blandino here, former head of NFL refs and now rules analyst on Fox. And I guess you're going to be Bears, Cowboys. You're going to Chicago.
Bears, Cowboys, yes.
That's a big game. We'll see that on Fox later on this weekend. Replay assist. I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. And I couldn't have been more excited that they folded into replay assist this year. Is somebody being hit out of bounds late? If there's a flag, let's pick it up if it's not the case. Same thing with roughing the passer. Same thing with 15-yard penalties that are so big. Same thing with grabbing face mask. Well, didn't grab it, pick the flag up. But they're not going to put a flag down on the field.
Correct.
I understand that. But I do seem to feel like there have been, is a guy out of bounds or not? And you can clearly see guy was inbounds, the flag was thrown, let's pick it up. They're not doing it. Am I wrong? Am I missing anything? I'm not saying I'm seeing every snap of football,
sure.
But I'm also seeing roughing calls that aren't roughing. And I understand that they want the officials on the field, that their subjective process is the standard. Like, let's go with them. But at what point we're going to have replay assist, have a different subjective look at something and say, pick the flag up? I'm not seeing that yet.
Well, I think that's kind of the next iteration of this. With replay assist, they wanted to keep it to the objective elements of the play. So if it's a hit on a quarterback and the referee says it was forcible contact to the head neck, replay can look at whether there was contact to the head neck. And if there wasn't any contact to the head neck area, they can pick up the flag. If there's any contact to the head neck, they can't say, well, it wasn't forcible enough, because then that's the subjective part of the judgment call.
Right.
So I think that's where some of these roughing the passers, that there was one in the Giants-Cowboys game on, I think maybe in the early in the game that to me wasn't roughing the passer, but it was more of the body weight version, and that's not subject to replay assist. Hits at the sideline, it's whether the runner was in or out of bounds. That's objective. And again, still, regardless of saying it's objective, you still have people making these decisions.
Correct. And I do want the human element involved.
Yes,
of course, we all do.
Course.
We all do. But we also, when does replay assist get the, 100 people in a bar can see it, they all understand it, we know what it is type of mentality into replay assist? That's what I'm looking for.
I think that's the next step. I think that's where but again, you got to be careful. We don't want to re-officiate every play, because then the game becomes unwatchable, in my opinion. So I think there's areas. I think replay assist has been great. I think they're gonna, they always take an approach of we're gonna crawl before we stand up, and then we're gonna walk before we jog, and we'll jog before we run. So I think that's where they are right now. We're probably in a walking phase right now.
So how does it work for people who are wondering? Does at some point in time somebody who's assisting via replay, looking at it, get in the ear of the head ref and say, we're looking at it, and the head ref might just call other officials over to take a second while that's being looked at? Is that how it works?
They have wireless communication, so all 7 officials on the field have an earpiece, and they can listen in. The replay official up in the booth, the folks in New York in the command center,
yes, sir,
they can communicate to the on-field, all 7. So when there is a situation, maybe it's a hit on the quarterback, referee will communicate, I've got roughing the passer, hit to the head neck, replay booth will say we're looking at it, and either clear it or no, there's no contact to the head neck area, pick up the flag. So it should be seamless. It's communication right away. They have access. They use the Hawkeye system, which you have access. If there's 20 cameras that Fox is using, they have access to all 20. They can immediately pull it up, get the best angle, and communicate that to the on-field crew.
Is it possible then, when we're seeing some zebras huddle up and talking, that replay assist is saying, hang on a second, we're looking at it, and it's like the Bull Durham conversation about candlesticks, or who's getting candlesticks for the wedding?
Exactly.
Is that potentially what's happening right now?
But I think where we've come with replay assist, first year or two, it was this big secret. We all know what you're stop. And now they've come out and said, okay, after replay assist, because before it was after discussion, it's no, you got it from upstairs. Stop. We know what's happening.
And people kind of, I think fans are appreciative of being officious.
Of course.
Like that.
Of course.
Because we want to get this thing right. Again, I'll never forget being in the first owners meeting that NFL Network we covered when replay was up for a vote about being made permanent. And Charlie Casserly, who I think was running the competition committee at the time.
He was the co-chair at the time.
When he was with the Houston Texans, he basically told the owners, if everybody with their new high-definition TV sets on their walls can see it, we should use it.
Yes,
absolutely. And so if we're all seeing it at home, we should use it. It's just, again, I would love for it to be used with, sure, did a part of the helmet hit a part of the upper body? Maybe, but if that's the case, let's pick the flag up, because that's not roughing. That shouldn't merit 15 yards to potentially give a fresh set of downs or alter the momentum of a drive.
And I agree. I think that's where you start. You start with the personal fouls, because those are 15-yard penalties. And the more you can do with that, and the more that you can get those right, I think that's a positive for the game. I think you got to stay away from things like holding and some of the other very, very subjective calls.
Hey, man, we saw pass interference was a holy mess.
Yeah, it was a mess.
When that was made reviewable, and that was a one and done, and coaches stopped challenging for it.
Because they never could stick to a consistent standard. It's okay, where is the bar? And it seemed to change every week. And so it also comes down to people and who's making those decisions. And do you have a small group of people that can make consistent decisions and apply a consistent standard?
All right, in the minutes I have left with you here, actually, can you stay to the end of the hour? I know I only gave you 5 minutes before you. Is that fine? I want to come back, because I'm targeting something for discussion.
Yeah.
Did you see what I just did?
Wow. That was a good one.
Did you see what I just did?
That was amazing.
Okay, thank you. Well, I appreciate you calling that amazing because I agree. After further review, that adjective stands as called. All right. We're back here on the Rich Eisen Show with Dean Blandino, the head of NFL refs. I cannot stand targeting college football. That's a little hint. That's coming up.
Could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
I can't believe they're moving the team to another city.
True, but you'll never forget all the joy they brought into your life.
Joy? They made the playoffs twice in 50 years.
Gosh, those 2 times were pretty great, weren't they?
How would I know? I wasn't even born yet.
Just think of all the free time you'll have on game days.
Those games were the highlight of my week.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000, and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195.
Priority Tax Relief.
The most anticipated event of the year has arrived. That's right, it's Truck Month at Monument Chevrolet. With employee pricing on Silverado 1500s plus an unbelievably low 2.9% interest rate for 72 months. This is your opportunity to get the truck you deserve. With over 50 years in business, Monument Chevrolet makes buying simple. No gimmicks, just honest deals. Swing by Beltway 8 and 225 or visit monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Time to huddle up with Crawfish Cafe and Carbach Brewery for Bites and Brews Tailgate Classics. Feast on Crawfish Cafe's Game Day Pack. Spicy wings, Cajun fries, corn, potatoes, savory sausage, and a boiled egg. Wash it down with $10 Carbach lager buckets or grab a cold one for just $2. Big games on TV, bold flavors on your plate, and ice-cold brews in your hand. Head to any Crawfish Cafe in Greater Houston. Visit crawfishcafe.com or follow on socials at Crawfish Cafe. Crawfish Cafe, where game day is legendary.
Why sit on the bench when you can step up to the plate and start earning now? At Pipefitters Local 211, our free state-of-the-art apprenticeship program trains the next generation of pipe fitters, welders, and HVAC techs, and we're recruiting across the Texas coast from Houston to Beaumont. No experience? No problem. We'll coach you up, pay while you train, and set you up for a career that knocks it out of the park. Swing for success. Apply today at pipefitters211.com.
Jeremy Branham here for my good friends at HR&P. For 25 years, Mike Hawley, U of H class of 1990, has led HR&P protecting the interests of Cougar-owned businesses. HR&P provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. Cougar-owned businesses let HR&P customize a plan to rid you of the demands of human resources, eliminate your HR burdens with HR&P, and get back to growing your business. Learn more by visiting hrp.net/U of H.
Collectors Firearms. Don't let the name fool you. We have new guns, too. With 12,000 new and pre-owned guns in stock, we have the largest selection in the country. Got a dirty gun? We'll clean it free while you wait. With over 50 years of experience, our expert staff help both seasoned collectors and first-time owners. From tactical firearms to historical rifles, modern handguns to vintage classics. Visit us at Westheimer and Voss or online at collectorsfirearms.com. Collector's Firearms, the best damn gun shop in the world.
St. Arnold, they have a beer for everyone. They also have a space for everyone. Lance Zerline here. If you're planning a wedding, company party, or birthday bash, St. Arnold has a space for you. For events with 20 to 300 people, choose the Cozy Investors Pub or the spacious beer hall. Enjoy fresh St. Arnold beer, plus wine, cider, root beer. Their in-house chef creates everything from appetizers to full feasts. Book your holiday party now for prime dates. Visit StArnold.com, click private events. Make sure you go to StArnold.com, click private events.
We're good. Back here on the Rich Eisen Show. What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior and it's comfy for the whole crew, or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's 600 miles of range, 600-plus miles. I don't want to leave out the plus right there, of range. The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. That's 562-314-4603 for more details. Dean Blandino of Fox Sports, former head of NFL Refs, current rules analyst here on the Rich Eisen Show. Thank you for staying for another segment, especially when you know I'm about to...
Oh, yeah. Let's go.
Again, it's not like you're responsible, but you are somebody who is a consultant for officiating, correct, at the collegiate level?
Yes.
I despise targeting with every fiber of my being, with the white hot of 1,000 suns. And the reason why is it's so inconsistent. Like, what is targeting? Like, what can you tell me is targeting? Dean.
So targeting, and I think the rule, I want to preface this by saying the rule has done a good job. I think the rule accomplished what it was meant to accomplish up until this point, getting the real flagrant egregious hits out of the game. And I think everybody has adjusted. You don't see, in today's game, you don't see those types of flagrant hits that you saw 20 years ago before the rule. So I think the rule has done a great job up until this point. It's what it is. It's either lowering your head and attacking with the crown of the helmet, the very top of the helmet. Think spearing, right? Think what we all, growing up playing football, whatever it was, spearing, that is one type of targeting, and that would apply to anybody, a ball carrier, a defenseless player. Then you have the defenseless player version of the rule, which is leading with the head, the shoulder, the forearm to make forcible contact to the head neck area of a defenseless player. So that's the rule book definition. But I agree, it hasn't always been officiated consistently. And I think the angst, though, around this rule, the real issue with the rule right now, I believe, is the penalty. I think it's the disqualification. I think it's the carryover. If these were just 15-yard penalties, not that those don't matter, they do, but I don't think this would be as hot a topic if it didn't have this carryover. And I think, my personal opinion, I think it's time to rethink that penalty part of it, because players have adjusted, coaches have adjusted, and the rule has done a great job making the game safer.
Two things I also don't like. One is that replay can put a flag on the field for it. Infuriating. Absolutely infuriating. So if it's not called live, guess what? We're going to do, like, again, we showed the Michigan-New Mexico moment that obviously inflamed me because I'm passionate about Michigan football.
Of course.
That we're taking a look to see whether the ball was still in control by the quarterback based on a sack forced fumble and recovery for a touchdown.
And then, by the way,
not only is it not a touchdown, which, by the way, it wasn't, we're going to eject the kid for sacking him for targeting. And there's a difference between for targeting on sacks of quarterbacks. Yes, the defender's targeting the quarterback.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Like, that's called
his
football.
Job. It's their job.
You know what I mean? Like, yes, he is targeting the quarterback because that's, the job of a defensive player to sack the quarterback, to target him.
Yep.
It might be roughing. It might be the definition of helmet meets helmet. That's not targeting, man. That's not an objectionable offense.
You're spot on. You're spot on, because it's a high hit. And I think everybody would be comfortable if you say, you know what, you got to lower the target zone. It's roughing the passer. But it's not. You're going to miss the rest of this game, and you're going to miss the first half of the next game, which I'm sure had nothing to do with they were playing Oklahoma. If they had been playing Central Michigan, would he have been that? I get it.
By the way, you're not wrong. Of course it means a lot. That's why the next half of the next game is crucial.
It's such a big penalty. And like I said, I think it's now time. The rule has done a great job up until this point. I think players understand, coaches, everybody gets it. Do we need to have this draconian penalty associated with this when 99% of these are just kids trying to make a play? And that's
right. And again, that's the subjective. Like, was he trying to hurt the guy? Was he trying to do?
Very rarely is that the case.
Was it particularly malevolent on this player's part? Like, what was in his heart as he was looking to make a tackle? And I understand that you're trying to not. Certainly when we're at a level where not everyone's got the professional football ability to make a mid-athletic thought process hit you to say, I need to make sure I don't hit him the wrong way.
Sure.
To ascribe that to an 18-year-old freshman
at full speed,
right?
It's a lot,
right? Especially since we also, the way it's sometimes called in the ACC. It's not in the Big Ten, where you're seeing a targeting call that ejects my Michigan Wolverine. You see something even worse later that night in a game, in the Mountain West or ACC or the SEC, and it doesn't happen. You're like, maybe that's where you come in. It's trying to make sure it's all
that's
the
my
same
job
nationally
on the replay side to make sure that it's administered nationally, consistent standard. And one of the issues with college football from an officiating standpoint is it's not like the NFL where you have 32 clubs, they're all under one umbrella, everybody, the messaging is the same,
yes, sir.
Leadership is the same. Now you have the ACC, which has their own officiating department, and the Big Ten, which has their own officiating department. And so we do bring them together and collaborate a lot.
When?
So it's a lot of off-season. We do Zooms. I do Zooms every 2 weeks with all of the different conferences. I bring conferences together. So it's not just one Zoom for the ACC. We have a Zoom with the ACC, the SEC, the Big 12. So they're together and they can hear the same message. And we go through, it's an hour long every 2 weeks. We go through 4 or 5 plays, work through it. Here's where we need to be on this play. Forget about what happened. We're not here to be critical of what happened.
Right.
How do we adjust going forward? How do we apply a consistent standard? And that's just one of the challenges with college football because you do have different conferences and sometimes the messaging can be different.
Who's the competition committee though? Who's deciding, you know what? We should be able to put a flag on the ground when it's not called in real time. I mean, who do you go to basically say that's absurd to put flags on the ground through replay? The NFL doesn't do it for a specific reason. Why is college football doing it?
And that's the College Rules Committee, which is made up of coaches, administrators, ADs, and so it's a cross-section of all these different stakeholders in college football, and we go through a very similar process. I've been a part of that Rules Committee. I've been a part of the Competition Committee. You look at plays, and they end up voting. The college process is a little more layered. They've got a playing rules oversight panel that has to basically bless these rules changes. That's going away on the football side.
All right.
Which I think is a good thing. That's going away. So you don't have all these layers. You can have the Rules Committee go through it and ultimately decide what we're going to do in the game, and I think that's going to help.
That's got to. I mean, because at this point, it's so inconsistent, it's so punitive, and it seems to be so arbitrary, and it makes everybody look incompetent. I'm not going to lie, man. It's a bad look. It is a bad look for when you're watching a game and you're like, that's not targeting. And then you look and see something far more egregious when you're flipping the channel, and la-di-da, nothing's happening. You know, like,
and that's the biggest challenge with officiating. It's the consistency.
Coaches can't challenge to put something on the ground,
targeting.
Right?
No, they can't challenge targeting.
So if it's a change of possession that mandates something gets looked at, it's opened up for targeting.
Yeah. Every replay can look at every play.
But you can't challenge to look at targeting.
No, coaches cannot challenge.
But if it's something that's mandated to be replayed, targeting's fair game. That's stupid. Have I used the right word?
Yes, you have.
With the right inflection?
Agreed. Stupid.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming on, Dean. Appreciate it. I can't even speak straight now. I'm so
fired up. We got it.
I am. Yeah, and playing Oklahoma matters, man. Could have used him.
I know. You definitely could have used him.
Okay, very good.
I don't know if anybody's beaten Oklahoma this year.
I know, which is kind of cool for them.
Yeah.
I mean, we just had Tim Tebow on, and I asked him who's the best SEC team, and I thought he'd go, well, Georgia, LSU, and he goes Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
That's what he said. Dean Blandino of Fox Sports is here. Tyreek Withers of the movie Him coming up. Got a couple more minutes to go here.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Tire care shouldn't come with extra costs or surprise fees, and it should be simple, straightforward, and stress-free. So at Midas, they're rolling out the limited lifetime tire guarantee. Included with every tire purchase with paid installation, you'll pay nothing for flat repairs, nada for flat replacements, zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles, and zero for other preventative maintenance. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's a limited lifetime tire guarantee only at Midas.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-692-7009. 800-692-7009. That's 800-692-7009.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Turn things all the way up and find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, you guys are expanding as well.
Yes, we are branching into San Antonio and Austin. So if you have a second house over there, we can come and pick up your items, bring them back to Houston Powder Coaters, and then deliver them back to your second home.
How about that? And your delivery?
It's free in the Houston area. It's going to be $125 for Austin and San Antonio.
That's not bad at all. Call Robin. You'll probably deal with Robin when you call Houston Powder Coaters. 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
It's your guy, Sean, with Greenlight Offer, and guess what? We are still buying houses at fair prices. If you own a house and want to sell it fast in the most simplest way, I'm your guy. Call me today at 832-779-4000. We buy houses in any condition, any price range, in any location in the Texas area. Every single month, every single weekend, every single day, we are doing two things, Houston, and that's helping homeowners like yourself with their property problems and buying houses. In 2024, we bought 138 houses, and we want to buy more. We buy inherited houses, vacant houses, pretty houses, not so pretty houses, behind in payment houses. We even buy my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. We buy them all. We will buy your house in as-is condition. No repairs needed, no clean out, and we will pay for movers to help you move. Call me at 832-779-4000 for a same-day offer. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
Suit up for savings. Suitmart's Suit-Tember sale is on right now. Get 2 sharp wool suits in solids and fashion patterns for just $4.29. 2 wool suits for $4.29? That's incredible. That's style and value you won't find anywhere else. And complete your look with Italian made socks. Get 3 pairs for only $18. Suit up smart. Suit up stylish. Only at Suitmart. Don't wait. These Suit-Temper savings won't last. 3 convenient locations to shop. Suitmart, where style meets savings.
ESPN 97.5.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Presented by Zadok Jewelers.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is the Rich Eisen Show.
What's happening in the baseball world? I think we take it for granted.
From the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
Gone! Number 51 on the season for Shohei Ohtani.
Earlier on the show, SEC Network analyst and Heisman Trophy winner Tim Tebow. Fox Sports Rules analyst Dean Blandino. Coming up, actor Tyreek Withers. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 3 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. We just had Dean Blandino of Fox Sports, former head of NFL refs and current Fox Rules analyst, talking about what's going on in the NFL, officiating in college football. I think we just came to an agreement. Just you can't have targeting on sacks of quarterbacks. You know what I mean? Roughing. But how can you call someone for targeting a quarterback when it's their job to target the quarterback?
I mean, when you put it that way, right? It's like, yeah.
Oh, no, you targeted a quarterback. Yeah, that's why I'm on the field.
That's my job.
That's why I dress this way with pads and a helmet. I've been told to go hunt the quarterback. I am a targeter by trade.
That's what I do.
Oh, no. But your body weight landed. You roughed him up.
They need to talk to Isaac Newton
so you're
about
now
that.
ejected from the game, and it's just like, no, that's called a 15-yard roughing penalty.
Did you get that memo?
Yeah, I mean,
did you see the memo?
I know. I feel like, but I feel like they're going to just take my stapler and stick me in the basement. That they'll never ever listen to me.
Hey, Peter, man.
Well, and again, if you missed any of it, there's our YouTube channel. There's also the ability to watch us whenever you want on Disney Plus by just clicking that tile that has all 3 hours of the program in one sit down. And then there's also our podcast, all 3 hours. Get No Contest Wrestling. You can also get the Jim Jackson Show. You can get Overreaction Monday. You can check that out on our YouTube channel. Over 200,000 views for everyone that we've done already this year, Chris.
Thank you to everyone.
Yes, indeed. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial before Tyreek Withers, the man who plays him in the movie Him, one of those old-fashioned psychological horror football movies. When I say old-fashioned, there's never been one. So he's coming out here to talk about that shortly. It's in theaters nationwide near you tomorrow.
Let's go.
Let's go to Jordan in Fort Wayne, Indiana. What's up, Jordan?
Let's go.
Hey, how's it going, Rich?
How's
everybody doing?
We're good. How are you doing today, Jordan?
I'm blessed, man. I'm a huge fan of you guys' show.
Thank you.
It's nice that you guys are answering my question. I have a real quick question. So, regarding the Carolina Panthers' current state, do you think they should take note from how the Colts are doing things with how they bench Anthony Richardson and had somebody else come in that's not used to their system?
Well, I mean, okay, like, so, Daniel Jones, the situation up? I mean, I think they tried it with Andy Dalton last year, and things improved. And I would imagine this, and thanks for the call, Jordan. I think, and for anybody who might be watching us on Disney Plus or ESPN, please turn your I guess they've got to give Bryce Young another year. What, are you going to have Andy Dalton try and do something? Is that what it is? Dave Canales was brought in, and Bryce Young was performing well in the last month of last season.
Yeah, it hasn't gone well the first 2 games, but look, you draft Totoro McMillan.
Right. Tet McMillan.
I don't want to call him. He doesn't like to go by Tet. That's why.
Tet Hero.
You bring in T-Mac, okay? Look, T-Mac. You're getting weapons for Bryce Young. You got to let him ride it out this year, no matter how bad it gets.
I agree. And then if this is now year 3, do you not pick up his 5th-year option? Then you move on.
Maybe that's the situation where you make him earn it, so to speak, and then which I've been pushing for teams to do for a long time, and then you see where it goes. Maybe he gets better in year 4. Who knows?
Let's go to Janine in Montana. Big Sky Country calling into the Rich Eisen Show. What's up, Janine?
Hey, what's up, Rich and the gang? Good to talk to you.
Hey, Janine.
Big Sky Country, loving the sunshine.
Beautiful.
What up?
And here's my 2 cents on the Tom Brady in the booth. Question: are other announcers that are paid by a TV affiliate, are they allowed to go into coaching booths during a game that is not on their schedule? And second, I just think it's a bad look. Like, it's just a bad look for Tom. It's a bad look for the Raiders. It's a bad look overall for the NFL. And that's my 2 cents on that.
And I appreciate the call, Janine. No one else is allowed in the coach's booth, but there's no other announcers who own a piece of the team. I mean, Tom.
Understandably so.
Tom.
Understandably so.
Right. Thanks for the call. Oh, sorry.
Going to see something about that.
Thank you, Janine. Appreciate it. Again, like I said, Mark Davis's dad would never have allowed something like this to happen. He would have abstained or voted against it. I don't know. Al Davis was one of the most paranoid owners in the history of the National Football League.
Yes, through the NFL.
I mean, this is what I was thinking of. When I go to the Rams facility, currently they're redoing it. They're creating their own new beautiful facility up where they are, north of here. It's surrounded by apartment buildings and office buildings. Mm-hmm. And I thought to myself when I was there last year, watching their practice before calling their game against the Cardinals on NFL Network, I mean, if Al Davis owned the team, he would probably vet the landlords of every one of the buildings around to make sure they weren't like secret Charger fans and try and put up massive, covered, like try to dome his practice facility, because he would also like look into every window to see if somebody's there taking notes and photographing practice. I guess it's just a different era. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial here on the program, here on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. We did this last week and got some positive feedback. Every single time we've done it over the 11-year history. So now we're going to do it every single Thursday.
It's fun.
In advance of an upcoming week of a National Football League season. We are going to make a statement about what we believe is going to happen in week 3. And the ish part is the way in which we present it. We've noticed many times here in conversations on the Rich Eisen Show, as I have noticed in life, is that when somebody you're having a conversation with believes something half-heartedly, they'll go higher register. No, I think that shirt's great on you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Shay, you're really good at finding Del Tufo's drops.
Yeah, I found it eventually.
All right, good.
I found it eventually.
Did you really? Do we have it now? There we go.
He changed the color on me.
Okay.
Weird situation.
No. I'm sure it was his fault. You know what I mean?
It was never his fault.
Okay.
Right. Never his fault.
You see where I'm going?
It's great.
If somebody goes higher register, they've gotta go there in order to believe what they say.
Yeah. The Chiefs are making the playoffs.
Well, that might be a season-long storyline arc.
Right.
Higher register. But this is specific to week number 3. Hit it.
There's a chance.
The Rich Eisen shows
That there could be.
higher register. Take of the week.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
That's great. That might be my favorite drop.
It is great. It's anything that involves Caliendo makes us laugh. All right, Christopher.
Okay.
Your higher register for week 3 is what?
I'm going to actually look at tonight's game in Buffalo.
Okay, so we could review your work tomorrow.
Tomorrow we can check this out. And the more and more I think about it and I analyze it and I look at big picture things that is going on surrounding this contest, I think the Dolphins make it a game tonight.
Okay.
I think there's too much on the line for these guys. And at division games, you kind of throw out the records and the history here. And I just think it's, the Dolphins are going to give them a go.
Okay. I think, because everybody thinks it's a blowout.
I would imagine this will be a large number of survivor picks. Okay. And it's an 11.5 spread that probably is going to go even higher as we get closer to kickoff. And I don't know, gut feeling.
So you would say to those who are choosing the Bills in their survivor pool tonight, your information would be, I'd be careful about that.
Just be careful. You don't want to be out in week 3.
TJ Jefferson, this one's tough for you because you just speak in a lower register. I think Chris sometimes has trouble getting up there a little bit, but you have the floor on your higher register.
We'll see if I can do better this time.
Okay.
Guys.
No, I think you can.
Before the whole thing where the Arch Manning is going to set me on sale to sell the 7 C's, there was another player, right?
Yes.
Before him that during his sophomore season, I told Brockman I already put him in the Hall of Fame. I said he's already got a gold jacket. He's already got a bust. He's already going to be the next great player. And last year, there was some... Okay. I don't know, him and his quarterback just couldn't really seem to get on the same page, man. And I was certain that this was going to be the year. Great week 1, not so great week 2, but this guy still isn't quite where I thought he'd be. But, that's okay because Marvin Harrison, he's still going to be a Hall of Famer when it's all said and done, man. I'm pretty certain of that.
So you think in week 3, Marvin Harrison is going to have a big game? Is that what you're saying against the 49ers?
For sure.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And he's going to continue. He's going to continue to go on to the path that I thought he would be, and he's going to be one of the best ever.
Okay.
Wow, that was good.
You really had to squeeze something over there.
Wow.
Okay. For that one. All right. Here's my my higher register. As you know, it's the marquee game of the week. Okay. It's the Philadelphia Eagles hosting the Los Angeles Rams. 2-0 versus 2-0.
This is going to be great.
If you remember, last year in SoFi Stadium, week 12. Philadelphia Eagles come in. Saquon Barkley sets the Eagles' single-game rushing record with 255 yards rushing and 2 touchdowns. And then the playoff game. Rams visit Philadelphia in the snow. And Saquon Barkley sets the Eagles' single-game playoff record with 205 rush yards and 2 touchdowns. Put it all together, his all-purpose total yards against the Los Angeles Rams last year, 534 total yards and 4 touchdowns. But this weekend, I think the Rams are going to stop Saquon this time. I kind of think the Rams can stop Saquon this time. Saquon hasn't really set the house on fire over the last couple weeks. And, the Rams have looked pretty good on defense. So I think the Rams can stop Saquon this time.
Are they going to play 18 in the box?
I don't know how many they're going to play. I really haven't thought about it. I just kind of have this feeling that they're going to stop him this time.
Look, the poorest Dallas defense held Saquon to 60 yards rushing, 62 yards rushing.
No.
So, I think it'll be okay.
I might be onto something.
Well, as we know, the Cowboys can stop the run.
Who knows?
That's what we do.
Hey. Okay. And see.
Such a good
register.
I did not know this.
There's one more.
Oh.
Jay Felly in the deep voice. Jay Felly, careful. Let's do it. What do you got?
All right, so week 2 was great.
Right.
I was most locked in on Chargers and Raiders, obviously.
Because you're a Raider fan?
And the Chargers just looked amazing. So week 1, they took care of the Chiefs. Week 2, the Raiders. Now they got Denver coming to their home. So I'm thinking the Chargers are going to start 3-0 in division.
Okay, there you go. Ladies and gentlemen.
That hurt.
Against your own team.
Jay Felly.
Yeah, they look good.
Did that hurt saying what you said about the Chargers or trying to go higher register?
Both. I'm not built for that.
That's what I was about to say. But you try, man.
I try.
And, maybe you'll be better the next time.
Yeah.
Maybe an A for effort.
When is that too far back?
Ouch.
Whoa.
Sorry, you brought donuts today. I apologize.
Yeah, right? Come on.
Did you're the one who brought the donuts.
Brockman's been asking
I've
for
been
months.
bugging him for months to bring some.
And then you did.
He did.
And then he does you like
that. And
that.
he just craps on you.
Yeah. What
That's your man. That's your man's right there.
That's your man. Yeah, right over there. High register. Kind of dig it. Although you didn't give one specific to week 3. We got to get specific to the.
Well, I meant against the 49. I guess I didn't.
No, but you just think Marvin Harrison's going to be fine, eventually fine.
That's true.
Okay, I hear you.
I need him to get in the end zone. Not going to lie.
Dude.
He almost got me kicked out of guillotine.
I know you did. Until Sarah took the guillotine for you.
I did tell her yesterday, I'm like, don't worry, Ted McMillan got a good home.
How'd she take it?
Not well.
Did you tell her who grabbed Jaden Daniels?
Yeah, it was like TJ way overpaid for Jaden Daniels.
I mean, that was an accident, but I'll take him. Fine.
What do you mean it was an accident?
Because like I said, I was messing with Chris. I'm like, I'm going to bet $300 on, and I typed it in.
Yeah.
Forgot to, I guess, delete it, and then it went through. But
you better hope you advance this week.
Well, I had Joe Burrow, so I needed a quarterback, but he's not playing this week.
I'm aware of that.
I just got to go 1 week.
Yeah.
Hopefully he's back next week.
I snagged Jake Browning. I'm putting my guillotine where my mouth is, if that makes any sense.
I'm willing to bet you got Jake Browning for quite...
5 singular...
Far cheaper than I got.
5 singular virtual dollars.
It's $340 virtual dollars more.
That's it.
That's fine because
thank you so
we're
much.
acting like Jaden Daniels ain't him now all of a sudden?
No.
Okay.
Come on.
We're not.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break, which is a very official way of saying we'll be right back right here on the Rich Eisen Show. Tyreek Withers of the movie Him. He is him and he is here right here on the Rich Eisen Show. And we come back. Don't you dare move.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Jen has ordered a decadent seafood tower, king crab legs, lobster tails, and a waterfall of caviar. Pricey? You bet. But Jen worked with Empower on her savings and investment strategy and planned for splurges like these. She got good at money, so she can be a little bad. Ooh, champagne. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risk. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisory Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. OMG, those shrimps are really jumbo.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195.
Priority Tax Relief.
Let's hydrate. Grab a Rambler Sparkling Water, the official sparkling water of ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A Texas mineral blend available in original lemon lime, grapefruit, satsuma, blackberry, and now wild cherry. Get Ramblin', Houston.
University of Maryland Global Campus offers more than 55 flexible online certificates that provide short-term credentials and real-world skills you can use immediately. With a range of affordable undergraduate and graduate certificates in high-demand fields like business, AI, cybersecurity, data analytics, and healthcare, you can earn credentials quickly to help advance your career. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even bad hair day?
Yep.
And tree branch fell on my car day?
Especially that day. Progressive has you covered 24/7 for your home and auto.
How about thought it was chicken, but it was tuna day? Or overnight construction outside my bedroom day?
Those days too.
Great, because that was each day this week.
Been there. Well, at least your home and auto are covered every day with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Trust, price, and ease of transaction. That is GiveMeTheVin.com. We love to buy cars. People don't trust car buyers. People think the price is going to be wrong, and people think it's going to be a hassle. Trust, price, and ease of transaction. That is what we do at GiveMeTheVin.com, and that's what makes us America's best car buyer. Go to GiveMeTheVin.com right now and get a quote on yours.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Blue Star Tequila, the world's first and only night-harvested tequila. This is tequila at its natural, unfiltered best, made with 100% blue agave and totally additive-free. Smooth, vibrant, and full of character. It's tequila the way it was meant to be. So whether you're chasing championships or celebrating the moment, raise your glass to bold beginnings and taste the Blue Star difference. Find it near you at bluestartequila.com.
John Granado here with Yanni Damaris, talking football season now. I got a few suggestions for you, Yanni. Why don't we do a Thursday night steak night?
You know, that sounds great.
How about Saturday, all-you-can-eat ribs?
That also sounds awesome.
We got 16 TVs where you can watch your games all day long and eat Yanni's ribs. What about on Sundays to watch the hometown team? How about a little happy hour?
How about a football happy hour?
It's all going on at 18th Street in the West Loop. I don't mind giving the business away. It ain't mine. It's great barbecue and a whole lot more. Damaris Barbecue.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-859-3220. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 to 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-859-3220. That's 800-859-3220 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-859-3220. 800-859-3220.
Small businesses look for banking partners who make fast and efficient decisions. Veritex Community Bank has a lending team standing by to help you navigate through the loan process. Visit veritexbank.com for more details. That's VERITEX bank.com. Member FDIC, subject to credit approval.
Is back on the air. We're streaming live on Disney Plus and ESPN Plus, and back on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. We just saw a clip of Him, which is available in theaters nationwide tomorrow. It's the old school psychological horror film that involves football, which is not old school at all. It's quite new school. It's something that you pretty much have never seen before, and Tyreek Withers is here on the program. So you have a football background, do you not?
Well,
Florida State University?
Yes, Florida State. I played 1 year of high school football. Playing wide receiver.
Where is this? You're from Duval County, correct?
Duval County.
Okay, very good.
Jacksonville Jaguars. Okay. Shout out to them.
It's that's the way the current head coach says it, but you know how to say it, right? Obviously, yeah. Okay.
But yeah, I lived in Jacksonville and I grew up playing soccer, and then I transitioned to football my senior year. And I played wide receiver, and I got a highlight tape and ended up getting, Division I AA offer, but it was to like Davidson College, and that's where I was headed to at first. But I haven't really talked about that experience from Davidson College.
Is that Steph Curry?
Yeah, Steph Curry school. That was their selling point. That was their only selling point. It was like, hey, Steph Curry went here.
This is football we're talking about.
Yes, it's football we're talking about. But so I was starting to transition into playing for the Davidson team.
Sure.
And then we had a summer football camp before we started the fall semester. And that was my first initial experience with hazing from a team.
Okay.
They would haze me online, and then when I got to camp, we're going to put you in the gauntlet. You know, I probably get in trouble for saying this but it was my experience. And I was confused because they went 1-8 the season before. I'm like, you worried about the wrong thing. So, so I decided to, go home. I called my mom and said, I think I made a big mistake. Yes. And I went back home and visited Florida State and, decided to walk on to that football team. And it's crazy because the energy and the relationships I built on that team were so much better, and there was no experience with Hazen when I was on that team in 2016.
Right my number God. 27 in your program? Yeah, number 1 in your heart? Yeah. Tyreek Withers, is that it?
Absolutely.
Wow. Yeah. Look at you with your national championship shirt right there.
I put in reps on scout team. So.
Well, we noticed. Put it up, Hoskins. Put it up. You take a look at the Florida State, your bio. There you are. There you are. Nice tie, nice suit tie. I like the haircut
that
right
is
there.
Insane.
There it is. Logged repetitions and contributed to the scout team.
Hey, I might tell you a joke, but I'll never tell you a lie. So,
which means you just repped. You took snaps. Yeah. That's what it means. Logged repetitions. Very fancy way.
But I say we scored more points on scout team than any team we played.
Damn straight you did. You did. And we don't see any statistics to make that incorrect.
There's this one clip. They were doing, I think, the Showtime BTS of the season. So it was some cameras going on. And one of my first games was when we played UNC Chapel Hill, and we lost by a game-winning field goal. And there's this video of me watching the football go through the uprights. And then the kicker has the audacity to run past our sideline throwing.
Doing the chop, wow. The mock chop? He's mocking you with the chop?
Yeah, and it was humbling, and I think that was my villain origin story. So, yeah.
It started like that. Who was the coach?
Jimbo Fisher.
Jimbo
Fisher. Okay. Shout out Jimbo Fisher.
But do you have relationships from the team that still lasted today? And things
absolutely.
Like that?
So, I think one of my scout team brothers, he was another receiver.
Who also logged repetitions.
He logged repetitions.
Okay, very good.
And then we had some fun time in Miami at the Orange Bowl. Isaiah Denman. We had Carlos Becker. Then we I'm blanking. Auden Tate was a receiver.
Sure.
Receivers were lovely back then.
Was Dalvin Cook on that team?
Dalvin Cook was him. He is him.
Yes.
So it was like daunting to like even be in his essence, because you're like, I'm here, and he was an elite running back at the time. Okay. So
So are you technically the 21st century Burt Reynolds to go from Florida State to acting? Tyreek?
Yeah, I would like. Well, if you think. I play football, so if you can say
Burt logged repetitions.
Yeah, log repetitions.
And I can't get enough of that.
I'm logging repetitions on set now.
Yes,
so that's all
you're him. Now you're him. Now you are him.
You said it, not me.
Timothy
Chalamet.
No doubt.
Exactly.
It's available in theaters again nationwide tomorrow. Him. And so, now I understand why you're a Jaguar fan, because, we do our research here, and we were told in advance Tyreek Withers is coming. He loves Florida State. We understand that. Jaguars, get that. Mm-hmm. Arsenal soccer. Okay, that's your original sport, correct?
Yeah,
Arsenal.
But I would say soccer. Like Brazil international soccer team was like the epitome of like I had this plan to like really when I was like 12. I was like, when I grow up, I want to move to Brazil, change my nationality, and play for their national team because they're really elite. Ronaldinho, Roberto Carlos, all those.
Which name of yours would you have chosen as your single name? Would you have gone as Tyreek or Withers?
No, I think I would have gone with my middle name, which is Bartholomew.
Oh, no. By the way, Bartholomew is a great soccer name. I don't know if it's Brazilian.
Can you imagine?
I don't know if it's Brazilian.
You could have just went by Bart or something.
No, Bart. Bart. You'd be known internationally as Barto.
Barto. Oh, even better.
That would have been Barto. That's his Brazilian soccer name.
Let's be very clear. Barto. Yeah.
Neymar Barto is one of the most famous.
That is awesome.
Yeah, that
Brazilian connection.
Actually, I think I might move to Brazil.
But we would have kept the H in there. The H is silent.
All right, I just want to be very clear. Bartholomew is not my middle name.
I'm sitting here looking at Wikipedia like, no, it ain't.
My middle name is LaShawn. And fun fact, I don't know how to spell it. LaShawn. Yeah, I don't know how to spell it, though, my middle name, because it's two different things on like my birth certificate and like what I've learned to spell it as. I don't know if it's LESHON or LE''SHON.
Okay, so it's not spelled like LaShawn McCoy.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah,
okay, it's more like LaShawn Johnson or something, or Roshawn Johnson.
Nobody keyed you in on this?
Okay.
The people that named you?
I mean, it shouldn't be up to you now.
Yeah,
you're him.
Yeah,
you should be able to do what you want to do.
That's a testament to my indecisiveness, you know. So I just never pick. I just, depending on the day.
I say go with the apostrophe.
Yeah.
That's how we go.
The apostrophe's kind of cool.
Yeah, that's how we do.
Why are you an Eagles fan?
Eagles fan?
Why?
You know, I think
he's a Cowboy fan. Be careful.
I think I'm a hype beast when it comes to certain, teams. But I think when Donovan McNabb, I was growing up, I was number 5 on the soccer field, so I was a big McNabb fan. Deshaun Jackson, receiver when he was playing. And then, I think Jalen Hurts is somebody I define as him. I think he carries himself with
a story, right?
He has his story in college and that transition, being benched in the national championship.
For Tua. And then Tua wins it, and then he has to come back when Tua gets hurt, and nothing happened, and he does it.
Exactly.
Oh, I love
so I think
story.
that was a test of a man when you can be thrown in the pits and then come out on the other side and transition. And I think he had a Heisman season at Oklahoma when he transferred.
He wound up on the podium. Yes, sir. He did.
Yeah. So I think that story, and then coming into the NFL. Getting to the Super Bowl, not getting it the first time and coming back. And I think a lot of people give up, and I think his mindset and his iconic quotes are something I use to tell my story in this movie.
Well, don't listen to him over there because he's a Cowboy fan. But he's like you. Do we have the TJ graphic that we like to throw? Okay, so here's TJ. He's a Met, Clipper, Duke, Georgetown, Cowboys, Sixer, Florida State. There you go.
Florida State. Please believe
that's all that matters. We found some connective tissue there. Penn State, Pittsburgh.
Holler.
Penguins fan. It's okay. I mean, that's only 9.
When was the last time the Cowboys won a...
Hey, Terry, I'm literally sitting here like, man, I like this kid, man. And now you have to do that.
But I love CeeDee Lamb. So
I thought we were
yeah, Michael Irvin.
So we made one for you because there you go.
Where did you get this photo?
I don't know.
Eagles.
I don't know.
I love how I have
cool photo. Right there.
3 different NFL. I feel like it should be legal if you're from Jacksonville to have
sense.
Other NFL teams.
I get it certainly. So the Ravens because you like
Lamar Jackson.
Okay, he's him as well.
He had one of the most iconic high school plays where he was running and then he stops at the touchdown line and they pass him. I think from that moment, watching that, I knew he was going to be a star. And also, we played him when I was at Florida State. And
you played Louisville.
Yeah, we played Louisville.
His first game?
Well, I didn't play Louisville. I logged reps.
Repetitions. Don't forget. It's a very fancy way of saying you were on the team.
Exactly. All and, he destroyed us.
Yeah, that was his first game, right, Terry?
Yeah, it was his first game.
Destroyed everyone.
Yeah.
I still have that Sports Illustrated.
But he's
Florida. You personally witnessed that moment. And so at that point in time, you're like, okay.
Yeah, I had the best seats in the house. So I was a glorified hype man, waving the towel. You'll see videos.
Knicks and LeBron.
Yeah.
I
have weird connections. I'm a Knicks fan. Spike Lee, I'd love to work with Spike Lee. My ball knowledge on the NBA stuff. Purely hype beast. LeBron James, he's the only poster I've ever had up in my room.
Sure.
He's Timothy.
Was he in your room? Was he Heat or Cavs? He was a Cavs
so
poster.
I was an original LeBron fan. And what's his documentary about his high school?
Okay.
Was it? Does anybody know what his documentary was? With his high school basketball team?
Okay.
Well, it's St. Vincent St. Mary's.
Yeah, he went to St. Vincent St. Mary's.
So was it a game?
You watched
it? You say more than a game?
Was that it? Yeah, more than a game.
Okay. Yeah, and that was like my Roman Empire when I was like 12.
So that's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just, you know.
Well, and you root for the Knicks now because of Spike Lee. You want to be in a joint so bad you're going to root for the Knicks? Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely.
Okay. I mean, you're committed to your craft. Let's put it that way.
Absolutely. So,
but they're worthy of rooting for right now. I love Jalen Brunson.
Yeah.
Oh, and so there's some more connective tissue. Karl Anthony Towns, who I adore. No, that's just great. No, he loves. We're going to talk about trolling.
Yeah.
He loves trolling T.J. Jefferson.
Yeah.
Because he's an Eagles fan. Eagles diehard. He has sent balloons here after the Eagles beat the Cowboys. He sent a mariachi band here to play Fly Eagles Fly just to troll that man right there. He sent all those balloons and flowers.
That's iconic.
Rick, that was the most disrespectful thing in the world. You take something I love, mariachi bands, and you have them play Fly Eagles Fly.
Yeah, it's great.
I think that's the beauty of football, though. When I get to that tax bracket, I'm going to start doing things like that.
There you go. You're on your way. Sir, you're on your way.
We don't have to show it.
There it is. Yeah, he had it.
It was pretty great.
Wow.
It's even better when you hear it. Yeah, right.
Oh, my God.
There you go. Yeah, and it's TJ just sitting there doing visual.
But props to you for really, being a good sport.
Yeah, I have to.
Front and center.
Yeah, that's your own psychological horror.
Yeah,
right there.
My team hasn't won a big game in 40 years.
Which I
every
believe
Sunday is a psychological horror.
This one, if they lose to the Bears, would be particularly psychologically horrifying, no doubt. And so this movie, man, it is off. It is not what anybody would expect. And so living it, what was it like for you to shoot this movie and be him and go through what him goes through in this film without giving away too much, which I'm trying not to do right now?
Yeah, when I first started, when I read the script and got the role, I thought it was going to be easier to play a quarterback than like being on an actual team. But I learned very early that it wasn't. I'm not trying to say, my life was just as hard as, these college NFL football players, but the level of attention to detail that I wanted to bring to this was one that I wanted to live in that authenticity, and so I got to train with Jordan Palmer. And he trained
you.
Yeah,
he's no joke, man.
Yeah, he's no joke. So the throw was crisp in the movie. So, but yeah, it was a training regimen where I had a bird chest, so I had to learn the lift weights, because once I gave up sports, me and the gym are like oil and water. So it was working out 6 days a week.
Did you work out with any other players at the time, or it was just you and Jordan?
So when I was doing QB training, it was Joe Milton. He was prepping for the draft. And it was just humbling watching him just throw a casual 80 yards. just casual, Jordan Palmer was like, "Hey, yo, Joe, rip it." And he just throw it. And I just showed up. I'm like, I'm here to learn. I don't want to disrespect anybody. Josh Allen popped in. He's talked about golf, a lot. So, Jordan Palmer really taught me what it meant to be a quarterback. And I got to see the draft process, the mentality of certain QBs. And, it's all like, it's cool to see that mindset from college to the NFL and what they have to go through, and the QBs have to think about so much. And the mock interviews were insane. I just got to sit in on that, and that's a little bit about the training I had to go through.
Okay, training for the film, but I mean, obviously Josh's new bride knows what it's like to be in a movie that doesn't appear to be what it might be on its face. Obviously that's Sinners, but Jordan Peele, we all know, Get Out and everything else that he has done. There's a significant connective tissue, to use that phrase again, between movies like Get Out and him right now. And so what is it like for you to be in a movie just like that that's coming to a theater near you nationwide? Tyreek, you must be really jacked up.
You're good at that.
Sir, that's why I'm here. You're here for a reason. Although I do enjoy hanging out with people who log repetitions, but I'm trying to give you what you need, by appearing here.
I'm still processing it all, but I'm grateful to tell a story that's delivered in such an organic but creative and thoughtful way.
Yes.
I think this story is about football, but I think it also transcends sports. I think it's about anybody chasing greatness, and I really got to really explore that vulnerability of that pursuit, and I think I was talking about therapists, yes, I'm therapizing. And I came to this realization that this movie is more about grief. And I think we always think grief is losing a physical person, but I think grief can be like losing oneself. And I think you're following a character that's struggling with his authentic self. And I think the overall message is to just don't be afraid to be 100% unapologetically you. And I think that's the beauty of working with somebody like Jordan Peele, because he's able to see that vision and deliver it in a organic, fun, roller coaster of a ride way.
How much was he involved in this?
Oh, he's really involved. As a producer, he's able to, align the right people in the right positions, and then kind of take a step back and let the bloodline of his work flow through everyone. We got to sit down on multiple occasions. He came to set multiple days, so he was very, very involved.
Did you bring up any Key and Peele stuff with him?
That was the hardest part. Not like I didn't want to. I was testing the waters on that. Yeah. But yeah, I brought up.
Which one did you bring up?
The D's nuts. That was one of my favorite ones. So.
The football introductions.
Yeah, that one was brought up to me through Monkey Paw. But yeah, that was like low hanging fruit. But D's nuts was the winner for me.
I have Key and Peele skits hop up in my Instagram algorithm.
Yeah.
It's as good as it comes, and the fact that he's now making these films like this, it's pretty amazing. It's supremely talented.
Sketch comedy inspired my YouTube days. So
is that right?
Yeah, a lot of people don't know, but I came from YouTube, so I think that's a cool thing. Where when you I think the sketch comedy, the stakes in comedy are a lot higher than if it was a drama, because you know what it's like for you to deliver a joke and it not land. It hurts.
It's terrible.
And I think with drama, if something doesn't land, you're just like, oh, okay, maybe I just don't connect with it. So I think that the ingredients, the flow of creating comedy is why it just made him a genius filmmaker, and that's when that transition from comedy to horror. It seemed crazy at the time, but it was the most genius thing.
Well, good to have you here. Congratulations on being part of that world.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming on here after, I assume, a late night last night, right?
Late is subjective.
You had the premiere last night.
We had the world premiere last night, and then we had an after party. Okay. And then we had an after party.
Well, that's what I would as a 56-year-old man, father of 3, I would consider an after party is a late night.
Yeah, late night, and then this is the after party.
That's what we do. We do have that. We have some ibuprofen and some liquids for you if that's what you need. Restorative. Pedialyte.
Yeah, you got anything for bowel movements?
Very interesting question. We're out of time. Look at that time here. Okay. Him is available in theaters nationwide starting tomorrow. Everybody go check it out. Tyreek Withers, thanks for coming on here. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
You got it. Tyreek Withers here on the Rich Eisen Show. Back with more to wrap up this Thursday show in a moment.
And go Jags.
This is Joe Budden. You and I make decisions every day, but on Prize Picks, being right can get you paid. So I'm here to make sure you don't miss any of the daily fantasy action this football season with Prize Picks, where it's good to be right.
Download the Prize Picks app today and use code PLAYNOW to get $50 in site credits after you play your first $5. That's code PLAYNOW to get $50 in site credits after you play your first $5. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
As a scientist, I can tell you that Sundays are only 24 hours long. But with NFL Sunday Ticket and YouTube TV, you get every game every Sunday all in one place. That's upwards of 30 hours of NFL in one day. How can there be 30 hours in 24 hours, you ask? I have a theory. Magic. New users get NFL Sunday Ticket for 8 payments of $34.50 per month. Sign up at NFLSundayTicket.com. Local and national games on YouTube TV. NFL Sunday Ticket for out-of-market games excludes digital-only games and commercial use. Terms and embargoes apply. Availability varies.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS.
Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-692-7009. 800-692-7009. That's 800-692-7009.
The annual Katie Rice Harvest Festival is happening October 11th and 12th in Katy Historic Town Square. Check out country music artists like Sawyer Brown, Kylie Fry, and more performing free outdoor concerts. Plus, the carnival is back. Get all day or weekend unlimited ride carnival passes now. For the adults, visit the Sports Zone and enjoy adult bevs while you watch the big rivalry game between Texas and Oklahoma on Saturday. Get advance tickets and carnival passes now at KatieRiceHarvestFestival.com. That's KatieRiceHarvestFestival.com.
Trulux, Ocean's finest seafood and crab. A Houston original, proudly serving our great city for over 30 years. We have recently updated our restaurant with a modern sensibility and sophisticated finishes. We can't wait for you to come and see it. The look is totally new, but the sensation, hospitality, and quality remain unmistakably Trulux. Visit us today and experience the newest flavor of a true Houston original. Trulux, your table is waiting.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, what about bikes?
Bring us your bike frames, your forks, your handles. We got you.
So if you see a beautiful bike out there, chances are Houston Powder Coaters did that.
We probably signed off on that.
What do I need to do with trailers?
We need you to bring us the bare bones of that trailer, and we will make it like new for you. We can even do welding repair if needed.
How do you get an entire trailer to get Houston Powder Coaters?
We have the largest ovens in the region. That's Oklahoma, Louisiana, Texas. So bring us your big trailers, and we have you covered.
We talked before about boat parts. Tell me what's going on there.
Summer's coming up. We like to be on the water here in the Houston area, so bring us your boat parts. We do have marine coating that will help protect it from all the elements that you have in the Gulf and all these lakes.
One thing is anchors, for sure. What else on a boat?
Ton of railings, ladders, the T-tops. We do have accessories that you put around the edges of the boat, so if it's metal, we got you.
Call Robin and get your stuff Houston Powder Coater. 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
This is Lisa Zadok from Zadok Jewelers. Have a watch that needs a battery change or just plain doesn't work anymore? Maintaining a luxury timepiece requires exacting attention, and we service over 30 of the world's favorite brands, in addition to being the largest authorized dealer in the region. If something's just not right, allow our 7 on-site watchmakers to handle your watch with the care and attention it deserves. Bring your watch in for an estimate today. Zadok Jewelers. Make the moment.
For premier recreation, dining, and entertainment, head to East River 9, located 1 mile from downtown Houston. East River 9 is the only 9-hole par 3 golf course, driving range, and pickleball facility in town that features night golf under its LED stadium lights. The venue boasts a tremendous view of the Houston skyline, which is perfect for sunset gazing while enjoying your favorite cocktail or River House restaurant menu item. Go to eastriver9.com to book a tee time, pickleball court, or sign up for our annual membership. You'll be glad you did.
Back on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Cars, homes, boats, motorcycles, RVs, and more at Progressive.com. 844-204-RICH. That was a delightful chat with Tyreek with us.
Yeah, it was awesome.
You know what? Sometimes the English language, you just say something and it's a joke in and of itself. Logged repetitions. Somebody was doing some really mad work on Tyreek's part. Like, okay, what are we going to put in there for? We can't just say he didn't do anything. Right. You know what I mean?
Disrespectful.
No, right. There would be, but somebody's like, I got it. he logged repetitions. I mean, he took snaps, right? Let's call it logged repetitions. That's like the sports information biography version of wardrobe malfunction. You know, and contributed to the scout team.
No, because a wardrobe malfunction's a bad thing. You know, logging
what
reps.
I'm saying, no, it's just it's a euphemism. It's a way. Oh, this guy. Let me tell you something. I'll tell you a story about that wardrobe malfunction.
Well, you were there, right?
I was at the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And it was NFL Network's first ever Super Bowl that we ever covered. And we had our first ever Super Bowl commercial teed up. And it was awesome. It was set to the tune of Tomorrow from Annie. And it starred every major NFL figure, Jerry Rice and T.O. and Warren Sapp and Jerry Jones and Bill Parcells sang Tomorrow. All of them sang Tomorrow. And it ended with a body double for Jerry doing cartwheels and flips and whatever at the end. And the concept was stay tuned to NFL Network tomorrow, the day after the Super Bowl, because we're there every day. It's 24/7, 365. Tomorrow, everyone is 0-0. Everybody's back to square one. Tune in NFL Network for everything else between now and the next season. That was the concept of the commercial, and it was brilliant. And we were psyched. And I remember I made sure when I was in the stadium to get to a television. I was in the Gatorade suite. Nice. I might have crashed it. I don't know if I was invited. I just found myself there. And I'm like, while the Super Bowl halftime show is going on, I'm making my way to a TV set because the commercial was the first thing you're going to see right after the Super Bowl halftime show is over. We had a perfectly positioned slot for our commercial. And the wardrobe malfunction happened. And it turned into the most rewound moment in the history of TiVo. Let me tell you something about TiVo. It's called, kids. The way that you can now just take it for granted that you rewind anything that's on live television. There was a machine called TiVo that did that first. There was a technology that you would record your programs or send your cable through the box that would delay it a few seconds.
They had
so
a
you
cool
could just,
special remote.
Yeah, and it would make this noise. Right, you remember the noise. Yeah. Yep. And now it just comes with what you have, okay? Okay, effective. Old James Stack. Thank you.
In my day.
So it wound up being the most rewound TiVo'd moment just to see what just happened. And I remember I saw it live. I'm like,
did I just
see that?
That was strange.
Even I missed the commercial.
Oh yeah, we were busy. Like, what happened?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. That's what happened with the first ever NFL Network moment. Wardrobe malfunction are two very charged words in my life. But I'm just pointing it out that it is a euphemism. Could say he pulled her clothing off. Came off. No, let's call it a wardrobe malfunction. You know what? Tyreek didn't do much for Florida State. He logged repetitions. That sounds much better, doesn't it?
It does sound
better. Let's put some respect on the scout team name.
Okay, very good.
You got to have
That's
it. You got to have a good scout team,
play.
right, Chris?
That's my story of NFL Network's first ever Super Bowl commercial. Bernardo in Santa Clarita, California, has been hanging on forever and a day to say something. What's going on, Bernardo?
Go Blue, Rich.
Right back at you.
So you did a fantastic job in Brazil, my friend. Did the old local mail work or what? What did I tell you?
You know what? I dropped that line on the staff at our first show, and they loved it in the studio that we're in. It hit. It slapped, as they said. As they say. So
Look took care of you, too, with the brigadeiros, with the pão de queijo. You got the best, huh?
I did. It was amazing. Thank you for the heads up. What's on your mind today?
Well, I'm just wondering, as a fellow Jets fan, which game are we going to win to ruin our draft position?
What a way to put it.
Bernardo gets it.
Also known as the what is it, 2020 Rams game?
What game are they going to win to ruin our draft position?
Yeah, I'm just curious from your perspective, because it's going to happen.
I don't know, man. I like the coach. I like the moves that they've made. I don't know. Maybe Tyrod Taylor can shock you. I don't know. I'm looking forward to seeing them in London and seeing what they can do against Denver. I'm calling that game. And this is a big visit to Tampa. Tampa looks terrific. They are 100% a Super Bowl contending team with a quarterback that just like the one that they drafted, the Jets in that draft had to go elsewhere, and Tampa's the elsewhere. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so it's just, I don't know. They make these moves to protect Justin Fields for that offensive line, and then Fields gets concussed. I don't know what to tell you, man. Just courage. It's only 2 games. They can turn this thing around. There's 15 games. What else you want me to say? You know?
I feel you, brother. I feel you. Well, you
Thanks
did a fantastic job in Brazil. Can't wait to hear you call the game in London, brother.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate a call back. Before then, I'm not going to London for another month. Fun stuff, everybody. Great stuff. Tom Pelissero's on tomorrow's program.
Tommy P.
Who else is on tomorrow's show? Is that all we have? Is that all we have? Is Tommy V?
Okay.
I
think so.
Okay. I guess we're going to work on that as soon as we're done with this program. And then tonight's game. Do you believe in your higher register?
I think the Dolphins cover.
Okay.
I would take the Bills to win.
What is the spread?
11.5.
That is a large number.
That's a large number. That's a big number.
TJ, you taking the Dolphins tonight?
To win football?
Yes, sir.
Against the Bills? No.
Okay.
No.
Neither am I. Yeah. I just hope they keep it
close.
Yeah, I'd like to see a good game, obviously.
Yeah, sure. This has a high total, too, 50.5, so maybe some points.
And I like Tua, man. I hope he gets it.
I do, and I like Mike McDaniel.
Yeah.
And I'm nervous going into tonight. We'll be back to wrap this show on Disney Plus and ESPN in a moment. Buying a car or refinancing? Navy Federal Credit Union offers great auto loan rates, 90-day pre-approvals, and military discounts. Applying is easy, and you could get a decision in seconds. You could even refinance from another lender with Navy Federal and get a $200 bonus. At Navy Federal, our members are the mission. Find out more at NavyFederal.org/auto loans.
Credit and collateral subject to approval. Rates are subject to change and are based on creditworthiness. Refinance loan must be at least $5,000 to be eligible for the $200 bonus. Terms and conditions apply. Terms and conditions apply for military discounts. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. Is it the driver behind the wheel? What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. That's 562-314-4603.
Collectors Firearms. Don't let the name fool you. We have new guns, too. With 12,000 new and pre-owned guns in stock, we have the largest selection in the country. Got a dirty gun? We'll clean it free while you wait. With over 50 years of experience, our expert staff help both seasoned collectors and first-time owners. From tactical firearms to historical rifles, modern handguns to vintage classics. Visit us at Westheimer and Voss or online at collectorsfirearms.com. Collectors Firearms, the best damn gun shop in the world.
It's midnight in Houston, and Bob just can't sleep. The AC is broken, and he can't count the sheep. Don't worry, big man. You don't need to scream. We can fix your AC with the help of Air Team. They'll come to your place, fix it up without a trace. Trust the ultimate fan with the paint on his face.
Is your air conditioner not performing at a pro level? Call Air Team, H-Town's HVAC team. The best heating and air conditioning installation services. 713-936-5346 or visit airteamltd.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code COOL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hi, this is Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I buy houses cash. If you own a house and want to sell it fast at a fair price, I'm your guy. Call me at 832-779-4000. I can pay cash and close in as little as 3 days. I buy houses in any condition, any price range, and any location in the Houston area. I'm a local real estate investor who buys several houses a month, and I want to buy more. I buy inherited houses, vacant houses, behind in payment houses. I even buy my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. Do you own a house that is trash and needs thousands of dollars repairs? That's fantastic because I love buying junk houses too. Skip all the hassle and headache of listing, dealing with agents, showings, and who knows what else. If you own a house and want to sell it fast, give me a call today. Sean at Greenlight Offer Buying Houses. Call me at 832-779-4000. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
Hey, Lance Zerline here. If you have low water pressure, dirty or bad tasting water, call Aqueduct Plumbing Company. They're Houston's premier repiping company. If you have a water heater that's over 10 years old, it may be time to look into a tankless water heater. Go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com. They are the local plumbing experts, and you can trust that they are going to take care of ESPN 97.5 listeners. Make sure that you keep the name aqueductplumbingcompany.com in your phone and ready for action.
Houston, have you tried Portillo's yet? Portillo's brings authentic Chicago-style flavor with their slow-roasted Italian beef, Chicago-style hot dogs, char-broiled burgers, and crinkle-cut fries with cheese sauce. Save room for their famous chocolate cake and cake shake. Eat in, drive-thru, or order online. Now with 5 Houston locations. Find yours at Portillos.com. That's Portillos.com.
This weekend on ESPN Radio, it's a huge showdown in the hunt for October.
It is deep. It is gone.
The Seattle Mariners and Houston Astros are locked up in a fight for the American League West crown, and every game is critical.
Jose Altuve the opposite way.
The Mariners at the Astros.
Coverage begins at 6 following Cowboys-Bears coverage on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Sunday on Compass Media Network's coverage of the NFL. It's a classic Week 3 matchup in the NFC as the Dallas Cowboys square off with the Chicago Bears. Hi, this is Ted Emmerich. Join Steve Berline and me for all the action as the Cowboys go for a second straight win. But the Bears are hungry and at home, looking for their first win under Ben Johnson. Dallas, Chicago. If it's the NFL, it's right here.
Coverage begins Sunday at 2:45 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal media station.
Houston standing by, over.
Jeremy and Joe starts now.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank.
Hello, Houston. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. It's Jeremy and Joe. Brian's here, too. Lots to get to today. Lots to get to. Thursday Night Football coming up later. Texans offense is the depression in the city, I guess.
Football is football.
If you could have him back right now, would you do it? 713-780-3776. You wouldn't?
No, I don't think I would.
Another bad OC is not the answer to your current bad OC.
Because
that's not the point, though.
I wouldn't take him back.
What gives you the best chance to win the next 15 games? Bobby Slowick, Binary Bobby, or Cliché Kaylee?
I think it's about even.
Cliché Kaylee Weiss.
God.
All right, I'm gonna bet on.
I'd go Slowick.
I'm gonna bet on Cliché Kaylee because I've seen how it worked for Bobby Slowick last year. And it never got any better.
Mm-hmm.
And I know if it was here, you might score on the first drive, but we know what the second half is going to be, and we know it's not going to get any better.
I
have a small.
This is 2025, right?
Yeah.
2023. Which quarterback led the NFL in passing yards per game?
C.J. Stroud.
You know, the back of his baseball card.
Mic drop.
Back of the baseball card.
You're going back to the baseball card on us?
Yeah.
Yeah, but then C.J. Stroud's still elite.
What's the back of Nick Caley's card? Once worked with Tom Brady.
I'm betting on Nick Caley.
Didn't learn anything from Sean McVay. Like what do you mean?
I mean, what's the back of Bobby Slowick? Scores no points in basically the second half of the entire year until the Cowboys game.
What is cliche Kaylee done.
I would rather bet
I think it's the same. That's my point.
No,
Either
I think
one's good.
Slowick has, I mean, again, this is a 2-game sample. Like, this is a stupid conversation. My bad
You
for leading us
started
down
it.
this path. I know it's my bad. I didn't, this was not planned. But actually, Brian started it by playing the drop. I'm a counter responder. I only counter talk. I don't talk.
Always
I never
blame everyone
talk.
else.
I'm just a counter talker. What?
You always blame everyone else.
I mean, he played the drop that was the genesis of this conversation. If he does not play that drop, we're not having this conversation.
So you'll talk about anything I hit a drop for?
Probably. I'm very impressionable. That is 100% true.
You should have said that.
I'm very impressionable. Now I'm defiant and all of those things too. But
I would bet on it's getting better with Nick Caley.
See, I think you're being like blind hope
yes.
here.
Yep. 100%. I'm
Look,
not denying that.
Like, I don't think Slowick's good, but who would I have more confidence in the next 15 games? Scoring more points, racking up more yards. Bobby Slowick or Nick Caley? This sounds like a Twitter poll. For me, it's Slowick.
I understand where you're coming from, but I would just rather have blind hope for Nick Caley at this point.
Okay. All right. We'll see what the Twitter thinks. And the what are we going to call our listenership now? We need a new cute name.
The Jive? The last one was the Hive.
No,
that doesn't work.
I don't think Jive is good.
No, it doesn't work at all.
It's
I
really
was trying
bad.
to see if I could get you to go with it, though.
Yeah. What should we call our listeners? 713-780-3776. I guess I'm asking you what we should call you. 713-780-3776. But we'll talk about that later. This playoff race is starting to heat up, which is fun. Lee Sterling, award-winning. Lee Sterling will join us at 4. Award-winning Adam Ronis, fantasy, betting, all that good stuff. He'll be joining us at 4:30. Lots going on in the NFL. But we begin, sort of, with the Astros. The Astros sweep the Texas Rangers. Killed their hopes, really. I mean, the Astros killed the Texas Rangers 2025 season yesterday. Now, this is like the most Astros thing ever. Like, the Astros are always kind of bipolar.
Yeah.
Like, the Astros always, like, even the years they were winning the World Series, like, they go to Oakland and they get swept right after they went to Seattle and, like, made a reputation of their reputation dogs and swept them. Like, this is the most Astro thing ever. Like, we're going to struggle for 2.5 months. We're going to look lackadaisical offensively. Our bats are going to lollygag. And then we're just going to flip the switch and sweep the Rangers out of the playoff race.
Yeah, it's what they do. I mean, I think they've been swept by the A's every time they've won the World Series. Like, every year they've won the World, or even gone to the World Series, they've been swept by the A's at some point. So maybe that's a good thing for this year. But it's on Monday it was doom and gloom. It was how are they, or I guess on Tuesday, like, are they going to make the playoffs? Are they going to hold on? Are the Rangers going to catch them? Instead, they sweep the Rangers, and they, again, what you said, they basically have ruined their season, and now they've got a chance over the next 3 days to pretty much ruin the Mariners' season, or at least put them in a wild card position.
Yeah,
and
more
take
of
the
that.
division.
More of that, yeah. I don't think that you can ruin the Mariners' season. Like, even if you were to sweep the Mariners, you can't ruin their season because they'd probably still make the playoffs as a wild card. Same thing, vice versa. Like, if the Mariners sweep you, don't want to put that out there, but it wouldn't ruin your season either. But pretty convincing series, pretty timely series. 9 consecutive Silver Boot Series wins. I'm not like a historian when it comes to the Silver Boot. I think it's a fake trophy and a fake rivalry trying to garner interest between the fan bases to try to get butts in the seats. I don't really put a whole lot of stock in the Silver Boot. Like, I don't think that it's something that matters much. Now, the fact that it was the tiebreaker for the season in case you're tied for a wild card is significant. But I was surprised. Like, again, not a Silver Boot truist here. They've won 9 consecutive Silver Boot Series. That's incredible. They're putting the Silver Boot to butts is what they're doing.
Yeah, it has been, a dominant fashion in which they've handled the Rangers in the regular season since 2017. It's just another thing of where they've really put them in the little brother category in a big way. Probably more than anyone else. Maybe the Yankees are part of this conversation because they've happened in actual meaningful games, not fake series like you're mentioning here. But it's still fun. Like, I think the Dallas-Houston thing, and I guess this is Arlington-Houston, is always a little more overblown by some people. It doesn't seem like the rivalry's that big.
Oh, that's an interesting question.
I think in baseball it matters more, for sure. Football, I think, is overblown.
So there's 3 professional teams in the Metroplex, not including hockey, because we don't have that here. Like, which of the 3 Metroplex teams do you hate the most? Like, if you had to order them, Cowboys, Mavericks, Rangers, obviously what we're talking about here. If you had to put the priority at number 1 being the most hate and number 3 the least hate, how would you rank them? 713-780-3776.
I think the number one for me is easy. It's Cowboys.
Really?
Yeah.
See,
Yeah.
the Cowboys don't bother me.
And I know that's like of the three, like that's the one that the Houston team plays the least frequent. But I think it's just the brand in Jerry that triggers it. I think once Jerry's gone and maybe the brand kind of probably never wear off.
Yeah,
but,
Steven's just the same.
Yeah, but maybe it'll feel a little different. But I think I just grew up with that Cowboys hate. And then Mavericks Rangers, I think it just depends on who's a bigger thorn in their side right now. So I would probably go for the current moment. Cowboys, Rangers, Mavericks.
See, I think I go Rangers, Mavericks, Cowboys. I don't like the Rangers.
Can I throw a curveball in here?
Sure.
Can I throw the Spurs in? I know it's not the exact same.
Why would you throw the Spurs in?
Because I feel like
Dallas-Arlington conversation.
I feel like people like the Spurs a lot. Like
you're not, that wasn't a curveball. You're changing the conversation entirely.
I think people dislike the Spurs more than dislike the other. I am hijacking it.
Curveball. No, this isn't a curveball.
You took the picture out of the game.
I think people dislike the Spurs
you
more
took
than
the
like
conversation
dislike anyone
from
else.
here to there.
I understand. Like, I obviously have a different perspective on this, but like I would say it's probably. From the outside, like where I sit, like it looks like Rangers, Mavs, Cowboys.
Yeah,
we don't play the Cowboys.
I really don't care that much about the Cowboys. I'm kind of entertained by the Cowboys, honestly. Like the drama and the sitcom like nature. I guess it's not sitcom, but the daily drama, soap opera nature of the Cowboys actually entertains me. Now, if they were winning, maybe it's a much different story. Like if this was the Cowboys, like whenever they were going to the Super Bowl every year and winning the Super Bowl every year except for 3 because it's never been done before, then. Like maybe my tenor's differently about the Cowboys. But because they've been insignificant in terms of like being a threat in the NFL, I'm actually entertained by the drama.
Well, you don't play. You play once every 4 years.
Yeah.
At this point, maybe it'll change a little bit with the new formula.
Currently,
on the
the new format means you technically, I guess, you could play every year,
depending on how you finish.
But it's at least once every 4 years.
So it's like there's nothing there for me. Like
they don't bother me.
You don't play unless you play in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Like you don't play them in meaningful games. You played the Rangers in the playoffs. You play the Mavericks in the playoffs. Those mean way more, and you see them all the time.
Yeah, I would go. So what would you go?
Rangers, Mavs. You know what? Yes, but I think the Mavs.
You know why I hate the Mavs? Because I dislike Mark Cuban.
Yeah, but he's gone
but he's not really.
I know,
involved
but he's
that
still
much.
like associated with them for me.
I think Mavs is gonna skyrocket a little bit, like with Cooper Flagg, and Anthony Davis and Kyrie Irving. Like they will be part of the conversation. I think this year in the NBA, along with the Rockets, like those games will matter a little bit more. Outside of the one playoff series with the Rangers, 2 years ago or whatever it was at this point now. They don't play in the playoffs either. It's all regular season stuff. So I think Mavs has a chance to go to the top.
And also interest in the Rockets is about to hit an uptick.
Yes.
So like that's going to add some matter, I guess, some significance to Rockets. Now if you want to like throw in the Spurs curveball into the mix, the Spurs don't bother me either. Like I would have the Spurs below the Mavs, and I think I would have them closer to the Cowboys than I would the Mavs. Okay. I'm not bothered by the Spurs.
Yeah, I've never really hated
the
them.
I-10 rivalry, Western Conference Finals, despise the Spurs, but that was a long time ago.
Yeah, the only time I was really mad at them was when Robinson stole the MVP, as you said, from Olajuwon. Like post that,
mid-90s at the latest.
Yeah, like I would have if we included them, I would have them last.
Yeah,
I would have them last.
Below. Yeah, I wouldn't have an issue with that. The Spurs don't bother me. I'm surprised. So you're disdain for the Spurs. What's wrong with it?
I don't like the organization. They've always annoyed me.
Yeah.
Is it Popovich?
See, I have a healthy respect for them. I like their organization. Now, Wembanyama, like, oh, thank goodness I didn't come to Houston. Like, that annoys me a bit, but still not enough to move the needle that much.
I also feel like I still want more from that story. I know there was the clip that's out there that was only shown on, not even on American television, where he was happy he wasn't a Rocket, but we didn't get anything out of that. Like, it doesn't bother you at all that he's working out with Dream?
Yeah, I don't love that.
Yeah, I don't love that either.
No, I really don't love that.
I don't love that in any context of any sport.
But Dream's worked with lots of non-Rockets. I mean, he's worked with Giannis. He's worked with,
Giannis,
I think, Amari Stoudemire in the past. He's worked with other non-Rockets.
Yeah, but never like a rival. Well, I guess Kobe was a rival.
Yeah, he worked with Kobe. Yeah, that too.
Kobe was a rival. They would come to his little ranch in his basketball arena.
I mean, if you got it, you might as well use it.
Yeah. Yeah. Hard agree regarding the Spurs. Cowboys and Mavericks suck as much as we do. Spurs had a dynasty, then get Wemby. Come on. So he agrees with you.
It might be the lottery luck for the Spurs, honestly, that annoys me.
Well, you can say the same thing about the Mavs.
I know. Yeah.
Although I think that the fix was in there.
Yeah, there's like one. I mean, well, we feel like the fix was in for the Spurs as well with David Robinson.
Hey, they tanked to get their lotto balls, whereas
Or
the
I guess for
Mavs,
Duncan.
the Mavs did a solid for the league in L.A. To get the number 1 pick of the draft. Rangers won that playoff series! Exclamation point! Exclamation point! I hate the Spurs more than I hate the Rangers. So yeah, there you go. All that from I don't even know how we got there either. What'd you think of Christian Javier last night? Did you see the IFBs? The IVBs. My bad. The IVBs were through the roof.
They're through the roof.
Literally.
Tell me about them.
You want to hear about the IVBs?
No, we want to hear about the IVBs. 30 seconds
Tell
left
me
in the
about
segment.
the IVBs.
No, cut, Joe.
We
Don't do
pay
that.
attention to a clock. Four fastballs from Christian Javier had a 20-inch IVB, induced vertical break.
All right.
Christian Javier has to live there. But Christian Javier had a 5-pitch mix last night, guys. A 5-pitch mix. This is a guy who usually has a 2-pitch mix prior to this year. He got Tommy John and learned how to pitch a little bit. He threw 10 curveballs yesterday at 3,000 RPMs. 3,000 RPMs elite movement. You know how many he threw of 3,100 or more? 4. Christian Javier's stuff last night was nice. He had 2 sweepers, Joe, with a horizontal break of 20 inches.
I think that's how we start the show every day.
Christian Javier is doing like.
It's about time. When he was just a 2-pitch guy, it always felt like it was unsustainable. And it got you a no-hitter in the World Series, was a huge part of that. But it was always like, if Christian Javier is going to take the next step, he has to add to his arsenal.
Yeah.
And it seems like what you just said is, while he was out with Tommy John, there was preparation of adding to his arsenal. It means the height in which Christian Javier can be as a pitcher is immediately raised with the arsenal. If you have the invisible, you have a curveball, all the other things that you can add to an at-bat. It's all good stuff for Javier.
Yeah.
He looked good last night.
Like, I will say this, like, it seems like every at-bat for him is a struggle. Like, he doesn't instill a ton of confidence in me. I'll be completely honest. Like, I'll take the line score that he had last night every single time the rest of the year. If he's going to go 6 innings and give up 2 runs the rest of the season in every single one of his starts, wouldn't we all take that? I know it doesn't really round out to a great ERA, but wouldn't we all take that with what we've seen over the last couple of months with the Astros pitching rotation? If Javier went 6 innings, 2 runs every single night, however he got there, we would all take it. He doesn't instill the confidence in me, but the line score was good, and I do like this 5-pitch mix. 42% fastball, 18% sweeper, 16% the changeup. He threw the knuckle curve 15%, the sinker even 9%. And you're right, though. What it does, it gives you a way to combat hitters, combat lefties, combat righties. A lot of these hitters are sitting on the invisible. You drop in a little sinker.
Especially because it doesn't always work.
Yes.
We've seen Christian Javier go out the invisible is not good, and he gets rocked in those performances. You have to have other things. So this is... Yeah, I think he doesn't. You're right. He doesn't instill confidence. He's your Game 4 starter in a playoff series right now. But I think it gives some hope again as he becomes a $30 million a year payroll guy.
No, he's
season?
not making $30 million a
23?
year.
Is it 23?
Well, I mean, it's AAV.
Yeah, I know, but his payroll is 23.
I mean, that's what's coming out of Jim Crane's pocket. But the AAV is what comes out of the luxury tax. I thought that he gave him a sweetheart deal. Like he gave him a team-friendly deal. He gave 5 years, 64. What does that average out to? Like a little under 13 million?
I think so.
Where'd you get 30 from?
Well, his payroll, I guess it's cash, is 21 million next year.
He's gonna make stuff up now?
I thought it was 30. It was 20. That was close.
It's not close.
Not close at all, Joe.
$10 million off.
Early car wreck of the day nominee.
That's fine.
Joe Math is back.
Joe Math is good.
What is that? That's like you give him a 33% raise.
You know what?
Javier's agent needs to talk to Joe.
Team player over here. Love Christian Javier.
Get your bag.
But
get your bag.
The luxury tax is under 13 million. Like that's a back end of the rotation starter. Like, I mean, and he look, the line score was good yesterday. I do like the pitch mix, the command. Everything's a little nervous. Makes Coffee nervous, but settled into that game. Pitched pretty good. 713-780-3776. It is the HRMP listener line. We'll talk about the race that the Astros are currently in, and then also the approach they had last night against Jacob deGrom. Did Carlos Correa fix the Astros' approach at the plate? 713-780-ESPN, the HRMP listener line. We're on TikTok at Jeremy J. Branham. Joe, do you have a TikTok?
At Joe George Radio.
At Joe George Radio. He's on TikTok. Brian was user-generated. No way I'm ever remembering that. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on Twitter at ESPN975. Joe's at Joe George Radio. Brian's at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. We are Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. If you're in the market for a new vehicle, you need to listen up. Listen closely. Monument Chevrolet is the dealer that you can trust. Why? Well, they're transparent. Not going to hassle you with pricing. Dealing with car dealerships is stressful. It is no fun for anybody. Monument Chevrolet alleviates all that stress. They make it easy to deal with. It's why they've been around for 50 years, and it's why people love them. It's why generations of families keep coming back to Monument Chevrolet, is because they trust them. They're transparent, not going to hassle them. They have the answers to all of your problems. So if you're in the market for a new vehicle, Monument Chevrolet is the place to be. Family feel there, friendly atmosphere. They hire great people, which leads to a fantastic culture at Monument Chevrolet. You can feel it too. The moment you step foot on the lot, you can feel that culture. The moment that you walk into the showroom, you can feel it. People are greeting you along the way. They're the very, very best. And the vehicle of the week, the used EVs. Yeah, here's a fantastic deal that not a lot of people are talking about. Used EVs. Right now, Monument Chevrolet has pre-owned Chevy Bolts on their lots at a fantastic price. These cars have brand new batteries. They're quiet. They're comfortable, and they're priced starting at just under $15,000. What a value. If you purchase the vehicle, too, before September 30th, you qualify for an EV tax credit. Those tax credits are going to end soon. You have to buy before September 30th, and why not a Chevy Bolt? That is the best. Get a fair deal, a fast deal, and an easy deal without wasting your time in aggravating, stressful negotiations. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. Get out to Monument Chevrolet 225 at Beltway 8. Check out their entire inventory, or you can visit them online at monumentchevrolet.com. Monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
This is Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Junior Bronco said the listeners should be called the Junkies. It's not bad.
It's not bad.
It's probably the smartest thing that dude's ever come up with. Junior Broncos. He also wants to call this show, what is it, Branham and Bartman?
He says that look like Steve Bartman.
The Junkies is pretty good. That might be the leader in the clubhouse, Junior Broncos. That is solid. Another texter says the Average Joes.
Dodgeball reference.
The Junkies, the Average Joes. Neither one of these are like positive. I would say that. We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
How do you feel about Average Joe since it has my name in it and not yours?
Didn't think twice about it.
You sure?
Yeah.
But that's only because that's only implying that you're average, not that Jeremy's average.
Yeah, if anything, it's offensive to me. But
I think it's a compliment.
That I'm average?
Depends on the perspective, I guess. Texter Joe is blind hope, and Kaylee has blind play calling. Probably true. Well, on the Kaylee front.
I have blind hope.
Cliche Kaylee is what I'm calling them. Eric says, actually, this texter says, $20 million to $30 million is a 50% raise.
Not a 33%, like you said.
I did. I was doing 2 divided by 3. That was my bad. But it should have been 10 plus the whole thing. I get the math now. I didn't really in real time. But you got to remember something about me. I was once a math major that failed out of the program.
You never said that part.
Well, I might have embellished the last part.
Okay.
No, I didn't fail out of the program.
Yeah,
I was a math major for a semester.
At U of H?
I was a math major for a semester, and I was like, I don't want to do this. This isn't for me. What am I going to do? Teach math? I don't want to do that.
Accounting?
Well, no. Why would I? Then you would major in accounting.
That's true.
Math made no sense. I don't know what I was doing. I don't know why anybody let me do it.
What else would you do with that other than teach?
That's it. I think that's it. Maybe you could. I don't know. And I'm not that good at math, as you can tell. I don't know what I was doing.
Probably a smart decision to bail.
I have no idea what I was doing. Maybe one of the worst decisions I ever made. It wasn't the worst decision. It was only 3 months or whatever. 713-780-3776. So there's a lot of thought because the Astros offense is clicking. They did good yesterday. They forced DeGrom to throw 37 pitches in that first inning. What was it, 37, 38? Something like that, upper 30s. Yainer Diaz, which in my opinion was the biggest hit of the game, because it's great to force DeGrom to throw nearly 40 pitches in the first, but if you get nothing out of it, it feels a little wasted. You're going to chase them out of the game earlier, and yay, you get to their bullpen quicker. But I felt for that first inning to really be a great inning, you needed to put some runs on the board. And so Yainer comes through with the 2-out, 2 RBI single, you score 2, all of that. And then all the chatter is that it's the new approach at the plate that has turned the Astros season around. How much are you buying this?
I mean, I'm not, because I guess if they're finally doing it, but I don't get what took so long, because this is something that Joe Espada discussed openly at the end of last season after they got knocked out of the playoffs and before the start of this season, that they had to have a better approach at the plate. That's why they went out and got Isaac Paredes, to get more patience at the plate and things like that. And they haven't really executed that all season. I think Jeremy Pena's been better this year at that, but Yainer Diaz hasn't really got on board with it. So I get if it's finally working, good. But what took so long?
Yeah, I'm not buying it. I think it's a nice story. Oh, look, Carlos Correa was calling for a team approach and all of that. Carlos Correa also, a week and a half ago, said that you have aggressive hitters and you can't take the aggression out of them. We're just ignoring that. That's why it's it's a cool story to read. Yay. Is it significant? Is it tangible? Is it real? I don't think so. For me, it's more about the confidence. Yes, you want to look like this. But why did they look like this now and they didn't for the last 2 nights? Carlos Correa has been here since August 1st. He's been around for a little bit now. So, why did it take so long? I don't think it has anything to do with, Correa saying they need to be a team-minded thing. Or, yes, the approach is better, but why is it better? Is it Correa's words? I don't think so. Is it Cintron Snicker? I'm sure they're trying to get to this point. But for me, it's confidence in its form. Whenever an offense is playing well or an individual player is playing well, they start seeing things better. They start laying off tough pitches that aren't in the zone. They start attacking pitches that are in the zone. Is that because they're being they're being guided better, they're being tutored better, or is it because they're finding their form? I think it's way more about the form, the confidence, getting into a groove than it has anything to do with Correa's words, and then also ignoring the aggressive words that he said 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, and the confidence one is, I think Jose Altuve, we're seeing that. Yainer, we're seeing that, where they just look more comfortable in every at-bat. And Jacob deGrom hasn't been his best version of himself this season in recent stretches, but you have to go out there and Jeremy Pena said it last night too, you have to get them to throw pitches in the zone. That's something the Astros have struggled with all year, really for 3 years now, basically, at this point, where they're just not being patient enough at the plate. They're swinging and missing at stuff that no one should ever be swinging at. Hopefully this is a sign of things to come. This is the start of the lineup collectively just starting to take better at-bats. Mm-hmm. If that can be that, then I'll give Carlos Correa all the credit in the world. If he wants the credit, if they want to give it to him, fine. He can have it.
Yeah, I'm not falling for
He
that.
misses leadership.
But this is the offense you were hoping you would get. Like, it's starting to get to that point where, okay, all right, I can see it here. I can see the vision. I can see how they're going to be a tough lineup to pitch to. I see how they're going to be a tough out in the playoffs should they get to the playoffs. Like, they're rounding into form, in my opinion. And then you have some guys coming back, potentially, hopefully. Isak maybe as soon as this series, although that's going to be interesting. Like, he goes from hitting off of simulated pitching or like low level pitching to here's the Seattle Mariners in a pennant race. Like, that one's kind of curious. And look, he's not going to play every day, but still kind of curious. And then you hope you get Jordan back at some point too, obviously.
Yeah, I just don't know how the math works with that. If they're both back and neither of them can run, I don't know exactly how the Astros are going to handle that. But the nice thing for Isak is that at least you play the Angels and the Athletics after this Mariners series, so it's like facing minor league pitching.
Touche. Yeah, maybe give him one start against Seattle, and then he can figure it out against the Angels and the Athletics. It's a good question you bring up though, because my answer, if neither one can play the field, and I don't think they've ruled out either guy playing the field. I heard Dana was talking to Sean saying like, yeah, we might start him off just as a DH, but we think that we could potentially get him in the field at some point. I don't think they're ruling out Jordan in the field in the postseason. Like, they didn't put him on the IL because they're hoping that he can be back in the 10 days. So I don't think they've completely ruled that out. But if we do it for the practice and the exercise, let's assume neither guy can play the field. And then Jose Altuve, who probably shouldn't be playing the field. Mm-hmm. Obviously, he would be. Like, how would you line it up most days?
So Jordan's your DH every day still. And then I think essentially if Isak can't play on the field, he's essentially a pinch hitter. I mean, coming in the 8th and the 9th inning, it's what other role could you use him? You're not going to play him at first base, so he doesn't have to run.
Yep.
You don't really have an option. So if only one of those guys can be a DH, then or if they both can only be a DH, then you want Jordan Alvarez's bat out there. He's not obviously a reverse splits guy. He's good against lefties and righties. Maybe if they're both back, let's say by chance for the Mariners series or whoever they're playing in the wild card round. Maybe Jordan plays 2 of the games and Paredes plays 1 of them. But for the most part, Paredes is just a really veteran bat to come in for like Jesus Sanchez in the 8th inning.
Yeah, I think it's a good question, but I think it's a simple question. Like, you're not benching Jordan. If Jordan's available, he's your DH. So if he's your DH and Isak is not capable of playing a position, he is a late inning pinch hitter. Like, that, you're looking for a spot to use him. There really is no other answer. Now, let me throw a curveball now. Let's say that he can play first, Isak. Jordan can't play the field. Isak can play first.
Then he plays first.
And you're benching Walker?
Yeah.
There you go.
Now, the other thing,
it's really not all that difficult to answer.
Well, we don't know Isak's form. Like, I think it's.
Yeah,
okay.
I think in the hypothetical, he's capable of playing it.
I just think it's very far fetched to be like, oh yeah, you're Isak, who hasn't seen Major League hitting since when, June or whatever.
Yeah,
you're just gonna plug him into the lineup, and he's gonna be the same guy. Like, that's unrealistic.
Did you see what Joe Espada said about Isak Paredes on the base pass though?
Yeah, he doesn't want him going full bore.
So that makes me feel like he can't play on the field. Like, if you're asking
first,
if you're gonna not first, but like if you're not going to ask him to run 100% to second base, like he's playing station to station, he's probably also not out at second base.
I've been calling for Jordan to go station to station for 3 years.
Jordan just doesn't listen.
I want Jordan to be a station to station guy. If there's going to be a play on Jordan Alvarez, you should not send him. And I think that's what Tony Pettis-Chica was thinking the other day when he sprained his ankle in the play. He's like, oh, I'm pretty sure he's going to score here, but I don't want to risk it. I don't want him to draw a throw. I don't want him to slide. I don't want him to not slide and sprain his ankle on home plate. I'm going to hold up the big fella. The big fella said, I do what I do. Jordan rules. No one slows me down.
He's still second base at rehab starts. You're not stopping him in the pros. He's going to do whatever he wants.
So weird.
He's never going to change.
No.
Ever.
He's an enigma. People don't like when I say that, but he is. Ocho Branham, let's talk about who didn't come through at the plate before Diaz. Worthless Walker. I know that Ocho would take Isak over Christian Walker. He says that he doesn't trust Javier either, doesn't instill confidence. He says, give me Costanza. That's fair. Heather, Jordan will likely struggle more with torque from his ankle while swinging at the plate than he will running a linear motion. That's way over my head. I agree with you, though, Heather. I do think that because it was also the right ankle. No, it was a left ankle?
Left ankle.
I don't know if that's good or bad for Jordan, because Jordan does kind of swing off the front foot more than you would expect from a power hitter. I don't know.
But even if it...
Hopefully he's just being a big baby and it's not that bad, and that's why they didn't put him on the IL.
Even if it is bothering him, though, like, isn't it 70%, 60% Jordan Alvarez better than pretty much whatever else is going to be at DH?
Yeah.
Like, even if it's Victor Caratini or, I'd rather have 60% of Jordan out there as a DH than anyone else.
That's a good idea.
You take what you can get at that point.
No, I would too. Texter saying, what if we call the listeners the juggernauts? We want to be realistic. We want to be honest. Texter saying, how about the listeners, the jury?
I like the jury.
Yeah, I think it's kind of cheesy.
So Junkies is leading the way right now.
I like Junkies more than jury.
Junior Bronco also said the junkyard.
Oh, that could be like the place where you listen. Like they're the junkies as they listen from the junkyard.
Yes.
Oh, man, this is getting better.
That has potential.
It's really bumming me out because Junior Bronco doesn't like me.
And then we got like the junkyard dog.
Good ideas.
I know. I know. It's paining me, too, to give all this praise to Junior Broncos. I feel very uncomfortable doing it. Texture says that the Junkies is a sports morning show in D.C. Yeah, we copy stuff all the time, though. That doesn't deter me at all.
Who cares?
And we're an afternoon
I wouldn't
show.
care if we copied someone else in the market, much less a station in D.C.
Every now and then we call ourselves the J Team, so I'm not really worried about the Junkies thing. But thanks for the heads up, sincerely. Thank you for that. All right, 713-780-3776. What do you think was the most important thing offensively yesterday, Joe?
I think Jose Altuve, honestly, just getting back in his groove, what we've seen over the last couple days. He just looks more comfortable at the plate. We're seeing the pop come back from him. Because if you're not going to have Jordan Alvarez, and you're not going to have, who knows what you're going to see, what we're just talking about with Isaac Paredes, you need someone to step up. And Pena and Correa have been awesome. I mean, Correa's batting average is up to 295 on the season. Compared to where he started when he got here after a season with the Twins, to where it's got now is remarkable. But without Jordan, you need Jose Altuve to be Jose Altuve if you're going to make a run in the playoffs. So while the Yiner point you pointed out about him coming through in the first is important and it adds to this team, you need Jose Altuve to be the Hall of Fame player that he is if you're going to make a run. So that to me is the number one thing from last night's game that stood out the most.
Yeah, big picture, I would agree with you. It heightens your ceiling in the postseason. If you're a little engine that could, becomes the little engine that could. 713-780-3776. How about this American League race? Didn't think a bye was in play. But suddenly a bye is in play. Could the Astros actually avoid the wild card series where they've never, ever won a series in franchise history? 713.
Never quit.
There you go. That's the inspiration echoing through the city of Houston right now. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
A beer, a space, a place for everyone. That is St. Arnold. Right now at St. Arnold, you can have your private events there. We just had the listener party there about 2 weeks ago now. It was fantastic. We had about 250 people there in the end. And the best part about where we had it in the beer hall, it didn't feel like it was packed at all. There were so many people, the food vendors, everything. There was still so much space for all of us. Of course, you've got their full list of beers that are there on tap for you. We've also got the wine, the cider, and the root beer for the people that don't drink as well. I've heard it's very good. I saw BMAC drinking some the other day on Friday. So you can book your event now at the St. Arnold Beer Hall for holiday parties, whether it's holiday parties, you got weddings, whatever you want to do, you can do at St. Arnold. And right now, if you mention ESPN or My Name Joe, you can receive their brewery game package for free at your event. That includes dartboards, Jenga, cornhole, pool table, and of course, as a bonus, the photo booth. Just get started now at starnold.com. Click on private events. That's starnold.com. Click on private events.
You are listening to Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
What's up, junkies? It's Jeremy and Joe.
That felt good.
Sounds about right.
I hope you're enjoying your day in the junkyard. I think it's going to be a thing. I think we're going to make fetch happen here, Junior Broncos.
The junkyard, I think, sounded less natural when you said it.
Yes, I was trying to be a little awkward there.
I think it was your delivery, not to call you out.
No,
I think it was your delivery.
I was being a little bit goofy.
Okay.
I was kind of intentional. I'm going to start saying that when I do things weird. I did it on purpose. Key from L.A., what happened to making the station more about football? Key from L.A.'s sour about his Angels, I guess. He's sour about Clayton Kershaw announcing his retirement. What do you mean? Where did you hear that from? We do what we want when we want until they say something about it.
I think it's because people don't understand bits.
What do you mean?
Well, I told you guys to talk more football.
Oh, yeah. We haven't done that in a long time, though. That was probably
that was
3 months, maybe?
Yeah.
That was
like a June thing, wasn't it?
Really funny, though.
Like May, maybe June?
Yeah.
It was whenever Joe went to the Barrett Sports Conference, whenever that was.
Oh, yeah. That was the inspiration. I forgot about
Which
that.
I think was in May.
Yeah.
Joe, tell us to talk more football.
Yeah, that's what we did. You guys did
I can't play the Open now anyway, but yeah it still exists, I think.
Yeah, pretty good. So I think that, I don't think this, I know this. The number 2 seed is back in play now for the Astros. I actually had this thought last night, but since then, the Tigers lost another baseball game. They got swept by the Guardians. That is all of a sudden a race in the American League Central. Mm-hmm. We don't really care so much about the race. We care more about, could the Astros be a top 2 seed in the playoffs, avoid that gimmicky, fluky, stupid wild card series that the Astros went 2-Q in last year? Because the Tigers, who have now lost 3 in a row, swept by the Guards, the Astros, who swept the Rangers out of the 2025 season, have now pulled within 1 game of the Detroit Tigers for the number 2 seed in the American League. It does have to be noted that Detroit does own the tiebreaker on the Astros.
Before, I probably would have told you I didn't care too much, but I think now with Paredes nearing his return, he could be back tomorrow, and then this Yordan Alvarez part of it, having the 2 seed locked up, not having to play for 5 or 6 days, whatever it is, after the regular season ends, it does just add to what the Astros can be. Even Josh Hader talking about his potential return as well. Like, you have 3 guys that are injured that could be a factor in the postseason. And if they're a factor, if one of them is a real factor from the start of the postseason, that's a W for the Houston Astros. So, yeah, chasing down the Tigers is now, it is very important.
You bring up great points about the injuries. Like Yordan, Isak, Hader makes it more important than it already is. And I hate the wild card series. Like, you play 162 games, you qualify for the postseason, and it can be over in 2 games. I hate a 5-game series. I think all baseball series should be 7-game series. I hate the 5-game division series. So the fact that they have a 3-gamer, I cannot stand. I want to avoid that at all costs. Obviously didn't go very good last year for you. I'll be honest. I gave up on it. I gave up on the chances of the Houston Astros being a top 2 seed. I was clinging on to playoff life when it came to the Houston Astros. I had forgotten all about it. I hadn't paid attention at all about the top 2 spots in the American League up until yesterday. And all of a sudden, the Astros are knocking on the door.
Yeah, I mean, the Tigers are falling apart. The Mets have not been good this year. They lost a series to them. Then they lost a series to the White Sox. They did win a series versus the Yankees. And then they lost a series to the Marlins. And then they got swept by the Guardians. That's 2 teams that are the worst teams in baseball. The Mets, who are struggling, and the Guardians, who have won 9 of their last 10 now and are really in the thick of this on both the Central and in the wild card. Mm-hmm. They're falling apart. And they're lucky because Skubal, like, he started today, but he had an injury scare. Yeah. They're not in good position. They're playing their worst baseball at the worst time of the season.
Could it cost Hinch the manager of the year?
Yeah.
Huh.
It might already have.
I think it's...
Yeah, maybe it was Schneider.
Yeah, because the Blue Jays are so, I think they're 5 games above the Tigers at this point. I think it's kind of a lock at this point.
And didn't he win it last year?
Hinch?
Yeah.
I believe so.
And you don't typically win it in back-to-back years.
Is that something that doesn't happen? I don't know. I don't keep up with managers of the year.
Honestly,
it feels.
it
feels right what Joe said.
You're probably right, but I don't know.
I don't
I'm assuming I'm right here.
Who would have possibly won it back-to-back years? Maybe Joe Torre back in the day.
Dude, this is not a conversation I am capable of having.
That's fair.
I am not
fair.
a manager of the year historian by any stretch of the imagination. But the Astros pulling within one of the Tigers. Now, I don't know if I want to call it a bad thing, but I guess maybe worth noting is that the Astros, because the Guardians all of a sudden have been very hot, are now just 2.5 games clear of the Guards. The Guards have the tiebreaker on the Astros. In fact, the Astros don't have the tiebreaker on anybody except the Rangers. They can get it with Seattle. But while you've pulled closer to the 2 seed, the Guardians are kind of right on your heels. Just 2.5 games back suddenly, and they have the tiebreaker. Now, good news, Boston lost today. So you're a game ahead of Boston on the American League playoff race. Bad news, Seattle won. So you're tied with Seattle entering this 3-game series. The season series is tied entering play tomorrow. So this series will determine not only who leaves Houston in first place in the American League West, but it'll also determine who has the season-long tiebreaker, in which Major League Baseball no longer has game 163.
You could be the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 seed at this point in the playoffs. You're only a game and a half back of the Yankees as well. So you can. The Astros really control their own destiny in every facet of what the playoffs could be. I mean, if you're going to play on the road, I'd like to see them go to Yankee Stadium, to be honest with you. I'd like to hear the boos for Jose Altuve when he's going deep and Carlos Correa. But this next series, the baseball races this year are awesome. This has been, when they talk about expanded playoffs, like this is why they do it, because of all these scenarios that you just ran through with the Astros, that anything can happen in the next 10 days.
Yeah, it can. And the good news, I guess, like the big picture good news, like when you're looking at the Detroit thing specifically, is that their last 9 games are pretty interesting. They begin a 3-game series tomorrow against Atlanta, which, okay, they're not very good. They should at least win that series, but you pointed out that they have been playing bad baseball and have lost to worse teams than the Braves over the last month or so. They close the year with 3 games in Cleveland, which you're chasing the Tigers, Cleveland's chasing you, so it's good that they're playing each other because they're going to hopefully like cannibalize themselves, or one gets cannibalized. And then they close the season at Boston, who you're right in the mix with too. So the whole premise here, I guess, from an Astros perspective, is that Detroit, Cleveland, Boston all kind of like beat each other up and they can't chase you. Boston, they have Tampa starting tomorrow at Tampa, the little minor league ballpark. They're at Toronto next week, and then they're home for Detroit. So their schedule's pretty tough. Cleveland's at Minnesota, then Detroit, and then they actually close the season with the Rangers. So you kind of want the Rangers to stick around a little bit to make that series, like, worth it for the Rangers.
Because that's one where, like, they definitely, if DeGrom is scheduled, if they're out of it, he ain't pitching in that.
Like, the Rangers winning the next, like going 4-2 or something in their next 6 games is probably in the Astros' best interest. So that last series, Guardians-Rangers, has some playoff implications, and, like, the Rangers have to try.
I mean, they're playing the Marlins in their next series, and then the Twins.
They should take care of business
So they should be able to, in theory, take care of business.
And you have the Rangers are the only team you have the tiebreaker on currently. Do you know what's stupid about this, by the way? Because I looked this up earlier because I didn't know the tiebreaker after head-to-head. Do you know the second tiebreaker head-to-head from teams that are not in the same division?
Isn't it your record in your division still?
Yes. How dumb is that?
Yeah.
How dumb is it that the Tigers and the Astros, who are tied head-to-head, 3-3, how dumb is it that intra-division record is the next tiebreaker after that?
It makes no sense.
It's so dumb. Now,
it
wouldn't matter in this case, because if it was intra-league, the Tigers' intra-league records were still way better than the Astros. But it's weird.
It is weird.
What a weird tiebreaker.
I'd also prefer run differential before I took what they use now. Like, why would it matter what the Astros have done in the AL West when you're comparing them to the Tigers? I'd rather have run differential.
I would go intra-league.
Yes. No, I'm with, that would be one.
I don't love the run differential thing because, like, I don't want to worry in game 99 about throwing a mop-up, reliever. Like, I don't want that to matter.
Yeah. Because it shouldn't factor in.
But it'd be your third tiebreaker.
But it would be your second in your scenario.
Well, head-to-head, then what your American League record, then run differential.
Yeah. I think I do prefer it over two teams in different divisions being a tie-broken with their intra-division record. I think I would take run difference over that. So if you want to go third, head-to-head, intra-league, run differential. I'm okay with that. Now, if it's in division, I think it should be intra-division.
Yes,
but when it's out of division, why?
Yeah,
Why?
if anything, why isn't your division against that team's division? So what is the Astros record win percentage against the AL Central versus what is the Guardians win percentage versus the AL West? Because then it kind of compares and contrasts the quality
that
of the
would make
divisional
more
opponents.
sense.
Yeah, it makes more sense. It's probably more complicated to keep track of all that stuff from our perspective, but the numbers are all clearly right there.
Just a click of the button. A little expanded standing, no problem.
So where are the Astros going to finish?
I think they're going to win the division and go in second place.
Okay.
And avoid the wild card. That's me being wishful. I hate doing prediction stuff.
I was going to ask.
I'm not a predictor.
That's why I asked.
I'm a reactor.
I know you don't like doing it, so I'm going to make you do it now.
713, I was just going to break. 713-780-3776, HRP listener line. 713-780-ESPN. Coming up next, Jeremy and Joe. Let's talk about the Texans here. What do you actually believe this offense can improve going into week 3 against Jacksonville? What are the areas of improvement that can actually happen? 713-780-3776, Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's the J Team. The Junkyard should be the name of the show. No, Jeremy and Joe. That's what we're told it's going to be.
That's a lot of work to change it again.
No, I think the junkyard's just the place where we go to talk sports. You and I are in the junkyard. You listening in the junkyard. You in the Twitch and the YouTube in the junkyard. Watching on Twitter in the junkyard. Callers, This is the junkyard. Just a bunch of scraps and pieces that nobody wants anymore.
That's really mean to say about me.
Well, I was saying about both of us. And Brian. Brian's included. And everybody is involved in this. If the Astros get the 2 seed, Joe Espada should absolutely get manager of the year with all the injuries he's had to deal with. I wouldn't be mad at it. Like, I'm not going to die on that Taos Hill. Like, I think it would be warranted. I don't think Espada's a top 5 manager in the American League, just going off of managerial prowess. But in terms of the job that they've done this season, if they got the 2 seed, they win the division. Tigers fade, injuries, projected WAR, Fangraphs, all of it. I would be totally okay with it and probably deserved.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's very well deserved to get the 2 seed.
Yeah. All right, 713-780-3776. Where can the Texans actually get better this week? Where do you believe this offense can improve this week against Jacksonville and Duval?
I think the number one thing is just knowing the protections and is the operation of all of it. Like that's the basic stuff. It's the stuff that should be the easiest to get better at, is getting to the line of scrimmage on time, having an idea of where the ball needs to go quickly when you're going to face pressure. That stuff should be able to be fixed. I also would like to see a repeat of what we saw last week, which is the scripted stuff working as well as it did in the first drive. That does matter, because if the scripted stuff doesn't work, then nothing else is going to work. And it worked last week, but it didn't work in week 1. So that's a follow-up. Like, that needs to go well again. But just the operational stuff needs to be better in week 3.
Yeah, I completely agree. That would be the first thing that I would go to as well, but to be different. I'll just go quick passing game. Like, give me a little quick passing game, man. Like, Nico Collins excels there. Get him involved there. Christian Kirk, who plays the adjuster in the Houston Texans offense.
It's not a great name.
The adjuster in Nick Cayley. Well, it's cliche
Cayley.
Work on that. It's cliche Cayley.
Yeah,
What'd you expect?
He's got to work on that. That's not a great name.
What'd you expect from cliche Cayley?
Maybe we can help out. We found a name for our listeners in what,
into it.
10 minutes?
Yeah, well, I mean, Junior Broncos, he's on the payroll, I guess. I want quick passing game for me, because I don't love the whole CJ Stroud running and escaping all the time. I was looking at something today, some random graphic, like that ranked the offensive lines in week 2 of the season based on whatever metrics, IVBs probably. The Texans were middle of the pack. They were middle of the pack. Like, that's fine. Like, the Texans offense was one of the worst, if not the worst offense in the entire NFL last year. They were not good in week 1. If you're middle in the pack every single week, that should be good enough. Those are my expectations. So, quick passing game. Nico, Kirk, what do you think, Brian?
I like, this goes back to a conversation we had yesterday, but I like to see Nick Cayley start to, as Mina Kimes would call it, hit some of the easy buttons. Use more motion, use more RPO, use more screens to Nico. Find ways to, create targets for Nico without having him having to run like a 20-yard post and that CJ have time to hit that. Like, there's so many different ways where they can kind of just make things easier in CJ. Like, the motion, you can figure out if it's zone or man. Like, a quick screen or an RPO, give something. One, you could avoid the pressure with the screen, or with an RPO, you give CJ options to where he can make a couple different decisions and make the defense wrong, like, no matter how they line up. So just unlock some of the easy stuff for CJ.
Well, apparently motion is something they're only going to use sometimes.
Yeah,
so
I hate that.
He said,
I
quote,
hate that.
There's some games we may use it more, and there's some games we might not use it as much. It's week to week.
Yeah,
motion should not be a week to week game. Look, there are a lot of things.
It's not in his offense. It's very clear.
Like the Falcons, week 1, they barely hand the ball to Bijan. Week 2, they fed him the ball nonstop. I'm fine with the week-to-week game plan approach for how you attack teams versus like run, maybe outside zone, inside zone pass. Yeah. Motion is not a part of that, Nick. Like, there's no way you should say, well, this week we just don't feel like motion's not effective. Well, are you going to pass the ball? Don't you want to find out if it's man or zone?
Well, your offense coordinator is Kaylee Weiss. I don't know what you're expecting there, Brian.
More is what I'm expecting.
6 spots that need to improve. Center. I mean, Andrews might play.
Yep,
he's
that's
practicing.
positive.
Tackles. I thought the tackles were better this week.
I did
with
too.
Ursery. Ursery at left tackle is clearly better than he is at right tackle. Now, Cam at left tackle, I think, is better than Titus at right tackle, so that's the trade-off there of making sure Ursery's at his best position. The guards, Ed Ingram was fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Laken Tomlinson was equally bad-tastic.
Yeah.
And then running back, he says. Running back's going to have to be Woody Marks, unless Joe Mixon comes back.
Oh, that's a good one.
Any of us agree with.
No Dare, more Woody.
So I think that's actually going to – well, I was listening to D'Amico with Rock and Roll and John, and he said that he's going to trust Chubb more in pass protection. So I think the third down running back is actually going to be Chubb and not Woody.
Well, sure, that's fine. As long as Dare's not on the field on third down.
Fair. I can live with that as a compromise.
But then it's going to be all Chubb all the time?
That's better than Dare.
Or is Dare going to run the ball instead of Woody Marks too? Like, if Chubb needs a spell.
See, I think Woody's going to spell him.
I hope so.
But I don't think it's going to be like a designated third down back. I think it's going to be more, okay, Woody, this is your series. Like, I think they're going to split. No, I don't think they're going to split series. I think Woody's going to have a few series, but I don't think Chubb's going to always be coming off the field on third down. Texas can bring in Hugh Jackson as a consultant. I'm good. Line can get marginally better, and now that Kirk has risen, maybe that's the turning point. Maybe so. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Steve, you're in the junkyard. What's up, Steve?
Yeah, so Mike, I'm a first-time listener. I listen to you guys all the time. First time I decided to call in and have an opinion on something. Would you think Woody Marks would be a better running back than Chubb? Because it seems like he gets more yards than Chubb does. The second question I have is Kirk actually going to increase the wide receiver thing with the quick slot that he runs up in the middle and that type of thing to get us maybe a touchdown or two that we're not getting at this point?
Got it, Steve.
I'll shut up and listen, and thanks to you guys.
Don't be a stranger to the junkyard, Steve.
I think we'll see more Woody Marks as the season goes along. I think it's in the best interest of the Houston Texans that Woody Marks establishes himself as the best running back on the team by the end of the season, and he just needs the opportunity to prove it. That one pass he had, that's the quick out that he took way up the field, like that's not something that Joe Mixon or Nick Chubb.
I mean, Chubb had a big one in the first possession of the game. Remember, he got loose down the right sideline, but I mean, it was a screen, not a pass route. But I agree with you. I'm just, being nitpicky because that's what I do. I agree with you that Woody Marks has to be your best running back if Joe Mixon does not come back by the last month of the year. I think right now they're similar in terms of production, different players, but similar production. Although I saw something with Nick Chubb today that he's like one of the worst running backs at yards after contact the first 2 weeks of the season. But I digress. By the end of the year, if Mixon does not come back, Woody Marks has to be running back one because his ceiling is higher, his potential is higher. He's more talented than Nick Chubb is at this advanced stage. But I'm okay. He's like easing him into it. Like I'm okay. Okay, you're going to play every fourth series. You're going to play every third series. Then you're going to play every second series. Then you're all of a sudden going to surpass him. I'm okay having the slow build up there though, because I don't think that the gap is crazy yet. And as far as Kirk, I think Kirk can only help. I mean, Justin Watson was playing a lot of the adjuster position for you. Like, Kirk is a huge upgrade there, no doubt about it.
It's not even, Christian Kirk coming back. If it doesn't look better with Kirk, then why is he here?
Now the difference being a touchdown or two, I think that's way too lofty.
That's a big ask.
Yeah. Now, better, yes. That much better, I think it's lofty.
I think the biggest difference there is, I think where we'll notice is on third down.
Yeah, can he adjust?
Like if a guy in a short area, 3rd and 4, can he get open quick? I trust Kirk over a guy like Hutchinson.
No doubt. All right, 713-780-3776. We love you. We want you to win a bunch of money. So because we want you to win a bunch of money, Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports, with his picks of the week. It's coming up next. It is Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5. Football is here. We're in the thick of football season. Love it. Underdog is the place to be during football season, too. They're the place to make picks. They're the place to win money all season long. Playing Underdog is fun. It is easy. You're going to pick whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on a bunch of different stats, like touchdowns, yards, interceptions even. They have it all. Also new to Underdog, you can pick teams now on Underdog. Pick whether you think the Texans are going to win on Sunday in Duval. If you think that Jacksonville is going to win their home game. Get your picks right. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash, too. And you can play with as little as $1. You know what's going on tonight on Underdog? Profit boost. Not only just a profit boost, a 75% profit boost. What are you waiting for? Download Underdog right now. How do you feel about Tua higher than 233.5 passing yards? They're going to be losing. The game script will dictate for him to throw the ball. How do you feel about James Cook higher than 1.5 receptions? Also, Underdog, they love the customer. They love me so much. They supercharge my payout today without even me having to ask. Love it. So much to play, so much fun to be had, so much money to win. They still got the drafts on Underdog. You have the originals. You could be drafting right now. You know I am. How about the streaks? I'm playing the streaks today. I got James Cook higher than 68.5 rushing yards. I have Tua higher than 233.5 passing yards. Download the app today. Sign up with promo code KILLERB to score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. Promo code KILLERB, KILLERB. Millions of fans have already won billions making picks on Underdog. Will you be next? Underdog. Make picks, win money.
This is Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. It is Jeremy and Joe. And we go straight out to the HRMP guest line. Our guy, Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports, only gives you winners. He doesn't even want us to ask how he is because he's ready to get down to business. Got a big one in the SEC, Lee. Oklahoma looks good. Mateer the new quarterback. They take on Auburn. Sooners favored by 6.5. What do you think, Lee? How are you, by the way?
I'm good. Actually, it's rained here. I feel like I'm in Seattle or on the northwest coast of the United States. It's rained here for at least like 20, 30 minutes minimum, 27 straight days. I feel like Noah's Ark here in Miami.
Wow. It's a lot of rain.
Yeah, you guys go through some periods of a lot of rain also in Houston, obviously, right?
Yeah, not so much in the summer, but we had a decent amount of rain this summer, though. Sometimes it can be a little droughty in the summer, but nothing like that, Lee.
No, anyone considering visiting December, this happened, I think, one or two other times. This means December through like February, not a cloud in the sky, perfect, no rain. So planning on visiting Miami that time should be perfect. But here's what's crazy about this game. The transfer portal, you got a quarterback who quarterback at one school. Now he goes back and plays against his old school. Now, he did not play in this game last year, but I think the advantage here goes to Sooners head coach Brent Venables. He knows his former quarterback inside and out. He knows what kind of weaknesses he has. Let's say it's, certain coverages, and he calls the plays on defense. So he's going to throw everything at him. And I think he's got, at this time, the best quarterback. Everyone's talked about Arch Manning, Cade Klubnik, Garrett Nussmeier. Right now, John Mateer is the best quarterback in college football, bar none. And I'm saying that even as a Miami fan watching Carson Beck, Marcel Reed's probably third, those three guys. So times have changed, and he is the heart and soul of this team. If you don't know how good John Mateer is, watch his old team. They played North Texas. They were losing 42-0 at half. He willed his team last year to beat Washington with very little talent around him. He is just a really good college quarterback. Don't know what he's going to do at the next level, but college kid, running, throwing, and as a leader, second to none. Oklahoma stays unbeaten here, 34-24 at home.
Lee, you got Michigan minus 2.5 favorites on the road at Nebraska versus knockoff Patrick Mahomes, Dylan Raiola. How do you view this game playing out?
Yeah, I've heard so many different things. Imitation Patrick Mahomes light, but he wears the same uniform, looks like him, walks like him. I haven't heard him interviewed, so I don't know if he talks like him, but I think he's going to play at the next level. He's good. 2 years ago, he's the number one quarterback, and the biggest thing they have going for them is Dylan Raiola and their offensive coordinator, Dana Holgorsen. Dana Holgorsen was not a good head coach, but as an offensive coordinator, he can take, offenses from the 50th, 60th, 70th rank offenses and make them top 10, top 15 offenses. So talent-wise, 1 through 40, Michigan has better talent. I don't think anyone will argue that with you, but Raiola right now is ahead of Bryce Underwood. Now, Bryce Underwood was the number one quarterback coming out of high school last year. He's going to play at the next level, probably a starter, but I don't think he's there yet. And the play calling, anytime they get in 3rd and 6 or longer, more than half the time they're throwing before the sticks, and the tight end's got to evade a tackler, or they throw a flanker screen or a running back out of the backfield, and teams are figuring that out. So I think the Nebraska defense is good enough to hang in this game against an underrated Cincinnati offense, held them to less than 275 yards. And two biggest factors here also, top of all that, are Matt Rule, when he was at Baylor, 5-2 as a home underdog. He loves this type of setting. He prepares his team. And Michigan's without Sharon Moore, their head coach. He hasn't been in the building for 2 weeks. So who's the acting head coach? Biff, Back to the Future Poggi. And if you watch him at Charlotte, enough said here. Wrong team favored. Nebraska screwed up 24-21.
Love it. Wrong team favored. HRP guest line, Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports, joining us. Let's switch to the NFL game. Little Monday Night Football. Ravens are 6-point favorites against the Lions. Goff coming off a 5-touchdown game. Lamar Jackson is Lamar Jackson. Should be a fun one on Monday night. How would you handicap it?
I thought this line should be like 3.5. I think the line's too high. So I know Detroit got punched in the face the first game against Green Bay, and that happens sometimes, just not your night. But after that, they showed what they can do, steamrolled Chicago, and I do believe they're back to where they were. When you lose 7-8 starters on defense, you can't go into the playoffs and really compete at a high level, and that's what happened to them last year. First game, no sacks, but last week, 3 sacks, and I think they're going to be able to get to Lamar Jackson here a couple times. So I like their top 3 edge rushers here. Might be the last team with the ball wins, but, you're getting 6 points. You got a good chance of winning. I'll take Detroit. I think they can also pull the upset here, 31-28.
Lee, it looks like it's a pick-em between the Bears and the Cowboys. Yep. How you feeling about this game? I'm a Bears fan, so don't break my heart too much here.
I am too. I don't know if you knew. Did we discuss this before? My daughter sang the national anthem for the Bears the last 2 years.
Yes.
Yep, we had. So she got invited back another third time. Hopefully, they haven't given her a date yet. Hopefully it's not too late when they're out of it. But they got problems in the defensive backfield. They have injuries, and I don't think they have anyone that can cover CeeDee Lamb here. So They're going to have to play a lot of zone in this game here. Cowboys can move the ball and score points. They scored on the first 4 series versus the Eagles opening night on 7 of the last 9 regular season possessions against the Giants. They've been 64% pass heavy. The Bears secondary and defense, they allowed 73 points the last 5 quarters. So until they can fix that, come up with some different schemes, and the offense put more pressure on the opponent, even special teams playing better, they're going to be in trouble. Dallas, 30-24.
Lee, the Texans are 0-2. The offense has looked awful. Some winnable games there. They go into Jacksonville and say, oh, get right game. Go Texans, swarm. Jags are favorites by 1.5. Do they have it right?
I think they actually do. I mean, Jacksonville was a better team last week in their game. I mean, what Liam Cohen was doing, going for it up, going for it 4th and 5 from the 7-yard line, I'll never know. So, maybe the card says you go for it then. I don't think you do it. So it changed the whole momentum of the game. And they are playing at a high level now. He did Trevor Lawrence toss as usual 2 interceptions, and he'll probably, throw 1 or 2 in this game. But they're 23-6 here, straight up. The Texans are and have owned the South Series since Lawrence was in the 6th grade. So they have been the gatekeeper to this division here. But I'm so worried about the offensive line. I'm watching this offensive line. I thought that Miami had the worst offensive line. I think Houston does. So if not, it's 1-2. So he was sacked 3 times. Each of the last 2 weeks are also 31st in rush success rate. It all happens up front. You got to run the football and stop the run. Didn't do it well Monday night, and they're going to have to improve on it. I don't know if they have the horses to do it. Hate to say it, but I like Jacksonville here, 27-24.
Leo, what's the game of the week, and where can people find it?
Game of the week is going to be a good one here. Colts and Titans. Colts, miracle win because of that lapse that Denver had, one of the defensive linemen. So you want to get this game. Can the Colts move to 3-0, or can Tennessee pull the upset? First 5 callers. Call 800-400-9741 to give them the game for free. And I get so many calls when I put this promotion up. Everyone's always asking, when's it coming? It's the Baker's Dozen. It's 13 games combined Saturday and Sunday, just $97. And why do people like it so much? Well, $97, number one. And number 2, we've had some incredible records. We've had some 12-1, 11-2, and 10-3 records on this promotion. So you want to get the world's famous Baker's Dozen, 13 games, $97. You don't have to call back Saturday and Sunday to get the games. They're available right now. Just one place, ParamountSports.com.
Love it, Lee. Enjoy your football watching.
Thanks, guys. See you. Be safe.
Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports. Hope he stays dry out there in Miami. But Paramount Sports, Lee Sterling is the best. All right, coming up next, let's hand out some game balls. Why are y'all handing out game balls on Thursday? It's late in the week. Well, the Texans played Monday. It screwed us all up. Game balls from week 2 of the NFL season. Who do you want to give a game ball to? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey, Houston, the Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? Walmart has more than 500 million items online. You can find a huge selections of items online that you can't find in stores. And who knew that unlike other grocery stores, Walmart's grocery prices are the same for delivery as they are in store. We're moving next week. We're moving to a new house. We're renting out a new place. And I don't want to take all the food with me. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of packing. So it's all going in the trash. And we're using Walmart to stock up our fridge as soon as we get into the new house. And did you know Walmart can deliver in as fast as an hour? Fees and terms apply. You can use express delivery to get all the eligible things you need from Walmart, from groceries to home goods to prescriptions, subject to availability. You can learn more at walmart.com.
You are listening to Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Jeremy and Joe, he's Joe, I'm Jeremy. We're handing out game balls, week 2, NFL season. It's Thursday. Why'd you wait so long? Texans played Monday. That's why. What's your first game ball, Joe?
Let's go Jake Browning here. Yeah, he threw a couple picks. 3 of them.
3.
But he got the dub. Joe Burrow goes down. You need your backup quarterbacks to come in. 21-32, 241 yards, 2 touchdowns, and the Bengals get the victory. Jake Browning, game ball.
I think that might be our first 3 interception game ball, Jeremy.
This might be the stupidest game ball
What?
I've ever heard.
Why? He won the game.
Interceptions.
He won the game.
Jamar Chase went 165 and a touch, and you're giving it to Browning?
Yep.
Jamar Chase is the
That
name
is
I wrote down from that game.
Disrespectful.
He didn't lose the game. He tried.
That is so disrespectful.
Give it to the backup quarterback.
Write this wrong, Jeremy. Just mention Jamar Chase.
I did. Chase, 165 and a score.
That's the game ball.
The best
from that
receiver in the NFL.
That I agree with, but Jake Browning gets one too.
Yeah. It's a week.
Mine clearly went to
ball.
Jamar Chase. Brandon Aubrey, he gets my first kicker ball. 64-yarder to send it to overtime, and then he wins it in OT. I saw this dialogue going on Twitter that Brandon Aubrey is the best player at his position more than anybody else in the NFL is the best player at their position.
I think Jerry said he's the best player on the Cowboys, and that upset,
That's not a good thing.
And that upset a lot. But
I really hope he didn't say that.
I believe he did.
But Aubrey versus the second best kicker in the NFL, greater than Chase versus the second best receiver in the NFL, then whoever you want to put as the top quarterback in the NFL.
I think I agree with that.
That's probably fair.
Aubrey has the greatest discrepancy from 1 and 2 of any position in the NFL. Brandon Aubrey, former soccer player.
Yeah.
My kicker ball.
That's a good take. I'm going to give a game ball to Jared Goff, who their offense rebounded in a huge way. 23 of 28. Ball barely touched the ground. Threw for 334 yards, 5 touchdowns, and the Lions blowout win over Joe's Bears.
Monroe St. Brown's got to get a little honorable mention.
It was tough to pick between the two, but
Gibbs probably too.
Yeah.
9 115 3.
Even Jameson on 2 catches was over 100 yards.
You know who didn't have a great game?
Laporta? Yeah.
I stacked the Lions, but I stacked Goff and Amon Ra instead of Goff I stacked Goff and Laporta instead of Amon Ra.
He's not thrown to Laporta early this season.
Didn't really last year.
Yeah.
Didn't really last
Laporta
year.
would have some big games, but he's not really a factor in their offense.
Next.
James Cook. Let's go to the Bills game here. 21 carries, 132 yards, 2 touchdowns. Josh Allen didn't have his best day. Had the big nosebleed in there. But James Cook, looks so good to start the season.
Yeah.
6.3 yards per carry in this one. 2 touchdowns. The big touchdown run as well.
He had mine.
Good.
He had mine as well.
Same.
His little contract dispute had him falling a round lower than he should have been in all these best balls, which thank you for the value. Puka Nacua, 8 catches, 91 yards, and then what he did on the ground, 45-yard touchdown run. Puka Nacua, we all know his name, and he's still the most underrated receiver in the NFL.
Are we supposed to go in order for these? Am I missing
I
something?
do. No, I just do the greatness.
All right.
Mine's a pecking order.
Okay.
I go with the best game ball to the least game ball.
Really?
I'm just making
I
sure.
haven't put that much thought into it.
I like to put thought and try hard with my job.
Debatable. All right, I'll give my next game ball to Lamar Jackson. 4 touchdowns. The Ravens ran away with it against the Browns. I mean, the only guy that didn't really come through in that game that you were probably starting was Derrick Henry. He had 20 rushing yards in the game. It was one of the rare disappointing games from Henry. Maybe
he's not a good fit for that offense.
Maybe the lesson is don't play your running backs against the Browns, who have been fantastic on defense. But Lamar Jackson, great 4 touchdown passes.
Ditto.
He was very, very good. My computer just froze.
I'll go next.
Okay.
Baker Mayfield.
Yep.
25 of 38, 215, couple of touchdowns, ran for 33 more. Will Anderson thought he sacked Baker Mayfield it was actually a gain of 3, and Baker Mayfield got the first down. And Will Anderson's thanking everybody up there.
He put the one up like he's Roman Reigns.
And then Baker Mayfield gets in his face. He goes, "First down."
Did you see? Did you see the latest between Baker and CD on Instagram?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty fun.
I don't know if I love it, to be honest.
Which part?
The Instagram back and forth.
I'm not a big fan of the social media.
Which side of it? Baker's side for posting it, or CD's response?
The comments.
Response.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Actually, it was more fine with the response than Baker's post.
I don't like either one, but I don't like the you don't need to be in people's comments. I think it's kind of soft. I like that Baker talks a little trash, though. I'm not going to lie.
At least he replied directly to him, though, and didn't, vague post him.
That's fair.
True.
A little, subtweet. That's a good point. I think all the social media trash talk is stupid.
Yeah, Jonathan Taylor, he didn't score. 25 carries, 165 yards.
Oh, he caught a touchdown.
Oh, that's right. He did catch a touchdown this game. He's top 5 running back, as we said, or borderline.
It's in the area.
The more I thought about it, the more I wanted to put him in my top 5.
He's so good. I think he's second in yards after contact in the NFL through 2 weeks. The dude is a beast. Over 200 yards in that game, Joe. He had my game ball in that one as well. I'll go quarterback here. Drake May, 19 of 23, 230, 2 touchdowns. Drake May, game ball.
I'm going with a different guy in that game. I'm actually, because we don't get a chance to mention this guy's name very often, but I'm going to give my game ball in that Patriots game to Ramondre Stevenson. 11 for 54 on the ground, very efficient there. Then 5 for 88 through the air. Over 100 yards for Ramondre, who may be holding off Travion Henderson for a little bit longer.
Yep. He is not getting the ball at all.
No, he's not. It's not great.
Mac Jones, 279 passing yards, 3 touchdowns against the Saints. I know it's the Saints. But Mac Jones, he wants to play for Kyle Shanahan. He wanted when he got drafted. He wanted to go there. They wanted him apparently, but didn't take him. I still don't really understand that story because you should have just taken him if you wanted him that badly.
They wanted Trey Lance.
But he's there now. But why did they keep saying they wanted to draft him? So then they should have taken him.
I think it was
weird.
I think they were bluffing. I think they were trying to throw the scent off of Trey Lance.
But they were still talking about it this weekend as Mac Jones was getting ready to start. It's like, well, the 49ers wanted to take him. I'm like, but then why didn't they take him?
I think it's one of those things that gets so heavily reported it becomes truth, and it actually probably wasn't truth.
Yeah.
Clearly it wasn't. Who'd they draft?
Unless Kyle Shanahan wanted Mac Jones and John Lynch wanted Trey Lance.
I don't think they had that dynamic. I don't think Lynch is taking a quarterback he wants and ignoring Shanahan.
I hope
If
not.
anything, it was the other way around.
Yeah, that's probably true.
It could have been the other way around. They're gonna give Shanahan the power to pick his quarterback in that dynamic.
Yeah.
It doesn't. That's not every GM head coach dynamic, but in that one it is, I think.
Yeah.
Justin Herbert, 19 of 27, 242 and 2. Herbert, game ball. He's looking good, by the way.
I'll give my next game ball to maybe the most frustrating running back to predict week to week in the NFL.
I know where you're going.
Ken Walker. Yep. Ken Walker. He can either be the greatest running back on God's green earth, or he can be a complete bum who rushes for 15 yards. And there really is no in between. And he was 13 for 105 and a touchdown this last week for the Seahawks. So hope you played him, but I don't know how you can trust him week to week.
I think Charbonnet still had more snaps and carries.
Yeah, but he wasn't good on the
He
ground.
went 15 for 10.
Yeah, he was pretty bad.
But it's crazy. He still had more snaps and carries in a game where
Ken Walker, 13 carries.
Yeah.
It's
weird.
I don't know how you make sense of their running game.
Can't.
No.
I had him as well.
From a fantasy perspective, it's a kind of a no touch.
Yeah, it's like best ball, maybe.
Yeah.
A few shares, but season long, I'm with you.
Bijan?
Yes.
Yeah.
First of all, we're back to Bijan.
Yeah, that's weird.
No longer Bijan.
Honey Bijan's gone. Instead.
He's back to Bijan.
Bijan is back.
He likes Bijan better. I never called him Bijan. It was stupid.
Well, his parents called him that. He was literally named that, Joe.
Yeah, well, he said he didn't like it. He said he
Mama
didn't like
called
it.
him Bijan.
But I'm right here because he didn't like it either. He likes Bijan.
Well, no, you're not right.
Not right. That's not how you pronounce
He said
his name.
I don't like how my parents call me.
You said
call
you
my name.
didn't either. You have more say than Mrs. Robinson.
Clearly, I was right here. I'm in the right because
It's a weird victory lap to take.
he said I was right too. But Bijan.
Yeah, he had a good game. 22-143. Saquon for me, really, because there's no one else in that game to give it to.
I didn't even have one.
Yeah, so you got to give out game ball. 22, 88,
The
and
refs?
1 for Saquon. I mean, he still scored a touchdown. 88 yards. There's nothing to sneeze at. He was clearly the best offensive player in that game.
I know we've already given a game ball out for this game, but I'll mention Javonte Williams. I don't know how long it'll last, but he's been great. Had 97 yards on the ground, plus 33 through the air, and had a touchdown. I don't know how long it lasts for, but so far Javonte Williams is at worst at RB2 for you.
That graphic I was looking at today, Javonte Williams is like top 5 yards after contact. Like, what?
And that's who he was as a prospect, but his knee got ripped apart in year 2 in Denver, and it just took forever for him to get back to this point, I guess.
And he was good at first, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Rookie year,
solid.
Yeah.
Rookie year, he didn't start much. We had that one start, I think it was on a Thursday night, where the starter got hurt, and he went crazy, 150 yards.
Did he have a 900-yard season? Was it year 2, maybe?
No, year 2 is when he got hurt. It might have been year 3.
No, he had a 900-yard year as a rookie.
Okay.
He ran for 903 yards as a backup rookie.
That's crazy.
Yeah, he had juice as a rookie. It just tore his knee apart in year 2.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember him being like everybody was bullish on him in 22. His second year, like, he's going to
His dynasty value was crazy high.
Yeah. No, he's still only 25 too. Like we blame the Cowboys for a lot of stuff. Like that was a great find.
Mm-hmm.
Great find. Did we give Arizona a game ball?
No.
Trey McBride.
You're not going to give it to Kyler, your boy? The greatest
athlete of planet Earth. Not of all time, on planet Earth currently.
I think he's canceled right now.
Yeah, he apologized. He's fine.
We did miss one game.
Which one?
Packers and Commanders last Thursday.
We didn't do that one because it was we talked about that Friday.
Oh, that's right, we did. Yes.
I don't think we give Thursday game balls traditionally.
I don't think we have either.
Who would you?
Tucker Kraft, even though he's hurt now.
Yeah, he had a big game.
Yeah, he hurt his knee in practice today.
Yeah. They said it's not serious.
They said they're not worried about long term.
Okay, but probably not this week.
Yeah, but probably not this week.
Israel says Jalen Hurts game ball, back-to-back dubs. That's fine. Pete says Joe made the list. I'm not sure why though. Not sure why he made the list. Texter says Aubrey big cojones. I totally agree, Joe George. Jake Brown in game ball. I almost started crying when he went into the game, but he held it together for us. Let's keep it going. That was softball mom Allison, who's a big Bengals fan. And then Javonte Williams gets a game ball from the Junkies. Absolute steal of fantasy drafts. That was another steal. Fantasy draft. Javonte Williams probably going like round 8, 9?
Yeah,
earliest?
probably.
I saw him going later than that.
People were taking Jaden Blue.
I know. People were taking backups in leagues.
Miles Sanders was being drafted. Mm-hmm. Sleep on Javonte Williams. All right. Adam Ronis, speaking of fantasy football, we'll talk to Adam Ronis, get all of the big fantasy stuff in your life that you want to know. You can catch him Fantasy Life on SiriusXM. You can catch him next with Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Are you looking to escape the rat race for the weekend? The hustle and bustle of the job, traffic, whatever's causing you stress. Maybe you just want to get away to watch football all by yourself. Well, Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston is the best way to do that. Escape the city and enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Book your stay right now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. It's just 90 minutes from Houston. You can escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. You don't have to worry about spending so much money on flights, worried about TSA, worried about parking, worried about all of those. Don't do that. You have to worry about traveling 4, 5, 6, 7 hours in the car with the family. It's 90 minutes from Houston. I mean, that's closer than some commutes, or at least it's not that much longer than your normal commute. So escape the city and head out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. From the open green spaces, beautiful wildlife, majestic trees, and some of the best fishing in Texas. You can't beat it. They got the Two Creeks right there. They got the catch and release pond in the middle of the property. You're going to do some good fishing there at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. But if you like to explore, you like to hike, how about their 92 acres of property? You can do plenty of that. Kayak the waters, play a little pickleball, or just hang out by the pool to drink too. Two Creeks Crossing Resort always taking care of their visitors. We were out there beginning of summer, food truck both nights we were out there. They had some live music on a Saturday night. They're always looking for ways to make sure their visitors are taken care of. We stayed in the treehouse. Branham family loved the treehouse. You will too. But they have glamping. You'll love that. They have cabins right up on the creeks. That's fantastic. If you have an RV, this is the perfect spot to pull up the RV. They have the perfect stay for everybody. So book your stay now. twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Now back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Our guy, Adam Moronis, joining us on the HR&P guest line. You can catch Adam, of course, on Fantasy Life on Sirius XM, weekdays 9 to 11, fantasy, betting, really all the stuff we like to do as degenerates. You can find him on X and on TikTok at Adam Moronis. Adam, thank you for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Hope you've had a good week. Enough of the pleasantries. What do you make of this Seattle running back room? Can you make any sense of it? Can you touch either dude?
Yeah, this is definitely one that has been perplexing to the fantasy community because I think we felt going into the season that Kenneth Walker was the clear RB1. And then as training camp went along, he missed time with a foot injury. And we've seen every time that Walker has been out, especially last year, Charbonnet stepped up and performed extremely well. Now, we did see Charbonnet play more snaps than Kenneth Walker this past week, but we saw Walker be the more effective back and more explosive. The other thing with Walker, he's involved in the passing game. Charbonnet is not. Charbonnet doesn't have a target through 2 games. So I feel more confident in Kenneth Walker right now, and starting him, I would not start Charbonnet, but this is not ideal because Kenneth Walker is being drafted in the 4th round, and this is not what you want out of a running back taken that early. So you have to hope that Seattle continues to run the ball. We know in the Clint Kubiak offense, the running game is really beneficial, which is why I think people were so optimistic on Kenneth Walker going into the season. But yeah, this week will be another telltale sign. And if you have Walker, you want to see it go more in his direction.
What's the plan? If you got Joe Burrow, if you got Jaden Daniels, what's the plan this weekend and for the future now at quarterback? What are you looking for on the waiver wire right now?
First, you cry for a little bit, and then you go, okay, I got to suck it up. And look, everyone experiences injuries. The Burrow one's a really tough one. I had him in a super flex league, and that's even worse because I was beat out for Browning, and it's not fun. But, yeah, I mean, Jake Browning, look, he was good 2 years ago filling in for Burrow in 2023. He had some big games. The only issue is this upcoming schedule for Cincinnati is a little bit tough, so it might be a little bit of a bumpy road. He's going to turn it over, but he knows he has to get the ball to Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, so I think he's not a bad option. I'm assuming Daniel Jones is gone in a lot of leagues by now. He was out there still in some this week. He's obviously exceeded what we expected from him so far. I thought last week the test against Denver was what you wanted to see. How would he fare? A lot of people had him on the bench, and he performed well. Jaden Daniels doesn't sound like it's going to be a long-term issue. There is still a chance he plays this week. I will say Marcus Mariota, when he filled in last year, was solid, and he runs. So he had like 30, I think, rush yards in one game and 50 in the other. So that raises his floor. Then, if you're in a league with one quarterback, maybe guys like Trevor Lawrence are out there or Sam Darnold, but it all depends on your league format. Quarterback, though, usually you can find someone to replace a fill-in. Now, Burrow, obviously, you can't replace him. He was a top 5 quarterback in pretty much every single league. People probably drafted him, stacking him with Chase or Higgins, and he's essentially out for the year. What's the optimistic outcome? Back week 15? That's the fantasy playoffs, so I don't think you're going to see him this year.
Adam Rohn is joining us here on Jeremy and Joe. Adam, another kind of hard to figure out running back committee would be with the New England Patriots. I think everybody preseason was on the board with the Travion Henderson hype, and he's got 8 carries through 2 games, while this last week, Ramondre Stevenson was great through the air, was efficient on the ground, ended up with over 100 total yards. How are you just waiting till Travion pops off before you're willing to put him in your lineup again? Are you playing Ramondre Stevenson going forward?
Yeah, I think as of right now, you do have to roll with Stevenson over Henderson, and that's not what people want to hear because we know that Travion Henderson was drafted way before Stevenson, and Stevenson was an afterthought in a lot of drafts. People always like the exciting young player, the rookie, but we have to understand also some of these rookies take time to get going, and we're seeing it across the NFL right now, and I did draft Henderson a little early. I will say that play that Ramondre Stevenson had, the reception, I think it was a 50-yard play. Mike Vrabel said that play was designed for Travion Henderson, that they ran that in practice. It got them fired up one day. But Travion Henderson has an issue right now, a few holding calls and pass protection. and we know that's going to take you off the field. So if you have Henderson, just be patient. We know he's explosive. He can make these big plays, and I think New England needs that in their offense. But for right now, the immediate future, Stevenson is the better play in fantasy until we see Henderson more involved in the offense.
Adam, the Texans' offense stinks. We're, of course, in Houston, so a lot of the people that are listening to us probably overdrafted Texans, the nature of it. What do you make of the Texans' offense? I mean, Nico's probably, you have to play him. But what about anybody else in this Texans' offense?
Yeah, obviously you guys know it's not good right now. The offensive line is an issue, and Stroud is holding onto the ball sometimes too long. I thought they had a nice play in the game, a bootleg, where they got him out, and he hit an open receiver. Like, they have to – when you have a bad offensive line, you have to design plays to get the ball out of the quarterback's hands quickly and into your top players. Nico Collins. It started well, right? Nico Collins scored early in the game, and then the offense fell apart. So they have had a couple of difficult matchups. They have to get it done this week against Jacksonville. I mean, there's no excuse. So right now, Nico Collins is the only guy. Christian Kirk, it looks like he'll be back. And I thought he would be that guy over the middle, some quick hitters that can help at least get some positive yards. So maybe he becomes someone we look at. I've said that not going with Nick Chubb. I know he had that 25-yard touchdown at the end. Maybe Tampa Bay let him score so they can get the ball back. And we've seen it just hasn't worked out. Woody Marks, I guess, is someone to keep an eye on. But, yeah, as far as starting Texans in fantasy, the only one that you can put in your lineup right now is Nico Collins. And people are panicking on him as well because we've seen when Nico's on the field with Stroud, he's put up phenomenal numbers. And, obviously, it's been a slow start through the first two games of the season.
If you are someone that has Quentin Johnston on your roster, 3 touchdowns in the first 2 games of the season, but a guy who's had a lot of drops in his career, isn't really someone I think anyone believed in for fantasy, but through 2 games, he's been awesome. Is that someone you're inserting into your lineup at this point in the season, or are you still kind of hesitant to wait and see what he's going to do?
No. Obviously, if you did get him, you either picked him up off the waiver wire after week 1 or 2, or you drafted him late. So depending on what your roster looks like, maybe there is a chance you don't need him. But, boy, this Chargers offense looks really good right now. What's surprising to me, they have shifted their philosophy. They have come out and passed a lot. I mean, that game on Monday, there was a point I'm like, is Omarion Hampton even on this team? He had 4 carries in the first half. Herbert came out and was just slinging it. And I guess he's healthy now, and they believe in their receivers. So, no, I think Quentin Johnston, you have to believe in him right now. It's 3 touchdowns in 2 games. He looks good. We know Ladd McConkey and Keenan Allen are going to get a lot of attention. Johnston's getting open. They're taking chances deep. I mean, Herbert, 9.2 yards per pass attempt. He looks good. I mean, he legitimately looks like an MVP candidate right now. So I do think Quentin Johnston has moved up the rankings, and I think in a lot of situations you want to get him in your lineup right now.
Adam Ronan is joining us here on the show. Adam, I want to ask you about a couple other guys who have surpassed expectations early on, though that being Daniel Jones and Wan'Dale Robinson. I mean, Daniel Jones, I think in the past was maybe a bye-week fill-in because you knew he could run, maybe get you some easy points that way. And Wan'Dale was more of a full PPR darling as a flex play last year. Didn't have a huge yardage total or score much in the red zone, but both guys are playing really well through 2 weeks. Are either guy creeping into for Wan'Dale maybe an every week flex, and is Daniel Jones getting closer to where you would consider maybe be more than just a streaming option?
Yeah, I think Daniel Jones is working his way up to a guy that you will think about starting. Again, especially if you had Joe Burrow, if you were able to get Daniel Jones, you feel fortunate. He's averaging 26.2 points per game over the first 2 weeks. He runs, and Shane Steichen's offense is a good one. And now you're seeing why the Colts went with them. I think a lot of people question what they were doing because they invested such a high pick in Anthony Richardson, but this is the best set of weapons Jones has had around him. And we've seen this with quarterbacks, right? You leave an organization, maybe you don't have enough weapons, or it takes time. Like you've seen it with Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold, like going to the right situation. And that might be the case with Danny Jones. It's still only 2 games, and we still want to see him tested, but Michael Pittman, Josh Downs, Tyler Warren, who's looked phenomenal, and Jonathan Taylor out of the backfield, who is probably one of the most coveted running backs right now with his usage. So it's a really good situation for Daniel Jones. With Wan'Dale Robinson, he's always gotten targets, but downfield now all of a sudden. Now, I will say this past week, the Cowboys' defense is horrendous. They have no pass rush, and key times in the game when you're supposed to just keep the receiver in front of you, they were letting the receivers get past them, whether it was Neighbors or Wan'Dale Robinson. So we know Russell Wilson has that blue ball and he'll attempt shots deep. So I think you upgrade him, but I'm not convinced he's an every week starter just yet because there will be weeks where the Giants' offense struggles, and it could be this week against Kansas City.
Adam, where can we find all your bets?
Yes, my bets you can find at WAP. The link is on my Twitter at Adam Ronis or X, whatever you want to call it. You can go there and get a free trial. It's wap.com/Adam-Ronis. You can follow me on X at Adam Ronis, on TikTok at Adam Ronis, and on Instagram at ARON88. And catch me on SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio weekdays 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, and Sunday mornings nice and early 7 to 9 a.m. Eastern.
Great stuff as always, Adam. Appreciate the insight. We'll catch up next week.
All right. Good luck to you guys this weekend. Go get those wins.
You too. At Adam Ronis on Twitter, at Adam Ronis on TikTok. Great follow. Great follow. Fantasy Insight, Betting Insight. You're going to be thankful that you did. 713-780-3776. Mailbag. Is there another word here? Is just our mailbag? Mailbag with Jeremy and Joe. What is your question for Jeremy and Joe? 713-780-3776. The mailbag with Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. What do you junkies want to know? 713-780-3776.
It's growing on me.
The junkies?
Yeah.
We're in the junkyard. We need the Junkyard Dogs music. What did that sound like, Brian? Well, no, do it later. We got music playing right now. 713-780-3776.
Couldn't tell you.
Was there a bark, though, maybe?
Maybe. That's before my time watching wrestling.
Did you like the Junkyard Dog?
Again, before my time watching wrestling.
Yeah, but you watch old stuff. You're a historian.
I've maybe watched 2 Junkyard Dog matches my entire life.
You ever watch like old Manias with the Junkyard Dog?
No, not 80s. No.
I would.
I'd go back to early 90s, but not in the 80s.
I remember the Junkyard Dog.
I remember who he is. I just don't really remember much about his music or his entrance.
No. 713-780-3776. So what's your question for Jeremy and Joe? I'm not asking that one, 6036. Nice try. Do I start Rodgers or Stafford? Find somebody else. Stream another quarterback. Neither guy.
Yeah. Is Daniel Jones available? Start him.
Who's
Stafford.
On your waiver wire? Actually, waivers are over. You're going to be looking for free agents. This is a question you should have had Tuesday night because neither one's a good option. I mean, I like Stafford, but Stafford's playing the Eagles.
Rodgers is playing really well, though, to be honest.
They have a tough matchup, too, though.
Who are they facing?
I forget.
So tough he gave you amnesia?
No, but I know that it's not a good matchup for him. Let me pull it up real quick. Pittsburgh is playing New England, at New England. I don't like him against Vrabel.
That's not too bad.
I'd still go Rodgers over Stafford against the Eagles.
I would go Stafford over Rodgers, but I would be scouring free agency.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to play either.
Would not want to play either guy.
I'd slight lean Rodgers.
Yeah. Wouldn't want to play either guy.
I'm playing Stafford this week in one of my leagues, so.
My condolences.
Well, it's that or CJ Stroud, so.
You're playing
Wait, is this the league against me?
No. I would play Stroud over Stafford.
Stroud can't score in fantasy, so I'll take Stafford right now.
Okay. If you're so inclined. Would you rather have Jordan and Nico Collins or Cal Raleigh and Jackson Smith and Jigba?
Oh. For this year only?
He didn't or she. I shouldn't characterize like that. They didn't qualify it.
Jordan and Nico.
The injury makes it tough.
Yeah, but Cal Raleigh wasn't that good last year. I think it's
well, power-wise, he was still fine.
This year, he was insane, and he does it at a premium.
This is not his first 30 home run season.
His first 56 home run season.
Well, yes. It's the first time he set the record for a switch hitting hitter. You're correct.
Nico's better than a Jigba, though. Not by much.
I think because of Jordan's injury, I think I take the Seattle side. Like, I would rather have Cal for 130 than Jordan for 50. Because to me, the drop-off from Nico to JSN, especially a year or two from now, won't be that great.
What are you doing with Yiner? I'm kidding.
Who cares?
Get that out straight. I think I'm with you.
Like, if you could tell me Jordan was going to play 140 games, I would take the Houston side of it, but I'm just not going to bet on that.
If you're going on this year production, I think the answer is pretty easy. I really do. I think the answer is very easy because you're getting that at the catcher position. I don't think there's a huge drop-off between Nico and Njigba. A drop-off, but not massive. And I'm not so sure that Njigba isn't better suited and a better fit.
I mean, for CJ?
No, for Kaylee.
Oh, yeah.
I think Kaylee prefers those, like, more possession slot receivers than big, massive targets like Nico.
And then they were good together at Ohio State, right? Njigba and CJ?
Probably. Did they crossed over?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure they were. They all were.
Yeah.
All those receivers were insane.
Yeah. I mean, Olave and Garrett Wilson.
Oh, yeah. I think Njigba was like
Harrison.
I think he was like the third or fourth guy there. Yeah.
Yeah. So that would be, I'm with you on that one. Ocho, would it surprise you if the Astros swept the Mariners but got swept by the A's?
Nope.
Nope.
Not at all.
They've done that before.
I kind of expect it.
Win 6 straight games against the Rangers and the Mariners and then get swept. It's on brand.
I think I expect it.
That's your wager right now?
Would you? No, I'm not going to wage it, but would you take that right now? You sweep the Mariners, but you get swept by the A's. Would you take that right now, this moment? I would.
Not only because it's 3-3 and 3. I think if you go 500 the rest of the way, you're in the playoffs, regardless of what your seed is.
Yeah.
But it also wins the tiebreaker against Seattle.
Yeah, it gives you the tiebreaker.
I would take it.
But the Mariners play the Rockies next, so
they would have. But if they would have to sweep to tie you, and you now have the tiebreaker.
Yeah.
You would take that. You would be foolish not to.
Take the sweep.
Take the sweep.
Because the Mariners last series versus the Dodgers still might be playing for something.
I really hope that they are.
Even though the Padres lost again today, so maybe not.
They play a series this weekend, I think. Padres, Dodgers. I think they play a 3-game series starting tomorrow.
No, Dodgers playing the Giants next.
Do they play again? Dodgers Padres?
No.
Oh, okay. I don't know where I got that from. Couldn't be more wrong. I just made the list.
Yeah, they got a 4-game with the Giants, the Diamondbacks.
You just made the list.
I don't keep up with the National League. I famously do not keep up with other Major League Baseball teams. I watch every pitch of the Astros.
Yeah.
I don't watch another pitch in Major League Baseball until the playoffs.
So you're like every other person on planet Earth?
I think so.
That's what baseball is.
It's a regional sport. Yeah,
I watch every Astro game, obviously. Every pitch of every Astro game. Every baseball savant of the Astro game. I don't watch a single Major League Baseball regular season game outside of the Astros.
No, I understand that.
It's honestly very similar to the NBA. Like I'll catch like a TNT ESPN national game on in the NBA, but very rarely.
See, basketball, I'm more likely to catch something else because there's more primetime games that are on readily available networks, unlike in baseball. And then also, it's just they're always good matchups.
Yeah,
and they do change. Like I don't need to see Red Sox Yankees.
No,
on Sunday Night Baseball for the 4th time this season.
I don't watch a ton though.
Astros Mariners, ESPN 97.5 this Sunday.
There you go. Who's on the call?
No idea.
He'll be good.
It'll be good. Oh, probably good. Probably my least favorite broadcaster.
Carl Ravitch?
Boog.
Oh, by the way, so they're playing the A's next week. You know what that means?
Our girl.
We can have some fun with our favorite broadcaster.
Take it easy, Brian. She's married.
Dallas Braden caught a foul ball last night. I saw.
Did he?
In the booth, yeah.
What's her name? I always forget.
Jenny something, right? I don't remember.
Yeah, she's.
The Rock would say it doesn't matter what your name is.
Hello. That ball's gone. She's very. I'm not. She's good. I think. 713-780-3776. What are your questions for Jeremy and Joe? I'm gonna have to workshop this. The lingo here.
For the Jays? I think that works.
Question for the Jays.
It doesn't sound super comfortable.
It's not yet. No.
Yeah.
No, I'm having to catch myself. Are the Astros going to win me my over 86.5 wins bet?
Yes.
I hope so.
It might be over by this weekend.
They're at 84 currently.
If they don't get over 86.5, they're not going to the playoffs.
You know what this guy should do, though?
Can you buy it up?
I wonder if he should do a progressive Astros lose every game the rest of the way. I don't think the time to do it's yet. I think the time to do it's whenever they get to 86 wins, and then you just bet them to lose every single game the rest of the way. It's kind of like a soft hedge. But if they lose every game, you could progressively just add on to that bet, add on to that bet, add on to that bet. Money line loss. But I don't think you do it yet at 84. I think you would do it at 86, and then you're locking in a profit. Or you could just let it ride. Like they should. That should happen.
They're gonna get.
I might be trying to.
You're overcomplicating.
You're probably right.
If they were like 81 wins, yes.
No, you wouldn't do it at 81 though, because it wouldn't have any value.
With this,
you would need a miraculous finish to lose the bet. That would be the only time you would do this. But it's probably not worth it.
Yeah, it's not worth it.
I'm just trying to, I'm trying to be the smartest guy in the room.
I'm trying to make it overcomplicated.
Trying to be Nick Casario. I don't know what windows are. I'm too smart to know what windows are.
Just keep asking good questions and don't ask.
I don't draft by need. I don't know what that even means. I've been in sports my entire life. I have no idea what drafting by need means.
I'm not worried about it. Neither should you.
When Jim Rome's talking about drafting by needs, I didn't know what he was talking about. Van Smack, rack me. I'll listen to his interview the other day because he does an interview each week. Which how many GMs in football do that?
Not many.
How many GMs in football do you think Jerry Jones does?
Jerry Jones, yeah.
Not many. I don't know.
That might be in the list.
I bet you it's close.
Every single week he does a weekly hit.
I think he
Texas
just likes
TV.
to nerd out with.
I bet you
it's
it's
radio
like
guys.
a third.
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. That's probably true, Brian. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt and say they asked him to do it, and he's kind and said yes. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt here.
I would say it's probably like third of NFL GMs.
It's not many.
Yeah. I mean, coaches probably do every. Almost all coaches do every week.
He was talking about how he watches. What's the stock show on the NBC? Is it CSNBC or is it M?
Talking about Mad Money?
No, he watches the network, not a show.
Oh,
he says
okay.
he keeps it on that network the entire day because he's showing off that he's got a 401k.
Sick brag,
Is
bro.
it CNBC or is it MSNBC?
I think there's both.
I don't know what the.
I don't know which one you're referring to.
The money channel is. Which one's the money channel?
I think
is
that'd be CNBC.
Or is it in? I don't have money, so I don't watch it.
No,
Exactly.
it's not MSNBC.
It's a foreign language. What's money?
MSNBC is like the less version of Fox News. So I think you're thinking of CNBC.
Okay.
CNBC.
Whatever one the money one is. They talk about money and like retirement and like this is what you should do with your investments. You should invest Bitcoin, Coinbase. Esau coming back, yes or no?
Yes.
Yeah, he's coming back. Would it surprise you? Oh, I already asked that one. Favorite Bill O'Brien crash out moment? I think that's my favorite. The division champs, Brian, is
Doesn't
very
matter,
close.
Brian.
Yeah, that
AFC South champions 2 years in a row, Brian.
Yeah, but
Those
you guys
are
are back in
easily-
the.
Doesn't matter what it looked like. Back in the
Doesn't matter.
playoffs. Looking forward to the
Doesn't matter.
playoffs.
Exactly.
Go ahead. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
Yes, you did. You absolutely meant to
That's the
interrupt.
worst part. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Yes, you totally meant to.
Honestly, because I love Brian. Like, I love BTS, so like, I think that one's my favorite.
That one's your favorite?
You
They're
suck
both so
too is
good.
great just because he says you suck.
Yeah,
too.
like you're acknowledging the fact
Yeah.
that you also suck.
Yeah. That's what makes it my favorite.
Sorry to interrupt. I love when people do that. Sorry to interrupt as I proceed to interrupt you. More disappointing through 2 weeks, CJ or Arch Manning?
Oh,
That's
Arch.
a great question.
By 1,000 miles, it's Arch.
CJ.
I think it's Arch.
CJ.
Paul Feinbaum
Arch, bro.
crowned him the greatest quarterback
Yeah.
since Tim
Tebow.
Tebow.
Yeah,
He's the favorite to win the
based
Heisman.
on nothing. Okay,
Well,
we've
that's-
actually seen CJ Stroud with our own eyeballs play good football.
But isn't that kind of the point? Like, who fell further from the hype that they had? Like, CJ is coming off a sophomore slump. I think expectations actually with a new offense or with a new offense coordinator and a suspect offensive line were probably down. Arch was three. He was the Heisman favorite.
We called him we call CJ a top 10 quarterback in the NFL, and this is the way he's playing.
Well, it's not his fault. It's the offensive line. It's play
I
caller.
mean, we
it's
called
the
Arch
skill.
the Heisman favorite.
Yeah, I got him the best in college football.
Yeah, but at some point we have to realize that every time we call someone generational, we're all wrong.
Speak for yourself. 713-780-3776.
You're gonna get that right next time.
I nail my generational talents.
Who was your last one?
I don't know if I've had one. I'm not sure I've dropped that label
That's
on
a good
anybody.
defense mechanism.
Yeah. If it was anybody, it might have been Caleb.
Yeah.
Which doesn't look good yet. Doesn't look good at all.
No,
maybe.
0 for 1.
No.
Well, let's let it play
Yeah.
out there, Brian.
He's
Look at
not
Baker Mayfield.
generational.
I looked at Baker Mayfield's career today. What a weird career.
Mm-hmm. It's strange.
Yeah.
I was watching his. There was a clip from his interview with Pardon My Take, talking about the going to the Rams on 2 days' notice.
Brian's telling me to break. I'm not breaking. I'll break when I want to break. All right, coming up next, 713-780-3776. Which 0-2 teams make the playoffs? Which 2-0 teams miss the playoffs? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Houston, the Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? Did you know that Walmart has more than 500 million items online? That's so many. Find a huge selection online that you can't even find in stores. Do that right now at walmart.com. We love ordering from Walmart. Brandon family orders all the time from Walmart. Really, it's Brandon. It's me and my wife. It's not the entire family, but you get it. We love to order from Walmart. Wonderful for someone like me. I don't have a ton of time. Like, I'm not going to go before the show. I'm busy. I'm prepping. I'm doing stuff. I'm not going to go after the show. I got to get home. I got to eat. Got to watch stuff. I don't like to mess with the crowd. I don't want to turn off the game. So we order online with Walmart, and we get all the things we need without having to leave the house, and it is so great. It's too expensive. Online grocery shopping costs more. That's what you're thinking, but that's not true at Walmart. Grocery prices are the same for delivery as they are in store at Walmart, and because it's Walmart, you already know that those prices are low. What I love about it, they're fast. Walmart can deliver in as fast as an hour. They're going to save you time, and time is money, and your time is precious. Use Express Delivery to get all the eligible things you need from Walmart, from the groceries to the home goods, prescriptions even. Walmart is simply changing the game. So when it comes to feeding your family, hosting a tailgate, throwing a party, think Walmart for those grocery needs. Start an order today from walmart.com. I don't mean to interrupt, but we started over 2 hours ago. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Texters are pointing out that I said that Will Levis was generational. I didn't say he was generational. I liked Will Levis, I openly admit. I didn't call him generational, nor did I want the Texans to pick him. People forget that.
Yeah, you wanted Will Anderson,
I wanted Will Anderson, too. And I never believed they would also trade up. Like, I never really put that together, which I'm happy the way that it turned out in hindsight. Although, would you rather have Will Anderson or would you rather have Jahmyr Gibbs, Sam Laporta, and a future first-round pick?
You mean Laporta hasn't done anything in a year and a half?
That's not his fault. It's the offense coordinator's fault.
Would you rather have Will Anderson and Jaden Daniels?
How would you have Jaden Daniels?
You draft him the next year when you have a top 2 pick.
Why would you have a top 2 pick?
What were you going to do with Davis Mills? Go to the playoffs like they did?
Yeah, but that's very different. Top 2 pick versus make the playoffs. Like, there's a middle there. Like, what do you just because they missed the playoffs?
I'm assuming
they're going to be the second pick.
Just throw us another curveball.
No, I'm assuming that if CJ Stroud was not their playoff, they'd be one of the worst 3 teams at best. One of the worst 3 teams in the NFL.
I mean, you're probably right, but it's
because like Nico doesn't take the step he takes with Davis Mills.
But you lose a couple of tiebreakers, and you maybe fall from 2 to 4, and then you miss out. So
that's true.
Did that cost them 5 wins minimum? Maybe even more. I don't know. There's the drop off from Stroud to Davis Mills. Is that 5-win difference? Maybe more. Maybe 6-7. Is it a 6-7 win difference?
If D'Amico's your head coach, maybe not.
I mean, he also missed games that year. Stroud did. He missed 2?
He missed 2, plus he was concussed in another one.
And they lost that when that game was over.
Yeah.
Might have been concussed going into that game.
That was one of the worst games we've ever seen.
Yeah.
The Jets game was awful.
I don't know. That Falcons game and the Bryce Young game, I also want to say hello.
Those games were also very bad.
There's a few games like that in that year.
Texter says you did call him generational. All right, show me the receipts.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Show me the
Look,
receipts.
I think I was on the show then. I don't remember you ever calling him generational.
I had a crush on him. I had a draft crush on him.
You definitely had a crush on him. I never remember using the word generational.
No. It did change the way that I look at college quarterbacks because I fell in love with like the tools and like, oh, he's such an athlete. He's got a huge arm. And because I fell in love with that, I ignored the mistakes. I ignored the bad. And I was reading something with Sean Payton the other day. It's like an excerpt from a book and evaluating quarterbacks. And Sean Payton has like a scale. Like Sean Payton has like an algorithm of how he like qualifies and defines these college quarterbacks and why he liked Bo Nix is that he doesn't look at their strengths. He doesn't look at their strengths at all. He looks at their weaknesses.
That's what
like,
he should.
He looks at like completion percentage, which shows you incompletion percentage. He looks at turnovers. He looks at like sacks taken.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't. He mostly ignore. And he's like, yeah, you need a baseline of certain attributes. But the thing that I'm looking at are what a quarterback does poorly.
Mm-hmm.
And if he can eliminate the poor, but mostly compared relative to the other college quarterbacks, college prospects, that's what he's most attracted by. And it's kind of opened my eyes.
I mean, look what like the quarterbacks who are struggling that have come out of the drafts recently. Like it's like with Caleb Williams, like playing in rhythm and things like that. He struggled with in college, and it's gotten boosted in the NFL. Some of the things that Bryce Young struggled with in college has been boosted in the NFL. Yeah, it's the NFL exposes those things.
It definitely does, and it's
even CJ Stroud. If you go back and watch Ohio State, like when they played like Michigan and teams that had a good pass rush outside of the Georgia game. He struggled with pass rush at Ohio State. Like when teams could get to Ohio State, which wasn't often, so it always felt like a small sample size. Like when they played Michigan, he struggled with it.
See, that's why Peyton like looks at sacks because Sean Payton also calls sacks a quarterback stat. Pregnant pause.
Most of the time, it is.
He's pretty smart.
Yeah.
Sean Payton.
I think you look at the Texans are an exception to that. I think when the offensive line is this bad, Joe Burrow in Cincinnati.
They graded out as the middle of the pack offensive line this past week, Joe.
I just can't.
713-780-3776. But anyways, we digress. Which 0-2 teams? Let's start there. We'll start with the 0-2 teams. There's 10 0-2 teams in the NFL. I actually ranked them today because I'm a loser. But which 0-2 teams make the playoffs? You want me to hit you with the 10? I should say the 10. Well, I don't know if I want to do that, actually.
I think reading off 10 would be a lot.
That's too many. That's not.
And there's a lot that we know we can cross off. Which
0-2 teams are making the playoffs, Joe?
The Chiefs.
Okay. I also have the Chiefs, and that is the end of my list.
Ooh.
Oh.
I think one 0
season over.
I think one 0-2 team. And look, what's the math on this? 15%.
It's 15%. Yeah.
So if you have, 2 would be 20%. 2 would be surpass. And look, I think Brian brought up a good point yesterday, or was it you, Joe? I don't remember. It's probably Brian.
It was me, but yes, go ahead.
But it's a little bit different now with 7 teams as opposed to 6 teams. Like the math would be better if it was 7 versus 6. I get that, but I think that there's one 0-2 team that's going to make the playoffs. I think it's Kansas City as well, and I think that's end of list.
I think the Texans still can. It's because of their division, and I know I can't with the Daniel Jones stuff yet. I'm not there. I know he has the weapons. I know he's got a good offensive coordinator, but I cannot.
I don't know why you're looking at Indiana at the Colts. The Texans are underdogs against Jacksonville this week.
But I think they were before the season even started. I don't think this line has moved that much.
That's not a problem to you. Like how can they have the divisional dominance if they're underdogs headed to Duval?
Yeah. No, I mean it's fair.
They're behind the Jags in the standings.
I know.
They are the underdog in this game. If Vegas is right, then the Texans are 0-3, 2 games behind Jacksonville, who has a game up on them head-to-head, and then who knows what the Colts do. I mean, the Colts could be 3-0 at the end of the week.
If they lose this game, I'm going to call the season.
For sure.
Like, the only and actually, the answer to this actually happens to be the Texans, but the only team, I can't remember what the time period was.
It's 18, I think.
Well, yes, but I'm talking about, like, how long the time period they looked at. But the Texans are the only team in recent years that have started 0-3, and this was, like you said, 2018, and then went on to make the playoffs. Because I think they won 9 in a row after that.
Yeah, I'm ready to call the season if they lose Sunday.
Yeah, same.
I mean, I know that it's possible and feasible, and whatever. We talked about the schedule yesterday. You fall to 0-3 with the schedule that is ahead.
Yeah, with Ravens, Chiefs, Bills, 49ers. Like
you
already go to Indy.
You're 2 games behind the division at minimum. At minimum, if you lose Sunday, because you're behind Jacksonville and you're behind the Colts, who, if they lost, are 2-1. If they win, you're 3 games back. Like, I know that it's not a must-win in Week 3, but it's darn close to a must-win in Week 3, quite frankly. So did you have any others? 0-2?
I think the Texans are still going to make the playoffs.
So you have KC and Houston. That's your 2?
Yeah,
you have more?
No.
What about you, Brian? Any 0-2 teams?
I would say those are the only 2 worth even having conversation about. When you look at the rest of them, I don't think any of the rest of them are anywhere close, like Jets, Dolphins, Giants. There's no way any of those teams are making the playoffs. I would say definitely the Chiefs, and I'm kind of 50-50 on the Texans, but I'll say no for the Texans.
And I think it'd have to come from the AFC because typically like that last spot so far with the expanded playoffs, there's been a weaker team in that last spot. Like it's been below 10-win team with the Browns, the Chargers. Like that feels gettable, that 7th spot.
I mean, the Chargers won 11 games, though, last year. I don't know if they were they the 7? I forget what seed they were, but they won 11 games last year. I don't see how, if the Texans lose on Sunday, they can't, they're not getting to 11 wins.
No,
They wouldn't have been the 7, right? Because they played at Houston.
Yeah, they would have been 4. They were the 5 matchup.
So I guess it was 10 games last year. You had to get 10 games in the AFC to make the playoffs. That was the Broncos.
I have just KC. This is how I power ranked them. Kansas City, and I only have 1 team making it, so the power ranking kind of irrelevant. But I had KC, Houston, Chicago, Giants, Titans, Browns, Dolphins, Jets, Saints, Panthers. That's my power ranking of 0-2
Saints above
teams.
the Panthers?
Yeah.
Not that it really matters, but
I do. I think the Saints are a little bit better.
Spencer Rattler,
their offense has surprised me in a positive way.
Yeah, Rattler has made. Well, I think he could create some interesting conversations for them.
Cash or trash. Spencer Rattler's better than Bryce Young.
Right now, yeah.
I mean, Kamara's better than Hubbard. They have McMillan, and I do like McMillan. I think he's very, very good. But outside of that, the Saints' offense is better. And I think the Saints' defense is better than Carolina. The Saints, we're arguing about 31, 32 teams in the NFL. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Eddie, you're in the junkyard. What's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? I think the Chiefs obviously make the playoffs. I think the Texans are going to do it too. If we go into bye week with a 2-3 record, that's we have to beat Jacksonville, and then Tennessee. We lose to the Ravens, and then is Daniel Jones really suddenly this miraculous, amazing quarterback? I mean, I think he crashes back down to earth a little bit. It's like the Saints last year, guys. We thought they were amazing when they were crushing their opponents in the first 2 weeks, but I mean, I just see the Colts crashing back down to earth a little bit with maybe 1 or 2 bad losses, and we take it over.
Appreciate it, Eddie.
I don't know.
Appreciate the call. Look, it's in play. Look, I don't think Daniel Jones is going to sustain this level the entire year, but I believe in them more than I think the city believes in them.
Yeah, I think people are hesitant, but I do think the Saints comparison is interesting because it was so good for the Saints last year and it crashed so hard. I mean, we were talking about Kubiak, like head coach candidate watch after 2 games last year. Texans right now are plus 145 to make the playoffs, minus 175 to not make the playoffs.
So they're an underdog to make the playoffs.
Mm-hmm. And other odds are pretty different. I mean, like the Chiefs are minus 185 to make the playoffs.
So they're probably the only 0-2 team that is a favored to make the playoffs.
Yes, and the rest of them that are 0-2 are much different odds. Like the Titans, the Bears are all like plus 800.
Yeah, they have no chance
at this point.
How about the 2-0 teams? Which 2-0 teams are going to miss the playoffs? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 975, ESPN 925.
You are listening to Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. It's Jeremy and Joe. 713-780-3776. Which 2-0 teams missed the playoffs, Joe? Because there's also 10 2-0 teams.
The Bengals are the easy option here, obviously, with no Joe Burrow. That feels pretty obvious, right?
Yeah, but you're giving Browning game balls.
So he deserved it. He won the game.
Chase
didn't say he was going to win another one.
It
wasn't future game balls. It was current game balls. Okay, I understand the segment.
Brand Analytics power ranked the 10 2-0 teams. Brand Analytics told me that the Bengals were dead last out of the 2-0 teams.
I actually
dead last.
Maybe this is my hate for one of your favorite players of all time.
That's inaccurate. What you're saying is inaccurate. Just because I think he's the greatest athlete on planet Earth does not mean I like him.
I would have Kyler Murray in his Michael Vick jersey at the bottom.
Yep.
How could they be below Burrow? I mean, Browning.
I don't think the Cardinals have shown us anything yet. To me, I'm still working off my preseason expectations because the two teams they beat were the Saints and the Panthers, a.k.a. the 32nd and 31st team in the league in some order. Like, they've proven absolutely nothing. And Marvin Harrison still hasn't really gotten it going. We know Kyler's going to be just completely missing in action at times. I don't think they're going to make the playoffs.
The Bengals beat Jacksonville by the hair on their chinny chin chin.
With the
and beat
backup quarterback.
Beat Cleveland by the hair on their chin, their other hair on their chinny chin chin.
I'd give Cincinnati more credit for the Jacksonville win than the Cardinals beating the Panthers and the Saints.
They were blowing out the Panthers, though, and then they almost gifted it away. I had the Cardinals as my survivor pick, and Carolina got the ball back. I was sweating bullets.
Never pick Kyler in survivor.
Look, I have Arizona 9. Like, I don't have them, like, it's not a great divide. I just, I'm nitpicking here, and there's just no way that I would have Cincinnati over Arizona, especially, like, okay, the division, the conference. I think the AFC is a little bit stronger than the NFC. I think Arizona's going to make the playoffs. Like, I think 9 of the 10 teams that are 2-0 will make the playoffs.
See, Arizona would be next on my list after Cincinnati, and then I would probably go. I would go Colts next because of everything we just talked about with the Texans being 1-2. I think I'm gonna do my own version of that for him.
You probably shouldn't. You probably shouldn't.
Do you want to sing the song?
You're opening up a can of
I would encourage you to do that.
Go Texans.
I would encourage you to do that.
Maybe you'll get them on track.
Like,
you should do it, Joe.
I know. When they play the Colts.
Oh, you're gonna mock them.
Yeah, but
is he all there? Because if he's not, now you're.
I guess
I'm not mocking him.
You might get canceled.
I'm paying encouragement.
I don't think this is like that Jazz fan that definitely isn't all there. I think we're fine to mock him.
You okay?
Yeah, I think we're fine.
I'll let Joe do it.
I'll just do my own version.
Plus, y'all look more alike than I look like that guy. It's true.
Because of that?
Well, I mean, yeah, I am a little darker in complexion, but
he's calling me fat.
No, I'm not. I'm saying you look closer to him than I do. It's a fact. I'm sorry if it's offensive, but it's a fact.
I don't really see that there's.
I don't think there's any.
Hold on a second.
I don't
Seth
see it.
DeFlo, super Colts fan, you think looks more like me?
No,
or more like Joe?
No, but it's a straw man argument.
It's not equal at all.
Because we look nothing like him at all.
Yeah, I think neither
you
of you
look more like
anything
him than me.
Because I'm white?
Yes, he's white.
I mean,
that's the only thing you got.
He has very low, what do you call it, pigment? Melatonin? I thought you take that at night.
Sleep. Yeah, melatonin is sleep. Correct.
I think it's melanin or something like that. Maybe?
Yeah,
there we go.
That's
you
closer.
look way more like Twitter poll, ESPN station account. Look, I'm sorry that it's offensive. I'm sorry that I am insulting you, but there is no chance that I look closer to him than you do.
I don't think Joe's that much paler than you.
You're nuts.
No,
you're nuts.
There's a big difference.
What are you talking about? Look at that.
I mean, I'm closer to the color of my shirt.
What do you mean?
His tan.
What do you mean?
Yeah, tan.
Are you gaslighting me right now?
No, I'm not.
I am way darker than Joe and Seth DeFlo Colt fan. No, don't add me. What's 713-780-3776? I'm going to read this mean text about you, Brian. Hey, doofus, you can't use preseason expectations against the Cardinals when you thought the Texans were going to be a playoff contender. Doofus. I call him a doofus too. Now look at that. Saying that we're equal tanness.
I can't.
Get out of here.
I can't agree with that.
No, absolutely not. Only one team in the NFC West makes the playoffs. Only the 49ers make it. Okay, so the Rams don't make it?
Oh, interesting. I don't agree with that.
See, I have 9 of the 10 2-0 teams making the playoffs. And I'll just go in order of my power ranking. Philadelphia makes the playoffs. Mm-hmm. Buffalo, they're going to be 3-0 after tonight. Chargers look great. Green Bay, they're going to make it. Yep. Rams will make it. 49ers, I had the Rams ahead of the 49ers, notice that. They will make it. Indy's making it. Tampa Bay's making it. Arizona's making it. The only 2-0 team not making the playoffs, book it, the Bengals.
Where I agree with you on the Cardinals is that when I look at the teams who are not 2-0 in the NFC, the only one that I think that for sure is going to make the playoffs is the Lions. I want to put the Commanders on that list as well, but I want to see this Jaden Daniels injury and how long it plays out.
I know this is 3 weeks.
I know there's a chance he might play on Sunday, but last year when he got hit in the ribs, He just didn't look right. It took him a while to get right. You could tell like he was playing through it.
I wouldn't play
but it
him.
didn't look pretty. Yeah, they shouldn't play him this weekend. They can if they go 1-2, their season's not over because their quarterback hasn't been healthy. So that's where I struggle with Washington. Like I don't think Atlanta's going to make the playoffs. So that's where you could be right on Arizona. But if Washington and the Lions are both going to make the playoffs, then it's currently the Falcons and the Cardinals are the teams that are out. That's why I think the Cardinals would be in jeopardy.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. So you go Bengals, Cardinals, all the other 8 make it.
I can't. I guess with the Colts, yeah.
Okay.
I don't want to, but
yeah, you're trying to mock their super fan.
Yeah,
that performs at halftime.
It's more just Daniel Jones.
With a gospel choir.
He did.
Indiana Jones looks great, man. Like y'all can hate all y'all want.
No, he does. I just don't. I'm not a believer.
But I don't think he has to be great. Like he's playing at a great level through 2 weeks, small sample. I get it. He doesn't have to be great. He has to be above average, and I think he's capable of doing that.
And
he was above average with the Giants a year.
And they won a playoff game. They beat the Vikings.
And his talent around him is ridiculous.
Yeah.
It really is. And a good offensive line. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Donnie, you're in the junkyard. What's up?
Yeah, I was just calling. You made a comment about greatest athlete of all time. I think it's Jim Thorpe, personally.
I didn't. Not all time. Currently. Not all time. Not all time.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said all time.
Yeah, Brian screwed up and said that because he was gaslighting me.
Oh, my bad.
It's okay. It's not your fault, Donnie. It's Brian's fault.
Go Pat, go. Go Pat, go.
You say go Pat, go? Go Pack, go, I think he said. Green Bay, Pack. Which, by the way, I was using the restroom, and I was looking at Twitter, and Tyler Kraft's going to be okay, according to Adam. That's what I meant. What did I say?
Tyler.
Who's Tyler Kraft?
I don't know.
I'm still caught up that we got a Jim Thorpe reference today.
It's on you. It's your fault.
Is it?
Yes. You put words in my mouth saying that I think he's the greatest athlete of all time when I did not say that. I say he's the currently the greatest athlete.
Why? He's not. Why?
What? Yes, he is.
Based on what?
How many players that are currently active have been drafted in the first round in 2 different professional sports?
I understand that, but now you have 2 players in 2 different sports who play on both sides of the ball. Like Shohei is a pitcher.
Yeah, but he doesn't play 2 sports.
Yeah, but still, it basically is.
No, it's not.
It basically is.
No, it is not the same thing at all.
No one else does it.
No one does it anymore.
It's been a long time since someone has done it.
There's fewer people in the history of sports that have been drafted in the first round in 2 different sports than there are two-way players in the same sport.
Yeah, but he's not good at his sport. That's the problem with Kyler.
He's average.
He's average.
He's the 16th greatest quarterback on planet Earth, and you're dismissing him?
But Shohei Ohtani is the GOAT, basically, on both sides of the ball.
That's not true.
He's one of the best pitchers in baseball.
He's whenever he is pitching, he's one of the better pitchers in baseball.
He had 5 no-hit innings last night and hit a home run in the game.
That's what
I'm saying.
He's a unicorn, sure, but you can't compare a guy who's great in one sport, both sides of the ball, as another guy who was drafted in the first round in 2 different sports. Like, why are we demeaning that?
I would just Shohei over Kyler.
Okay, let's see who wins a race.
Well, it's not about running fast.
Isn't that part of being an athlete?
Well, then I'll take.
How would you define an athlete?
I'll take Travis Hunter.
Okay, well let's see him throw a ball too.
That's not fair.
Absolutely,
you're moving the goalpost.
No, I'm not. There are things you talked about throwing. You introduced throwing into the equation when you threw in Shohei Ohtani as a pitcher.
Travis Hunter can dunk. Kyler Murray can't dunk.
Yeah, but he's got a power layup that you got.
I don't think he can dunk. He might be able to.
His power layup is amazing.
I'm height shaming a little bit.
Power dribble. He did go to A&M for a little bit. Like what skills would you need in this like athletic, like feat of athleticism?
Probably
I think you would
running.
need a certain sprint. You would need a jump. I'm cool with a jump, but jump shouldn't be how tall you're jumping. It should be vertical leap, obviously. And throwing has to be part of the equation in some way as well. Kyler Murray is the current best athlete that exists. He's the only current athlete who was drafted in the first round in 2 different professional sports. You just have a Kyler Murray bias. I can see it. I can hear it. I can see it.
I get your argument. I hate it.
But it's a great one.
Because it is factual.
It's a factual argument.
But he's not good at football.
You said that's relative. What do you mean he's not great at football? He's one of the top 16 quarterbacks that are currently on planet Earth.
He is. But I'll take Ohtani over best athlete on the earth.
Yeah. All right. Let's see him race. Let's see him jump. Let's see how they do there.
I mean, Shohei Ohtani did have 50 stolen bases.
Sure. How many would Kyler have?
Probably 50.
He'd be like, who's that dude with Tampa Bay? The Chandler Simpson guy?
Oh, yeah. That kid's moving.
Yeah. Give me Kyler as a feat of athleticism. All right, 713-780-3776. Enough Kyler talk. What do you got cooking up here, Brian?
Well, not Wednesday anymore, but my weekly power ranking, which Rich Eisen so rudely stolen. I've got my power ranking on the other side. You want me to give you the topic now? Is that what you're asking for? Or you're just asking for the...
I was wondering how you were going to tease it.
Well, it was... I came up with it probably minutes after the Texans lost on Monday night. It's the worst regular season losses in Texans history.
Oh, okay. That'll be good. Worst regular season
down
losses
misery lane
in Texans history. 713-780-3776. I wonder if Kubiak passing out on the sidelines up there. We'll see. We'll find out next. It's Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
One of the worst Texans lost in regular season history. Brian's going to give you his weekly top 4 or 5?
5, yeah. Weekly power ranking that Rich Eisen rudely
I like
stole.
the emphasis you're putting. Power ranking.
I think that's the only way you can say that.
Ohtani versus Kyler in bench press. I think Kyler's got him.
Kyler's sneaky. Yeah, Kyler's sneaky
built,
strong.
Man. He's like a bulldog.
This is the one that would be the easiest to solve.
I'm not sure. Like, I don't know what Ohtani does. Like, I don't know his like workout regimen. He doesn't have like a massive chest.
Steals
like,
money from people in Hawaii.
Kyler does. I think Kyler would get him in bench press. Plus, he's got like shorter arms, which is helpful.
Does.
Shohei Ohtani's a little longer. Like Kyler probably squats more, no doubt.
Yep.
Like I think Kyler is pound for pound stronger than Ohtani.
It wouldn't actually shock me if Ohtani is one of those pitchers that doesn't lift.
Yeah, right. Like he does more like lean muscle, like conditioning stuff.
Especially because that's what a lot of the Japanese players do. They don't lift.
Yeah, like I think Kyler would win a feat of strength. I really do.
We could do it at bat.
Was this Seinfeld a feat of strength?
Pessimistic Chad, if Kyler's so good at baseball, let him take an at bat against Shohei Ohtani. Okay, fair point. I think Kyler would fare better in at bat against Shohei Ohtani than Shohei Ohtani would trying to tackle Kyler Murray in the open field.
Facts.
So like we can't play one side of it. It's like the whole UFC like boxer thing. Like, well, it depends on what sport they're playing. It depends on where the setting is. Like Shohei Ohtani would embarrass himself on a football field trying to tackle Kyler.
For sure.
Kyler would embarrass himself in an at-bat with Shohei, but he would fare better. He might get a foul tip or something like that. He could lay down a bunt.
And really, Kyler is a three-sport athlete.
What?
Yeah. He is a great Call of Duty player.
That's not a sport.
Crickets.
He's a great Call of Duty
Kyler bit is so lame and cringe. It's not a bit. It's a fact. It's a fact. All right. What are your top five here, Brian?
You mean my power ranking?
No, I don't want to say that.
You don't want to say it like that? That's disappointing. All right, so these are the worst regular season losses for the Texans, because if I just did any Texans loss, it's going to be all playoffs. So I decided to focus on regular season, since that's what happened on Monday with that come from ahead loss the Texans had against the Buccaneers. And really, some of these have importance, some of them didn't, some of them are just really painful, but they're the ones the most painful for me. All right, number 5. 2010, I don't know if you guys remember this. It was a tie game. The Jaguars at the 50-yard line with 3 seconds left. David Garrard throws a Hail Mary, and for some reason, Glover Quinn bats it forward to a Jaguars receiver, Mike Thomas, who catches it, falls into the end zone, and the Jaguars get the walk-off touchdown. That was the year that they started 4-2, but D'Amico tore his ACL, and they finished up 6-10. Went 2-8 down the stretch, and that Jaguars loss, again, on a 50-yard Hail Mary that Glover Quinn patted right into a Jaguars receiver's chest, was like kind of the moment where you're like, okay, they're not going to rebound. This is going to completely fall apart.
Yeah, that was not a good one.
That was not a good one. Next one on the list, my power ranking. Also 2008, the Rosencopter game. You all remember this one. They're up 17 points under 5 minutes to go against the Colts. And Sage decided he should try to dive forward. I think it was for a first down, if my memory serves correct. But either way, he got spun around like a helicopter by when the Colts defender hit him, fumbled the ball, and the Colts completed the comeback and won the game.
That was a brutal one. Was he anywhere close to getting the first down? I don't remember.
That part's fuzzy. I'd have to go watch the highlight.
I feel like he wasn't. I think that's what led to, like, what are you doing? You had no chance for the first down.
Yeah, that would seem like that would be probably the correct answer to that about it. I'm a little fuzzy.
He's about 4 yards short.
Right? That's what I thought.
He's like airborne. So it looks like the first down's at the 31-yard line. He leaves his feet at the 35.
Yeah.
And like his shoulder, the closest it gets is about the 33.
See, I remember it being egregious because it was like, okay, if you're like really had a chance for the first down, it makes some sense. But I remember it being nowhere close. Like, what were you thinking, man?
That was maybe the most bizarre moment I've ever seen. It's up there.
Great nickname, though.
Yeah, it's a game that'll live in infamy. As will another game that has a nickname, the Letterman Jacket game. We all remember that one. Texans were 11-1 going in. This was the 2012 season. They're 11-1 going in with their early loss was a 6-touchdown game from Aaron Rodgers. That one also sucked. But the Letterman Jacket game, they were 11-1. Looked like they had a chance to get a bye, but they lose 42-14 on the road against the Patriots. Completely embarrassed.
That might be one of the worst, like at least from an embarrassing game.
It was.
Like that Letterman Jacket game will forever be remembered.
Yeah, I definitely an embarrassing for sure. The next one, also from the 2012 season, this was actually a few weeks later. So they were 12-2 coming into a home game against the Vikings. Again, they have a chance at a bye back when there were 2 byes. And again, at home, 12-2, they lose to the Christian Ponder-led Vikings. It got trounced by the Christian Ponder-led Vikings and lost any chance they had at a bye.
I don't remember that one.
Yeah, I try to move it out of my memory, but sadly it's still there.
Wow.
Yeah, you lose to Christian Ponder at home when you're 12-2. Anyway,
What's
number
the best
one,
thing for Christian Ponder?
his wife.
If you say so. She got mad at me once.
For what?
Something on Twitter.
Oh.
She was
Were you
searching. She was
sassy on
searching her
Twitter?
name.
Shocker.
You're sassy on Twitter. I can't imagine.
I think they named their baby Bowden.
As in Bobby Bowden?
Yes, they named it after his college coach. Yes.
Okay.
So it's Bowden Ponder, and I think I made like a joke on it. Like, gee, it was like whatever. And she was searching her name.
Okay.
She was searching her name and like dunked on me and like, in viral and whatever. That was a long time ago though.
Yeah, that had to have been
15 years ago. When was that game?
2012.
So this was probably maybe 2015 at the latest. So at least 10 years ago. It's a long time ago.
All right. Number one on the power ranking from the 2011 season. Another situation where the Texans coming in had a chance at a bye. They were 10-4 going in on a Thursday night, going to the Colts. The Colts team without Peyton Manning, who only had one win on the season. Texans score first and then don't do anything the rest of the game. They lose to a Dan Orlovsky-led Colts team, a one-win Dan Orlovsky-led Colts team, and lose any chance they had at a bye.
What week was that?
That was, I don't remember what week. They were 10-4, so it would be in like week 15, I guess.
Okay, because I remember that game being the last week of the year, so it was the second to last.
Yeah,
week.
it must have been the second last game of the year.
Yeah, I remember that game. It was in Indy.
It was in Indy. It was in Indy, but again, it was a one-win team. Quarterback by Dan Orlovsky.
I had no problem with your list. I might rearrange them a bit. I don't know if I would have that Viking game number 2. Like that one doesn't resonate with me really.
I think it was for me. It's just like they should have had a bye,
no doubt.
and you lose to Christian Ponder.
No, like the value of that game should be at number 2, but for me, it's more like my recollection of the game, and I have zero recollection of that one. I have all the memory of the world, the Letterman Jacket game, the Rosencopter, whatever. Like that was one play, although they lost the game. But that number 1 one's a good one. The text line, I was in center field 100 for that Rosencopter game. What a flex. He said I kept yelling at Jim Sorgi. I bet you Jim Sorgi's been yelled at a lot in his life. Hail Mary batted to the other team in the end zone to lose the game.
Yeah, that was the David Garrard game. That was number 5 on the list.
First one you said, yeah. 2021 to the Bills, 61-7. Come on, easy. That's number 1. See, I don't really have recollection of that game either.
61-7. What?
He said that was the score to the Bills in 2021.
They didn't lose 61-7 to the Bills.
Let's see.
They've never given up 60.
In what year?
It was 40-0. 40-0, October 3rd, 2021.
Yeah, but that was also during the.
They won three.
That was
4 games.
that was year 1 of That was the only year.
Yeah, it was year 1 of the tank. Like we didn't care about games then.
No, you're right.
It had no meaning.
No, you're right.
That game was quarterbacked by Terod.
No, it was.
That was Davis.
You want to guess Davis' stat line that game?
Not good, I'm guessing.
11 for 21, 87 yards, no touchdowns, and 4 picks.
Jeez.
87 yards in a full game.
I hope you had the Bills' defense that night. You want to guess who the leading rusher in that game was for the Texans?
Oh, God.
I pulled it up, so I know the answer.
Is it David Johnson?
No.
He was second. 5 carries, 21 yards. He was second to?
Think Heisman.
Oh, wait. Heisman.
Yep.
Not Ron Dane.
No,
Ron Dane been long retired.
Definitely not. His time with the Texans was brief.
I'm drawing a complete blank.
Think famous Heisman photos.
Is he on the
Alabama?
Is he on the Big Noon kickoff still?
Mark Ingram, yes, he is.
Mark Ingram was the leading rusher.
Mark Ingram was the leading rusher.
I forgot he was a Houston Texan.
You want to guess who the leading receiver was?
2020.
This one should be obvious.
Brandon Cooks?
Oh yeah, Cooks. Right?
Cooks 5 catches, 47 yards. You want to guess the leading tackler in that game?
Is that Cunningham?
I don't think you'll ever get it. No, Cunningham wasn't on that team. I don't think.
Was that before him?
No, Cunningham went to the Titans. I think he's at the Titans at the time.
I think Cunningham might have been cut that year, actually, now that I think about it. But he didn't play in this game.
Not Bernardrick McKinney, right?
Yeah. No, it wasn't McKinney. McKinney was gone that offseason, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it was the same year. I think McKinney went in the offseason. Cunningham was cut like mid-year because he didn't go to a meeting or something, or he was late to a meeting, and they were building culture. The leading tackler in that game was Desmond King. He had 9. Lonnie Johnson was second. He had 8. Christian Kirksey, Camus, Grugier Hill, and Javier Thomas had 7 apiece.
Oh, rough times.
What a bad time it was to be a
One
Texans
fish,
fan.
2 fish, red fish, blue fish.
Jack Easterby.
Jackie boy.
Shout out to the fish. Anytime somebody says shout out, I always say
shout out to the fish.
Every single time somebody says shout out.
How many people
to the fish
do you interact
Shout out
with
to the
that get
fish.
it?
I say it to myself.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
hang out with people. No, it was like when people are like shout out, I always go to the fish, like in my head, like in an internal dialogue with myself. And I hate that I do it. It's my least favorite thing about me. I don't know, listed a lot of things.
We start
Maybe that's the next power ranking.
Can we get some broadcast
Shout out
mentions?
to the fish?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Just drop it in there.
No, I'm not doing
Yeah,
that.
can you work that into a call?
No, I'm not doing that.
The Cougs playing any teams
I don't like
with
to.
a fish
No,
mascot
I don't like
this
to
year?
personalize my call. It's disrespectful.
What
to the
about
team you're
as
calling.
a sideline reporter?
No, I don't like. It's not about me. I don't like doing that stuff. I think it's disrespectful. I'm being genuine right now. I'm being sincere. I don't. It's not about the person calling the game. Like that's something
you're
that
the
I'm pretty strict
anti-Gus
about.
Johnson?
You used to do
I'm pretty strict about that.
Didn't you used to do a word of the match?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I did.
We used to give you obscure words.
It's a little different than like.
Yeah, because but like everyone at the Dynamo was kind of in on the bit, right?
Yeah,
And-
that's a good point. But I think it's
but, like,
still
everyone,
different.
Yeah, and everyone was in on it. So I guess where
The Mark Sanchez, Rex Ryan home opener was rough, says
Yeah,
Oso.
that's a good one.
Ravens
That's a good
embarrassing
one.
us Christmas last year.
that was honestly ruined Christmas.
That's probably 6.
Ruined Christmas.
Ruined Christmas.
That's probably 6 on my list.
I think you care a little bit too much about the good old Texans if it ruined
At
Christmas.
least
No.
Fiance was
You know,
good that
you know what
night.
the problem was?
Letterman
Is
got
that
her autograph.
Yeah.
I had to come to work the next day and had to talk about it. I didn't want to do that.
Should have ruined your 26th then.
Yeah, but I had to watch
Are
it
you
on
looking
Christmas.
across the table? Was Brandon the reason you were in?
Yes.
I was the reason?
Didn't we work the next day?
I don't know. I was
that.
off.
Or maybe I was here with someone else.
I don't
I remember having to watch. I just didn't
No,
wanna-
because I don't think I was in town.
I think that was 2 years ago for Christmas. But yeah, I just didn't want to watch the game on Christmas.
Okay.
It was wasting my time.
Fair enough. All right, 713-780-3776. Sunshine at Twitch, part of the Junkies. At least favorite thing about J-Bone Go. That's a long list. We don't have enough time
Maybe
left in the
that's
show.
my power ranking next week.
Least favorite things about me. That would be funny. All right, car wreck of the day. 713-780-3776. What is your car wreck of the day? Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Oh, it's new.
Yeah, we
haven't had that in a while.
Michael Carroll's the best.
He is the best. What are you going to watch on TV tonight?
I mean, Bills Jets.
They don't play the Jets, Brian.
Bills Dolphins.
Car wreck of the day.
I think at least my second one, my melatonin thing earlier was not great.
We've all had a couple today.
Yeah.
I think it's just we all will be.
Joe's math.
Yeah.
Joe's
Jeremy's
math earlier.
Got 4 things for.
Oh, you both had a math problem.
Yeah, mine was more complicated math, though.
Yeah, Joe's is just wildly.
I was guessing salary cap.
His wasn't so much math. His was just a bad figure.
Bad information in my brain.
A texture in response to Brian saying he was off on the 26th. Brian, quote, I was off. Texture says, we know. Because you take off a lot, Brian. That's what...
I get the joke.
That's what the junkie is suggesting. What about the freaking Chiefs playoffs loss? It was regular season.
Yeah, it was regular season.
Junkie.
Listening.
All right, car rig of the day, Joe. What you got?
I think I have to nominate this texter who said the Texans lost 61-7 to the Bills. The most points the Texans have ever given up in franchise history is 49 points. That was in 2004 to the Colts. They lost to the Bills 40-0. It is the biggest blowout in franchise history. But it was not 61-7.
I think he just knew it was a huge number and just threw out an arbitrary number.
Yeah, I want to believe he exaggerated for comedic effect.
I think so.
It came off originally, though, like he was just wildly off. But in hindsight, I think he was exaggerating.
I don't even know it was like comedic effect. I think it was one of those. I know he got hammered in 61-7, you know?
Yeah, maybe so.
Did miss by a lot, though.
Yeah.
That's 3 touchdowns.
It's quite a bit.
It's quite a large miss.
Yeah. It's a pretty big miss. There was an MMA fighter that was making his boxing debut recently. I have no idea these names. It's like a lower-level promotion. But an MMA fighter was losing during his boxing debut. He was getting hammered, getting beat bad. He went to a head kick against his opponent, with the boxing gloves on, of course. But he went with the head kick, knocked his opponent out. By far the best head kick of his life, and he lost by DQ.
Why?
It's his boxing.
Oh,
what do you mean?
Because the boxer never saw it coming.
He was getting beat and resorted back to his MMA ways. Gave him a little head kick to the temple. I mean, it was effective. It was an effective head kick.
It worked.
Dude plummeted into the ground head first, into the mat head first.
More people should try that.
I mean, it's an automatic DQ.
I mean, Canelo. I mean, I think he could have gone there in the 12th round. He wasn't going to win that fight.
Oh, it's just like
it was close. The judges had it even through 10.
The judges. I
actually had it. I had it as a draw. I was pretty close. Two judges.
Brandon doesn't know glove.
What do you mean? 2 judges had it 115, 113.
Yeah, but I don't think.
Yeah, as in a Crawford win still.
Right, but I was only off by 1 round.
Yes, but I think the right side was clearly Crawford.
I do too.
Okay,
I do too. But you know how judging goes.
Yeah,
a lot of times they're
round
like,
by round.
who's controlling the ring, who's pressing forward, like all that stupid stuff. I think Crawford is a better fighter.
I don't know if I want to be on the side of boxing judges, though.
That's fair. but the boxing judges judge things that the public doesn't realize.
No, for sure.
Brian would know. He's a former judge.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you have to judge something with nothing happening.
Yeah.
You have to talk about who's going forward, like who's cutting off the ring more, who's the aggressor.
And Canelo was early.
Early.
Not that he was better. Not that he was better.
I agree. Like, Crawford looked more skilled, but I gave the first 2 rounds to Canelo just because he was the one coming forward and nothing was happening.
I had the first 4 rounds 2-2, and that little ringside judge had it 4-0.
Yeah. I ended up with the same score as the ringside judge on TV, but I too was like, I was weirded out, or I was surprised he had it 4-0 Crawford after 4.
If you just graded the fight for the 36 minutes of the fight, Crawford won.
Yeah.
Crawford was the better fighter without a shadow of a doubt.
But it's round by round.
But the round by round, there was a lot of rounds where it's like, I don't know which way to go. Canelo's controlling the ring. He's on the front foot. He's cutting off the angle. Whatever. We're not going to watch boxing again for another 3 years.
Yep.
Brian, what's your car wreck of the day?
My car wreck of the day nominee is a caller who called in earlier. All due respect to a member of the junkyard, but he had a little bit of a flub here.
Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Steve, you're in the junkyard. What's up, Steve?
Yeah, so I'm a first-time listener. I listen to you guys all the time.
First-time listener. He listens to us all the time.
You meant caller.
Who was that? It was Steve?
Steve, yeah.
Steve, don't be a stranger. Don't let these guys deter you. These guys are mean and bullies. And
These guys. I didn't play the clip.
That guy.
I think bully. Okay. I'll raise my hand for that one, bully. I think in part, I hate when people say first time, long time listener, first time caller. So when he said it and then flubbed it, it made it kind of funny.
I didn't even
to me.
catch it at first. I saw somebody in the.
Oh, you didn't?
I saw somebody in the Twitch, one of the junkies.
Oh, I heard it right away. I laughed.
I didn't. I saw you chuckle. I was like, he must have said something funny there, but I didn't catch it. All right, what's the text line has a couple. AV nominated me for leaving the chat early. My bad. Josh from Seabrook, the Astros, if they don't take 2 of 3.
That's preemptive.
Car wreck is my fantasy team name. Shout out to the Fish because I have Dolphins players.
That's great.
That's actually pretty good.
That is pretty good.
Sorry, Steve.
Steve has a vote on the text line from one of the junkies. Josh had more, actually. No, Josh had those are the two. All right, what's winning here?
Steve.
You vote Steve?
Yeah, I vote
Yeah,
Steve.
Steve's
I vote
a good
Steve.
one. I mean, it's Steve's first ever time to call in to Jeremy and Joe.
Yep.
We need to give him a little bit of razzing.
Maybe it's just you.
A little bit of razzing.
He's so uncomfortable with the name still.
Who, me?
Yeah.
It's weird having our names in the show, to me, I think. All right, does it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We're Jeremy and Joe. Hall of Fame, Booker T, second best wrestler in Houston history, and Brad Gilmore and Swarmcast coming up next on ESPN 97.5.
Yeah, so Mike, I'm a first-time listener. I listen to you guys all the time.